Chapter 1. Martial Disciple Competition. Jiangxing Sports Center. The annual Martial Disciple Competition, a city-level selection. Chen Feng watched the stage, where his female disciple, clearly in the lead, stirred some excitement in his heart. 3 years, and I'm finally about to complete my first master achievement task. 3 years ago, Chen Feng, who grew up in an orphanage, had just graduated at 18. He was diagnosed with poor talent and deemed unsuitable for martial arts. Unexpectedly, he obtained the Master Achievement System. He needed to take on disciples and teach the martial arts techniques provided by the system. As long as his disciples achieved various accomplishments, he would receive rewards. However, finding disciples was not easy, as the requirements were rather strict. Only those with a 100 compatibility with the system's martial arts could be accepted as disciples. Once he successfully took on a disciple, he would gain a complete set of martial arts techniques. As soon as a disciple grasped the basics of the techniques, the master would directly reach the highest realm, the 9th realm of martial arts, the unity of heaven and man. It seemed impressive, and it truly was. Those who could cultivate a martial arts technique to the unity of heaven and man were rare gems. However, to unleash the power of the martial arts techniques, one needed a strong vitality to support it. Coincidentally, after Chen Feng activated the system, he could no longer cultivate vitality, and his original vitality was reset to 0. To become stronger, there was only one path. Take on disciples, nurture them, and let them achieve accomplishments so that he could gain vitality rewards. But 3 years ago, as an 18-year-old with 0 vitality, no one was willing to take him as a master. He encountered several suitable disciples according to the system, but failed to take them on. After all, no martial arts prodigy would foolishly take a person with 0 vitality as their master, especially when that person was just a young lad. Chen Feng was naturally strong-willed and would not be defeated by such minor hardships. In order to successfully take on disciples, he traveled through several cities and finally convinced 2 disciples. His first disciple, Xiao Ruhan, was diagnosed with poor talent and deemed unsuitable for martial arts. Chen Feng happened to be lurking at the hospital's checkup department and seized this opportunity. Xiao Ruhan had a 100 compatibility with the system's technique, 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. After some motivational talk, he successfully took her on as his first disciple. After 2 years of teaching, she finally achieved some success. Being under 20 years old, she was just in time to participate in a martial disciple competition. According to the system's prompt, as long as his first disciple won first place in the city-level competition, he would receive vitality rewards. During this time, Chen Feng also encountered a second disciple, Jin Yoshi, who had a 100 match with Realized Divine Palm. She was an international student from Korea, diagnosed as unsuitable for martial arts due to blocked meridians. This naive little disciple was easier to convince. Chen Feng simply said, "I see your bones are extraordinary, a rare talent for martial arts," and easily brought her under his wing. On the stage, 2 striking figures were evenly matched in combat. This match would determine who would be first and second in the city. Both women were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The girl in the black bodysuit had a stunning face that displayed coldness and dominance, striking fiercely. The other, in a short shirt and shorts, was equally beautiful but appeared somewhat pitiful, hesitating to strike hard. Her overly compassionate nature was on full display. The audience below watched anxiously. In the stands, both families and mentors clenched their fists for the 2 fighters. Chen Feng frowned slightly as he watched his first disciple on stage. Beside him, his second disciple nervously clutched his arm. "Master, does Big Sister have a grudge against that person?" Chen Feng sighed and said, "Your big sister is too competitive and takes winning and losing too seriously." He hoped his first disciple would win first place, as that would allow him to complete his master task. However, he was somewhat displeased with Xiao Ruhan's cold and ruthless personality. Impatient for success, but he had to admit that the 100 compatibility of the system's martial arts was not random. Xiao Ruhan had learned the first 17 styles of the 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing in just 1 year. The 18 style required the first 17 to reach the 4th realm of martial arts, the realm of integration, before she could learn it. However, with the first 17 styles, Xiao Ruhan could almost crush her peers. Since participating in competitions, she had never lost. She advanced straight to the city finals. The 9 realms of martial arts proficiency are First realm, entering the path. Second realm, proficient mastery. Third realm, small achievements. Fourth realm, integration. Fifth realm, meticulous. Sixth realm, perfection. Seventh realm, transcendent. Eighth realm, peak. Ninth realm, unity of heaven and man. At this moment, both Chen Feng's 18 palms of the dragon subduing and realized divine palm had reached the highest realm of unity of heaven and man. However, with zero vitality, he could not unleash the power of the techniques at all. Soon, the match entered its final moments. Both fighters were locked in combat. Xiao Ruhan shouted, "Dragon battles in the wild." Suddenly, the vitality within her transformed into a golden dragon shadow that coiled around her. This scene shocked everyone present. Even Chen Feng was taken aback. I didn't expect Ruhan to integrate the first 17 styles so quickly. Chen Feng nodded to himself. As soon as the match is over, I'll teach my disciple the 18 style. In 3 months at the provincial competition, winning first place shouldn't be a problem. Even the national finals 6 months later, she could compete with the top talents of the entire Great Xia. In the future, there will be martial artist competitions, advanced martial artist competitions, various contests where she should shine. In the audience, discussions erupted among the judges. Dozens of cameras focused on Xiao Ruhan, capturing various close-up shots. Even the viewers watching the live broadcast were amazed by Xiao Ruhan's palm techniques. This Xiao Ruhan is not simple. She will surely achieve great things in the future. What kind of palm technique is this that can form a golden dragon shadow? Lu Weiwei's wind god leg has also reached a small achievement, but unfortunately, she still falls short. These two would likely secure a top 10 position even at the provincial competition. While everyone was discussing in the audience, the owner of the War God Martial Arts School approached Xiao Ruhan's parents. Smiling, he said, "I wonder how you two are considering." Xiao Ruhan's parents immediately stood up in fear and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Master, we have already discussed it with Ruhan. After the match, we will clarify things with that Chin kid." The owner of the War God Martial Arts School nodded and smiled. "Your child is a promising talent. As long as she joins our War God Martial Arts School, she will surely become a powerful figure in the future." Xiao Ruhan's parents nodded eagerly, agreeing with him. Chapter 2. A Master Produces a Traitor. On the stage, Xiao Ruhan disdainfully stared at Lu Weiwei and coldly said, "Lu Weiwei, did you expect this? The waist that was once looked down upon has now become so powerful." She and Lu Weiwei were classmates. Xiao Ruhan was originally the aloof ice queen of the school. However, when her talent awakened, she became the laughingstock. But their situations were vastly different. One was in the sky, the other underground. On the day of her 18th birthday, Lu Weiwei awakened a superior root bone, and her leg meridians were completely opened. She was immediately recruited by the best War God Martial Arts School in Jiangcheng with a high scholarship. Xiao Ruhan was found to have poor aptitude, with large, obstructed meridians in her arms, making her unsuitable for martial arts training. She would never forget the scene at that time, along with her classmates' mocking whispers. Lu Weiwei took a breath, looked at Xiao Ruhan, and smiled slightly. "Classmate Xiao Ruhan, seeing your achievements, I'm also happy for you." Xiao Ruhan scoffed. "Oomph, don't pretend to be a saint in front of me. When you saw my aptitude diagnosis back then, you must have been very pleased. The top beauty of Jiangcheng, who always overshadowed you, has worse aptitude than you. You must have been very happy then." Lu Weiwei hurriedly explained. "Ruhan, how could I feel that way? I was really sorry for you back then." She didn't understand why Xiao Ruhan harbored such hostility towards her, as they had no interactions or conflicts during school. They had never mocked each other during their awakenings. Yet Xiao Ruhan regarded that day of awakening as a humiliation, especially when she saw Lu Weiwei, the center of attention. The jealousy that drove her mad was hard to forget. "Shut up. What are you pretending for? Today, I will let everyone know who the true pride of Jiangcheng is." Lu Weiwei didn't expect to be misunderstood by her old classmate. She wanted to clarify, but Xiao Ruhan had already launched an attack. Moreover, she could feel that the force behind Xiao Ruhan's strike was something she might not be able to withstand. But to just admit defeat was unacceptable. So she used her strongest move, Wind God Leg. Immediately, her long legs kicked like a whirlwind, delivering dozens of kicks that produced sharp wind sounds toward Xiao Ruhan's palm. Xiao Ruhan's gaze turned cold, and her lips curled into a mocking smile. "An ant trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself." With a single palm strike, a golden dragon phantom surged towards Lu Weiwei. As soon as they made contact, Lu Weiwei was sent flying by the palm strike. She landed at the edge of the arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her aura completely deflated. It was evident to all. Lu Weiwei had been defeated and was unable to continue. However, Xiao Ruhan showed no intention of stopping. She leaped into the air and struck again, charging towards Lu Weiwei. Dragon appearing in the field, Lu Weiwei hurriedly shouted, "Ruhan, I admit defeat." Yet Xiao Ruhan seemed not to hear. But Chen Feng, as the mentor, was on the edge of the arena. He clearly heard Lu Weiwei's admission of defeat. Chen Feng's brows furrowed sharply, and he shouted, "Ruhan, what are you doing? Stop now." But the next moment, a scream echoed through the arena. Xiao Ruhan's palm struck down, leaving a palm print over a meter wide on the arena. Lu Weiwei tried her best to dodge, wanting to escape the arena, but she was still a moment too late. Her long legs were hit by Xiao Ruhan's palm strength. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking echoed. At the same time, a scream pierced through the entire venue. Her legs were mangled and severely twisted. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They never expected such an outcome. Xiao Ruhan ignored Lu Weiwei's wails and bowed to the judge's table. "The fight was too intense. I didn't manage to hold back in time. And I didn't expect her to be so weak." After saying this, she walked down the arena calmly. The judges at the table looked somewhat grim. They were not fools and did not believe Xiao Ruhan's excuses. They had also heard Lu Weiwei's admission of defeat. But at this moment, they found it hard to make a decision. According to regulations, intentionally injuring an opponent is a serious violation, leading to a lifetime ban. But this was the finals of the municipal selection. Xiao Ruhan was to represent Jiangsheng in the provincial competition and even the national tournament. If they banned Xiao Ruhan, Jiangsheng would not hope for good results this year in the national competition. In the end, they could only prioritize the bigger picture. Lu Weiwei's injury was classified as an accidental injury during the match. Chen Feng's face was extremely grim. He was sure that Xiao Ruhan had done it intentionally. Looking at Lu Weiwei, who was still crying out in pain on the arena, Chen Feng felt an indescribable anger in his heart. He could see that Lu Weiwei was a good candidate for martial arts training. She would surely achieve great things in the future. But her character was somewhat weak and naive, not yet tempered by the trials of society. Now, however, her long legs had been reduced to 2 pieces of mangled flesh. Her martial arts future was utterly destroyed. She might even suffer a disability, becoming less than an ordinary person in the future. Watching his coldly indifferent eldest disciple walk down the arena, Chen Feng angrily questioned, "Xiao Ruhan, why did you do this?" Chen Feng didn't dare to claim to be a good person, but he was definitely not a cruel and vicious person. His eldest disciple's cruel and malicious nature had crossed his bottom line. It was absolutely intolerable. At the same time, Chen Feng secretly decided, if Xiao Ruhan remained unrepentant, he would never teach her the final move of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Even if it meant failing to complete the task of achieving the title of master and affecting his own qi and blood value, it was worth it. His second disciple, Jin Yoshi, stared blankly at her master, afraid to even breathe. This was the first time she had seen her master so furious. But this time her senior sister had indeed gone too far, too maliciously. Xiao Ruhan coldly glanced at her master, Chen Feng, with no intention of speaking. Meanwhile, her parents rushed to her side, immediately reprimanding Chen Feng. "Chen, what are you shouting about? Is my daughter someone you can shout at? Ruhan is now the #1 talent of the younger generation in Jiangsheng. She will represent Jiangsheng in the provincial competition in 3 months. And from now on, you're no longer worthy to be Ruhan's master." The top martial arts school in Jiangsheng, the God of War Martial Arts Hall, has already invited Ruhan to join with a generous reward. You will have no further ties in the future. Chen Feng was taken aback. At this moment, the master of the God of War Martial Arts Hall also approached Xiao Ruhan. He looked at Chen Feng and said, "I heard you didn't sign a contract when you took in your disciples. I have to tell you, that's not a good habit. According to the Martial Arts Guild's regulations, Xiao Ruhan is a free agent and can join any martial arts hall she wishes. The God of War Martial Arts Hall is the top martial arts hall in Jiangsheng, with a legacy of nearly 100 years and extremely deep roots. Lu Weiwei was also a student of the God of War Martial Arts Hall, and among the martial apprentice level students, she was the most outstanding of the younger generation. Although she lost to Xiao Ruhan this time, the God of War Martial Arts Hall did not mind. After all, they had never been short of municipal champions, and it was just a martial apprentice level competition. The God of War Martial Arts Hall's biggest goal this time was Xiao Ruhan and the martial arts techniques she practiced. As for Lu Weiwei's injuries, although regrettable, they were not a major issue, and the God of War Martial Arts Hall did not care at all. Chen Feng clenched his fists, staring fixedly at the eldest disciple he had carefully nurtured for more than 2 years. He wanted an answer from his disciple. Jin Yoshi also did not expect this after her senior sister won the championship. She chose to join another martial arts hall. She secretly glanced at her master's grim face, and facing the usually unapproachable Ice Queen senior sister, she finally voiced an angry question for the first time. Senior sister, are you going to betray the master? Have you forgotten who taught you to achieve your current success? Chapter 3. Chen Feng's bottom line Xiao Ruhan looked at her usually timid junior sister and said coldly, I admit that I owe him a favor, but I cannot sacrifice my entire future for gratitude. The prize money for this competition will be my repayment. From now on, we are even. Hearing their daughter's words, her parents immediately intervened, saying, Ruhan, the champion's prize money is a full 100,000 yuan. How can you give it all to him? I think giving him 2,000 yuan as tuition is enough. Xiao Ruhan replied, it's just 100,000 yuan. Once I grow in the future, money will just be a number to me. I don't want people to say I am ungrateful. Chen Feng smiled self-deprecatingly, nodded, and said, all right, Xiao Ruhan, remember what you said today. Your ruthless performance just now means that even if you don't betray your master, I will no longer teach you martial arts. You have truly disappointed me. The anger Chen Feng had felt towards Xiao Ruhan transformed into deep disappointment at that moment. But upon reflection, he recognized his own responsibility. He had noticed early on that this eldest disciple was a bit indifferent, seemingly lacking in empathy. In his eagerness to complete system tasks and gain rewards, he had overlooked this aspect, mistakenly thinking his eldest disciple was just an ice-cold beauty. He never expected it would lead to such a disaster. Watching Lu Weiwei being carried away on a stretcher, Chen Feng was filled with guilt. What should have been a bright future has been so cruelly ruined. Xiao Ruhan caught the disappointed look in Chen Feng's eyes and felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, even a bit distressed. Looking at Chen Feng, who was about to turn away, she couldn't help but shout, you are just an ordinary person without any vitality. It is your honor to have met a disciple like me in this life. You better take care of yourself. Chen Feng said nothing and turned to leave. At that moment, he didn't want to say another word to Xiao Ruhan. His second disciple, Jin Yoshi, simply could not swallow this anger. If others mocked her, she might silently endure it. But hearing someone mock her master was something she could not tolerate. Someone like you, who is ungrateful, is not worthy of being a disciple of the master. Xiao Ruhan scoffed. You've been training in that Noveloki-Divine Palm with him for a year now, right? And you still haven't even broken through 100 in vitality, having only opened 1 acupoint. I advise you to stop daydreaming. Chen Feng is just an ordinary person without any vitality. He just got lucky and doesn't know where he obtained these powerful martial arts techniques. My miracle cannot be replicated. You should just honestly be an ordinary person. Hearing Xiao Ruhan's words, Jin Yoshi's face turned pale. The struggle in martial arts had always been a thorn in her heart. Although her master repeatedly said that as long as she opened the Run and Do meridians, she could learn the Noveloki-Divine Palm and become a supreme master. There were actually 52 acupoints in the Run and Do meridians. After practicing the Noveloki-Divine Palm for over a year, she had only opened 1 acupoint. To completely open the Run and Do meridians seemed like an endless journey. Yoshi, let's go. Chen Feng called out. His second disciple was not the type to argue. Staying behind would only lead to suffering, and arguing would not yield any results, only adding to the trouble. Upon hearing her master's call, Jin Yoshi no longer paid attention to Xiao Ruhan. As they left the gym, Jin Yoshi cautiously asked, Master, can I really learn the Noveloki-Divine Palm that you taught me? Chen Feng smiled faintly and reassured her, Yoshi, don't worry, your master won't lie to you. Once my vitality increases, I will be able to accelerate the process of helping you open the Run and Do meridians. While the master and disciple were chatting, the gym's award ceremony was finally reaching its final stage. The moment Xiao Ruhan put on the champion's medal, a voice suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host's first disciple for winning first place in the city-level competition. Achievement conditions for becoming a famous teacher have been met. Reward: 100 vitality points. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a surge of warmth instantly flood into his body. The fatigue from watching the competition all day vanished in an instant, and he even felt an inexhaustible strength within him. Chen Feng guessed that this was an illusion caused by a sudden increase in vitality. Others gained vitality gradually through years of practice, while he had received a full 100 points all at once. The system panel in his mind also changed. Martial arts level, martial apprentice. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, realm, unity of heaven and man. Rulai divine palm, realm, unity of heaven and man. Vitality points 100. Now, I can finally consider myself to have stepped into the threshold of martial arts and become a martial apprentice. I had been worried that if my disciple betrayed me, I would no longer be able to receive achievement rewards. It seems that the system's judgment is different from what I thought. Chen Feng felt a bit excited. With his understanding of martial arts cultivation, he realized that he was now 21 years old, and his vitality had just reached the threshold of a martial apprentice. This was a significant gap compared to his peers and indicated that he was not suitable for martial arts cultivation, though he was certainly stronger than most ordinary people. With his unity of heaven and man realms dragon, subduing 18 palms, and Rulai divine palm, he would undoubtedly be invincible among his peers. He could even cross boundaries and compete with true martial arts masters. He just didn't know if he would receive rewards in the future when Xiao Ruhan achieved something. Since he still received rewards after Xiao Ruhan betrayed him, Chen Feng speculated that perhaps any achievements Xiao Ruhan gained by using the dragon subduing 18 palms would still count towards him. After leaving the gym, Chen Feng took his second disciple, Jin Yoshi, straight to the city hospital. He planned to visit Lu Weiwei and sincerely apologize. Otherwise, just thinking about Lu Weiwei's tragic situation felt like a thorn in his heart. However, as they entered Jiangcheng Martial Arts Hospital, they saw several medical staff gathered at the entrance, along with a commotion. Who is responsible for the patient? Her leg is broken and bleeding severely. If surgery isn't performed soon, it could be fatal. If you really don't want to treat her, then hurry up and take her away. Don't block the way. Chen Feng approached and was immediately stunned. Lu Weiwei. At that moment, Lu Weiwei was lying on the ground outside the hospital. Her twisted and deformed legs were covered in blood. She was holding her face with her hands, trying to protect the last shred of her dignity. Tears streamed out from between her fingers. A middle-aged woman nearby looked at her niece on the ground with indignation, saying, "She is from the War God Martial Arts School. This money should be paid by the War God Martial Arts School. What bad luck. After raising her for so many years, she hasn't even repaid me yet. And now she's like this. Even if she gets married, the bride price won't even be enough to treat her legs." Another middle-aged man sighed. "After raising you for so many years, we've done our duty. We don't want you to repay us, but we also don't want to be burdened by you. The prize money should be our repayment." After the middle-aged man spoke, he pulled the middle-aged woman away. Lu Weiwei quickly let go of her hands and cried out to their departing figures, "Aunt, Uncle, please don't abandon me." Chapter 4. Human nature is cold, however. The two who left never looked back until they disappeared. The medical staff nearby found the phone number of the Jiangcheng War God Martial Arts School, squatting beside Lu Weiwei. They dialed the number on their phone and put it on speaker. "Hello. We are the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Hospital. Patient Lu Weiwei urgently needs surgery. Can someone come to pay?" A professional customer service voice came from the other end of the line. "Okay, please hold on. I will transfer you to Lu Weiwei's coach." Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Our War God Martial Arts School never supports useless people. Lu Weiwei has already been expelled from the school. We have nothing to do with her now." After saying this, the call was directly hung up. "Master," Lu Weiwei hurriedly called out. But the only response was the busy tone. At that moment, Lu Weiwei was completely desperate. Her parents had long passed away, and all the inheritance was taken by her aunt. Her aunt abandoned her, and the Sign Martial Arts School no longer cared for her. Even the prize money from competitions was taken by the school, leaving her with nothing. Lu Weiwei was now helpless, broke, and severely injured with her legs disabled, unable to receive treatment. What awaited her next would be death. Even if she were to survive by some miracle, her future days would be incredibly miserable. Lu Weiwei's heart was utterly despaired, and she was already prepared to end her life. Chen Feng originally wanted to visit Lu Weiwei in the hospital to apologize. After all, he had taught Xiao Ruhan her martial arts. Not apologizing would weigh on his conscience. However, he didn't expect to see this scene. Jin Yoshi beside him tightly hugged Chen Feng's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lu Weiwei's tragic state. Master, she is so pitiful. Chen Feng sighed heavily, instinctively clenching his fists. Doctor, I will cover the treatment costs. Please hurry and operate on her. Lu Weiwei, who had been crying with her face covered, immediately turned to look at the speaker when she heard this. But when she saw Chen Feng, she was momentarily stunned. She originally thought it was her aunt and uncle returning or a teacher or classmate from the War God Martial Arts School. But she never expected that this person willing to pay for her medical expenses would be Xiao Ruhan's master. Seeing Lu Weiwei looking at him, Chen Feng lowered his head apologetically and said, I'm sorry. Xiao Ruhan hurt you like this. I also have a responsibility. After saying this, he sighed deeply. Upon hearing that someone was paying, the medical staff immediately took out the bill and said, you need to go to the billing department and pay 30,000 yuan right now. 30,000. Chen Feng couldn't help but flinch, cursing inwardly. Did you check my bank card? My entire savings just happened to be 30,000. It wasn't until Lu Weiwei was pushed into the operating room that Chen Feng put away the payment slip, looking pained and sighing helplessly. Indeed, the kind-hearted deserve to be poor for a lifetime. At this moment, Jin Yoshi looked at her master with admiration. Master is such a kind man. He really gives a strong sense of security. I want to marry a man as kind as my master in the future. Thinking of this, Jin Yoshi's little face couldn't help but blush. Just then, Chen Feng's phone suddenly received a bank notification. Instinctively, he counted the number of zeros. 100,000. Chen Feng was first taken aback, then realized it was the prize money from Xiao Ruhan's competition. To be honest, he hadn't planned to take it, as he valued his pride. However, now he felt relieved that he hadn't rejected it out of pride at that time. The master and disciple waited at the door of the operating room. Jin Yoshi was bored and started scrolling through her phone. The hottest topic online at the moment was, of course, the martial arts competition across the country, as well as the star contestants from various cities. Numerous self-media studios had created recap videos, even starting to predict which participants might make it into the top 10 in the provincial competition 3 months later. Soon, an interview after the competition topped the headlines. The eye-catching title suddenly pierced Jin Yoshi's eyes. Greedy mentor wants money, not disciples. The cover featured Xiao Ruhan. Without watching the video, Jin Yoshi had a bad premonition. After watching the interview content, she frowned and angrily said to Chen Feng, how can senior sister's mother slander our master like this? Why would she lie? This is too much. Why didn't senior sister stop her or explain? Chen Feng took Jin Yoshi's phone and replayed the video. In the footage, Xiao Ruhan was wearing a medal, her parents smiling beside her, with several senior officials from the War God Martial Arts School standing behind her. A number of reporters were extending microphones toward her, continuously asking various questions. Xiao Ruhan remained silent, while her parents answered the questions for her. A reporter asked, I remember the information shows you are a contestant from the Tianxian Martial Arts School. But why are the people in the photo with you from the War God Martial Arts School? Xiao Ruhan's mother replied, Ruhan is now a member of the War God Martial Arts School. She has already left the trash Tianxian Martial Arts School. The reporter asked, what caused you to switch schools right after winning the championship? Doesn't that show a lack of respect for your previous mentor? Xiao Ruhan's mother answered, what is disrespectful about that? That guy named Chun is just a fraud. There are only 3 people in that Tianxian Martial Arts School, including my daughter. The mentor is a fraud without any vitality. The other one is a useless person who cannot cultivate. If it weren't for my daughter's exceptional talent, she would have definitely been delayed by them. Moreover, all the prize money from this competition was embezzled by that mentor. We didn't receive a single cent. Her words seemed to have alerted the reporters present, and a flurry of questions followed. Xiao Ruhan's mother, accepting an interview for the first time, spoke freely, fantasizing about boasting about it to her neighbors when she got home. Look, I'm on TV too. Soon, with the reporters digging, a series of negative news about the Tianxian Martial Arts School was exposed and quickly went viral. Chen Feng's photos from accompanying Xiao Ruhan during the competition were also dug up, drawing a wave of criticism online. This young man looks decent but is such a scumbag. I heard he deceived 2 female disciples, besides Xiao Ruhan. There is also a fool being deceived. This Chen Feng is definitely a filthy guy. I heard his other disciple is also very pretty. Can an ordinary person without vitality run a martial arts school? What about the Martial Arts Association? Don't they have anything to say? After watching the video and the barrage of comments, Chen Feng felt a bit frustrated. However, he couldn't do anything about it for the time being. But he wasn't too angry. With his strength, he would surely be able to slap Xiao Ruhan's mother and those keyboard warriors in the face in the future. For now, he could only endure. But the next moment, Chen Feng's phone rang, and the number was a familiar 5-digit short number, the official number of the Martial Arts Association. Chapter 5. New Martial Arts Technique. Chen Feng answered the phone, and the other side immediately asked, "Hello, I am a steward from the Martial Arts Association. Is this Mr. Chen Feng from the chosen martial arts school?" "Yes, what can I do for you?" "We have received numerous complaints and have serious doubts about your qualification to run a martial arts school. There are even allegations of you defrauding students. You are required to go to the Jiangqing branch of the Martial Arts Association within 3 days for qualification verification." "I understand. I'll go tomorrow. Can you give a specific time, Mr. Chen, so we can make arrangements?" "How about 9 a.m.? After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng thought to himself, these bastards. They didn't mention any qualification verification when they took my money to issue the certificate. Now, they're suddenly pulling this stunt. They wouldn't cancel my martial arts school, would they? I spent over 10,000 yuan to get all those certificates." However, Chen Feng naturally wouldn't let himself be easily bullied. He had looked into the requirements for running a martial arts school. In fact, there were no specific requirements for qi and blood values. The only requirement was that the martial arts instructor must have mastered a specific martial arts technique to the 7th realm, achieving perfection, to qualify for running a school and accepting students. Chen Feng's 2 martial arts techniques had already reached the 9th realm of unity of man and nature, so he was not in violation of any rules regarding opening a martial arts school. Those who set this rule probably never expected that a person with a qi and blood value of 0 could cultivate martial arts techniques beyond perfection. Meanwhile, Jean Yoshi had been scrolling through her phone for a while and gradually realized that her master had become the hottest topic on the internet, albeit for the wrong reasons. It had only been half a day since the competition. The top 3 headlines were all occupied by Chen Feng. Exposed, Jiangqing City Champion was actually defrauded by the previous mentor. Champion Xiao Ruhan's previous mentor is a fraud with 0 qi and blood. 0 qi and blood, chosen martial arts school owner only accepts beautiful female disciples. Angry, Jean Yoshi kept posting comments online, trying to clear her kind master's name. The result was predictable. Every comment she made was met with thousands of angry replies. Instantly overwhelmed. At the Jiangqing branch of the Martial Arts Association, branch president Yang Honghu received a call from headquarters. "What on earth is going on with that guy running a martial arts school with 0 qi and blood? Is the threshold for opening a martial arts school in Jiangqing this low? This matter must be handled properly, preferably in front of the entire internet, so that I can seriously deal with Chen Feng and give the public an explanation. After it's done, submit a reflection report." Yang Honghu hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, President. I've already arranged everything. I will take care of it tomorrow. I will directly live stream the process and results in the official Jiangqing Martial Arts Association live stream." Yang Honghu had everything planned out. To him, having a person with 0 qi and blood running a martial arts school under his jurisdiction was the biggest stain on his career. Unfortunately, the person who issued the certificate to Chen Feng was a temp and had long been fired. Now he needed to handle this matter openly and transparently in front of the entire internet and, according to the rules of the Martial Arts Association, severely punish Chen Feng. He was determined to send this kid to eat iron rice bowls for a few years, both to vent his own anger and to appease the enraged netizens. In the operating room, several hours passed. As night was approaching, the door of the operating room finally opened. Medical staff pushed Lu Weiwei out. Chen Feng and Jean Yoshi hurriedly stood up and walked closer. "Doctor, how did the surgery go?" The doctor sighed. "I did my best. The leg veins are completely destroyed, and due to the lack of timely treatment, her qi and blood have significantly decreased. Both legs are now permanently disabled. We can skip even the steel plate procedure. She'll only be able to sit in a wheelchair from now on. The patient's current qi and blood value is below 100, and it will be very difficult for her to recover in the future. You should arrange for psychological counseling in advance to prevent the patient from having negative thoughts." Hearing that the qi and blood value was below 100, both Chen Feng and Jean Yoshi felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This meant that Lu Weiwei could no longer be considered a martial artist. At most, she was just an ordinary person with slightly higher qi and blood. Originally, Lu Weiwei was the second best prodigy in the city. Now, not only was she cut off from the path of martial arts, but she was also disabled, even worse than an ordinary person. It was like falling from heaven to hell in an instant. How could a simple-minded girl like her bear such a blow? When Chen Feng looked at Lu Weiwei, he suddenly froze. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected heavenly severed foot match rate 100. Name, Lu Weiwei. Once the injury is fully stabilized, the match rate will drop below 100, losing the qualification to accept disciples. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Not only was he happy to have another disciple, but he was also delighted to think he could change Lu Weiwei's fate. Next, he just needed to wait for Lu Weiwei to wake up and quickly have her become his disciple. At that time, he would once again gain access to a top-level martial arts technique. On the other side, at the celebration banquet of the War God Martial Arts School, in a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, the school owner Xiang Jingpeng personally attended. Let us all raise a glass to welcome Xiao Ruhan to our War God Martial Arts School. Xiang Jingpeng raised his glass, and everyone raised theirs in unison. The usually cold Xiao Ruhan also rarely showed a smile at this moment. The banquet in front of her was more lavish than anything she had ever seen, let alone tasted. At this moment, she was only grateful that her choice had been so wise. If she had continued to follow the impoverished Chen Feng, she would definitely still be running back to live in the slums of the suburbs. She didn't know when she would be able to enter such high-end venues. Xiao Ruhan's parents were also by her side, extremely excited. Her mother couldn't stop eating, while her father, looking at the wine worth over 5,000 yuan a bottle, couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Xiang Jingpeng began to get to the point. He smiled at Xiao Ruhan and said gently, "Ruhan, to be honest, I value your talent very much. The War God Martial Arts School will definitely spare no effort in training you. We have 1 Earth-level technique, 3 Mysterious-level techniques, and more than 10 Yellow-level techniques. Once you join our War God Martial Arts School, feel free to tell me which techniques you want to learn, and I will teach you everything." Xiao Ruhan quickly stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you, master. I will not let you down." Xiang Jingpeng chuckled, Good. Quickly bring the contract for Ruhan to see. Once the contract is signed, we will be family." Soon, the deputy school owner beside him immediately handed the contract to Xiao Ruhan. "Ruhan, take a look at the contract. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask at any time. We will help you with any questions." Xiao Ruhan didn't expect to sign the contract so soon. However, she didn't think much of it, took the contract, and began to read the content. But her mother shouted, "What's there to look at in the contract? Just sign your name, and it's done. Everyone is waiting for you to eat. Do you not trust Master Xiang?" A female instructor nearby also laughed. "What Annie said is right. Everyone in our martial arts school has signed this contract. There's really nothing to see. The standard contract content is the same." With her mother and the nearby instructor saying this, Xiao Ruhan felt a bit embarrassed to look closely. So she picked up the pen and signed her name, then pressed her fingerprint. In her mind, the War God Martial Arts School was a top martial arts school in Jiangcheng, and she hadn't heard of any contract disputes or unfair contracts. Moreover, such a formal large martial arts school was not something a small, fraudulent school like Chen Feng's could compare to. There shouldn't be any traps in the contract. Seeing the contract handed back by Xiao Ruhan, Xiang Jingpeng smiled even more. That set of suspected heavenly level palm techniques is mine. Chapter 6. Misunderstanding from beginning to end. Xiang Jingpeng was not interested in Xiao Ruhan. After all, city-level champions come and go every year, and even national champions are nothing rare. The trophies and medals of the War God Martial Arts Hall are countless. What Xiang Jingpeng valued was Xiao Ruhan's palm technique. With his years of experience, he could tell at a glance that her palm technique was extraordinary. At the very least, it was an earth-level skill, and it might even be a heaven-level skill. Moreover, it was a technique he had never seen before. For this reason, he immediately checked Chen Feng's information. To his surprise, he found out that this Chen Feng was only 21 years old and had a blood value of 0. Furthermore, the 2 disciples he took in had not signed contracts. It was clear that he was a naive young man who had not been tempered by society. Although he didn't know where Chen Feng got these techniques from, Xiang Jingpeng immediately sensed an opportunity. If he could obtain a high-level martial arts technique, not only would his personal strength increase, but the entire War God Martial Arts Hall would also reach new heights. The plan went smoothly. Now that Xiao Ruhan had joined the martial arts hall, according to the contract regulations, all the martial arts techniques learned by the students belong to the hall. From now on, Xiao Ruhan's palm technique will belong to their War God Martial Arts Hall. Late at night, Ah, it hurts. Lu Weiwei, who had been in a deep sleep for a day, finally woke up. Chen Feng, who had been dozing off, was also startled awake. You're awake. Your leg just had surgery. You can't move around. Lu Weiwei looked at Chen Feng blankly, momentarily confused. She recalled that the surgery fee during the day had been paid by this person. She didn't understand why Xiao Ruhan's master would do such a thing. In any case, she would never forgive Xiao Ruhan. Lu Weiwei couldn't understand why, having no grievances with Xiao Ruhan, the latter would maliciously break her legs. At this moment, Chen Feng was sitting by the hospital bed, while Jin Yoshi was already asleep in his arms, drooling in her dreams and wetting a large patch of his clothes. Seeing Lu Weiwei awake, Chen Feng didn't know what to say. Although they knew each other, they were not familiar, leading to a moment of silence and awkwardness. After a long time, Lu Weiwei said, "Thank you for helping me pay the medical fees, but I will never forgive Xiao Ruhan." Chen Feng didn't know how to respond, so he could only nod gently and say The hospital room fell silent again. Lu Weiwei thought about it, and felt that there was only one reason Chen Feng helped her. That was because Xiao Ruhan had maliciously injured her during the competition, which was a serious violation that should lead to disqualification. Chen Feng must have done this to prevent her from pursuing the matter and to sign a letter of understanding, thereby protecting Xiao Ruhan's qualification to compete. However, she absolutely would not forgive Xiao Ruhan. The latter's malicious foul play deserved disqualification. You don't need to pretend to be a good person here. Even if I die, I won't forgive you. Chen Feng sighed heavily and silently said, I'm sorry. Lu Weiwei turned her head away, closed her eyes, and stopped looking at Chen Feng. She was afraid she would soften her heart. At this point, she still did not know that Xiao Ruhan had not been disqualified from the competition at all, and Chen Feng was no longer Xiao Ruhan's master. It wasn't until the morning that Chen Feng, with panda eyes, headed to the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. His disciple, Jin Yoshi, stayed behind to take care of Lu Weiwei. Meanwhile, countless netizens were waiting. The Martial Arts Association had issued a notice the day before to respond to the online doubts. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, there will be a public handling of the incident regarding the martial arts hall with a blood value of 0. Yang Honghu, the vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, arrived at the association's office building early in the morning to arrange the on-site matters. If this incident was not handled well, his career would come to an end. This time, they would not only live stream in the official broadcast room, but also invited notaries and many news media reporters to show their fairness. After checking the scene, Yang Honghu hurried back to his office to rehearse his speech. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan was also heading to the Jiang City Martial Arts Association with her parents. She did not expect the matter to escalate to this extent. She regretted letting her mother say so much back then. Now, to maintain her image, she had to go to the scene to testify. However, Xiao Ruhan had no other worries. Although this incident delayed her training time at the War God Martial Arts Hall, it also significantly increased her popularity online. Her Douyin fans had increased by over 100,000 in the past few days. As for what would happen to her former master Chen Feng, she didn't care at all. In Xiao Ruhan's heart, she and Chen Feng were already from two different worlds. In the 2 years of learning martial arts, she knew Chen Feng's situation like the back of her hand. He was a waste with powerful martial arts techniques, but no blood value. Moreover, Chen Feng was only 1 year older than her. Calling someone just a year older than her master felt extremely awkward. Having a waste master was simply the biggest stain in her life. After today, she should have no more interactions with this waste. Xiao Ruhan sat in a Maybach, staring blankly out the window. She didn't know why, but the annoying face of Chen Feng kept flashing in her mind. On a bus, Chen Feng was focused on his phone-s navigation, looking at the stop information to avoid missing the transfer station. Although he still had 100,000 yuan in his bank account, this amount was not much for someone running a martial arts hall. The saying rich in literature and poor in martial arts was no joke. Practicing martial arts always required more investment in food and living expenses. Usually, Chen Feng tried to save as much as he could, hoping to improve his strength soon so that he wouldn't have to live such a frugal life anymore. A middle-aged security guard in a uniform, while watching short videos, glanced at Chen Feng. He realized that the person in front of him looked exactly like the young man in the video who had a blood value of 0 and was scamming girls by running a martial arts hall. In fact, he was even a bit more handsome in person. As a security guard responsible for maintaining public safety, the uncle's sense of justice surged. He pointed at the video on his phone and asked Chen Feng, "Young man, is this person you?" Chen Feng was surprised and looked over. Realizing that the person in the video was indeed himself, he instinctively nodded, but he quickly realized that he probably shouldn't admit it. Seeing him acknowledge it, the uncle immediately became indignant and scolded. You're young and not learning anything good. Just because you're good-looking, you go around scamming girls with no blood value. You should just be an ordinary person and not engage in such immoral acts. If you were mine, I'd break your legs. The uncle's loud reprimand immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. Soon, someone recognized that this person was indeed the young man with a blood value of 0 who dared to open a martial arts hall and scam girls online. Chapter 7, The Power of Harmony Between Heaven and Man. Are you that Chen Feng? I heard you tricked 2 beautiful young ladies. I heard one of them is a foreign exchange student from Korea. What a shame to embarrass yourself abroad. Didn't the Martial Arts Association say they would give us an explanation? Yes. Why hasn't this person been arrested yet? Suddenly, the entire bus became chaotic. Chen Feng was speechless. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. It seemed he couldn't stay on the bus any longer. It's a pity that I just spent 2 yuan and only rode for 3 stops. As soon as the bus stopped, Chen Feng hurriedly got off to distance himself from this trouble spot. Coincidentally, that uncle also got off at this stop. Seeing Chen Feng get off, the uncle continued to scold him relentlessly. Young man, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, walking at night can lead to trouble. He also had a daughter. As a doting father, he hated scumbags the most, especially scoundrels like Chen Feng, who are handsome and might harm many young girls in the future. Chen Feng was extremely annoyed. He initially planned to transfer at this stop. Unexpectedly, this uncle, like a stubborn adhesive, also got off. To shake off this uncle, Chen Feng decided to spend some money and take a taxi to leave. Otherwise, he would be pressed for time. He needed to arrive at the Jiang City Martial Arts Association before 9 o'clock. Ignoring the uncle, Chen Feng quickly turned and walked in the opposite direction, planning to first get rid of this uncle before taking a taxi. The uncle's direction happened to be the same as Chen Feng's, so he followed closely behind. Chen Feng was speechless. He directly turned into a nearby small park. The uncle happened to be the security guard of the small park. Before starting his shift, he mocked Chen Feng with one last taunt. Now you know to run. Now you know it's embarrassing. Chen Feng didn't expect the man to follow him, and, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, Uncle, are you done? I've tolerated you for a long time. You don't even know the real situation. How can you insist I'm a scammer? The uncle, believing he stood on the moral high ground, saw this scoundrel who tricked young girls daring to argue back and immediately rolled up his sleeves, intending to act justly. How dare you shout in front of me? Kid, today I'll teach you how to behave. Saying this, he swung his hand towards Chen Feng. As a security guard with high professional standards, the middle-aged uncle naturally wouldn't easily resort to violence. Earlier, while watching short videos, he saw this Chen Feng kid was an ordinary person with 0 vitality. To say he was ordinary was somewhat insulting to ordinary people, because even ordinary people usually have some vitality. Only those with congenital diseases or physical defects would have 0 vitality. Since this uncle could be a security guard, he was naturally not an ordinary person, but a martial artist with over 200 vitality. He had practiced Tai Chi for decades. In his eyes, this kid with no vitality was someone he could easily overpower. Even mudmen have some fire in them. Chen Feng also stopped holding back. This uncle had scolded him all the way, and now he was taking action. Chen Feng, not holding back, used the 18 style of the Dragon Subduing Palm, the divine dragon's tail. Plus, since he had reached the 9th realm of martial arts, harmony between heaven and man with just a casual wave of his palm, he gathered 18 golden dragons. Suddenly, the sound of dragon roars shook the heavens, and before the security guard uncle could understand what was happening, he was sent flying 10 meters away by a single palm, hanging on a small tree branch. Watching the uncle hanging on the distant tree branch, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Once he came back to his senses, he hurried over to get the barely conscious uncle down from the branch. Uncle, don't scare me. I'm sorry, uncle. Please don't die. Chen Feng panicked. If he accidentally caused someone to die, he would become a murderer. The uncle spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost unable to catch his breath. You have 0 vitality? Seeing that the uncle was still alive, Chen Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, those are all rumors online. You were misled by the rumors. I didn't expect you to be so weak. I didn't mean it just now. It was self-defense. The security guard uncle took a few breaths and slowly stood up. At that moment, the rumor was disproven. After a moment, the uncle quietly said, I knew it. How could someone with zero vitality successfully register a martial arts school? Chen Feng thought to himself, as long as the money is in place, how could it not be successful? The uncle was also an open-minded person. At this point, he realized that Chen Feng was not as useless as the rumors said. Just based on that palm strike earlier, his decades of hard practice in Tai Chi had no way to defend against it. And the might of those 18 golden dragon phantoms was clearly the manifestation of martial arts' true meaning at a very high level. I'm sorry, young man. I misjudged you this time. I apologize. I just didn't know what level of vitality you had at such a young age. Chen Feng felt that this uncle was the type that needed a beating. After being slapped once, he immediately became honest. I'm just a martial apprentice now. The uncle chuckled. If you don't want to say, that's fine. This year, I'm an early-stage martial artist with a vitality of 251, and my Tai Chi has reached the 5th realm of martial arts, detailed and refined. You defeated me with one palm. So at least you're in the late stage of martial artists, or even an elite martial artist. Chen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect the uncle in front of him to already be a martial artist. He never imagined that his dragon subduing palm, in a state of harmony between heaven and man, could easily defeat a martial artist. But after thinking about it, Chen Feng secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If this uncle were not a martial artist, that blow just now would not have just hung him on a tree branch, but rather he would have been dead. At that moment, he had a preliminary understanding of his own strength. In the future, he should try to hold back a bit. If he caused someone's death with one move, it would be disastrous. On the way to the Martial Arts Association by taxi, Chen Feng kept reflecting. At the same time, he planned how much strength to show at the Martial Arts Association later. In any case, it was best not to display the state of harmony between heaven and man. According to some basic common knowledge of this world, anyone who could practice a martial arts technique to the state of harmony between heaven and man was a rare existence, regardless of the level of the technique. Anyone who could reach this realm was certainly a powerful figure or a martial saint of a generation. Chen Feng felt that given his current vitality and age, it was best not to reveal any unreasonable strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain and could raise suspicions. It's better to be low-key. At exactly 9 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived at the square in front of the Martial Arts Association building. As soon as he got off the taxi, he frowned. Why are there so many people? Why is there even a stage? Does the Martial Arts Association have an event today? Chapter 8, The Fraudulent Master Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, looked anxiously at the vice president and asked, It's about to start. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The vice president quickly picked up the phone, dialed Chen Feng's number, and put on speaker. Mr. Chen, where are you? I've arrived at the square. I'll be there soon. Hurry up. Everyone is here. We're just waiting for you. Okay. I'll be there right away. The call ended. Yang Honghu had made a military order to the headquarters, and the scheduled live broadcast time was at 9 o'clock. Now that the time had come, he couldn't delay. He immediately instructed those around him. Let's start first. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng felt something was off. It was just an assessment of whether he had the qualifications to open a martial arts school. Why did it seem like everyone was so anxious? However, in the next moment, Chen Feng encountered a problem. The entire square of the Martial Arts Association was packed. A crowd was gathered around the stage in front of the building, watching as a few people gradually walked out. First was the branch president, Yang Honghu. Then there was Xiao Ruhan and her parents, along with a student from the God of War Martial Arts School. Following them were several notaries who took their seats at the edge of the stage. Chen Feng was puzzled. Why was Xiao Ruhan here too? But he didn't dwell on it. He tapped the person in front of him and said, Brother, could you step aside? I need to get in. The person turned around, glanced at him, and frowned. Damn, I want to get in too. Who the hell is going to let me through? Chen Feng cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to change places. Brother, could you please let me in? I have something urgent. The person turned back with a fake smile and said, TCH. We all have something to do inside. You better stay here and wait in line. After that, he and his companions laughed heartily. Chen Feng was speechless. This time he approached a woman. Miss, could you let me in for a moment? I have something urgent. The seemingly innocent girl turned around, glanced at Chen Feng's cheap clothes, and disdainfully said, I have a boyfriend already. Don't bother me. Chen Feng replied, That's not what I meant. My boyfriend drives a Suchi 7. Do you have one? Chen Feng, huh? In the official live broadcast room of the Martial Arts Association, as soon as the broadcast started, the popularity skyrocketed. Yang Honghu first addressed the audience and the live camera. delivering a speech regarding the incident of the Zero Vitality opening a martial arts school. Hello, everyone. I know you are all very concerned about this matter. Many people have raised doubts about the credibility of our martial arts association. Rest assured, we will definitely punish such malicious events severely. Moreover, we will publicly handle this matter in front of everyone. We will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Yang Honghu initially intended to start with Chen Feng. First, let Chen Feng test his vitality, then allow Xiao Ruhan to accuse him of his crimes, and finally announce the punishment on the spot. He planned to make a self-criticism in front of the entire internet to quell the anger online. However, since Chen Feng had not arrived yet, he could only let Xiao Ruhan start. Xiao Ruhan took the microphone. Facing the camera, she began to recite a pre-prepared speech. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Ruhan, the champion of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament, Martial Apprentice level. Today, I am here to accuse my former mentor, Chen Feng of the Chosen One Martial Arts School. 2.5 years ago, when I met him, I did not know he was an ordinary person with zero vitality. As a result, I was deceived into joining the Chosen One Martial Arts School, wasting more than 2 years of my time. Fortunately, I already knew a set of martial arts techniques and practiced diligently day and night, so I did not waste my cultivation. However, this fraudulent mentor even secretly learned my techniques. After Xiao Ruhan finished speaking, it immediately incited a wave of outrage in the audience. The comments in the live broadcast room flooded with insults directed at Chen Feng. Meanwhile, outside the crowd, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Over 2 years, even if he initially took in disciples to gain vitality, the effort he had put into Xiao Ruhan over these 2 years was not insignificant. To accelerate Xiao Ruhan's martial arts level, Chen Feng practiced with her daily, patiently guiding her with his realm of unity of man and nature. Now, even if they had lost their mentor-disciple bond, there was no need for such defamation. To falsely accuse him of stealing techniques was simply ridiculous. Chen Feng did not understand why Xiao Ruhan had to make things so absolute and embarrassing. However, Xiao Ruhan was also burdened by her mother's influence. She did not expect her mother's careless remarks would lead to such a huge stir online. To maintain her persona, she had to keep fabricating this lie. After all, she was well aware that with Chen Feng's zero vitality, he could not expose her lies. Without vitality, he could not demonstrate the power of martial arts techniques, and thus could not prove who learned from whom. Even if Chen Feng produced martial arts manuals, she could claim he stole them. In any case, she could not let anyone know that her martial arts came from Chen Feng. Otherwise, no matter what she said, it would be seen as betraying her master. In the orthopedic ward of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Hospital, Jin Yoshi sat by the bedside, bored, scrolling through her phone. Lu Weiwei lay on the bed, watching TV. The two sat in silence. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Since it was an ordinary ward, there were other patients and their families inside, all watching the wall-mounted television to pass the time. The content being watched was the current hottest live interview with the Martial Arts Association. As soon as the news started, Lu Weiwei frowned. Jin Yoshi heard what was being broadcast and closed her phone to look up. Upon hearing Xiao Ruhan's words, she immediately exclaimed, "Liar! Seeing your sister is going too far. How could she slander our master like this?" At that moment, Lu Weiwei realized that the pair of master and disciple who had been guarding her bedside seemed to be in a bit of a predicament. It was obvious that Xiao Ruhan had fallen out with her master. Moreover, the matter was quite serious, especially with the words just spoken. It was clear she intended to send her master to jail. She looked at Jin Yoshi beside her and couldn't help but ask, "Since you've already fallen out with Xiao Ruhan, why are you still staying here with me?" Jin Yoshi, confused, asked why what. Lu Weiwei wondered. "Your master paid for my medical expenses and had you stay to take care of me. Isn't it to make me forgive Xiao Ruhan, so she wouldn't lose her qualification to compete?" "Not at all," Jin Yoshi replied immediately. "After that match, seeing your sister betrayed the school and joined the God of War Martial Arts School. Besides, she didn't lose her qualification to compete. The judges determined your injury was an accidental injury in a match." Lu Weiwei was a bit dazed. She did not expect Xiao Ruhan to join the God of War Martial Arts School. "Since you all severed ties with Xiao Ruhan that day, why still save me?" Jin Yoshi proudly raised her little head and said, "Because my master is a kind and upright good man." Chapter 9. The Tathagata Palm. Hearing Jin Yoshi's words and seeing her proud demeanor, Lu Weiwei was momentarily stunned. He had always thought that Chen Feng was helping her for the sake of her qualification to compete. Reflecting on his previous attitude towards Chen Feng and the words he had said, a sense of guilt arose in his heart. On the other side, After Xiao Ruhan finished speaking, her parents took the microphone. Her mother immediately brought up the main issue. That scumbag Chen Feng not only deceived my daughter, but also took all the prize money from this city-level championship for himself. It's utterly despicable, and I hope the Martial Arts Association will uphold justice for us and recover the prize money. After saying this, she even started crying on the spot. Even Chen Feng in the audience was almost convinced. Xiao Ruhan's father added, "Such a person must be punished, and we demand a fair world." After that, a senior brother from the Battle God Martial Arts School stepped forward to take the microphone. Chen Feng was puzzled. Why did everyone feel the need to speak up and step on him? Who was this person, dressed in the attire of the Battle God Martial Arts School? It was obvious he was not a staff member of the Martial Arts Association. The young man took the microphone and showed a cultured smile. "Hello, everyone. I am Sha Hemming from the Battle God Martial Arts School, and I am also the champion of this city-level martial arts competition in the warrior category." As soon as he said this, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. The warrior category champion held much more value than the apprentice category. An apprentice category champion might not necessarily win again after becoming a warrior. It was said that participants in the warrior category competition had to be no older than 25 years. The young man before them had an unlimited future ahead of him. No wonder the Battle God Martial Arts School could almost win city-level championships at every level every year. Sha Hemming was very pleased with the crowd's reaction. He enjoyed the adoring and admiring looks. Xiao Ruhan is my junior sister, and I feel deeply pained by her experience. Thankfully, she managed to escape the claws of evil in time and join the Battle God Martial Arts School. Her future achievements will surely be even greater. He also spoke on behalf of the Battle God Martial Arts School to strongly condemn the fraudulent actions of the chosen martial arts school. Yang Honghu saw that everyone who was supposed to speak had finished, and those who could fill in the gaps had also spoken. However, he still hadn't seen Chen Feng and couldn't help but feel anxious. If Chen Feng didn't show up today, would the livestream be ruined? He personally dialed Chen Feng's number. Anxious as he said, "Chen Feng, where are you? I'm telling you, if you dare not come today, I'll have to send someone to arrest you." Chen Feng replied, "I'm right below watching. The entire square is packed. I can't squeeze in at all." Yang Honghu looked up and surveyed the area. Indeed, the whole square was crowded. Why are there so many people? It's Monday. Don't they have to work? After thinking for a moment, he said into the phone, "You could take a detour to the back door of the Martial Arts Association. I'll send someone to pick you up." After arranging this, he picked up the microphone and said some formalities to buy time. However, as Chen Feng still hadn't appeared, the viewers in the live stream were getting anxious. After talking for so long, why haven't we seen Chen Feng? Exactly. He hasn't even shown up. Why are you all barking here? After watching for so long, what is your explanation for everyone? Maybe Chen Feng has some backing, and the vice president can't do anything to him. Seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream, the president at headquarters could no longer sit still. He picked up the phone and called. The one who answered was the vice president. Seeing it was the president calling, he felt a headache coming. What's going on? Where's that Chen Feng? Just after answering the call, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. The vice president hurriedly explained that Chen Feng is stuck in traffic. He'll be here soon, really soon. Just as the vice president was dealing with his superior, Chen Feng finally entered through the back door of the association and walked out the front door. As soon as Chen Feng appeared, all the cameras immediately focused on him. Yang Honghu secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He was genuinely worried the other party wouldn't show up, because if it were him, he might actually not come out of fear. Chen Feng walked steadily onto the stage without any signs of stage fright. At this moment, upon seeing his carefully nurtured senior disciple Xiao Ruhan, he felt nothing but deep disdain, devoid of any other emotions. Catching Chen Feng's gaze, Xiao Ruhan's heart trembled. The memories of the past 2 years resurfaced. The master who had cared for her so much now showed a look of disgust towards her. She couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. However, she quickly dismissed this feeling. He is just a useless person, not worth my emotions. Chen Feng walked to the center of the stage. Yang Honghu followed the procedure and handed the microphone to Chen Feng. "Do you have anything to say?" Chen Feng took the microphone, glanced over the crowd with a dismissive smile. "Just a bunch of clowns. Hurry up and assess my qualifications according to the procedure. I'm busy. I'm not as idle as you all." The scene fell silent instantly. Yang Honghu didn't expect Chen Feng to be so confident. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xiaoran's mother shout, "Chen, you useless piece of trash. What are you being so arrogant for?" Hurry up and return my daughter's prize money. Saying this, she moved forward to grab Chen Feng. Xiao Ruhan frowned. She felt her mother's actions were embarrassing. However, that was still her mother. With so many cameras around, it was hard to say anything. Chen Feng despised this kind of nagging old woman, full of lies and yet self-righteous. Just as Xiao Ruhan's mother was about to grab him, Chen Feng directly brought his hands together and used the first move of the Tathagata palm. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Suddenly, a giant Buddha phantom appeared out of nowhere, enveloping him. The sound of celestial chants filled the entire venue. Xiao Ruhan's mother, being an ordinary person, was immediately sent flying several meters back as soon as she approached the Buddha phantom. This was still without Chen Feng using the realm of unity between heaven and man. Otherwise, that blow could have killed her. Everyone present was stunned. Didn't he expect Chen Feng to strike so decisively? Once Xiao Ruhan realized what had happened, she immediately shouted angrily, "You dare to hit my mom?" Chen Feng snorted coldly. "Everyone is watching, right? I didn't move an inch. It was she who wanted to attack me. I was merely defending myself." Xiao Ruhan hurried to help her mother up. She had initially wanted to say something, but suddenly realized something important. Just now, Chen Feng had actually used martial arts. How could he use martial arts? Zero vitality. Couldn't he possibly allow someone to use martial arts? Yang Honghu also noticed this issue. Being able to use martial arts indicated that the other party's vitality couldn't be zero. Furthermore, the move Chen Feng had just used was clearly of a very high realm, especially upon seeing Chen Feng's calm expression. Yang Honghu realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. Chapter 10 On-the-Spot Performance in a Hospital. Jin Yoshi was shocked when she saw Chen Feng make his move, her mouth agape. Having followed her master for so long, it was the first time she had witnessed him in action. What shocked her the most was that the move her master executed was exactly the same as the starting move of the first style of the Buddha's palm she had learned. The security guard, uncle who had been beaten to a pulp by Chen Feng on the way, was quietly sipping goji berry tea in the security booth, watching a live stream on his phone. When he saw Chen Feng teaching that old woman a lesson, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. He picked up his phone and transformed into a keyboard warrior, frantically posting comments. "I've seen it all along. This is just a rumor. You fools have all been deceived by that traitor. This young man clearly is a master. I bet ordinary martial artists are not his match." Other viewers in the live stream also noticed that the situation contradicted the rumors. Didn't they say he had zero vitality? How could he produce a martial arts phantom without any vitality? What kind of martial arts is this? I've never heard of it before. Based on my years of experience, things are turning around. Chen Feng looked at Yang Honghu and said, "Aren't you going to verify it? How do you plan to do that?" Yang Honghu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Feng's question. "Oh no, this is different from the script we had planned. Originally, it was meant to vent the frustration of the viewers. Now it seems we need to switch to a whitewashing script." After a moment of thought, he quickly reacted. "Mr. Chen, please don't be agitated. I have always believed in you. Rest assured, if you are wronged, the Martial Arts Association will certainly clear your name." After saying this, he immediately took out a delicate metallic glasses case from his pocket. Then he pulled out a high-tech monocle. Upon seeing this monocle, Chen Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder it's the Martial Arts Association. Even the equipment for detecting vitality is top-notch. Ordinary devices for checking vitality are large machines, usually found in large martial arts hospitals. A single test costs about 1,000 yuan. However, the smart monitoring monocle that Yang Honghu produced is specialized equipment for detecting vitality, and its price exceeds 8 million yuan, which most people cannot afford. Yang Honghu put on the monocle and looked at Chen Feng. Soon, numerical values began to appear on the lens, stopping at 100. In less than a second, it measured Chen Feng's vitality value. Yang Honghu was stunned. From the momentum when he saw Chen Feng's move, he had thought he was at least a high-level martial artist. He didn't expect him to be just a martial apprentice. However, even as a martial apprentice, it was enough to prove that the Martial Arts Association did not issue a certificate to a common person with zero vitality to open a martial arts school. Unfortunately, the prepared script was wasted. From now on, he could only improvise and try not to say anything wrong. After all, the association's president was also watching the live stream. His future would be determined by today. At this moment, a reporter in the audience pressed for an answer. "President Yang, what is the test result? Is it zero vitality? Are you too embarrassed to say it?" At this point, Yang Honghu did not rush to speak. Instead, he walked over to a few notaries and handed them the monocle. After they all took a look, they nodded to him. Yang Honghu then turned to the camera and all the viewers, saying Mr. Chen's vitality value is 100 points, and his martial arts level has reached that of a martial apprentice. What? The first to be shocked was Xiao Ruhan. How could this be possible? Over the past 2 years, Chen Feng had never displayed his cultivation level. Moreover, Chen Feng had personally admitted that he had no vitality at all. Could it be that he had been lying all along? The viewers in front of the screen began to discuss among themselves. I said it. How could someone with zero vitality open a martial arts school? In this day and age, people will use any means to gain traffic. So the rumored zero vitality is just a lie. That beautiful female apprentice is lying. After Yang Honghu finished speaking, he immediately began reciting the lines he had just thought of. Please rest assured, our Martial Arts Association absolutely cannot issue a certificate to a person with zero vitality to open a martial arts school. Please do not believe the rumors that smear the Martial Arts Association. While speaking, his eyes glanced at Xiao Ruhan. The meaning was clear. Aren't you the one who said he's a zero vitality fraud? At that moment, Xiao Ruhan didn't know what to say. The zero vitality rumor about Chen Feng was indeed spread by her. Now, however, it was a slap in the face. At this point, her mother immediately shouted, "What's so great about a vitality value of 100? A vitality value of 100 doesn't prove anything. My daughter's vitality value is as high as 179. What does this Chen count for?" Just then, Xiao Ruhan's father recalled what his daughter had said earlier. She had mentioned that this Chen had secretly learned her martial arts techniques. He stood up, pointing at Chen Feng, and said, "He must have secretly learned my daughter's martial arts techniques, which is why he has become a martial apprentice. With such a low vitality value, how could he teach my daughter, such a genius? Besides, how could a master's cultivation be lower than that of their apprentice? Ruhan, don't be afraid. Dad will support you." Hearing her father's words, Xiao Ruhan nodded silently. She had indeed been a bit flustered earlier. But thinking about the fact that Chen Feng's vitality was a full 79 points lower than hers, she felt relieved. As long as she firmly insisted that Chen Feng cultivated his vitality by secretly learning her martial arts techniques, her persona would not collapse. This caused the comments in the live stream to shift direction again, from questioning to targeting Chen Feng. At this moment, the owner of the War God Martial Arts School, Xiang Jingpeng, was also watching the live stream. His brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that this Chen was inconsistent with the information he had gathered. With vitality and martial arts skills, things are going to be troublesome. Xiang Jingpeng had initially thought that Chen Feng was truly a waste with zero vitality. If that were the case, he could openly obtain Xiao Ruhan's set of palm techniques. Now it seemed that there might be some complications. In the future, if the other party passes the palm techniques to others, the ownership of this set of techniques would definitely attract controversy, affecting the reputation of the War God Association. However, the other party was just a lowly martial apprentice for now. Perhaps he could be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and sent a message to his beloved disciple. Use the excuse that Chen Feng secretly learned your junior sister's martial arts to cripple his skills. Originally watching the drama unfold, Sha Hemming suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took out his phone and immediately replied with an okay. Then he looked at Xiao Ruhan and said, "Junior sister, our War God Martial Arts School has a rule. Anyone who secretly learns our martial arts techniques must have their skills crippled. Now that you're also a member of our school, you must abide by this rule. Go and cripple the skills of this scumbag." Chapter 11. The Dragon's Tail. Xiao Ruhan was momentarily confused upon hearing her senior brother's words. How did things end up like this? She originally just wanted to join the God of War Guild to have a better life. Just to maintain her reputation and persona, she told a small lie. As a result, she had to keep using one lie after another to cover up the first one. Now, it had escalated to this point. "Ruhan, you don't need to be afraid. I'm here to support you, and the God of War Martial Arts Hall has your back. No one can bully you. Besides, this guy is just a trash martial artist who has just reached the martial apprentice level. You can showcase your strength and prove to everyone that he doesn't deserve to be your master." Sha Hemming encouraged as he approached Xiao Ruhan. Xiao Ruhan had never thought she would have to personally disable Chen Feng's martial arts. "Senior brother, I can't bring myself to do it." On the other side, Yang Honghu also didn't expect things to develop this way. Hearing the two from the God of War Martial Arts Hall planning to disable Chen Feng's martial arts, he frowned. "No one is allowed to act recklessly until we clarify the situation. Mr. Chen Feng, Do you have anything to say regarding the accusation of learning martial arts techniques illicitly? Chen Feng looked mockingly at Xiao Ruhan and sneered. I never expected this day would come. Since you want to disable my martial arts, then come at me. Just in time for me to teach you one last move. Let's see who really learned whose techniques. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, it sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Oh, looks like there's a twist. From his words, he still has a trick up his sleeve. Without a trick, how could he teach his apprentice and starve himself? It's just bluster. His vitality can't be higher than that of his apprentice. He's bound to fail. Xiao Ruhan was momentarily stunned. One last move hasn't he taught me? She clearly remembered that 6 months ago, when she learned the 17th style of the Dragon Subduing Palm, Chen Feng had said he had taught her everything he could. Chen Feng had never lied to her. Was this time just empty bravado? However, what she didn't know was that Chen Feng meant he had taught her everything he could for now. The 18th style of the Dragon Subduing Palm required her to master the first 17 styles before she could practice it, so he hadn't had the chance to teach her yet. As Xiao Ruhan was lost in thought, Xia Heming urged her again. Junior sister, are you afraid of a martial apprentice with lower vitality than you? The Hall Master is watching the live stream. Don't let him down. The Hall Master. Xiao Ruhan had finally entered the God of War Martial Arts Hall. For her martial arts achievements and a bright future, she was now on the verge of action. Clenching her fist, she looked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, you forced my hand. After saying that, she assumed her stance. Suddenly, a golden dragon phantom appeared behind her. This was the martial arts phantom produced after reaching the 4th level of martial arts. Achieving such a level at her age was already considered a genius. Seeing the scene, Yang Honghu said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, if you don't want to fight, I can ensure your safety, but you must cooperate with our investigation afterward. Chen Feng shook his head. I don't have time to keep proving my innocence here. It's better to be straightforward. I remember the requirement to open a martial arts hall. The Hall Master's martial arts level must not be lower than the 6th level, which is the pinnacle of skill. Chairman Yang, pay attention. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, 18 golden dragon phantoms suddenly appeared around him. Though they were phantoms, both in number and solidity, they were several levels higher than Xiao Ruhan's. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, Yang Honghu had already reached the master level in terms of his own strength. His signature martial arts had also reached the 6th level of martial arts. The 6th level, which is the pinnacle of skill, is typically judged by the vitality spilling outside the body as the technique runs. Generally, master-level experts can reach this level. At this moment, it was clear that Chen Feng's vitality was overflowing, indicating that his mastery of martial arts had reached the pinnacle. However, he couldn't understand how a mere martial apprentice like Chen Feng could possess such a high level. At this moment, both the audience present and the viewers watching the live stream were shocked by Chen Feng. The fight between the master and apprentice had not even begun, and the outcome was already evident. Wow, who's the master and who's the apprentice? It's clear at a glance. It's not certain. Maybe he combined the 18 golden dragons into one? How can a mere martial apprentice show off like this? I refuse to accept it. Does anyone know what this martial art is? It looks so cool. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan's face turned pale. She could clearly feel the gap between her and Chen Feng. Despite her hard work, she could barely condense a single golden dragon phantom, while Chen Feng stood still, effortlessly summoning 18 golden dragon phantoms. The gap was simply too great, but she was unwilling to accept it. Xiao Ruhan couldn't believe that with her 79 points higher vitality than Chen Feng, she would lose to him. Without further hesitation, she unleashed her strongest palm strike. 17 style, Dragon Battle in the Wild. As she brought forth a palm strike with a golden dragon, Chen Feng sneered disdainfully, although he was merely demonstrating his pinnacle level. The power he unleashed was that of the unity of man and nature. His understanding of martial arts had elevated him beyond mere techniques. With a light wave of his hand, 18 golden dragons intertwined and unleashed a series of dragon roars. 18th style, the Divine Dragon's Tail. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan was like an ant shaking a tree. Her golden dragon phantom hadn't even made contact when it was shattered. She was sent flying backward, before losing consciousness. The only thought in her mind was, I haven't learned this move. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. A complete crushing defeat, an absolute display of strength. Both were martial apprentices, and Chen Feng's vitality was even 79 points lower than his opponent's. Yet, relying on his martial arts level, he overwhelmed her. At that moment, in the hospital watching the live stream, Jin Yoshi cheered excitedly, "Yay! Master's so cool." Meanwhile, in the God of War martial arts hall, Xiang Jingpeng suddenly sat up. Just now, Chen Feng's palm strike confirmed to him that the set of techniques was definitely a heavenly level martial art, comparing it to their own earthly level martial art. The Wind God leg, the difference was clear. Yang Honghu, present at the scene, felt it most acutely. He recognized that Chen Feng's palm technique was extraordinary. To have such might at the martial apprentice level was incredible. If he, a master-level expert, were to use it, that palm strike could possibly destroy the entire stage. Just as everyone was in shock, a loud shout rang out. "Anyone who dares to harm my God of War martial arts hall, watch as I disable your martial arts for my junior sister." Xia Heming also didn't expect Chen Feng to defeat Xiao Ruhan so easily. However, he had to carry out the hall master's order. He didn't take Chen Feng seriously, especially seeing the shocked expressions of everyone around him made him quite displeased, even though he himself was astonished. "Let me show you my Wind God leg." Chapter 12. Reaching the pinnacle, Xia Heming leaped into the air, launching his attack. His legs kicked out a series of phantoms, creating countless gusts of wind that rustled his pant legs. Chen Feng did not hesitate either. He raised his hand and struck with the palm. The flying dragon in the sky, 18 golden dragons, roared out once more. However, this time, they failed to repel Xia Heming. Instead, Chen Feng was knocked back several steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered internal injury. With one successful strike, Xia Heming stood proudly, looking down at Chen Feng with disdain. "A mere martial apprentice, able to withstand one of my kicks, you should be proud of that. I joined the God of War Martial Arts Academy right after graduation, mastering the Wind God leg in just 3 days. I became proficient within half a month and made small achievements in a year, reaching comprehensive understanding in 2 years. Now I've reached the 5th realm of martial arts, detailed and meticulous. What do you have to fight me with? Ha ha, I forgot to tell you. My blood energy has already reached 386 points, just 14 points away from advancing to a high-level martial artist. I advise you to recognize your situation and cripple your own martial arts. Otherwise, I might be too heavy-handed and take your life." Before Chen Feng could speak, Yang Honghu spoke up first. "Are all the people from the God of War Martial Arts Academy this arrogant? It's already clear that Mr. Chen's martial arts realm is far superior to Xiao Ruhan's. He couldn't possibly be a thief of techniques. Not even you, let alone Xiang Jingpeng, would dare to be so reckless in front of me." Seeing Yang Honghu speak up, Xia Heming hesitated to retort. He had indeed gone a bit overboard after humiliating a martial apprentice. He had forgotten that the vice president of the Martial Arts Association was still present, a figure of the same level as the Academy's head. He dared not make a move again. However, Chen Feng said, "Thank you, President Yang. But since the other party wants to cripple me, then it should be fair for me to cripple him, right?" Yang Honghu was astonished. "You want to fight him?" In his view, although Chen Feng was powerful, he was not on the same level as Xia Heming. At just 21 years old, Chen Feng barely had 100 points of blood energy, barely reaching the martial apprentice realm. Although his martial arts techniques were of a high level, his blood energy cultivation was too lacking, limiting his future achievements. At most, he could become a martial arts instructor, teaching disciples. The levels of blood energy cultivation are as follows: 100 points of blood energy to reach martial apprentice level, 200 to advance to martial artist level, 400 to become a high-level martial artist, 800 to reach top-level martial artist, and 1600 to become a master. Blood energy doubles and so on, with further levels like Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme, and Martial Sage. Meanwhile, Xia Heming, at 20 years old, had already reached 386 blood energy points, on the verge of entering the high-level martial artist rank, with a bright future ahead. The martial arts technique he practiced, the Wind God leg, was a powerful high-grade, earth-level technique. Moreover, Xia Heming's proficiency was only one level lower than Chen Feng's, having reached the 5th realm, detailed and meticulous. Chen Feng's only advantage was that his technique might be a heaven-level technique, and his martial arts realm was one level higher. However, this was not enough to make up for the nearly fourfold difference in blood energy. Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His inner anger thoroughly ignited. "I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead, I faced bullying. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table." As he finished speaking, 18 golden dragon phantoms began to swirl around Chen Feng. At this moment, the golden dragons seemed almost tangible, crackling with electricity. Martial arts domain. This. How is this possible? This is the martial arts domain that can only be reached upon comprehending the 8th layer of martial arts, achieving the pinnacle. You're just a martial apprentice. How could you reach such a realm? Yang Honghu found it hard to believe. He had only seen such a realm in the president of the association. However, the president had trained for over 60 years and was now in his 80s, only reaching this level. Yet Chen Feng was only 21. The audience present initially thought Chen Feng was merely surrounded by martial arts phantoms. But upon hearing Yang Honghu's words, they realized this was the legendary domain. Some people had only seen the 8th realm of martial arts, the pinnacle, on television. This was their first time witnessing it in reality. Especially seeing those 18 vividly lifelike golden dragons, which emitted dragon roars as they moved, left everyone stunned and at a loss for words. The live broadcast continued, but had already topped all major trending searches, hot topics, and headlines. Shocking. 21 years old and reaching the pinnacle. Shocking. A martial apprentice actually cultivated a martial arts domain. What is he? A waste of rank or a genius of realm? One headline after another instantly dominated the charts. The number of viewers in the Martial Arts Association's live room skyrocketed, surpassing 5 million in real-time online viewers. The president of the Martial Arts Association was left speechless in shock. Xiang Jingpeng from the God of War Martial Arts Academy was also stunned. At this moment, the bullet comments were flooding the screen. Are you sure this is a live broadcast and not a movie? Even short dramas wouldn't dare to shoot like this. I just want to know where the special effects were made. The 8th realm of martial arts, the pinnacle? What a joke. We are all martial apprentices. Why are you so outstanding? Where do I put the face of this grandmaster? A martial apprentice had reached the 8th realm of martial arts. This was unprecedented. Such a thing had never happened in history. Moreover, as the popularity of the live broadcast rose, some people gradually realized that Chen Feng's technique was extraordinary and very likely a heaven-level technique. Once the suspicion that it might be a heaven-level technique was exposed, the heat in the live room surged again, with viewers approaching 10 million. At this moment, Xiao Ruin's mother, holding her unconscious daughter, shouted, "Chun, what are you pretending for? She is the champion of the Jiangqing martial arts competition. Today, I will cripple this damn guy for Ruhan." Xia Heming was also shocked by Chen Feng at this moment. He couldn't fathom how a mere martial apprentice could practice a technique to such a pinnacle. The realm of martial arts techniques became increasingly difficult as one progressed, severely testing a person's comprehension, even more so than raising blood energy levels. However, none of that mattered. Xia Heming sneered, no matter how high the realm, if the blood energy is too low, it won't exert much power. It's just water without roots. After saying this, he struck again. Wind God Leg. Wind sweeps the clouds. This time, Chen Feng no longer underestimated him. The gap in blood energy between the two was too great. Although his realm was extremely high, he could not fully exert it. Moreover, he was not yet enduring enough. Even though he had only launched 2 strikes, he could already feel fatigue setting in. 100 points of blood energy could not withstand much. He couldn't engage in a prolonged battle. It had to be a quick fight. Facing Xia Heming's assault, Chen Feng instantly unleashed 18 Palms. The golden dragons, carrying supreme might, entangled with him. However, they found it difficult to affect the opponent. One by one, the golden dragons turned to nothing beneath Xia Heming's phantom-like feet. A trivial skill, daring to show off in front of me. He sneered disdainfully. However, the next moment, he noticed that Chen Feng had disappeared. Where'd he go? Did he escape? Suddenly, a pressure arose from behind. Xia Heming felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 13. Unity of Heaven and Man. Xia Heming couldn't care less about the golden dragon phantom in front of him and hurriedly turned around. He didn't see Chen Feng, but instead saw a massive Buddha shining with golden light, as if it were a mountain. What the hell is this? In the next moment, the Buddha's hand came crashing down. A series of profound sounds echoed. 10,000 Buddhas bowing to the ancestors. Before Xia Heming could comprehend what was happening, he was pressed down onto the stage. Then, the entire stage's framework collapsed with a loud crash. The audience and media reporters at the scene were frightened and quickly retreated. Fortunately, several notaries near the edge of the stage only stumbled and didn't suffer serious injuries. Yang Honghu jumped out immediately. At this moment, He stared blankly at the panting Chen Feng in the center of the stage, shocked beyond measure. Another martial arts technique. It was definitely a top-tier, heavenly-level skill, and it had been cultivated to an extremely high realm. The power of that palm just now even surpassed the previous martial arts realm. Could it be the unity of heaven and man? Impossible. Absolument impossible. As a martial arts master, Yang Honghu immediately interrupted his ridiculous thought. The unity of heaven and man is a realm that is hard to come by. It's not something that can be achieved through cultivation. It can only be temporarily reached in special circumstances and environments, but it is difficult to maintain. To enter such an enigmatic realm, one can only rely on opportunity. Chen Feng stepped out of the ruins of the stage, already exhausted, with his arms slightly trembling. At the moment he struck out, he had completely activated the unity of heaven and man for victory and used the 9th move of the Tathagata palm, the most powerful technique. That strike had already overdrawn his body, depleting his vital energy. Now, walking felt like a struggle. He looked at the shocked Yang Honghu and smirked, asking, "President Yang, does this prove I have the qualifications to open a martial arts school?" Yang Honghu quickly nodded. Yes. Mr. Chen, may I ask where you learned your skills?" Chen Feng smiled lightly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't tell you." After saying this, he shakily walked out of the crowd. Yang Honghu was speechless. If he didn't want to say it, fine, but why act so mysterious? However, according to the Martial Arts Association's regulations, to establish a martial arts school, the master must have a martial arts skill that has reached the level of mastery. In fact, there are no requirements for vital energy value. As long as the realm is reached, one can teach disciples. After all, vital energy value places more emphasis on individual talent and foundation. What Chen Feng had achieved far exceeded the Martial Arts Association's requirements. People instinctively made way for him. After Chen Feng walked out of the crowd, he immediately entered the nearest convenience store. He devoured bread and energy drinks without even paying. After eating, he finally felt like he was alive again and had some strength in him. In front of the Martial Arts Association building, a group of media reporters and spectators began to discuss what had just happened. "What has happened? I saw the stage collapse, and I was too busy running to see anything. I just saw a big Buddha slap down on the ground. Damn it, my camera fell on the ground, and I didn't record anything. Quick, check yours. Did anyone capture that? I'll pay a high price." In an instant, all the media personnel were trying to find a video of that last moment. However, with the stage collapsing, the live broadcasting equipment set up on the stage naturally couldn't escape unscathed. All major live streaming rooms online were in chaos. Are you kidding me? Where's the footage? Doing this during the climax is so frustrating. Is this really a martial artist fighting? Footage! I want footage. Everyone only saw the Buddha phantom slap down, and then the footage abruptly stopped. But countless people were stunned. Xiang Jingpeng stood up in shock. He was sure that the move Chen Feng used in the end was also a heavenly-level martial arts skill. A person actually possesses 2 heavenly-level martial arts skills, and his martial arts realm is so high. But how could his vital energy cultivation be so low? Before he could think further, he saw the live broadcast resume. Next, Xiang Jingping's face changed dramatically. Yang Honghu appeared on camera, walking towards the ruins in the center of the stage. He saw that Sha Hemming had collapsed on the ground, defecating and urinating. Yang Honghu stepped forward to check his pulse and said, "He is still alive, but his Dan Tian is destroyed. His path in martial arts has come to an end." Xiang Jingpeng was so angry that he smashed his phone to the ground. Although there were many geniuses at the War God Martial Arts School, Sha Hemming was the most outstanding martial artist in the past 2 years. They had invested a lot of effort and resources in his training, hoping to win this year's provincial championship and break into the national top 10. But now, it was all ruined. All the previous investments went down the drain. This year, the War God Martial Arts School would struggle to achieve good results in the martial artist competition. Xiao Rehan, who had been knocked unconscious, groggily woke up in her mother's arms. The first thing she thought of was Chen Feng's palm. The Dragon Subduing Palm actually has an 18th move. That damn Chen Feng, I trusted him so much, and he actually held back. But it was too late to say anything now. She had already joined the War God Martial Arts School, and Chen Feng would definitely not teach her that last move. What a pity that the first martial arts skill she learned in her life couldn't be fully mastered. But it didn't matter. The War God Martial Arts School has many martial arts skills, and there are plenty of high-level coaches and instructors. Even without the martial arts taught by Chen Feng, with her talent, she could still become a generation's pride. "Ruhan, you're awake. Her father's voice brought Xiao Ruhan back to reality. Her mother helped her stand up. Seeing the chaos around her, she furrowed her brows in confusion. Where's Chen Feng? Why did the stage collapse? Where did my senior brother go? Why do my parents look so disheveled? Mom, what happened here? Xiao Ruhan asked in confusion. Her mother immediately scolded angrily. It's all that Chen guy's doing. After he knocked you out, he collapsed the stage. Your dad and I both took a tumble. Even your senior brother was crippled by that Chen guy. What? Xiao Ruhan was stunned. Her senior brother was crippled by Chen Feng? How is that possible? Her senior brother is a martial artist. How could a mere martial apprentice like Chen Feng cripple him? Xiao Ruhan didn't know what had just happened and only hated that Chen Feng knocked her out, causing her to miss everything. At that moment in the hospital, Jin Yoshi anxiously stared at the television. What happened? Where's my master? That guy from the Ward God Martial Arts School was crippled. It must mean my master won. But where did my master go? Jin Yoshi was so anxious that she was pulling her hair and constantly refreshing her phone to see if any other live streaming platforms had recorded the final moments. Even Lu Weiwei, who was in bed, was a bit anxious, wanting to see what had happened in the end. When she saw Xiao Ruhan being knocked out by Chen Feng, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Internally, she unconsciously sided with Chen Feng. Finally, Jin Yoshi could only call Chen Feng's phone. After confirming that her master was safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 14. Apprenticeship. At the end of the live broadcast, Yang Honghu directly defined the outcome of this incident in front of the camera. After my personal on-site identification and analysis, the rumors circulating online about the Zero Chi and Blood opening a martial arts school to defraud students is not true. I hope everyone does not believe in or spread rumors. Every application to open a martial arts school will be strictly scrutinized by our Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, and there will absolutely be no under-the-table dealings. On behalf of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to Mr. Chen Feng. This live broadcast has come to an end, and I will lead the staff to carry out the final aftermath work and investigation. I also thank Mr. Chen Feng for actively cooperating with the investigation. I deeply admire Mr. Chen's martial arts realm. The live broadcast ended. However, netizens across the country, and even some foreign netizens, were all unsettled. At this moment, major bloggers and experts began to speak out. The only topic discussed online was, are the two types of kung fu used by Chen Feng heavenly level techniques? Why can martial artists reach the pinnacle of their craft? The last scene of the live broadcast seemingly achieved the legendary unity of heaven and man. Chen Feng's location. The location of the chosen martial arts school. I want to become his apprentice. When those who reacted wanted to buy tickets, they were shocked to find that flights to Jiangxing were already sold out. High-speed train tickets were also sold out. Even the slowest standing tickets were gone. Even more terrifying was that the probability of getting a ticket through ticket-snatching software was approaching zero. Nevertheless, this did not stop countless people from yearning for heavenly-level techniques. They drove towards Jiangxing. However, once on the highway, they discovered that the navigation indicated that all roads leading to Jiangxing were congested. On another side, Xiao Ruhan and her parents were about to leave, but were stopped by the Martial Arts Association personnel. Xiao Ruhan, we hope you can cooperate with us for an investigation. Xiao Ruhan's mother immediately shouted, why aren't you catching that Chen? Why are you arresting my daughter? That Chen defrauded my daughter of 100,000 yuan in prize money. And you aren't doing anything about that. Yang Honghu coldly smiled. He realized that Xiao Ruhan's mother was a typical shrew. No matter what she said, it was all reckless words. Speaking irresponsibly without evidence, falsely accusing others, and spreading rumors online is also illegal. Take them all away. Xiao Ruhan's mother was instantly frightened. What do you want to do? We are the victims. We don't want to sue that Chen anymore. Is that okay? Xiao Ruhan frowned in annoyance. She never expected things to develop this way. Her persona had completely collapsed. She had just opened her phone to see how Chen Feng defeated Xia Heming, but found that her followers had directly increased by millions. Before she could be happy, she saw that all these followers were black fans, all commenting in the comment section calling her a green TBTCH, and some even sent her private messages cursing her. At the hospital, Chen Feng resolved Xiao Ruhan's accusations and the rumors online. At this moment, he took the bus, finally not afraid of everyone shouting at him. Upon returning to the hospital, Jin Yoshi excitedly jumped into his arms. Master, you are really amazing. Chen Feng smiled slightly, patted Jin Yoshi's head, feeling the familial warmth. The fatigue on his body seemed to lessen. Lu Weiwei sincerely said to Chen Feng, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those excessive words to you last night." Chen Feng approached the bedside, looking at this kind-hearted little saint, and thought to himself, even with her legs like this, she still wants to apologize to the enemy's master. At this moment, the master system reminded him again. Note, the meridians in both legs are about to stabilize, leading to complete disability, and the qualification to accept apprentices will soon be lost. Chen Feng was taken aback. He had finally found a disciple, and he couldn't let it go just like that. Moreover, failing to take on a disciple would not only affect his own qi and blood cultivation, but would also truly ruin Lu Weiwei's life. Chen Feng looked at Lu Weiwei and said, "Be my disciple. I promise I can heal your legs and take your martial arts to a higher level." What? Lu Weiwei was stunned, feeling like she might have misheard. She was well aware of her leg condition. At this moment, apart from the pain, she had no other feelings. Moreover, when the medical staff made their rounds this morning, she asked the doctor about her injuries. The medical staff comforted her, saying there was nothing serious and advised her to take care of her injuries and not to think too much. Although Lu Weiwei was pure and kind, she was not foolish. Seeing that the medical staff was avoiding this issue, she roughly guessed that her legs were likely ruined. If it weren't for being attracted by the live broadcast about Chen Feng that morning, she would have forgotten about it for a moment. At this moment, she didn't know how many times she would have cried. Then she heard Chen Feng's words, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. "Thank you for comforting me. I know my situation. My legs will definitely no longer be able to practice martial arts." "Woo-woo," Lu Weiwei said as she began to cry bitterly. Chen Feng was at a loss for how to comfort Lu Weiwei. However, his second disciple, Jin Yoshi, at a critical moment, advised, "You have to believe in my master. He is very powerful. In the past, my senior sister and I were also diagnosed with poor bone structure and unsuitable for martial arts. But my master still trained my senior sister to become a city-level champion. Although she is no longer my senior sister now." Jin Yoshi truly believed in Chen Feng, especially after seeing her master use the palm of Buddha technique during the live broadcast today. She was even more convinced. Her master was an extraordinary person who would never deceive anyone. One day, she too could become a martial arts master. The master and disciple took turns persuading Lu Weiwei, who was already soft-hearted and not good at rejecting people, ultimately had to agree. However, she resolved in her heart that no matter what, she would not drag this kind-hearted master and disciple down, even if she had to beg. Just as Lu Weiwei agreed to become Chen Feng's disciple, Jin Yoshi jumped up excitedly. "Great! I will be the senior sister from now on. You will be my little junior sister." At the same time, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Apprenticeship successful. Acquired technique, heavenly crippled foot. Note, as long as the disciple enters the heavenly crippled foot, the master's understanding of the technique will be elevated to the unity of heaven and man. Note, please reshape the meridians according to the heavenly crippled foot technique before the disciple's leg meridians are completely stabilized. Remaining time, 12:51:07. Reshape the meridians? Chen Feng hurriedly checked the heavenly crippled foot technique. The opening content of the technique was about reshaping the meridians of both legs. After seeing the content, Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Reshaping the meridians actually required so many medicinal materials. Especially when he saw the two main herbs, he felt overwhelmed. 100 g of Millennium Blood Ginseng, 200 g of dinosaur bone. How much would that cost? He took out his phone to check, to ensure the authenticity of the products. He opened the official herbal store. Millennium Blood Ginseng, 10,000 yuan per gram. Dinosaur Bone, 5,000 yuan per gram. Chen Feng gasped at the prices. Just these two main herbs would cost 2 million. Chapter 15. The hot commodity 2 hours after Chen Feng became famous. The first batch of people wanting to find him as a master to learn the heavenly level martial arts finally located the Jiangxing Martial Arts Hospital through various means. Chen Feng was originally in the ward, thinking about how to raise money to buy medicinal materials. Suddenly, a person walked into the ward. "Mr. Chen Feng, please allow me to bow to you as your disciple." After saying this, he immediately knelt down. Chen Feng saw a young man kneeling in front of him, looking somewhat dazed. Jin Yoshi was also stunned for a moment. "Master, do I have an illegitimate senior brother?" Chen Feng was speechless. What do you mean by illegitimate senior brother? He really couldn't understand this disciple's thought process. The young man, kneeling in front of him, looked to be about the same age as him. "Hey buddy, are you sure you've got the right person?" The young man looked up at Chen Feng and said, "I didn't mistake you, master. Please teach me that palm technique that can unleash the dragon. The tuition is negotiable. At worst, I can take out a student loan." At this moment, Chen Feng finally understood what was going on. It turned out he was coveting his dragon, subduing 18 palms. Chen Feng helplessly said, "You should get up quickly. I really can't teach you." It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, but he hadn't been matched by the system as qualified, and he couldn't pass on martial arts at all. Who knew that the young man was quite stubborn? "Master, if you don't accept me, I'll just kneel here until I die." Chen Feng was speechless. Jin Yoshi, however, was shocked and covered her mouth. "Master is so popular. I knew it. Gold will shine sooner or later. This is only right. Master is not only kind, but also powerful." However, Chen Feng still didn't know how to deal with the young man in front of him when two more people walked in from outside. As soon as those two saw the young man kneeling on the ground, they immediately stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Chen Feng, please be sure to accept my son as a disciple. Here is the tuition I've prepared for him." They opened a briefcase, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. At a glance, there was at least 1 million. At that moment, it was impossible for Chen Feng not to be moved. However, he really couldn't accept it. The system had no interest in the child he was holding. The next moment, people began to pour in one after another, eventually crowding the entire corridor. "What are you all doing? I was here first. Master Chen, as long as you accept my son, I'll give you 5 million for 1 semester. 5 million for a heavenly level martial art? What delusion. Miley Group offers 10 million. Master Chen, I heard you like pretty girls. I'm 18 this year. The school beauty from Jiangxi No. 9 High School, sweet and salty. Indeed, fame is a double-edged sword." No matter how Chen Feng rejected them, these people seemed not to hear it all. Some even followed the first young man's example and knelt down on the ground. Jin Yoshi was a bit anxious, hugging Chen Feng's arm tightly, fearing that these people would snatch her master away. Lu Weiwei was also shocked by the scene at that moment. Fortunately, after a while, the hospital dispatched a large number of security personnel to drive these people away. At this time, the director came to the ward. "Mr. Chen Feng, please come to my office. We need to discuss the patient's condition." Chen Feng didn't think much of it and followed him to the director's office. As soon as he entered, the director warmly invited him to sit down and personally made him a cup of tea. "Mr. Chen, you are indeed a handsome and talented young man, and your martial arts realm is also astonishing." Hearing this, Chen Feng knew that the director probably wasn't going to discuss any medical condition. Sure enough, after some pleasantries, the director stated his purpose. "I have a friend in the holy capital who is from the Yi family. They want to invite you to join their family. There are many girls of your age in the Yi family. As long as you are willing, you can choose any of them. Once married, you will enjoy all the cultivation resources of the Yi family." Chen Feng couldn't help but swallow. The Yi family, one of the 9 great families of the Great Xia, actually extended an olive branch to him. Unfortunately, the restrictions of the system were quite significant. Otherwise, he could save decades of detours in one go. No, with the Yi family scale, it wouldn't just be a matter of saving a few generations of detours. In the end, Chen Feng politely declined. The director secretly admired Chen Feng. To be able to refuse such an enticing offer was impressive. If it were him, he wouldn't even think about it. At the same time, the influx of people coming to the Jiangxi Martial Arts Hospital to seek a master began to gain traction online. Soon, the reason for Chen Feng's presence at the hospital was uncovered by certain individuals through special means. Ultimately, an astonishing revelation was made. Chen Feng came to the hospital to treat the disciple who had been injured by him. It seemed reasonable at first. However, that disciple actually betrayed his master on the spot and joined the War God Martial Arts Hall, later accusing the master who helped him of wrongdoing. Once this was published online, it quickly sparked heated discussions among countless people. This brought Xiao Ruhan back into the public eye. Why can't I encounter such a good master? This Xiao Ruhan is really something. That Lu Weiwei is so pitiful. The War God Martial Arts Hall and her family don't care about her. Yet it's her enemy's master who helped her. With so many people seeking a master, I fear I won't have a chance. I heard that 1 million in tuition was rejected. Chen Feng had no time to pay attention to the heated discussions online. Looking at the countdown from the system, he dared not delay any longer. At this moment, he also recognized his greatest value: the coveted martial arts techniques that everyone wanted. Online, they were all said to be heavenly level martial arts. Chen Feng couldn't figure it out. The system didn't provide a rank. However, he believed that anything produced by the system must be of high quality. Chen Feng immediately went to the bank to take out a loan. There was no other way. Such a large sum of money was indeed impossible to come up with. Fortunately, he possessed two suspected heavenly-level martial arts techniques. Chen Feng used his own heavenly-level martial arts as collateral, easily securing a loan of 2 million. Then he personally went to a physical pharmacy to purchase all the necessary medicinal materials. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment. He rushed to handle Lu Weiwei's discharge paperwork, intending to take her back to the chosen martial arts hall in the suburbs. Chen Feng's actions were met with strong opposition from the hospital. The patient just had surgery yesterday. How can she be discharged today? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Chen Feng was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain. He could only grit his teeth, endure all the criticism, and forcibly complete Lu Weiwei's discharge procedures. Lu Weiwei felt a bit anxious as well. She had just undergone surgery, and her post-operative treatment hadn't even finished. Now being discharged made her seriously doubt whether Chen Feng wanted to stop paying for her medical bills. Otherwise, she couldn't make sense of it, especially when she heard the nurses discussing Chen Feng and her as they were leaving the hospital. How can she be discharged today after having surgery yesterday? Yeah, there are still many post-operative treatments that need to be done. What else could it be? He must not want to spend money. It was all in vain. Her legs are paralyzed now. Maybe he really can't afford the treatment? How could he not have money? Just now, so many people came with big bundles of cash to seek a master. Chapter 16. The Joker. By the time Chen Feng rushed back to the suburbs, the sun was already setting. At his doorstep, several waves of people had been waiting. Each one was dressed in suits, driving luxury cars. And even in the distance by the fields, there were a few helicopters. As soon as Chen Feng got out of the car, several people surrounded him. Hello, Mr. Chen. I represent the Jiang Group and would like to extend an invitation to you. We are the Wang family and would like to invite you. The Ma family would like to ask you to be the mentor for our heir. Each one was a prominent figure in the Great Xia. Chen Feng politely declined one by one. Then he carefully lifted the stretcher with Jin Yoshi and brought Lu Weiwei into the chosen martial arts school. Although it was called a martial arts school, it was actually just a small farmhouse courtyard. Usually, the three of them practiced martial arts in the courtyard. While it could be a bit monotonous, it was quiet. The decision to register the martial arts school was also to avoid trouble, as teaching without registration would be considered illegal. Chen Feng brought the medicinal materials and bathtub he had purchased into the courtyard. He then immediately closed the courtyard door and placed the two main herbs worth several million and dozens of auxiliary herbs into the pot. He began to brew the medicinal solution for the bath. As for the shouting outside, he had no intention of responding. More and more people gathered outside. However, as they continued to wait for Chen Feng's response, some gradually left. After all, even the top financial magnates of Great Xia had come, and ordinary people were quite perceptive. After 3 hours of boiling, the system finally indicated that the medicinal bath was ready. Without hesitation, Chen Feng poured the prepared medicine into the bathtub and then added warm water. Master, what are you doing? Jin Yoshi asked as she helped and saw Chen Feng drenched in sweat. Chen Feng did not hide anything and replied directly, I'm treating your junior sister's legs. Treating her legs? Jin Yoshi exclaimed in surprise. Master, you know medicine? Chen Feng awkwardly said a little bit. Jin Yoshi, Master is really humble. Lu Weiwei lay on the bed, looking at the simple room, her mind racing. She never expected that Xiao Ruhan had always lived in such a quiet place. No wonder her blood energy cultivation and martial arts realm were higher than mine. Originally, the God of War martial arts school she was in was located in the center of Jiang City. The bustling and prosperous atmosphere formed a stark contrast to the small courtyard where Chen Feng was. It must be said that compared to the noisy city, this tranquil small courtyard was more suitable for cultivation. After preparing the medicinal bath, Chen Feng approached Lu Weiwei and reminded her, it might hurt a lot later, but you must hold on. Although Lu Weiwei did not know what Chen Feng was going to do, she still nodded firmly. The medicinal bath was ready, and the system countdown still had over 4 hours left. Chen Feng did not know how long it would take to reshape the meridians in her legs, nor did he dare to delay. He could only do it as quickly as possible, according to the description of the method for reshaping the meridians. Chen Feng instructed Jin Yoshi to remove all of Lu Weiwei's belongings. Then he placed Lu Weiwei into the medicinal bath. At that moment, Lu Weiwei gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, feeling both shame and anger. However, she could sense that Chen Feng had no special intentions. He simply wanted to heal her legs. As soon as she entered the medicinal bath, the strong medicinal smell hit her face. I must endure. Jin Yoshi helped position Lu Weiwei's legs into a cross-legged sitting posture. The intense pain in her legs caused Lu Weiwei to let out a scream. Instinctively, she bit down on the arm in front of her. Chen Feng, ignoring his own arm, kept reminding her, "You must endure. Just hold on, and it will be fine." Jin Yoshi also shouted, "Junior sister, you must hang in there. You have to listen to Master." Once Lu Weiwei was finally sitting cross-legged in the bath, she almost fainted from the pain. Seeing her in the proper meditative posture, Chen Feng placed one hand on Lu Weiwei's heart meridian. "Feel the flow of my blood energy, and mobilize your remaining blood energy to impact the meridians in your legs together." Lu Weiwei endured the excruciating pain, feeling Chen Feng's blood energy slowly entering her meridians, then guiding her blood energy to begin to circulate. However, when it reached the damaged meridians in her legs, the pain was like being cut by a knife, causing her body to tremble. Biting Chen Feng's arm, she increased her grip, gradually drawing blood. Jin Yoshi watched with concern and reminded, "Master, your arm." Chen Feng shook his head. "Don't get distracted. You must keep an eye on your junior sister's condition and make sure she doesn't fall over." As the blood energy surged according to the method of the heavenly remnant foot, it constantly impacted the damaged meridians, gradually forming new blood energy pathways. However, with each impact, Lu Weiwei trembled from the pain, and at the same time, the medicinal power in the bath slowly merged into her disabled legs, assisting in the reshaping of her meridians. On the other side, after a day of investigation, Xiao Ruhan had no choice but to plead guilty. However, because she was to participate in the provincial competition 3 months later, Xiao Ruhan's father took all the blame, receiving a 3-year sentence. With the God of War martial arts school paying for bail, Xiao Ruhan and her mother smoothly left the Martial Arts Association. As for Xia Hemming, he was left by the roadside like Lu Weiwei that day, ignored by everyone. Fortunately, Xia Hemming was not disabled. He merely became an ordinary person, but in some ways, he was even worse than an ordinary person. He returned to the God of War martial arts school in despair, only to be thrown out on the spot with the words, "The God of War martial arts school does not support useless people." After returning to the God of War martial arts school, the master, Xiang Jingpeng, comforted her, "Ren, you shouldn't think about those matters anymore. You need to focus on your training and strive for good results in the provincial competition in 3 months. I remember you only know one type of palm technique, and your attacks are too singular. Our God of War martial arts school has many techniques in the skill hall. You can choose another one that suits you to enhance your strength." Xiao Ruhan nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the skill hall, the supervisor personally guided her in selecting techniques and introduced them one by one. This is the most powerful technique in our God of War martial arts school, called the Wind God Leg, which is an upper-grade Earth-level technique. Besides this, there are 3 Shin-level techniques. Although their ranks are lower, they are easier to practice and can quickly enhance strength. Moreover, when reaching high levels of martial arts, their power is not inferior to ordinary Earth-level techniques. In the end, Xiao Ruhan still chose the Earth-level technique, Wind God Leg. She had sparred with Lu Weiwei before and knew that this technique was quite formidable. If it weren't for her higher realm and blood energy, she might not have been able to win against Lu Weiwei. However, upon seeing online that the Dragon Subduing Palm she was practicing was a celestial level technique, the Wind God Leg in her hands suddenly felt less appealing. She couldn't help but recall the move that Chen Feng had not taught her. Unable to resist, Xiao Ruhan opened her phone to watch the footage of her battle with Chen Feng. However, as soon as she opened her phone, she was bombarded with comments online from people wanting to apprentice under Chen Feng, and she had become the clown. "Foolish apprentice, the top-tier boss doesn't want you, but has switched to a second-rate martial arts school, not learning celestial-level techniques, but joining a school that only has Earth-level techniques. Is it a mysterious operation or mysterious confidence?" Unfortunately, the boss was not easy to recruit. She had heard that even the Yi family had been rejected. As she looked at the barrage of comments, endless regret began to rise in Xiao Ruhan's heart. Chapter 17. Reshaping the Meridians. The so-called Kung Fu Hall is actually an electronic reading room. Students can come to watch and learn on-site every day. Xiao Ruhan first learned the practice route of the Wind God Leg and the first move of the martial arts technique. Then she prepared to go back and practice slowly. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by the supervisor of the Kung Fu Hall. According to the regulations of the War God Martial Arts School, all martial arts techniques of the students belong to the school. Now that you are a member of the War God Martial Arts School, You must advance and retreat with the school, according to the rules. Your set of palm techniques must also be included in the Kung Fu Hall for fellow students to learn. Xiao Ruhan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Seeing that she was silent, the supervisor continued. Xiao Ruhan, you don't want to just benefit from the school's martial arts resources without making any contributions, do you? Xiao Ruhan hurriedly shook her head, saying, that's not what I mean. It's just that the copyright of this set of palm techniques is not mine. I can't easily leak it. The supervisor sneered and said, you didn't say that when you were in front of the whole internet. Didn't you claim the techniques were yours and that Chen Feng was also stealing from you? I must remind you that you signed a contract. According to the contract, all students' martial arts techniques belong to the school. If not, the penalty for breach of contract is quite high, and I fear you might not be able to afford it. At that moment, Xiao Ruhan finally understood that the War God Martial Arts School valued not her, but that set of palm techniques. But it was too late. The contract had already been signed. All she could do was feign calmness, recording all 17 palm techniques and the formulas for the Qi and blood operation into a video and handing it to the supervisor of the Kung Fu Hall. After receiving it, the supervisor reminded her again, are you sure there's nothing missing? This has to be confirmed by the schoolmaster and the coaches personally. If there's anything missing, they might suspect you're hiding something, which could lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Ruhan understood the implication, but dared not retort. She could only clench her fists and grit her teeth, saying, I am sure there is nothing missing. The supervisor smiled and nodded, kindly saying, go ahead and practice well. If you have any questions, you can ask the mentor arranged by the school for you. Xiao Ruhan left with a grim expression. The supervisor immediately opened the video and began to study the dragon descending 17 palms. This was a heavenly level technique. If he learned it, wouldn't his status rise even further? However, he had barely watched for a few minutes when the schoolmaster, Xiang Jingpeng, personally arrived at the Kung Fu Hall. Did you obtain that set of palm techniques? The supervisor smiled and said, after so many years of cooperation, you should have confidence in my work. Xiang Jingpeng was delighted, and the two immediately began to study the dragon descending 17 palms. When Xiao Ruhan returned home, she saw her mother typing a voice message on her phone. That Chen is just a hypocrite. He pretended to be a good person, but when he found out the treatment was too expensive, he hesitated to spend money. Who knows where he has thrown that person into a ravine? Xiao Ruhan frowned. She did not want to hear anything about Chen Feng right now. She had just had the dragon descending palm taken away by the War God Martial Arts School and was extremely agitated. Unable to hold back, she said to her mother, Mom, can you stop causing trouble? Be careful, or they might sue you for defamation. Her mother immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. I'm doing this for you. That should not only rob your prize money, but also put your dad in jail. Are we just going to let it go? I tell you, even if I become a ghost, I won't let him off. She then continued to type frantically on her phone. Xiao Ruhan, feeling frustrated, returned to her room and shut the door tightly. She buried her head in the blanket, repeatedly asking herself why things had turned out this way. At this time, the internet was discussing Lu Weiwei's discharge from a hospital. Why did she leave the hospital right after surgery, without even undergoing post-operative treatment? Why is she doing this? With his ability, he doesn't seem like someone short on money. Yeah, so many people are eager to give him money. He must not want to treat her. Maybe he wants her to beg on the street. That a bit exaggerated, don't you think? Chen Feng, as a recent hot topic, attracted countless people's attention with every move he made. This time, forcibly discharging Lu Weiwei naturally aroused many suspicions. As dawn broke, Chen Feng was exhausted and sweating profusely. After working all night, he finally guided Lu Weiwei through a complete practice route, completing a full great cycle. Lu Weiwei could no longer hold on and fainted on the spot. However, this was enough. Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi carefully lifted Lu Weiwei onto the bed and personally wiped the medicine off her body. Jin Yoshi occasionally stole glances at Chen Feng, wanted to see if her master was watching. Chen Feng had no time to care about his disciples' little thoughts. Lu Weiwei had endured the most critical moment, but reshaping the meridians in her legs was not a simple task. It required continuous operation of the technique for 72 hours without long interruptions. After Lu Weiwei fell asleep, Chen Feng continued to use his own qi and blood to maintain the circulation in Lu Weiwei's body. He knew that this process would be extremely painful. Lu Weiwei, in a coma, kept frowning, and her body occasionally trembled. After Jin Yoshi helped the new junior sister cover with a quilt, she noticed that her master's arm was still bleeding. She hurriedly found some bandages to help her master dress the wound and asked with concern, Master, does it hurt? Chen Feng was speechless. Does it hurt? Just bandage it casually and hurry to buy me 2 baskets of meat buns. I want 2 bowls of spicy soup. Remember to add some side dishes. Jin Yoshi volunteered. Master, let me make breakfast for you. Chen Feng said no. This is a critical moment. I don't have time to help you test for poison. Jin Yoshi's baby-faced expression immediately drooped, and she angrily went out to buy breakfast. As soon as she stepped out, she was stopped by a person at the door. Hello, I am from the Weisher group of Tiandu, and I would like to see Mr. Chen Feng. Jin Yoshi frowned at the woman in front of her, heavily made up with a strong fragrance and an alluring figure. The few pieces of fabric she wore highlighted her charm. My master is busy and has no time to deal with you. After saying that, Jin Yoshi turned to leave, cursing in her heart, seducing vixen, definitely not up to any good. I want to introduce my master to you. The woman frowned as she watched Jin Yoshi leave, then returned to a luxury car and said, Young master, the other party completely disregards your presence. Inside the car, a richly dressed young man said lightly, Just 2 heavenly-level martial arts techniques, and they dare not give our Weisher group face. Truly ignorant of the world. The young man's voice was soft, difficult to distinguish between male and female, and every word was laced with a murderous intent. The woman nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the fact that many people had been watching Chen Feng recently, she might have already taken action to break in and capture him. Chapter 18 announcement. Across the internet, Jin Yoshi bought a total of 5 baskets of meat buns, 2 bowls of spicy soup, and a cup of soy milk. Chen Feng ate 2 baskets, while she ate 3. Although she ate a lot, she didn't gain weight. Chen Feng speculated that this might be related to her training methods, especially the requirements of the Relay Divine Palm, which were indeed too harsh. One must open the run and do meridians to truly master it. However, it was slightly better than the heavenly crippled foot, which required one to first break their legs to practice. Most people really couldn't practice it. Compared to these 2 martial arts, the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms that Xiao Ruhan studied were relatively simpler. However, one could only learn 17 moves at a time, and the 18th move required mastery of the first 17 moves before one could learn it. While eating, Chen Feng placed his hand on Lu Weiwei's dantian, using his qi and blood to maintain the operation of the heavenly crippled foot's route. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Weiwei gradually woke up. As soon as she awoke, the first thing she felt was an unbearable pain in her legs. However, there was one thing different from before. She could feel her legs. She could even move them slightly. You're awake. Quickly circulate your qi by yourself. Remember, don't get distracted. The operation of the technique must not stop. As long as you persist for 3 days, the meridians in your legs will be successfully reshaped. Lu Weiwei noticed that Chen Feng was helping her circulate her qi, and her pretty face turned slightly red. However, seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, she quickly tucked away her little thoughts and began to circulate her qi, operating the route of the heavenly crippled foot. The pain in her legs made her break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was still bearable, though somewhat torturous. While helping Lu Weiwei circulate her qi, Chen Feng taught her the mantra of the heavenly crippled foot. It wasn't until Lu Weiwei memorized the mantra that Chen Feng stopped. You continue to operate the technique by yourself. I'm going to rest for a while. Remember, the operation of the technique must not stop. If anything happens, Yoshi, wake me up immediately. Jin Yoshi nodded quickly. Chen Feng returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. There was no way around it. He was simply too tired. The night before, he had been watching over Lu Weiwei after her surgery. During the day, he had experienced a fierce battle at the Martial Arts Association, and all night, he had been reshaping Lu Weiwei's meridians. Up until now, he hadn't slept for over 2 whole days. After Chen Feng left, Jin Yoshi said to Lu Weiwei, Master hasn't closed his eyes since last night for you. You must not learn from senior sister and betray Master in the future. Otherwise, how heartbroken Master would be. Lu Weiwei looked at Jin Yoshi, who had a sorrowful expression, and her heart was filled with gratitude. Especially seeing Jin Yoshi's big dark circles made her feel a bit guilty. At the God of War Martial Arts Hall, a specially modified sports car stopped at the entrance. Soon, the hall master, Xiang Jingpeng, personally came out to greet them. The woman who had spoken to Jin Yoshi at Chen Feng's door said to Xiang Jingpeng, I heard that Chen Feng's eldest disciple has joined your God of War Martial Arts Hall. Our Wei Xiao is very interested in that heavenly stage martial arts technique. Name your price. Xiang Jingpeng said excitedly. To have Wei Xiao value us is a great honor for our God of War Martial Arts Hall. How dare I name a price? Just consider it a gift from me to Wei Xiao. As he spoke, Xiang Jingpeng took out a USB drive from his pocket. Although the heavenly stage technique was precious, compared to these top financial groups, it was really nothing, especially for a colossal entity like the Wei Group. The family inheritance of heavenly stage techniques. Who knows how many there are? There might even be legendary saint stage techniques. After the woman received the USB drive, she handed it to Wei Xiao in the car. However, the effeminate young man didn't even look at it and directly said, "A mere heavenly stage technique is not worthy of the Wei family's attention. I want to let everyone know that so-called heavenly stage techniques are nothing but this." Xiang Jingpeng excitedly sent away the Wei Group people, still thinking about how to get closer to the Wei Group because of today's incident. However, in the evening, the head of the technique hall called, "Hall Master, something big has happened. The Dragon Subduing Palm has been released online." Xiang Jingpeng was shocked. "What? Who the hell did this?" The technique hall manager said, "I don't know. This technique, only the two of us have seen it. It hasn't been made public to other disciples yet. Could be Xiao Ruhan or that Chen Feng." Just as Xiang Jingpeng was about to find Xiao Ruhan to ask, he suddenly remembered that he had given the technique to the Wei Group today. At this moment, he probably knew who had released it. Xiao Ruhan and Chen Feng publishing their martial arts techniques would bring no benefit to themselves. They certainly wouldn't do such a foolish thing. There was only one possibility: the Wei Group did it. But why would they do that? Xiang Jingpeng couldn't figure it out and could only feel depressed. It was hard to come by a heavenly stage technique, and before he could even study it, it had been released online. The pain in his heart was indescribable. Once this skill became popular, it would be dissected by various martial arts experts, and its strengths and weaknesses would be fully exposed. Although it was a heavenly stage technique, once it was well understood by opponents, its power would be greatly reduced. But one could not afford not to learn it. After all, it was still a heavenly stage technique, several times stronger than the low-level techniques of the martial arts hall. As long as one learned it, it would increase their strength. However, it was strange that after watching it all day today, he still hadn't figured anything out. He attributed all of this to the special nature of the heavenly stage technique and didn't think too much about it. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan was struggling to study the wind god leg when she suddenly heard her mother calling from outside. "Ruhan, you silly child, why did you post your technique online?" Xiao Ruhan was puzzled and opened the door to ask, "What did you post online?" Her mother immediately handed her the phone. On the phone screen was a video of Xiao Ruhan practicing the first 17 moves of the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. While practicing, she was also reciting the mantra and explaining the operation route. The comments on the video were filled with people thanking her. "Really beautiful and kind-hearted. But does your master know you did this? Good people live in peace for a lifetime. Female bodhisattva of great kindness. Brothers, click on my avatar. I want to practice the dragon." Xiao Ruhan's face instantly turned pale. Wasn't this the technique she had given to the god of war martial arts hall today? Why did they release it online? Xiao Ruhan knew she was finished. 3 months later, even if she participated in the provincial competition, it would be difficult to achieve good results. Once others thoroughly studied her martial arts routines, she would be at a disadvantage. Even her opponents might learn the Dragon Subduing Palm. Furious, Xiao Ruhan dialed Xiang Jingpeng's number and questioned, "Hall Master, why did you publish my technique online?" At this moment, Xiang Jingpeng was also troubled by this matter. Hearing Xiao Ruhan's questioning, he reprimanded without hesitation, "What do you mean your technique? That is the technique of the god of war martial arts hall. I suggest you take a good look at the contract when you have nothing to do. The god of war martial arts hall will do as it pleases. You have no right to dictate. I'll warn you this time. Next time if you have something, go find your instructor and report step by step. How can a mere student directly contact the hall master? What kind of order is that? Is there no rule anymore?" Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Xiao Ruhan stood there in a daze, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Chapter 19. Weak legs. Lu Weiwei had been practicing the heavenly ruined leg technique. She could gradually feel that her legs were becoming stronger, even more so than before her injury, especially her feet, which felt incredibly hot. She couldn't help but want to get up and take a few steps, to kick a few times, but the fiery pain in her legs warned her not to act rashly. Jin Yoshi helped Lu Weiwei wash up and even fed her some food. "Junior sister, if you have anything on your mind, feel free to tell your senior sister." Lu Weiwei nodded gently, smiling at the girl who might be younger than her. She could sense Jin Yoshi's innocence and kindness. This feeling was something she had never experienced in the War God Martial Arts School. At the War God Martial Arts School, everyone was competing against each other. The school's rule was a system of elimination for the last place. Each quarter, the person with the slowest progress in training would be expelled from the school. The person with the fastest progress would receive the best training resources. This led everyone to train desperately, with everyone as competitors. Jin Yoshi also had to continuously practice the Buddha's palm technique, training for at least 8 hours a day. Now she had a rare moment of free time. Although she had to look after Lu Weiwei, she couldn't disturb her training. Sitting by the side was incredibly boring, so she started scrolling through her phone. However, as she scrolled, her expression changed. The hottest topic online at the moment was the heavenly tier techniques. She was currently watching a video titled, "The Female Bodhisattva Personally Demonstrates How to Cultivate Heavenly Tier Techniques." In the video, Xiao Ruhan was demonstrating the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Move by move, how could the senior sister make our master's martial arts public online? Jin Yoshi felt both angry and anxious. She wanted to tell their master about this as soon as possible. But thinking about how tired he was, she couldn't bear to disturb his rest. So she could only fret on the side. Because of the exposure of the heavenly tier techniques online, the feud between Chen Feng and Xiao Ruhan had once again gained traction, even reaching foreign countries. How enviable for the great Xia that they could publish the heavenly tier techniques online. This technique was so cool. When perfected, it could even manifest an Eastern Golden Dragon. This technique suited her perfectly, and she decided to cultivate it within a year to achieve the Golden Dragon. No wonder the great Xia always topped the Martial Arts World Championship. It wouldn't be the same next time, as the previous champion had already immigrated to our Western continent. Chen Feng slept soundly until the next morning. As soon as he got up, he saw Jin Yoshi come in front of him, chattering away. "Master, senior sister has published her martial arts online." Chen Feng frowned and took the phone from his second disciple. After watching the video, he couldn't understand why Xiao Ruhan would do such a thing. What benefit would it bring her? Even if it was to take revenge on him, it wouldn't be very useful. He not only knew the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, but he also knew the Buddha's palm and the heavenly ruined leg techniques. Moreover, he was currently the only one who knew the final move of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. This would only ruin Xiao Ruhan. Chen Feng didn't worry too much about this matter. The most important thing right now was to rebuild Lu Weiwei's leg meridians. After a night of training, with Chen Feng's help, Lu Weiwei finally fell into a weary sleep. She could only feel the warmth of his hand on her dantian, her face slightly flushed. Finally, on the third day, Lu Weiwei's leg meridians were successfully rebuilt. Notification: leg meridians have been formed. Martial arts techniques can be taught. Chen Feng felt that the system was a bit too eager. It had been less than a week since Lu Weiwei's legs were broken, and now that her meridians had just been rebuilt, she could teach martial arts techniques. However, Chen Feng still tentatively asked Weiwei, "Do you feel like you can get out of bed and move now?" Before Lu Weiwei could respond, Jin Yoshi said, "It can't be that fast, master. I heard people from Great Xia say that it takes 100 days for muscle and bone injuries to heal." Lu Weiwei also felt that Chen Feng might be too anxious. Although her legs felt less painful than before, 5 days ago, they had been shattered. Standing up just 5 days later seemed too magical. However, she subconsciously curled her legs and found that they could indeed move. Although it hurt a bit, it wasn't a bone pain, but a kind of discomfort stemming from the meridians, as if there was too much energy and blood flowing through them. Lu Weiwei stretched her legs a few times and realized she could really move. Feeling a surge of excitement, she said, "I think I can give it a try." Jin Yoshi was shocked and covered her mouth. "Really?" Chen Feng left the room, and Jin Yoshi helped Lu Weiwei get dressed. However, Lu Weiwei hadn't brought any clothes with her. The original patient gown couldn't be worn anymore. Jin Yoshi, being a petite girl, found that her clothes were a bit small for Lu Weiwei. In the end, they could only find some clothes left by Xiao Ruhan for Lu Weiwei to wear temporarily. However, the clothes were a bit tight and left some indentations. During this time, Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi were astonished to discover that the wounds from her previous shattered bones were now completely gone. Even the surgical scars had vanished. Her skin was remarkably smooth, looking nothing like someone who had been injured. In fact, it appeared even more delicate than before. When Chen Feng returned to the room, he saw Lu Weiwei slowly sit up, placing her feet on the ground. With the support of him and Jin Yoshi, she gradually stood up. "Wow, it's really healed. Master, you're amazing." Lu Weiwei excitedly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Originally, on the day of her discharge, when she heard that her legs were paralyzed, she had lost all hope. Later, when Chen Feng said he could heal her legs, she was only half convinced. After all, the hospital couldn't do anything for a shattered bone. But now, standing up again filled her heart with indescribable joy. Lu Weiwei excitedly hugged Chen Feng, crying, "Thank you. I thought I would be disabled for life." Chen Feng smiled and patted Lu Weiwei's back, saying, "Then you must study martial arts well with me in the future. No slacking off." Lu Weiwei nodded while sobbing. She first moved around in the yard. Although her legs had recovered, after walking a few steps, they would become weak, requiring a long rest to recover. However, she was improving every day. There was one thing that had been troubling Lu Weiwei. Although her legs were recovering quickly, she found that she could no longer use the wind god leg technique. The reason was that the technique's operation could not continue once it reached her legs. The essence of the wind god leg technique was in the legs, but now the meridians in her legs couldn't operate the technique. This meant that the martial arts she had worked so hard to cultivate were now useless. In simple terms, her martial arts were wasted. However, being able to stand up again, she was already very satisfied. Moreover, living every day with Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi gave her a sense of warmth akin to home. As long as she could continue living like this in the future, it was not at all worse than her previous days of training martial arts. Yet, it was impossible not to feel sad about losing her martial arts. "Junior sister, I've noticed you've seemed a bit unhappy these days." Seeing that Lu Weiwei was troubled, Jin Yoshi persisted and finally asked the reason. "Don't worry, junior sister. Master said he would teach you martial arts. What Master produces must be a masterpiece. Definitely more powerful than your previous techniques." Chapter 20. Rapid progress in the past 2 days. Jin Yoshi has been very happy. Because Chen Feng now has vitality, he can assist Jin Yoshi in opening her meridians. Yesterday, she finally opened another acupoint. The speed is dozens of times faster than before. Moreover, her vitality value has reached 89 points, just 11 points away from becoming a martial apprentice. Although her training speed is much slower than that of an average person, Jin Yoshi is already very content. Previously, when she was in Korea, she was diagnosed with extremely poor foundation and deemed unsuitable for cultivation. Later, in pursuit of her martial arts dream, she came to the Great Xia, where martial arts flourished. Fortunately, she met Chen Feng. Now, Jin Yoshi seems to see the day when she will become an extraordinary master. At this moment, Chen Feng walked into the courtyard. "Yoshi, no slacking off. Continue practicing the techniques." Then he added, "From today on, I will teach you a new martial art called Tian Kanjiao, Heavenly Severing Foot." Tian Kanjiao. Jin Yoshi perked up her ears, feeling extremely excited. Her master is truly amazing, capable of teaching foot techniques as well. She knew her master couldn't possibly only know palm techniques. Lu Weiwei, curious as well, began to learn from Chen Feng. After all, in the past few days, through her phone, she had gone through everything about Chen Feng from before. The overall impression could be summed up in one sentence. It was incredibly mysterious. A martial apprentice could refine 2 martial arts to the peak level, and both were heavenly tier techniques. Now he was about to teach her a technique related to footwork. It seemed that her master had only shown a part of his strength before. Chen Feng first demonstrated the movements of the first style of Tian Kanjiao, then said, "The mental formula and the route for practicing are the same as what I taught you when treating your legs. Now, you just need to practice the martial techniques to quickly get started. The key is that each kick must achieve the unity of mind and qi and intent and strength." With Chen Feng's guidance, combined with her familiarity with the mental formula and practice route, Lu Weiwei learned the 9 styles of Tian Kanjiao in just 2 days, reaching the preliminary level of mastery. At the same time, Chen Feng also received a system prompt. Disciple has learned Tian Kanjiao, completing the master achievement. Master's level in Tian Kanjiao has increased to the realm of unity of heaven and man. At this moment, Chen Feng just wanted to say that practicing martial arts wasn't that difficult. It really just required having hands. After Lu Weiwei learned Tian Kanjiao, she clearly felt stronger than before. The power of Tian Kanjiao had just been mastered, yet its might was comparable to the Feng Shun leg she had achieved before her injury. Lu Weiwei, recalling Chen Feng's previous achievements, boldly speculated that her martial arts technique might also be a heavenly tier technique. However, there was a small problem. It seemed that her leg meridians were not fully healed yet. Every time she used Tian Kan Jiao, her legs would become weak and she could hardly stand. Fortunately, she had Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi supporting her every time, so she had hardly ever fallen. Master, is the martial art you taught me a heavenly tier technique? Chen Feng didn't know the rank either. The system hadn't mentioned it. He could only be vague. Maybe, I'm not very familiar with the levels of martial arts. Now, that Chen Feng had 100 points of vitality. Teaching his disciple was no longer like before when he could only show off. He could now practice with his disciple, with his level of unity of heaven and man. It took him less than a week to get Lu Weiwei's proficiency to the second realm of martial arts, allowing her to master it well. Weiwei, I feel that with your current state, you still have a good chance of placing in the provincial competition 2 months from now. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Lu Weiwei remembered that the provincial martial apprentice competition was indeed in 2 months. She had almost forgotten about it. As the second place in the city-level competition, she was qualified to participate in the provincial competition, as the top 10 from the city were eligible. Originally, if she were still impaired, her place would have been filled by the 11th place. But now, she would be stepping back onto the competition stage. Moreover, this time, she might even encounter Xiao Ruhan. With Chen Feng training alongside her every day at the level of unity of heaven and man, Lu Weiwei's progress was indeed rapid. However, the power of Tian Kan Jiao was too immense. Executing a complete style would leave her legs weak and exhausted. After careful study, Chen Feng found that there really wasn't a good solution. After all, the time for reshaping her leg meridians was too short, requiring years of adaptation. Starting practical combat now was still a bit too early. On the other hand, Xiao Ruhan discovered an unacceptable fact. No matter how she learned the martial arts from the War God Martial Arts School, her training speed was extremely slow. After practicing Feng Shen Leg for a month, she still hadn't even gotten started, let alone practical combat. She looked at the instructor assigned to her by the War God Martial Arts School and asked in confusion, Master, why haven't I learned Feng Shen Leg after a month of practice? The instructor was also surprised. That shouldn't be the case. With your talent being even stronger than Lu Weiwei's, you should have learned it quickly. When Lu Weiwei learned Feng Shen Leg, she only took 3 days to get started. 3 days. Xiao Ruhan was shocked. Her subordinate, who had been defeated by her, had learned the technique in 3 days, while she hadn't managed to learn it even in a month. Was she not suited for leg techniques? Thus, she had to switch to a lower-ranked Xian tier technique. This time she specifically chose a fist technique. However, it was still the same. Half a month passed, and she still hadn't gotten started with the Xian tier fist technique. She then switched to a Xian tier sword technique, and the result was still the same. She attempted to continue practicing the Dragon Subduing Palm. The technique still ran smoothly, and she could practice it easily. But once she switched to other techniques, practicing them became extremely difficult, halting and intermittent. Even maintaining a small circulation of qi was challenging. After wasting 2 months and learning nothing, she found the instructor again and said, Master, why is it so difficult for me to even get started with Xian tier techniques? This time the instructor had lost his previous patience. You ask me. Who should I ask? You can't come to me every time. With so many students at the War God Martial Arts School, if everyone were like you, asking questions every day, how many teachers would be exhausted? I suggest you go to the hospital to check if there is something wrong with you. Also, from now on, you can only come to me once a month. I'm not your personal tutor. Of course, you can enjoy special treatment. As long as you stay here tonight, I will teach you well. Saying this, he even revealed a mischievous smile. Xiao Ruhan's face turned ugly, and she angrily turned to leave. The War God Martial Arts School was too different from what she had imagined. The so-called instructors were fine at first. Because she would represent the War God Martial Arts School in competitions 3 months later, she could still enjoy some special treatment. But gradually, as her problems increased and her martial arts showed almost no progress, the instructors became impatient. Even the coach who practiced with her every day was no longer cooperative. This was something she had never experienced while learning from Chen Feng. Chapter 21. The palm technique is fake. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think back. In the past, no matter what problems arose, Chen Feng would patiently answer her questions. Even if Chen Feng didn't have any vitality points, he would spend an entire day with her, guiding her to correct the inaccuracies in her martial arts moves. However, in the highly sought-after Advanced Martial Arts Academy she had always dreamed of, there was no one to answer her questions at any time, and no one to precisely point out her mistakes. When she asked others, she would be met with annoyance. Some of these beasts even wanted to do unspeakable things to her. At that moment, for some reason, Xiao Ruhan found herself missing the suburban courtyard she had once grown tired of. Eventually, out of desperation, she chose to go to the hospital for a checkup, first to determine if there was a problem with her body. As long as she confirmed that her body was fine, it must be an issue in another aspect. The test results came out quickly. A senior expert, holding the medical report, said with some surprise, "Your condition is quite strange. In my 50 years of practice, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Xiao Ruhan was taken aback. It turned out that there was indeed a problem with her body. She hurriedly asked, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with my body?" The doctor looked at the report and cautiously said, "If the tests are correct, you should be a martial artist with a vitality value of 181. Xiao Ruhan immediately nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I am indeed a martial artist. My vitality value was 179 a while ago, and now 181 is normal." The doctor frowned and said, "Then this is strange. According to the report, your root bones are not suitable for practicing martial arts, especially since your arm meridians are thick but heavily blocked. You shouldn't have such a high vitality value at your age." Xiao Ruhan was stunned. This diagnosis was exactly the same as the one given when her root bones awakened at the age of 18. Other than the fact that she was now a martial artist, nothing else had changed. At that moment, a thought crossed Xiao Ruhan's mind. Could it be that I'm only suitable for practicing the techniques taught by Chen Feng? Time flew by, and 3 months had already passed. The provincial competition was about to begin. However, Chen Feng was under a lot of pressure. The repayment calls were relentless, and his bank account had long run dry. He even relied on his disciple Jin Yoshi to help cover his daily meal expenses. Lu Weiwei learned from Jin Yoshi why her master was in such a predicament, filling her heart with gratitude and guilt. She never expected that Chen Feng would take on millions in loans for her sake, while her own family and previous master wouldn't even pay for her basic medical expenses. "Master, don't worry. This time, I will definitely achieve a good ranking. I will use the prize money to relieve your burden," Lu Weiwei said. Chen Feng smiled slightly. "Don't push yourself too hard. Know your limits. And be careful not to injure your leg. Don't forget, there are plenty of people who want to send money to your master." Over the nearly 3 months under Chen Feng's guidance, Lu Weiwei's heavenly lame foot technique had reached the 3rd realm of martial arts, achieving some success. Chen Feng was uncertain if she could take first place, but getting into the top 10 of the province should be no problem. The prize money for the provincial competition was even richer. Even if she placed 10th, there would be a reward of 100,000, and with each rank higher, an additional 100,000 would be added. By this logic, the first place would yield 1,000,000 in prize money. The only thing that made Chen Feng lack confidence was that Lu Weiwei's legs still struggled to withstand the power of the heavenly lame foot. If she used it more than twice in succession, she would completely lose her strength and wouldn't even be able to stand. Before the competition, to ensure Lu Weiwei was in the best condition possible, Chen Feng specially bought a wheelchair, trying to relieve her legs of some burden. Although sitting in a wheelchair could easily lead to misunderstandings, Lu Weiwei obediently sat in it to reduce the fatigue in her legs. During these 3 months, something significant also happened. After Xiao Ruhan learned about her situation, she no longer obsessed over other techniques and focused all her thoughts on the 17 palms of the dragon descending. However, now that the 17 palms of the dragon descending had gone viral online, it had become commonplace. Moreover, there was still one move in the 18 palms of the dragon descending that she had not learned. This felt like 2 thorns, making it hard for her to eat and sleep. But there was some good news. Aside from her, it seemed that others struggled to practice the dragon descending palm. In the nearly 3 months, it was said that only one person online had managed to reach the introductory level of the dragon descending palm, and they had only learned up to the 15th move. As for others, not a single one had even reached the introductory level, and they had even been mocked by foreign netizens. I said it. How could a heavenly level technique be casually spread online? People from the Great Xia are just so hypocritical and disgusting. They must have deliberately posted it online to affect others' training. This is not a heavenly level technique at all, and it doesn't even compare to the true heavenly level technique I practice. At this moment, Xiang Jingpeng called Xiao Ruhan over because of the dragon descending 18 palms matter. "Xiao Ruhan, you tell me honestly, are you hiding something about that dragon descending palm? Even if it's a heavenly level technique, it can't be that no one can master it online." He was worried because the Martial Arts Academy had signed a contract and if she dared to conceal anything, they would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Xiang Jingpeng was questioned by the Wei group about this matter, suspecting that the technique he provided was fake or incomplete. He was almost scared to the point of his heart jumping out of his throat. The Wei group was not something their war god martial arts academy could afford to offend. Thinking of this, Xiang Jingpeng couldn't help but feel furious. Xiao Ruhan frowned and said, "I have no concealment. It's just that the technique is special and difficult for ordinary people to practice." Xiang Jingpeng scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? If it's difficult for ordinary people to practice, does that mean billions of people around the world are just ordinary people? Only you and your Chen Feng are not ordinary." Xiao Ruhan knew that others would definitely not believe her, so she had to take out her medical report. "This is my medical report. I can only practice this set of techniques. I cannot practice any other techniques in the War God Martial Arts Academy. I have tried both Earth-level and Xian-level techniques." Xiang Jingpeng took the medical report from Xiao Ruhan and found that her root bone rating was extremely poor, making her unsuitable for practicing martial arts. To verify its authenticity, he even called the hospital for confirmation. It turned out that the medical report was indeed genuine. Xiang Jingpeng was skeptical, but decided to let Xiao Ruhan go for now. He resolved to keep an eye on her, or find an opportunity to see if he could get some information from Chen Feng. Because of the Dragon Descending 18 Palms, Chen Feng once again trended online. "Master, many people online are asking if the exposed Dragon Descending Palm is real," Jean Yoshi said excitedly as she looked at her phone. During this time, she had secretly registered a Douyin account with the ID, Heavenly Chosen Martial Arts Academy Senior Sister. She often filmed herself practicing martial arts with Chen Feng, managing to ride on her master's popularity. She had already gained over 100,000 followers, though most were attracted by her looks. Although many people believed that Chen Feng was fake, netizens were still immersed in the image of the master who could summon 18 golden dragons with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Jean Yoshi's videos mostly featured Chen Feng's daily life, either cooking or guiding her in martial arts, lacking any aura of a master, resembling more of a neighborly older brother. Chapter 22. Financially strapped Chen Feng didn't know why others couldn't learn the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, because he hadn't learned it himself. His level was all provided by the system. Who knows why you all can't succeed? However, Chen Feng guessed it might be because the technique was too unique. After all, the system took a long time to find a match that was 100 compatible before one could practice it. If anyone could learn it easily, that would really be strange. Finding a disciple wouldn't be so troublesome otherwise. Seeing videos of netizens learning the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms made Chen Feng smile and shake his head. The people who tricked me are going to be disappointed now, because the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms have been exposed all over the internet, coupled with the failures of wealthy youngsters seeking to become disciples. Very few people came to ask to be taught anymore. This saved Chen Feng a lot of trouble. However, looking at the piles of cash, Chen Feng truly felt tempted. Unfortunately, no one was successfully matched by the system. To be honest, Chen Feng had thought about whether he should trick a wealthy disciple into paying tuition fees to solve his current financial crisis. If the disciple couldn't learn the martial arts later, he could just blame it on the disciple's poor aptitude. But that was just a thought. Chen Feng's noble character wouldn't allow him to do something so unscrupulous. Cheating people out of money was one thing, but hindering someone's martial arts future was a bit too much for his conscience. It seemed he could only hope for Lu Weiwei to achieve good results and use the competition prize money to relieve his loan pressure. 3 days before the provincial martial artist competition, Chen Feng arrived in the provincial capital. Almost all the big hotels around the provincial capital were fully booked. Of course, even if there were available rooms, Chen Feng couldn't afford them at the moment. Looking at the prices on the group buying app, which reached over 1,000 yuan per night, he couldn't help but sigh. Chen Feng awkwardly said to his 2 disciples, "There are too many people near the gym. It will definitely be noisy at night, which could affect our rest. Let's find a quiet place to stay." Both disciples nodded obediently. In their hearts, they all understood that their master was financially strapped, but they pretended to be ignorant to protect his dignity. Chen Feng checked his remaining loan limit and could only grit his teeth and book a big bedroom for 50 yuan a night, which was more than 10 kilometers away from the gym. By the time they arrived at the inn, it was already dark. The innkeeper looked at Chen Feng with a somewhat playful gaze. This young man is not simple. After entering the room, Chen Feng set up a makeshift bed for himself on the floor, letting his 2 disciples sleep on the bed. Jean Yoshi said with concern, "Master, Isn't the floor too cold? Why don't you come up too? We can squeeze together. Lu Weiwei, blushing, silently kept quiet. Her mood was very complicated, feeling a bit flustered yet excited, and her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. To avoid suspicion, Chen Feng decisively declined. However, Bin was not as quiet as Chen Feng had said. Master, this is so noisy. Is someone fighting? Why does it sound so strange? Chen Feng awkwardly replied. The room on the left is probably doing wall repairs, and the one on the right is likely fixing the bed. Don't think too much. Hurry up and sleep. We need to go to the gym tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with the environment and collect the competition numbers. After forcing an explanation, Chen Feng thought about whether he should change ins tomorrow due to sleeping on the floor. Because of the makeshift bed, Chen Feng could still vaguely hear noises from downstairs and couldn't help but curse. One after another, Isn't it over yet? Can't they be a little quieter? Lu Weiwei, blushing, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In contrast, Jin Yoshi slept soundly, occasionally grinding her teeth and talking in her sleep. Just then, Lu Weiwei suddenly heard the sound of someone getting up. Using the light from the street lamp coming through the window, she saw Chen Feng slowly standing up and walking to their bedside. Lu Weiwei was instantly scared and didn't dare to breathe. What? What should I do? Should I pretend to be asleep? What if he? Lu Weiwei squinted her eyes, watching Chen Feng's hand reach out, her heart racing instantly. She felt like her heart was about to leap out of her throat. To her surprise, she heard Chen Feng say lightly, "You really don't make it easy for me. The blanket has been kicked to the floor." Then she saw Chen Feng pull up half of the blanket that had fallen on the floor and help Jin Yoshi cover up before returning to sleep. Only after Chen Feng laid down did Lu Weiwei cover her heart, letting out a sigh of relief. She realized she had been too tense just now and discovered she had broken out in a sweat. The next day, at the provincial capital gym, all the top 10 contestants from every city in the province gathered to collect their competition numbers and familiarize themselves with the venue and rules. Chen Feng had only seen provincial competitions online before, but he wasn't very clear about the competition system and some regulations. Fortunately, the regulations for provincial competitions were the same as those for city competitions. Hey, who is this? Here to watch my Ruhan compete? Chen, let me tell you, Ruhan has nothing to do with you anymore. Xiao Ruhan didn't expect to run into Chen Feng here. Logically, Chen Feng shouldn't be here. Even if he wanted to watch the provincial competition, he could do so at home on TV or online. Generally, only locals or relatives of the contestants would come to watch the competition in person. Could it be that Chen Feng came specifically to watch my competition? This thought suddenly crossed Xiao Ruhan's mind, and she felt a bit moved. Chen Feng frowned. He didn't expect to encounter Xiao Ruhan and her mother while waiting in line. To be honest, he really didn't want to pay attention to these two. So he pretended not to see them and remained silent, hoping not to make things more annoying. He didn't want to bicker with an uncouth shrew in front of so many people. However, while Chen Feng could endure, his disciples couldn't. Jin Yoshi rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruhan and her mother, displeased, and said, "Who would want to watch you? We are here to participate in the competition too." Xiao Ruhan's mother immediately mocked. What are you pretending for? Without my daughter, what does your rubbish martial arts school have to compete with? Jin Yoshi immediately retorted. Who said we can't compete? My junior sister was the second place in the last city competition. Of course, she is qualified to compete. Junior sister? Xiao Ruhan was taken aback. Soon she noticed Jin Yoshi pushing a wheelchair. Lu Weiwei. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. Could it be that Lu Weiwei is still going to compete? But didn't I already cripple her legs? At this moment, Xiao Ruhan's mother also noticed Lu Weiwei in the wheelchair and immediately mocked. Oh, I thought who it was. Isn't this my daughter's defeated opponent? You're in a wheelchair and still want to compete. Really laughable. Don't embarrass the martial arts community of Jiang City. Without my Ruhan, your broken martial arts school is just a joke. Chapter 23. Enemies on the same path. The argument between the two immediately attracted the attention of others. At this moment, a young man beside Xiao Ruhan stepped forward, glaring at Lu Weiwei and questioning, Lu Weiwei, your legs are paralyzed. Do you still want to compete? This person was ranked 11th in the Jiangqing Martial Arts Tournament and was also a student of the God of War Martial Arts School. Originally, Lu Weiwei could not compete, and he would have taken her spot according to the tournament regulations. However, if Lu Weiwei insisted on competing, he would lose his opportunity. He certainly did not want to give up the chance to participate in the provincial competition. Although he might not win the championship, at least he could make an appearance. there was a chance he could place in the top 30 or even the top 20 in the province. At the same time, a leading instructor from the God of War Martial Arts School looked at Lu Weiwei and said, "Lu Weiwei, is it because you were expelled from the God of War Martial Arts School that you want to use this method to stop our students from competing? I warn you, such malicious behavior to sabotage the competition will be held accountable by the Martial Arts Association." Seeing Xiao Ruhan, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but recall the scene from the competition that day. She coldly replied, "I am no longer a member of the God of War Martial Arts School, so you don't need to concern yourselves with my matters. Xiao Ruhan, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met such a good master as Chen Feng." At this moment, Jin Yoshi looked at Xiao Ruhan with pride and said, "Now I am a senior sister of the chosen martial arts school. I will take good care of my junior sister." Xiao Ruhan glanced at Lu Weiwei and then at Chen Feng. Based on what she had read online about Chen Feng's achievements recently, she knew that Lu Weiwei's legs had been treated by Chen Feng. She just didn't understand why she had suddenly been discharged from the hospital later. She never expected Chen Feng would take Lu Weiwei as a disciple. Was it to take revenge on me? Is that why he took my nemesis as his disciple? For some reason, Xiao Ruhan felt a surge of jealousy toward Lu Weiwei once again. She looked at Lu Weiwei and said coldly, "If you really participate in the competition, I hope you don't draw me in the lottery. I still won't hold back this time." Lu Weiwei stared back at Xiao Ruhan and said, "I won't either." Xiao Ruhan snorted coldly, calling Lu Weiwei a defeated opponent who was overestimating herself. After saying that, she went to line up on the other side. Xiao Ruhan's mother hurried to catch up with her daughter, not forgetting to mock as they left. It's truly ridiculous that someone named Chun would take a paralyzed person as a disciple. How can she even think about participating in the provincial competition? It's just embarrassing. After the mother-daughter duo left, several members of the God of War Martial Arts School made harsh remarks. An unwanted trash from the God of War Martial Arts School really has no shame. Let's report them to the Martial Arts Association. Chen Feng was not afraid of their report. At worst, he would make Lu Weiwei stand up and demonstrate her strength to prove her qualifications to compete. After this period of teaching, Chen Feng compared Lu Weiwei's current state with that of Xiao Ruhan back then, and felt that Lu Weiwei's condition should be on par with Xiao Ruhan. She should have no problem placing in the top 10 of the provincial competition. Before long, Chen Feng's phone rang. As expected, it was a call from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. The caller was Yang Honghu. "Hello, I am Yang Honghu from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. May I speak with Mr. Chen Feng?" Chen Feng replied, "Yes. We received a report stating that your disciple Lu Weiwei is forcibly occupying a spot in the provincial competition to take revenge on the God of War Martial Arts School." Chen Feng responded, "Chairman Yang, rest assured, Lu Weiwei's legs have recovered and she can fully participate in the competition." Yang Honghu was astonished. As the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, he had conducted a detailed investigation into Chen Feng, a genius like him. He was also aware of the incident where Lu Weiwei was crippled by Chen Feng's first disciple, Xiao Ruhan. Moreover, they had investigated Lu Weiwei's medical records, which showed multiple comminuted fractures in both legs and a complete severance of her meridians. Coupled with the fact that the martial art she practiced, the wind god leg, was entirely reliant on her legs, it could be concluded that Lu Weiwei's martial arts path was thoroughly ruined. At this moment, Chen Feng was confidently stating that Lu Weiwei's legs had recovered and that she could participate in the provincial tournament, which seemed quite absurd. In just 3 months, not to mention whether the comminuted fractures could heal. Even if they did, could she still use the wind god leg? However, for some unknown reason, Yang Honghu inexplicably believed Chen Feng's words. "All right, Mr. Chen, I will check the physical examination records for the tournament. If her physical data does not meet the standards, I will directly cancel her competition eligibility. After all, this concerns Jiangcheng's ranking in the province." Chen Feng replied, "No problem." Soon, Chen Feng completed the necessary procedures and began taking Lu Weiwei for the pre-competition physical examination. To his dismay, the pre-competition examination fee was actually 2,000 yuan. "Yoshi, I'll definitely pay you back later," Chen Feng said helplessly, having to shamelessly ask his disciple to cover the cost for now. Jin Yoshi chuckled. "No need. My money is your money, master." Lu Weiwei said, "If anyone should pay it back, it should be me. This money was originally supposed to be paid by me." To be honest, she truly envied the relationship between Jin Yoshi and Chen Feng. It was warm, pure, and filled with mutual care. Before long, the results of the physical examination came out. When Lu Weiwei saw the results, her mouth dropped open in shock. The vital energy value was marked at 187, which was considered qualified. During the municipal competition's physical examination, her vital energy was only 163 points. In just 3 months, her vital energy had actually increased by a full 24 points, which was astonishingly fast. She originally thought that her leg injury would cause her vital energy to decrease even if she recovered. Unexpectedly, it had not only not decreased, but had actually increased. At the same time, at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, Yang Honghu received news from the provincial pre-competition physical examination department. Upon seeing Lu Weiwei's physical condition, he immediately stood up in shock. Not only were her legs perfectly intact, but her vital energy value had also increased by 24 points compared to the last time. How could this be possible? Previous records indicated that Lu Weiwei's legs were completely paralyzed and untreatable. Yet, she not only recovered, but also experienced a significant boost in her cultivation. Chen Feng. It must be related to this Chen Feng. Yang Honghu became increasingly interested in Chen Feng and decided to set off immediately to personally witness Lu Weiwei's performance in the provincial capital. He had a feeling that Lu Weiwei might have also learned Chen Feng's martial arts techniques. He wondered which of the 2 sets of heavenly level palm techniques Lu Weiwei had learned. He hoped it was the one related to the Great Buddha. Yang Honghu had a deep understanding of the technique suspected to be called the Dragon Subduing Palm. The martial arts techniques themselves were not a problem, but the accompanying cultivation method was extremely difficult to practice. He also suspected that the publicly circulated techniques might be fake. At that speed, if he wanted to master the Dragon Subduing Palm, it would probably take him hundreds of years. However, there was indeed a genius online who had mastered the Dragon Subduing Palm, though his cultivation speed couldn't compare to Xiao Ruhan's. Chapter 24. The Destruction of the 3 Realms, God of War Martial Arts Hall. The originally substitute student quickly received a response from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. After verification, Lu Weiwei completely meets the competition standards. What? The student immediately cursed angrily. This is a scandal. Absolutely a scandal. The person is in a wheelchair, with both legs disabled, yet still qualifies? Do these martial arts association fools even know the real situation? Seeing his rage, the mentor beside him and Xiao Ruhan also felt puzzled. Logically speaking, given Lu Weiwei's condition, the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association should have disqualified her for the sake of the provincial and national rankings of Jiangxing. Xiao Ruhan's mother chimed in. That Chen is very insidious. Maybe he secretly bribed someone. Otherwise, how could they allow a paraplegic to compete while not letting you compete? If you say there's no scandal, I absolutely don't believe it. I think it's best to expose them online and let everyone judge. With her adding fuel to the fire, the student from the God of War Martial Arts Hall became even angrier. He immediately took out his phone and began editing a post. His proficiency indicated he was a seasoned keyboard warrior. First, he posted on his own social media. Provincial competition scandal. They would rather let a disabled person compete than allow other substitutes. This was just a seed. He then quickly ran to other accounts to comment with this text, while also posting it as a barrage on the most popular videos of Chen Feng. Currently, the most talked about topic was the provincial competition. Even before the event began, various live streams were already speculating and analyzing. They even predicted the rankings, guessing which city would take the first place. Among them, Xiao Ruhan from Jiangxing was still a popular figure. Or rather, every first-place contestant from each city was a hot topic. People were speculating what rankings these contestants could achieve in the provincial competition. Soon, a big spender appeared in these live streams. After gifting a sports car, as a streamer thanked him, the big spender dropped a major bombshell. Provincial competition scandal. The Jiangxing Martial Arts Association would rather let a disabled person compete than allow other substitutes, possibly related to the recently famous martial artist. One must say, this student from the God of War Martial Arts Hall was also quite a good rumor-monger. This news quickly spread across various live streams. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was still unaware that his online popularity was gradually rising again. You two wait for me here. I'll go inside to draw lots for Weiwei. Chen Feng walked into the drawing hall to help his disciple queue for the first match lot tomorrow. Due to the large crowd, Jin Yoshi pushed the wheelchair with Lu Weiwei outside. However, just as they reached the door, Jin Yoshi was knocked down to the ground by someone. It was a young black man with exaggerated muscles, as if about to burst. His build was significantly larger than that of an average person. Lu Weiwei, disregarding everything else, hurriedly stood up from the wheelchair to help Jin Yoshi up. Jin Yoshi was painfully rubbing a sore spot from the fall. However, the black young man acted as if nothing had happened and continued forward with his companions. Jin Yoshi shouted angrily, "How can you people be so uncivilized?" When Lu Weiwei looked at those people, she was shocked to find that their clothes all bore the emblem of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall. A huge golden fist. The Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall ranked first in H Province, with an overall level much higher than that of the God of War Martial Arts Hall, which ranked 6th in the province. She never expected that the Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall would even accept foreign students. Upon hearing someone accuse him of being uncivilized, the group turned to look at Jin Yoshi and mocked. "Kane, that beauty is calling you uncivilized." The black young man chuckled and said, "Indeed, I just intentionally bumped into her." Hearing this, Jin Yoshi was furious. "You scumbags." The group not only did not get angry, but instead laughed. Kane directly approached Jin Yoshi and said, "Baby, do you want to come to my house tonight for a bit?" As he spoke, he reached out toward Jin Yoshi's cheek. Jin Yoshi was so scared that she immediately dodged. However, the other party clearly knew martial arts and didn't give her a chance to escape. Lu Weiwei didn't expect the other party to be so reckless. In a moment of urgency, she directly intervened to stop him. Seeing Lu Weiwei act, Kane scoffed. With a wave of his hand, he brushed Lu Weiwei's hand away. Slap! Lu Weiwei felt her palm go numb instantly, followed by a deep pain. She clutched her hand in agony, seeing Kane continue to reach for Jin Yoshi. Realizing that he was from the Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall, Lu Weiwei knew his skills would not be weak, so she didn't hold back and kicked out directly. Kane still dismissed her and swung his hand to strike her foot. However, this time, it was his palm that was in excruciating pain, and he was forced to retreat 5 steps. Damn woman! Kane's hand, which had just been kicked, trembled uncontrollably. The companions beside him were shocked. "Kane, you were actually pushed back by a woman. Are you kidding? Did you overexert yourself last night?" "Ha ha! It seems the opponent should also be a contestant from another martial arts hall." Kane shook his palm, looking like an enraged bull. In front of the public, he had been humiliated by a woman. He simply couldn't tolerate it. He clenched his fist, charged forward 5 steps, and threw a punch at Lu Weiwei. Mighty Golden Fist. A massive golden fist shadow came with an overwhelming pressure. As he struck, his companions exclaimed, "Kane, don't cause a fatal accident." Lu Weiwei had often watched martial arts competitions. As a #1 martial arts hall in H Province, the Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall frequently appeared on television. She knew their ultimate move was the Mighty Golden Fist, said to be a top-tier Earth-level skill, combining offense and defense, extremely powerful, not daring to be careless. She directly used the 9th style of the Heavenly Ruin Kick, destruction of the 3 realms. Instantly, a dark foot shadow collided fiercely with the Golden Fist. This time, both sides took a step back. Before either could launch another attack, security personnel arrived directly between them. Fighting is prohibited here. Otherwise, both of you will be disqualified from the competition and handed over to the Martial Arts Association for detention. Jin Yoshi quickly pulled Lu Weiwei and said, "It's all my fault. Let us leave quickly. We mustn't cause trouble for our master." Lu Weiwei nodded, glanced at Kane, and then sat back in the wheelchair to leave with Jin Yoshi. Kane also dared not continue attacking. After all, the security guards here were all high-level martial artists, and he, as a martial artist, was no match for them. Moreover, he had just been stunned by that woman. Until now, his fist, which he had always been proud of, still ached. What kind of person was that woman, able to take one of your punches? Right? Looking at her, it seemed she wasn't injured at all. It looks like this provincial competition, we have a rival. I wonder how many spots we can secure in the top 10. Anyway, the provincial first place is definitely Kane's. Listening to his fellow disciples' words, Kane secretly rubbed his fist and revealed an ugly smile. First place? Just now. In a fit of rage, he used all his power and still didn't gain an advantage. Can I really beat that woman? Perhaps that woman is not a contestant this time. Chapter 25 reported again. Jin Yoshi pushed Lu Weiwei out the door and hurriedly asked, "Weiwei, are you hurt?" The person looked really strong. Lu Weiwei shook her head and said, "I'm not hurt. But that person is indeed very powerful. Even my strongest kick could only tie with him. Master once said that the Heavenly Ruin Kick is a rather extreme martial art. All the moves are purely offensive, with 0 defense. You could say it has extremely high attack power, but no defense at all. I just used my strongest 9th move, the 3 Realms Extinction. But I couldn't defeat that black youth from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. It seems there's no hope for the championship in this competition. It's all my fault. I can't even manage to throw more than 2 kicks. Maybe if I could kick a few more times, I could break through his defense. Lu Weiwei sighed inwardly. After drawing lots, Chen Feng found his 2 disciples and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you two? You don't seem very happy." Jin Yoshi quickly replied, "It's nothing, master. Let's hurry back. Otherwise, the bus will be too crowded at night." However, before they returned to the hotel, Jin Yoshi saw on her phone that Master had again made the trending topics. "Master, do you have a black mark on you?" Chen Feng took the phone and saw that someone was actually questioning Lu Weiwei's eligibility to compete. The most outrageous thing was that they hinted online that he bribed the Martial Arts Association. Would anyone believe such a ridiculous rumor? On the other side, Yang Honghu was unsurprised to encounter another complaint, and this time it was directly reported to headquarters. He was quite speechless. However, headquarters did not handle such trivial matters and only instructed him to deal with it himself. Yang Honghu immediately ordered his technical department staff to find the person spreading rumors and to bring them in after the first day of the provincial competition. These guys just keep spreading rumors day after day. The last incident with Chen Feng had already caused him enough trouble, and he had lost a lot of face in front of the old guys from the Martial Arts Association. Yang Honghu did not want to go through that again. Moreover, every time there was a martial arts competition, it was also the busiest time for the Martial Arts Association. Yang Honghu had to personally lead a team to the provincial city to assist with security, preventing any illegal organizations from targeting the competing students. After all, every participant in the provincial competition was a key figure in the future of the Great Xia. Late at night, in a certain area on the outskirts of the Holy City, the target this time was rather special. Although he was just a martial apprentice, his level was extremely high, even capable of fighting beyond his rank. This was the battle information from his last fight. Several men in black were looking at the target's data on their tablets. Soon they began to discuss among themselves. "I know this person. He's the martial apprentice who is quite popular recently. His martial apprentice level vitality and the proficiency of his skills have reached the 8th realm of martial arts, reaching the pinnacle. Plus, he has 2 types of heavenly grade martial arts. No wonder the group leader wants to capture this kid. Dealing with a martial artist is so difficult. With us 5, it should be fine this time." On their tablets, they were watching videos of Chen Feng's fights. After getting to know the target, the 5 of them quickly started to formulate a plan. The group leader's intention was to capture him alive. They didn't know why this kid was acting crazy, staying in a hotel in the suburbs with his 2 disciples, making it suitable for them to strike. One of his disciples was in a wheelchair, while the other seemed to be an ordinary person. This time, with 4 martial artists and 1 advanced martial artist working together, there shouldn't be any accidents. However, they had to be careful. Once exposed, they would have to retreat quickly. The 4 nodded in agreement. During this time, the Martial Arts Association was cracking down the hardest. However, most personnel were concentrated around the sports arena, as most competitors were staying nearby. After all, with competitions every day in the coming days, it was really inconvenient to stay too far away. If there was a traffic jam on the road and it delayed the competition time, they could be disqualified directly. They didn't understand why this kid was staying so far away, not fearing being late for the competition. Did you not see the information? He shares a room with his 2 disciples. Of course, he has to find a remote place for this kind of thing. In the city center, it would be bad if someone exposed it. The group laughed and began to formulate a plan to kidnap Chen Feng, scouting locations, marking maps, checking hotel conditions, and recording Chen Feng's daily comings and goings. It was clear they were seasoned professionals, not their first time doing this. The next day, the provincial martial apprentice competition began. As a mentor, Chen Feng was still very professional. Next up, contestants 46 and 107 prepare. As soon as he learned about Lu Weiwei's opponent, Chen Feng immediately opened the information on his phone. "Weiwei, your opponent uses a knife. You must be careful. Make sure your vitality wraps around your feet. Remember, you can only throw 2 kicks. It must be a quick fight. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, just admit defeat right away. Don't worry too much. I'll be watching from the side, and if there's any danger, I will intervene." Chen Feng constantly reassured her before the match, fearing that the previous match with Xiao Ruhan had left a psychological shadow on Lu Weiwei. However, he judged from the information that this person should not be a match for his disciple. Lu Weiwei felt her master's concern and warmth in her heart, something she had never experienced at the War God Martial Arts School. The mentors there only ever said one thing: the War God Martial Arts School does not nurture waste. Soon it was Lu Weiwei's turn to go on stage. To ensure her condition, Jean Yoshi pushed the wheelchair all the way to the arena before letting her down. Go for it, junior sister. I believe you can do it. Lu Weiwei nodded. Her opponent saw her in a wheelchair and wondered if she was going to use hidden weapons. They had just checked Lu Weiwei's data, but there wasn't much information. It only mentioned she was the second place in the city-level competition and had a severe leg injury, possibly crippled. It seemed she couldn't use her leg techniques in this competition. The opponent was quite self-aware, knowing that if Lu Weiwei's legs weren't injured, she would definitely not be able to match the War God Martial Arts School's ultimate technique, the Wind God Kick. But now it was uncertain. He thought that Lu Weiwei might just be unwilling to give up and was forcing herself to participate in the provincial competition. After all, being a martial apprentice at the provincial level did not guarantee an opportunity for martial artists. For them, the chance to participate in such a big competition might only come once in a lifetime. Of course, most people never even get that one chance. At this moment, not only was Lu Weiwei's opponent paying attention to her, but also the people from the War God Martial Arts School. Xiao Ruhan stared intently, wanting to see where Lu Weiwei got her confidence to compete. Deep down, she was eager to know if the other party had learned any techniques from Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei's mother sneered, competing while sitting in a wheelchair. What a disgrace to our Jiang City. People who don't know might think there's no one left in Jiang City. I want to see how that Chen guy gets his disciple on stage. He wouldn't even carry the wheelchair up, would he? Chapter 26. Instant Kill. The failed substitute student from the War God Martial Arts School was now live streaming. Speaking passionately to the few dozen people in the chat room, he said, "Family, did you see that? This is the one who took my spot in the competition. Isn't it ridiculous? I, an outstanding student of the War God Martial Arts School, have to watch a paralyzed person compete. What is even more laughable is that this Lu Weiwei is a waste expelled from our school. And that guy over there is Chen Feng, who became famous not long ago. Lu Weiwei is now his disciple. I don't know what method he used to make the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association turn a blind eye. As he led the discussion, the viewers in the live stream became increasingly animated. I've seen his story. The War God Martial Arts School took his disciple, and he took the disciple you expelled. There's quite a feud between your two schools. Not long ago, it got really heated, and that Xiao Ruhan even exposed the palm technique. It seems that Chen must be flying high now, even able to influence the Martial Arts Association. At this moment, Yang Honghu was backstage at the competition, watching the scene on the stage. He wanted to see for himself what Chen Feng had taught Lu Weiwei in the past 3 months. What kind of technique could allow someone who couldn't be cured in a hospital not only to stand up, but also to have their vitality surge? As she approached the edge of the stage, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She had originally thought she would never step onto the stage or practice martial arts again. Thankfully, she met her master. She absolutely couldn't let him down. Adjusting her state of mind, Lu Weiwei slowly stood up. Her opponent's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't it said that her legs were shattered? Wasn't she supposed to be useless? She's okay after 3 months? However, Xiao Ruhan was even more shocked. She was the one who had personally crippled Lu Weiwei's legs. The strike she delivered at the time had caused at least dozens of fractures. The meridians must have been severed too. How could she stand up now? Unexpectedly, the little brat Chen took in could actually walk. Ruhan, you were too gentle back then. Xiao Ruhan's mother muttered. She only wanted to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself, not to be shocked by him. If you encounter her again, you must cripple her. I want to see what Chen can do then. The student from the War God Martial Arts School also looked a bit grim, because some teasing comments began to float in the live stream. Didn't the streamer say she was paralyzed? Is that a clap I hear? Ha! You can't deny it. Lu Weiwei is indeed pretty. The rumor that the legendary Chen Feng only takes pretty disciples seems to be true. The student from the War God Martial Arts School replied irritably, "It's normal to stand up after 3 months with a broken leg. But what's the use? 3 months wasted. Her strength must be weaker than mine now." The people in the live stream discussed, although it seems the streamer is just putting on a brave front. He does have a point. Just recovering and getting on stage is too dangerous. 3 months, the bones probably aren't healed yet. What if she breaks her leg while fighting? It looks like Jiangxing's ranking won't be too high this time. Under the astonished gazes of several people, Lu Weiwei stepped onto the stage. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. She knew her legs hadn't fully recovered. She could only kick twice at most before exhausting herself. This meant that if she couldn't defeat her opponent in those 2 kicks, it would be equivalent to losing. Lu Weiwei did not want to lose. Her master had taken on over $1 million in debt for her. No matter what, she had to win a prize. At the very least, she had to secure 10th place. Lu Weiwei clenched her fists, silently making a resolution. In her opponent's eyes, the girl before him was not only beautiful, but also had a strong presence. The match begins, the referee announced. The opponent immediately grasped the hilt of his knife, deciding to deliver a powerful slash. Lu Weiwei didn't dare to delay or be careless. Even standing for too long would tire her legs. She immediately gathered her strongest technique. In an instant, her vitality surged, and following the route of the heavenly remnant foot technique, it converged in her feet. Gradually, a shadow of a dark foot appeared on her right foot. Lu Weiwei exerted force through her legs and charged at her opponent. The young man thought to himself, "Good approach." He stepped forward, ready to draw his knife. The next moment, a sharp shout rang out. 3 realms annihilation. At the same time, a voice from behind the young man called out, "Get out of the way." The young man was stunned. Was that his master's voice? Get out of the way? Why should he? There was no time to think. In an instant, that kick landed right in front of him. Clang! The sword was drawn. It slashed toward that kick. Then the blade broke. The young man, unable to believe it, spat blood as he flew out. Still wondering in his heart, did my master buy a fake sword? His master and the referee leaped onto the stage to catch him and simultaneously dissipated the remaining force of Lu Weiwei's kick. Lu Weiwei stood dumbfounded at the scene. Is it over? Although this was her second time using the heavenly remnant foot in a match. During her first match against that black man from the War God Fist martial arts school, her full-strength kick didn't seem to inflict much damage. So, Lu Weiwei was still thinking of kicking twice more, hoping to defeat her opponent. Now, she was relieved that she hadn't kicked again. Otherwise, that young man might have been finished. Realizing what happened, Lu Weiwei hurriedly walked over to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect him to be so." She paused, feeling it was impolite, and quickly changed her words. "I was just too excited for a moment." Trudisore. The opponent's master checked on his disciple's condition. Thankfully, he was only stunned by a kick and had some internal injuries. Seeing Lu Weiwei's flustered appearance, it didn't seem like she was faking. He simply nodded at Lu Weiwei before hurriedly taking his disciple to receive treatment. After all, this was just the first match. If it didn't treat him quickly, the subsequent matches could get worse. Chen Feng didn't expect this either, hurriedly running over to apologize to the other master. After all, it was a sparring match, not a life-and-death duel. If he had seriously injured someone, it would be a bit too much. "I'm really sorry, my disciple isn't that proficient with the technique. I didn't expect you to be so weak." Looking at the young man who was bleeding from his mouth and nose, he felt a headache coming on. His disciple's kick almost turned that person into a sacrificial offering for this tournament. Hearing Chen Feng's apology, the opponent's master nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was simply too much. Compared to the awkwardness of Chen Feng and his disciple, Xiao Ruhan in the stands stood up in shock. How is this possible? To achieve a good ranking in the provincial martial arts competition, Xiao Ruhan had been studying the profiles of other competitors all night. In the past, during city-level competitions, Chen Feng would do this for her, helping her analyze the opponent's information. But now, the War God Martial Arts School clearly didn't have such treatment. Xiao Ruhan could only rely on herself. She had watched the person who just fought Lu Weiwei. That person was 5th place in the Tianlong City Martial Arts Tournament. How could he be defeated by Lu Weiwei with a single kick? Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think, if it were me, could I defeat that person with a single palm? Chapter 27. Everyone is anxious. Xiao Ruhan's mother was cursing at that moment. What a bunch of trash. How can they not even catch that little wench's kick? Ruhan, did you see that? These people are really pathetic. It seems that this championship is destined for you. Xiao Ruhan frowned slightly and said nothing. She also wanted to be the champion, but she knew the hope was slim. According to her judgment, the champion of this provincial competition should be that came from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School, an immigrant disciple. The opponent had an extremely strong talent, and during the city-level competition, almost no one could withstand his 3 punches. Moreover, the Divine Fist Martial Arts School's Mighty Vajra Fist had dominated the provincial rankings for years, with at least half of the top 10 in the province being from their school. This shows how powerful their martial arts techniques are. The substitute from the War God Martial Arts School, after being shocked, immediately turned pale. Especially the comments in the live stream nearly broke him. I just want to ask, can a streamer catch that kick? I know that person. He was the 5th place in our city-level league, and he's actually very strong. I believe the streamer can either knock him out with 1 kick or get knocked out. Does the streamer feel like the clown? is actually me? Ha ha. Streamer. Hurry up and say I could do it too. Suddenly, the live stream went black. Hey, why did it go offline? This streamer really can't take it. You guys are being too harsh, At this moment, Yang Honghu was also somewhat shocked. Although he expected Lu Weiwei to be strong, he didn't expect her to be this strong. What shocked him the most was Lu Weiwei's martial skills. It wasn't the Dragon Subduing Palm or the Great Buddha's Palm technique, but a leg technique. From his understanding of the War God Martial Arts School, Lu Weiwei's technique, just now, was definitely not the Wind God leg of their school. This means that Chen Feng might have taught this disciple a new martial arts technique. Could it be another heavenly grade technique? This person is really too mysterious. Yang Honghu was becoming more and more interested in Chen Feng. However, on the other side of the stands, the people from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School were also watching the recent match. Isn't that the beautiful woman we faced yesterday? She really is a contestant. It's just strange that her leg technique is so powerful, yet she has to stay in a wheelchair. Kane, the black athlete, felt a bit uneasy seeing Lu Weiwei defeat her opponent with a kick. What bad luck, this woman is indeed a contestant. His injured fist still ached. Hearing his teammates' words, he was at a loss for how to respond. In the end, for the sake of his own face and to be able to hold his head high in the future, he could only grit his teeth and say, her strength is not bad. Maybe it's a 50-50 chance against me. His fellow students immediately laughed and said, that's not your style. When did you become so humble? You should just go easy on her. Listening to his companions, Kane fell deep into thought. What should I do? If I lose, I will definitely be laughed at by these people. The schoolmaster and my parents are watching. And my female fans must also be watching my live stream. Anxiety, worry, even fear, the fear of defeat. Kane unconsciously touched his aching fingers. If he took a few more kicks, his fist would definitely be seriously injured. Then the subsequent matches would be ruined, and it might even affect the national competition 3 months later. But I can't just admit defeat. The more Kane thought about it, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He felt that the only options waiting for him were serious injury and defeat or direct admission of defeat. Soon, it was Kane's turn to compete. As usual, he almost crushed his opponent. He defeated his opponent in just 5 punches. However, no one noticed that the 2 punches Kane threw with his right hand had barely caused any damage to his opponent. He relied entirely on his left fist to dominate. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan was not in the mood to watch the match. Her eyes occasionally glanced toward Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng was helping Lu Weiwei massage her right leg, the same leg she had just fought with. Although Lu Weiwei's face was red, she was enjoying it. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think that after her own matches, Chen Feng would also massage her shoulders and arms like this. At that time, she doubted Chen Feng's intentions and refused his massages. Now, she felt a pang of loneliness. Lu Weiwei looked at Chen Feng, who was sweating, and said with concern, Master, you don't have to massage anymore. I will recover slowly on my own. Chen Feng ignored the strange looks from others and continued to relax Lu Weiwei's leg muscles. Whether in martial arts competitions, entertainment matches, or other sports events, massaging the athletes is an extremely important and necessary thing. It is said to quickly eliminate fatigue and restore strength. Although his disciple seemed powerful, she could only throw 2 kicks at most. If something went wrong, her ranking would be affected. Weiwei, be careful in the next rounds. Try not to injure anyone. But don't be afraid. You must give it your all. You must not let anyone know that you can only throw 2 kicks. You need to make all your opponents think you haven't unleashed your full strength. Lu Weiwei nodded. Her shortcomings were too fatal. At this moment, she looked at Kane on the platform and silently prayed. The last time he received her kick without any injury made her feel a bit forlorn. She hoped she wouldn't draw him in the earlier rounds. Chen Feng also noticed Kane and said to Lu Weiwei, this person has an extremely strong talent and physique. You must be careful when you encounter him. The mighty Vajra fist of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School is both offensive and defensive. Its attacks are powerful, and its defenses are nearly flawless. If you can't defeat him with 2 kicks, just admit defeat. Chen Feng wanted his disciple to win first place so that he could complete the system's achievement task again. Unfortunately, time was too tight. Otherwise, with the extreme attack power of the Heavenly Remnant leg, he could definitely defeat the mighty Vajra fist. As Chen Feng massaged Lu Weiwei, he kept an eye on the matches on the platform, analyzing each opponent for his disciple. Lu Weiwei listened carefully to her master's explanations, not daring to interrupt at all, afraid of disturbing his thoughts and wasting his efforts. Even when her master massaged the wrong spot, she didn't say a word. Soon, a familiar person stepped onto the platform. Xiao Ruhan. Chen Feng and his disciples all focused their attention. Jin Yoshi huffed, "Junior sister, if you encounter this traitor later, make sure to kick her hard twice." Lu Weiwei also secretly made up her mind. She could lose to others, but she must not lose to Xiao Ruhan. She was not only avenging herself, but also doing it for her master. Lu Weiwei wanted Xiao Ruhan to know how foolish it was to betray Chen Feng. Chapter 28. Bitter Battle. Xiao Ruhan stood on the arena, feeling somewhat complicated. Although she didn't look in Chen Feng's direction, she knew he was definitely watching her. Remembering how Lu Weiwei had defeated her opponent in one move, Xiao Ruhan decided that she also needed to defeat her opponent quickly. Ideally, she wanted to win in a single blow. She absolutely could not allow herself to be weaker than Lu Weiwei, especially since the latter was now Chen Feng's disciple. Soon, her opponent stepped onto the stage, a young man wielding a long stick. Upon seeing Xiao Ruhan, he smiled slightly. "I practiced your Dragon Subduing Palm, although I didn't master it. I'm somewhat familiar with its routines." Just those few words made Xiao Ruhan's heart tremble. She thought to herself that this was not good. As the battle began, it proved to be exactly as she had feared. Xiao Ruhan found herself in a bitter struggle. She could feel that her vitality cultivation was not weaker than her opponent's. However, every time she attacked, he was able to barely withstand it and dissipate most of her power. After exchanging dozens of blows, Xiao Ruhan was exhausted and drenched in sweat. In the end, she managed to win the match with a hidden move, the Subduing Dragon Palm. The young man who was knocked off the stage nodded to her in acknowledgement. "I've studied your martial arts routines, yet I still couldn't win. You're really impressive." Hearing her opponent's praise, Xiao Ruhan felt no joy at all. She only felt extremely embarrassed. From the corner of her eye, she saw Chen Feng, Jin Yoshi, and Lu Weiwei all looking at her. She felt as if their gazes were like needles, piercing through her pride. Lu Weiwei had defeated her opponent in one move, while she had to exert all her strength and nearly exhaust herself just to force her opponent out of the ring. Moreover, this was an opponent she had studied beforehand and thought she could easily defeat. The final outcome was such a disappointment. Xiao Ruhan had no idea how many competitors had studied the Dragon Subduing Palm. She didn't know how many could resist the temptation of the heavenly rank techniques. She only knew that every match she had coming up would be extremely difficult, and she would be in a very awkward position, perhaps even facing defeat. This was all because her martial arts techniques had been publicly released by that damn god of war martial arts school. And all of this was caused by her own actions. Xiao Ruhan walked down the arena in despair. Just as she stepped off, she heard her mother's voice. "What bad luck. Why do they get such weak opponents, and you end up with such a strong one?" "Huh? Ruhan, where are you going?" Xiao Ruhan didn't look at her mother and silently walked forward. "I'm going to the restroom." Once inside the restroom, Xiao Ruhan slowly sat on the toilet, covering her mouth tightly with her hands. A suppressed sob echoed in the restroom. At that moment, she thought back to when she was 18, when she was told that her bone structure was inferior and that she was unsuitable for martial arts. She had hidden in the hospital restroom, just like now, covering her mouth and crying, afraid of others seeing her embarrassed state. But later, she learned a powerful palm technique and became the champion of the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament. She should have been shining. Why did it turn out like this? Watching Xiao Ruhan leave, Chen Feng said to Lu Weiwei, "The palm technique Xiao Ruhan practices is called the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. It is a martial art that balances offense and defense. However, its defensive style is different from the god of war martial arts Mighty Vajra Fist. The Mighty Vajra Fist is a hard defense, relying on a solid physique, while the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms is a technique that can both attack and defend. However, with Xiao Ruhan's current strength, she shouldn't be able to withstand her 2 kicks." Jin Yoshi immediately said happily, "Great. Let this traitor know how powerful our master is." Chen Feng silently rejoiced that he hadn't taught Xiao Ruhan the 18th palm back then. Otherwise, once the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms cultivation path was complete, it would undergo a qualitative change. It could be said that knowing the 18th move and not knowing it were 2 entirely different martial arts. This time, Lu Weiwei would not be Xiao Ruhan's opponent. Although Xiao Ruhan was a thankless wolf, Chen Feng had to admit that she had a very high talent for practicing the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Soon, the morning matches concluded. The 3 of them had 3 bowls of paper-thin beef ramen for lunch and then found a place to rest in the sports hall. The afternoon matches went smoothly. Lu Weiwei once again defeated her opponent in one move. However, This time she controlled her strength and did not seriously injure her opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruhan went through another tough battle. Her mother habitually criticized, even claiming the matches were unfair. She always got her daughter matched with such difficult opponents while Lu Weiwei faced weak ones. In her view, Lu Weiwei was merely her daughter's defeated foe, even having had her legs broken by her daughter before. Now, her strength was certainly not as good as her daughter's. So why should she be able to defeat her opponents so easily? On the other side, Kane couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart every time he saw Lu Weiwei defeat her opponents in one move. The thought of being kicked by that terrifying foot, or even several times, made him feel a little fearful. At the end of the first day of matches, a small incident occurred. When Xiao Ruhan returned to the hotel where she was staying, her fellow substitute disciple was unexpectedly taken away by the Martial Arts Association. The reason for the arrest was maliciously spreading rumors, defaming the Martial Arts Association, slandering others, affecting the city's appearance, manipulating public opinion, and deceiving netizens. A long list of dozens of charges. It seemed he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. In the following days of competition, Lu Weiwei maintained a winning streak of 20 matches. Most opponents were defeated in one move, with only a few managing to withstand a second kick. Every time she kicked for the second time, Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi would quickly rush onto the stage to help her down. Lu Weiwei also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as she had not drawn Kane from the God of War martial arts school in the lottery. However, she hadn't drawn Xiao Ruhan either, which made her feel a bit regretful. At this moment, Kane was also relieved that he was lucky enough not to have drawn that terrifying woman. Moreover, he had maintained a record of 20 consecutive wins. Xiao Ruhan had struggled through tough battles, nearly facing defeat several times. In the end, she managed to maintain her own streak of 20 wins, albeit at the cost of her injuries. Gradually, the rankings for the tournament were released. Lu Weiwei from the Chosen Martial Arts School, Kane from the God of War Martial Arts School, and Xiao Ruhan from the God of War Martial Arts School all ranked first in points. The bottom half of the participants were all eliminated. According to the rules, the opponents she had defeated also counted as victories for her, meaning she wouldn't be matched against anyone she had previously defeated. With the tournament entering its final stage, they began competing for the top 10 in the province. Xiao Ruhan felt very conflicted at this moment. She had always wanted to face Lu Weiwei again and defeat her to prove herself. Yet every time she didn't team match with Lu Weiwei, she felt relieved. Based on Lu Weiwei's record, she begrudgingly realized that her own winning rate was very low. However, Xiao Ruhan quickly lost interest in dwelling on this matter. According to the matching system, her next opponent would be Kane from the God of War Martial Arts School, who was also the opponent she was least confident about defeating aside from Lu Weiwei. Chapter 29 Defeat. As the provincial competition entered the final stage, the excitement grew higher and higher, especially for Lu Weiwei, who was initially only popular within the province. After all, most people focused more on the talents from their own provinces. However, as Lu Weiwei continued to defeat her opponents, she gradually became a sensation nationwide, even being humorously dubbed the one-kick superwoman by netizens. Additionally, someone had deliberately taken a video from a special angle of Chen Feng helping Lu Weiwei with leg massage, which immediately went viral on social media. If one kick isn't enough, then just take another. So far, no one has been able to force the young lady to use a third kick. I don't know why, but I really envy her master. I even envy that wheelchair. Can we not shift gears while chatting? Jin Yoshi has also been envying Lu Weiwei these days. She fantasizes about getting on stage to compete in the future and enjoying her master's meticulous care. Every match Lu Weiwei has had recently, she records with her phone and posts it on her Douyin to capture the beautiful moments. Gradually, netizens also realize that she is indeed Chen Feng's disciple, coupled with the hype surrounding Lu Weiwei as the one-kick superwoman. Jin Yoshi filmed several videos with Lu Weiwei, and their follower count instantly surpassed 1 million. At this moment, Chen Feng was focused on the arena. It was a crucial time to determine his disciples' ranking. The current match was between Xiao Ruhan and Kane from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. Chen Feng just hoped that Xiao Ruhan could wear Kane down a bit and see how much of a chance his disciple had. Weiwei, pay close attention. Xiao Ruhan should not be Kane's match. Look at your own chances against Kane. If the odds are too low, let us not fight. It wouldn't be worth it if you get injured. With your strength, you'll definitely be in the top 10. Just make sure to protect yourself and be ready for the national competition in 3 months. Lu Weiwei nodded and focused intently on the match. She not only wanted to determine how big the gap was between her and Kane, but also wanted to see if Xiao Ruhan was a match for her. Lu Weiwei was prepared to concede the moment she was matched against Kane, as she felt that her 2 kicks were insufficient to defeat him. It would be better to conserve her strength and face Xiao Ruhan in the best condition possible. In the arena, Xiao Ruhan nervously watched Kane. At this moment, she had multiple bandages wrapped around her body, concealed by her clothing. However, a strong medicinal smell emanated from her, a remnant of various blood-activating medicinal wines. The grueling battles of recent days had left her exhausted, and even her most crucial hands were slightly swollen. Facing Kane now, she knew she had almost no chance of winning. The wisest course of action was to conserve her strength for upcoming matches against others. However, admitting defeat was something Xiao Ruhan found hard to say, especially when she thought about the 3 disciples from the chosen martial arts school watching the match. It made it even harder for her to lower her pride and concede. She didn't want to be looked down upon or mocked by anyone, especially not by those 3. In contrast, Kane was relatively relaxed. After watching so many matches, he only feared Lu Weiwei among all the participants. He thought very little of everyone else, including Xiao Ruhan, who also had a record of 20 consecutive wins. The match began. With the referee's command, Kane rooted himself in place and clasped his hands together. The technique of the great strength diamond fist was running wildly, and his muscles at that moment seemed to be writhing as if they would explode at any moment. Habitually, Kane launched the first attack, aiming to crush his opponent with the fastest speed. He despised protracted battles. They were too messy and tarnished his image. Great strength diamond fist. With a loud shout, a heavy punch smashed towards Xiao Ruhan's face. A massive golden fist shadow created gusts of wind. Before the punch arrived, the wind had already surged. Xiao Ruhan immediately activated her technique. A golden dragon shadow circled around her. She dared not confront directly, but the opponent's attack was swift and fierce, forcing her to barely evade the blow. Concealed dragon do not use. A palm technique was executed, combined with her evasion, just managing to block the attack. At the same time, Xiao Ruhan immediately countered with a technique called Furious Dragon with regret, striking back. Just as Kane shattered one golden dragon shadow, another flew towards him from the side. He was taken aback. This woman is fast. He hurriedly pulled back to defend, blocking the attack. He wouldn't have been so flustered if not for his right fist being injured by Lu Weiwei's kick, which had not healed. He was reluctant to use his right hand directly against an opponent. Fortunately, his physical defense was extremely strong, and he easily deflected Xiao Ruhan's attack. However, Kane knew it would be challenging to quickly take down his opponent. Seeing her attack effortlessly blocked, Xiao Ruhan felt a chill in her heart. She knew she was simply no match for him. If her attacks couldn't break through, how could she fight? Nevertheless, Xiao Ruhan was unwilling to lose so easily and gritted her teeth to persist. The two exchanged blows back and forth for dozens of rounds. Xiao Ruhan gradually found her strength waning, while Kane was also sweating profusely. Chen Feng, watching from below the arena, was quietly astonished. He hadn't expected Xiao Ruhan to last this long. The first 17 moves of the Dragon Subduing Palm were executed exceptionally well by her, hinting at signs of reaching the 5th realm of martial arts. Although Kane was stronger, he could not easily win against the flexible and varied Dragon Subduing 17 Palms. However, both were only at the level of martial apprentices, unable to remain entangled for long. Chen Feng said to Lu Weiwei, "Weiwei, when you face Kane, just concede directly. Even if you could injure him with 2 kicks, you won't be able to defeat him." Lu Weiwei nodded, having no resistance to conceding. After all, her goal was not Kane, but Xiao Ruhan. Soon, Xiao Ruhan was knocked off the stage by a punch from Kane. Kane cursed inwardly. "It's all that damn Lu Weiwei's fault. If it weren't for my right fist being injured, I would have already taken down this woman." At the last moment, Xiao Ruhan barely managed to protect herself from injury. Now, after her defeat, she felt an indescribable sensation. Since participating from the city-level competition to now, this was her first defeat. At this moment, she dared not look at anyone, especially not Chen Feng. She couldn't even bring herself to turn her head in that direction. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan just wanted to be quiet. She wanted to find a quiet place to tell herself that defeat was a normal occurrence. However, at that moment, a noisy voice rang in her ears. "Ruhan, how could you lose? Oh my, now the prize money is going to drop by 100,000. That gorilla really doesn't have any chivalry. He doesn't even know to show some mercy to a girl. Xiao Ruhan's mother looked pained. She had originally fantasized about her daughter winning the championship and earning $1 million in prize money. Now that she had lost a match, first place was definitely out of reach. Mom, can you let me be quiet for a while? Zhao's mother angrily replied, Quiet? What do you mean quiet? First place is gone. You must secure second place. There's still 900,000 in that. You must not lose again. Xiao Ruhan's expression darkened as she could only leave her seat and head towards the restroom. Chapter 30. 2 kicks after this defeat. Xiao Ruhan did not lose again in the following matches. Until the third day, she finally matched up against Lu Weiwei. A wave of panic surged in her heart. Lu Weiwei's record was simply too dazzling. Xiao Ruhan could feel that she was not a match for her, but she did not want to lose. Even if she had to lose to someone else, she did not want to lose to Lu Weiwei. Not only because Lu Weiwei was a former subordinate she had defeated, but also because Lu Weiwei was Chen Feng's disciple. Chen Feng knew that this day would come sooner or later. This was essentially the finals. If Lu Weiwei defeated Xiao Ruhan, she would then face Kane for the championship. Of course, Chen Feng was already prepared to concede and take second place. If Lu Weiwei lost, it would indirectly mean losing to Kane, placing her in third. Before the match, Chen Feng still consoled her. Weiwei, don't feel any psychological pressure. You have plenty of time ahead. Even if you lose to Xiao Ruhan today, you will have a chance to win it back in the national competition 3 months from now. All you need to do is protect yourself and avoid injury to prevent affecting the national competition. Jin Yoshi interjected. Junior sister, you must kick her hard. Give Master some relief. Chen Feng's face turned serious. Relief? We're all adults here. Don't be so childish. Look at you. You don't look like a senior sister at all. Jin Yoshi stuck out her tongue. Anyway, she would never forgive Xiao Ruhan. Lu Weiwei superficially agreed with Chen Feng, but she secretly made up her mind. She must defeat Xiao Ruhan. Even if it meant injuring herself to unleash a third kick, she could not lose to Xiao Ruhan. She needed her to understand how foolish it was to betray Chen Feng. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan's mother, seeing Lu Weiwei about to take the stage, immediately said, Ruhan, that little bitch with the surname Lu. This time, hit harder and completely cripple her legs. I want to see if that Chun can still fix her. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan had no mood to pay attention to her mother. She was constantly thinking about how she could win, how many kicks she could withstand from her opponent. With a nervous and fearful heart, Xiao Ruhan stepped up to the ring. Looking at the Lu Weiwei who she had almost crippled before, her feelings were complex to the extreme. This time, Lu Weiwei spoke first. I will not hold back. But I'm not doing it for revenge. I'm doing it for Master. I want you to know how foolish your actions were back then. Master. Xiao Ruhan was taken aback. That had once been her master, but now had turned into an enemy. Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists, feeling an endless sense of grievance and regret in her heart. As the referee announced the start of the match, Xiao Ruhan's blood surged. Her martial arts techniques unfolded, and a phantom of a golden dragon slowly appeared. It was clear that the martial arts phantom was more solid than before, slightly stronger. Xiao Ruhan was roaring in her heart. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. She knew that if she lost, she would lose not only the match, but also her remaining dignity. Lu Weiwei also gathered all her strength. Her legs were enveloped by the martial arts phantom, turning dark. She intended to unleash 2 kicks in succession, giving Xiao Ruhan no chance to breathe. If the 2 kicks did not win, she would overdraw her body and kick a third time. Lu Weiwei charged forward, suddenly leaping up and executing a single leg kick. 8 style of the Heavenly Remnant kick. Kill all beings. The killing intent surged, pressing down. Xiao Ruhan did not dodge or evade. Gritting her teeth and roaring, I must defeat you. She thrust both palms forward, unleashing 17 strikes. Streams of golden dragon phantoms crashed towards Lu Weiwei. Below the stage, Jin Yoshi nervously clutched her master's arm, her eyes wide open, her heart racing. Chen Feng felt his anxious disciple and consoled her. Weiwei will win. Xiao Ruhan should not have chosen to confront Weiwei head-on. If she had chosen to avoid the sharp edge, she might have had a glimmer of hope. But it is clear that she is unwilling to retreat at all. As Chen Feng spoke, streams of dragon phantoms were all shattered by Lu Weiwei's kick. However, this kick also lost much of its power. No matter how unwilling Xiao Ruhan was, she was still knocked back several steps before Xiao Ruhan could catch her breath. A more powerful attack suddenly descended. 9 style of the Heavenly Remnant kick. Extinction of the 3 realms. A huge black foot kicked sideways. Xiao Ruhan hurriedly struck out her palm. Wild Dragon emerges from the sea. The two forces collided violently. In the next moment, Xiao Ruhan felt like a mantis trying to block a speeding train with its forelegs. Ultimately, she was kicked off the stage like a kite with a broken string. Facing the purely offensive Heavenly Remnant kick, she chose to clash with the incomplete Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Unsurprisingly, she was severely injured by the kick. When she fell outside the ring, Xiao Ruhan spat out a mouthful of blood. This kick made her feel the gap between her and Lu Weiwei. The scene of her defeating Lu Weiwei in the city-level competition was still vivid in her mind. She had been so full of confidence back then. Now she was in such a dire state. Xiao Ruhan trembled as she tried to get up, but when her palm touched the ground, she realized her hands were in excruciating pain. Through the sensation of her internal blood, she knew her palms were fractured. She had come close to being crippled. At this time, her mother rushed over from the stands, questioning, "Ruhan, what happened? In the city-level competition, you clearly broke that little bitch's leg. How did you lose this time? Do you know that for every match you lose, your prize money decreases by 100,000? With this defeat, Xiao Ruhan's ranking was set at 3rd in the province. She felt as if she could not hear her mother's words. Her eyes silently watched Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi rushing towards the ring. The once useless junior sister she had ignored was now excited like a child, running towards Lu Weiwei without any dignity. The master she had looked down upon also showed a pleased smile, and along with Jin Yoshi, helped Lu Weiwei down from the ring. Then Chen Feng began to massage Lu Weiwei, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Xiao Ruhan stared blankly, tears slowly streaming down her face. In her ears, there was only her mother's complaints and no one else's concern. The leading teacher from the War God Martial Arts School stepped forward and said, "The rankings are basically confirmed. You are in 3rd place. According to the Martial Arts School's regulations, the prize money is split 80-20. After you collect the prize money tomorrow, the school will transfer your 20. After the instructor finished speaking, he left on his own. Xiao Ruhan looked at the martial arts uniform on her body, wondering in her heart, is this really the War God Martial Arts School I have always dreamed of? Meanwhile, at the Divine Fist Martial Arts School, Kane's expression was grim. He had used dozens of moves against Xiao Ruhan, while Lu Weiwei had only used 2 kicks. How could he compete with that? Chapter 31. Prioritizing the big picture, the master of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy was also paying attention to the match, especially when he saw Lu Weiwei take down Xiao Ruhan with 2 kicks. He felt increasingly uncertain about his own disciple. Kane was someone he had personally trained, and he was well aware of his disciple's strength. Lu Weiwei's attacks were too fierce. She probably practiced some pure offensive heavenly level technique. Given Kane's strength, he would last at most 5 or 6 kicks before certain defeat. Originally, they were determined to secure 1st place in the province, but it seemed now that it was unlikely. As the strongest martial arts academy in the area, the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy was not far from the sports hall. After the afternoon match concluded, Kane and several high-ranking officials were called to the master's office. The master of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy looked at Kane sternly and asked, "How confident are you against Lu Weiwei?" Kane was taken aback. Of course, he had no confidence at all, but he couldn't say that out loud. He was brought in with a high-priced scholarship, and he couldn't afford to fail at a critical moment. He could only step back and grit his teeth, saying, "Although Lu Weiwei is very strong, I still believe I can defeat her. Master, don't worry. Even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I will find a way to win the match." He had no choice. As an outsider in the Great Xia, he had no roots and was completely dependent on the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy's support and training. He had worked hard for 10 years to learn the language of Great Xia, to pursue his martial arts dream, and to gain the Academy's attention. He had put in a tremendous amount of effort. At this moment, he could only hold his ground and force himself to endure. Even if he lost, he wanted the Academy to know he had tried his best. The master of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy scolded, "Nonsense. Everything must prioritize the big picture. A provincial champion at the martial apprentice level is nothing to the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy. What matters is the national competition. We must achieve a good ranking. Gaining the respect of those noble families is our main goal." Kim was a bit confused. What did it mean that they didn't care about the provincial championship? Could it be? The master continued, "In tomorrow's championship final, you should concede. Everything must be prioritized for the national competition. You must not get injured before the national competition." The Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy was also helpless. While the Mighty Diamond Fist had strong defense, Once injured, recovery would be extremely difficult. Cain was their seed player, and he absolutely could not get injured before the national competition. Hearing the suggestion to concede, Cain was stunned. That was actually great news. It was the master telling him to concede, not him wanting to concede. Since he had to act, Cain reluctantly said, "All right, I will listen to the master. Everything must prioritize the national competition." The high-ranking officials of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction. What a sensible child. It wasn't until Cain left the conference room that he couldn't help but smirk. He wouldn't have to take a beating and could concede with dignity. Not bad, not bad. As they say in Great Xia, truly, God bless. Soon, some fellow disciples who had a good relationship with Cain came to find him. "Cain, what did the master say in a meeting?" Cain suppressed his smile, clenched his fists, and his forehead bulged with veins, showing his unwillingness. "The master wants me to concede tomorrow." "What?" Several disciples were shocked. "Why concede? Is the master afraid you can't win? You're just one step away from the championship." Cain immediately replied, "Of course I can win, but the opponent's attack is too strong. The master is worried I will get injured and affect my performance in the national competition." Sighing heavily after speaking, he mentioned the national competition, and everyone nodded in understanding. Their Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy often won provincial championships, but once they entered the national competition, they couldn't even make it into the top 20. The main reason was that the offspring of noble families were simply too terrifying, along with those martial arts academies affiliated with conglomerates, all of which had heavenly-level techniques that they could not compete against. The next morning, Chen Feng began packing his things, deciding that after the awards ceremony today, he would go home directly. He had already bought his train ticket. Wei, I will go talk to the judges. We will concede directly, then collect our medals and head home, Chen Feng said to his two disciples. Little did he know, every move they made was being monitored by others. In a room next door, someone complained, "Why did you insist on watching some thrilling battle? We've endured for so many days without seeing anything. Now look, they're about to go home. What are we going to do?" The other person was speechless. This Chen Feng is simply inhumane. Who knows what kind of serious illness he has? There's a battle going on upstairs and downstairs and next door every day, and he hasn't reacted at all. Is he even a man? Everyone was feeling frustrated. Their goal this time was to kidnap Chen Feng. After monitoring for several days, the timing was ripe. A master and two small martial apprentices were almost within their grasp. However, at a crucial moment, one overly clever person insisted on watching a few more days to see an intense battle, even betting with others that Chen Feng would eventually crack. The result was the current situation. They couldn't wait any longer. Today, when they returned to collect their luggage, they would take action. The final day of the provincial martial apprentice competition was also the most heated moment. Even the number of viewers in the official competition livestream had increased several times compared to previous days. It was almost always the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy that won, but this year, who knew if it would be different? I support the Kick Supergirl. That Cain is not weak, but I still feel that the Kick Girl is the strongest. How many kicks do you think it will take for the Kick Girl to defeat Cain? As the excitement surged, certain platforms also launched guessing activities, among which the most popular was how many kicks Cain could withstand from Lu Weiwei. However, under the deliberate concealment of Chen Feng and his two disciples, no one currently knew that Lu Weiwei could only deliver a maximum of 2 kicks each time before needing several hours to recover. Before the match began, Chen Feng walked towards the judges' table. He planned to concede early and receive the awards quickly since he had to catch a train soon. On the other side, the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy was also eager not to waste time. The master of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Academy personally walked towards the judges' table. Chapter 32. Surrender. When Chen Feng walked to the judging panel, he had already prepared his words in his heart. He would say that Lu Weiwei was unwell and planned to concede. As for the fact that Lu Weiwei could only kick twice, that was something that must not be revealed. It was an extremely fatal weakness. Once exposed, it would easily become a target in the national competition. On the other side, the Shanguku Martial Arts School had no such concerns. Everything was for the sake of the national competition, and, for them, it was quite normal. The judges were also used to such situations. In every competition, someone would concede, fearing injury from a hard fight that could impact the national competition. When Chen Feng arrived, the head of the Shanguku Martial Arts School was also present. The old master smiled and said, "The Tianxin Martial Arts School is truly admirable. To have multiple heavenly level techniques is something I envy greatly." Seeing the elder in a martial arts uniform of Shangguquan, Chen Feng immediately knew that the other party was a high-ranking official of the school. He had always believed in treating others with respect, so he quickly replied, "My Tianqin martial arts school has only been established for a few years, with shallow foundations. Compared to Shangguquan, we are still far behind." The old master chuckled and did not say more. He was actually very curious about where Chen Feng's heavenly level techniques came from and who his master was, but there was no way to ask. Chen Feng noticed that the other party also came to the judging panel and realized he was there for a reason. So he took the initiative to yield. "Please go ahead." The old master chuckled and accepted. "I came here because of you. In this match, our Shangguquan martial arts school concedes. We plan to let our disciples reserve their strength and prepare well for the national competition." "What? Surrender?" Chen Feng was stunned on the spot. He never expected such a turn of events. At the same time, he broke into a cold sweat for himself. If he had come a few seconds earlier, it would have been him conceding. The judges were not surprised by this. They also believed that Kane would lose, as Lu Weiwei's record was too impressive. Against any opponent, she almost always won with a single kick, rarely more than two. Even Xiao Ruhan, who could fight Kane for dozens of rounds, was defeated in 2 kicks. In their view, Kane would most endure a few more kicks. After the old master finished speaking, the judges looked at Chen Feng again. "Director Chen, do you have something to say?" Chen Feng immediately cleared his throat and said, "Haha. It's nothing. I just came to greet everyone. Thank you for your hard work, judges." After finishing his silly remarks, he turned and left. The judges looked at Chen Feng in confusion, feeling that this young man was quite good at handling things and knew how to flatter them. Seeing her master return with a smile, Jin Yoshi curiously asked, "Master, you seem so happy about conceding." Jin Yoshi still felt a bit unwilling about the surrender, believing that if it weren't for Lu Weiwei's leg not being fully healed, they would definitely have won the championship. Chen Feng couldn't help but rub Jin Yoshi's little head. "Wait a moment. Master will give you a surprise." Upon hearing that there was a surprise, Jin Yoshi immediately became excited and asked, "What is it? What is it? Master, tell me quickly." Chen Feng chuckled. "Of course I can't say. If I say it, it won't be a surprise anymore." Lu Weiwei was also curious about what surprise her master would give them. At this moment, in the stands, Xiao Ruhan's face was extremely poor. She should have been resting in the hospital, but she still forced herself to come and watch the fight between Lu Weiwei and Kane. She didn't know why, but she hoped Kane would win. She didn't want Lu Weiwei to be too dazzling, as that would hurt her fragile self-esteem. Xiao Ruhan's mother was also beside her, cursing, "These 2 dogs better perish together. Because of them, my daughter lost 200,000 in prize money. If they both died, my daughter would be the first." Her mother's words immediately caused several people around to frown. They did not expect the mother of the provincial competition's 3rd place to be such a person. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan had no mood to deal with her mother. It was useless to say anything, and the final match was about to start. At this time, the announcement in the gym rang out. In this match, Kane from Shangguquan Martial Arts School concedes. The champion of this provincial martial artist competition is Lu Weiwei from Tianqian Martial Arts School. The announcement echoed throughout the gym. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. How could this be? Why would he concede? She never expected Lu Weiwei to win the championship in this way, nor did she think that the powerful Kane would actually concede. Various exclamations and complaints arose in the venue, especially from those who were waiting to watch the match. "Are you kidding me? I wanted to film a close-up of the super kick. I didn't expect Shangguquan to back down. I waited so long for this. Give me my money back. Do you deserve the ticket I bought?" Compared to the heated discussions in the venue, Jin Yoshi's mouth was agape in shock. Lu Weiwei doubted she had heard wrong. Both disciples focused their gaze on their master, not understanding why this was happening. Chen Feng grinned widely, showing his white teeth, unable to contain his laughter. "Master, you want to concede, right? How could this happen? Did you report the other party's name when conceding?" Jin Yoshi thought of a terrible answer. She stared blankly at her master and finally made up her mind. "Master, this could get you jailed. What should we do now?" "Just say it was my idea. I absolutely cannot let you be taken away." Chen Feng was speechless. "Are you out of your mind from practicing martial arts? Your thought process is something else. Don't overthink it. They just conceded before I did. Mainly, they didn't know that Weiwei could only kick twice. They were afraid of being injured by Weiwei and affecting the national competition in 3 months, so they conceded early." Lu Weiwei also never expected it to turn out this way. But this was her first time winning a championship, and it was a provincial championship at that. it would be impossible not to be excited. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Jin Yoshi immediately hugged Lu Weiwei happily and exclaimed, "Yay, that's great. My junior sister is the provincial champion." Looking at the joyful trio of Chen Feng and his disciples, Xiao Ruhan felt extremely complicated. She couldn't help but think, when she won the city championship 3 months ago, was Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi this happy? Soon, she remembered that it didn't seem like they were very happy, because she had broken Lu Weiwei's leg and even betrayed her master to join the War God Martial Arts School. Thinking of the War God Martial Arts School, Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, feeling like a joke. Before long, the awards ceremony began. Lu Weiwei stood in the highest position on the podium. On one side was the feigning disappointment Kane, and on the other was the grim-faced Xiao Ruhan. Jin Yoshi excitedly recorded the video with her phone. "Happy, happy. My junior sister has become the provincial champion. Master, are you happy?" Chapter 33 Promotion to Warrior. The moment the medal hung around Lu Weiwei's neck, Chen Feng's mind immediately recalled the system notification sound. Congratulations on achieving the master achievement. Third disciple wins first place at the provincial level. Reward: 200 points of master's vitality. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that winning the provincial championship would directly increase his vitality by 200 points, which was 100 points more than the city-level champion. The increase of 200 points in vitality allowed him to break through to the warrior level, reaching the mid-warrior stage. The vitality of an ordinary warrior is 200 points, while his vitality value reached 300, placing him at the mid-warrior stage. He only needed another 100 points of vitality to break through to the advanced warrior level. Such a speed of upgrade was undeniably fast. Chen Feng looked at his panel and began to quietly estimate his current strength. Martial arts level, warrior. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Realm, unity of man and heaven. Tathagata Palm, realm, unity of man and heaven. Heavenly crippled foot, realm, unity of man and heaven. Vitality value, 300. When he had 100 vitality as a martial disciple, he could already defeat late-stage warriors. Now that he had a vitality of 300, plus an additional technique at the unity of man and heaven realm, he should have no problem fighting advanced warriors. Chen Feng took a significant step closer to his dream of becoming an unparalleled master. Of course, there was another big gain from this competition, the provincial championship prize, which was a full 1 million. This would ease his loan pressure for the time being. After receiving the prize, Lu Weiwei originally intended to leave, but unexpectedly there was a group photo session. According to the competition rules, she had to cooperate with the Martial Arts Association to complete these tasks. After all, many people had purchased high-end package tickets. It took more than half an hour for Lu Weiwei to finish the group photos. One must say that being too popular isn't always good. With the superhuman's victory, it became a hot topic in the city. Soon, the incident involving Lu Weiwei from some time ago was dug up again, especially her online profile, which revealed some gossip. First, she was interrupted by a disciple of the chosen martial arts school and had her leg broken. Then she was expelled from the War God Martial Arts School and joined the chosen martial arts school. Ironically, the disciple who broke her leg ended up joining the War God Martial Arts School. In the end, the two met again at the provincial competition, with one winning first place and the other third place. This time, the War God Martial Arts School became the laughingstock, thanks to careful digging by netizens. It was revealed that both first place Lu Weiwei and third place Xiao Ruhan used martial arts techniques taught by Chen Feng, completely unrelated to the War God Martial Arts School. Gradually, the feud between the War God Martial Arts School and the chosen martial arts school became well known among Lu Weiwei's fans. However, the War God Martial Arts School was met with all negative comments, while the chosen martial arts school was shrouded in a layer of mystery. Especially the battle that Chen Feng fought that day, which once again went viral online, attracting countless netizens wanting to become his disciples. However, they quickly learned about the difficulty of apprenticing under Chen Feng, feeling a sense of regret. It was rumored that Chen Feng had a major rule for accepting disciples. First, only beautiful female disciples. Regarding this, Chen Feng felt it was really unfair. He truly wasn't that kind of person. It was all the system's matchmaking, with no relation to his personal subjective consciousness. Second, being beautiful wasn't enough. They must come from poor families. The case in point was the failed attempts of children from major families to become his disciples. Chen Feng was even more speechless about this. He also wanted to take in a capable, well-connected little rich woman, but the system just wouldn't respond, leaving him helpless. After the provincial competition ended, Chen Feng took his two disciples back to the hotel to collect their luggage and prepare to leave. Not long after returning to the room, they heard a commotion in the hotel. "Oh my, run. With so much smoke, there's definitely a fire. We can't take the elevator. Go down the stairs, hurry." The hallway was suddenly filled with the sound of footsteps. "Ah, what's wrong, master?" Jin Yoshi looked at Chen Feng in confusion. "There's a fire. We need to run," Chen Feng said as he pulled his two disciples to escape. To their astonishment, they found that the door wouldn't open. In desperation, he directly smashed a large hole where the door handle was with a palm strike. At that moment, a cry of pain came from outside the door. "Damn, my hand is hurt." Then they heard a few people say, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a martial disciple. How could he easily hurt your hand? Hurry up, don't waste time. Quick battle, knock him out, pretend to rescue him, and take him away. The other two disciples should be killed." The speakers showed no hesitation. At this point, the hotel had descended into chaos. Thick smoke filled the hallway. Being located on the edge of the city and with outdated facilities, many firefighting systems were already malfunctioning. There weren't many daytime guests. On the entire 8th floor, including Chen Feng, there were only 3 rooms occupied. Chen Feng naturally heard the voices outside the door and immediately understood that these people were coming for him and were definitely well prepared. However, remembering that he had just injured one of them with a single palm strike, he thought that their strength shouldn't be too strong. But to be safe, Chen Feng still took a step back. "You two, hide first." Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei looked at Chen Feng with worry and fear in their eyes. They had naturally heard the conversation outside the door. Lu Weiwei stepped forward and said, "Master, I'll fight them with you." "Sister, you hide first." Jin Yoshi's eyes immediately turned red. "I'm sorry, I'm really useless. At a critical moment, I can only be a burden to you." Chen Feng pushed Lu Weiwei back and said, "Don't panic. You two hide well. I need to show my true strength to avoid hurting you later." Jin Yoshi murmured, "Master, aren't you just a martial disciple?" Lu Weiwei stopped speaking, already mentally prepared. No matter what happened next, she would not sit idly by. Even if she had to die, she would find a way to buy time for Master and Sister to escape. The 3 of them didn't know what the situation was like with the enemies outside. At this point, Chen Feng didn't dare to hide anything anymore. He fully displayed the realm of unity of man and heaven. With his hands together, a phantom slowly rose. Jin Yoshi initially thought it was the Buddha phantom from the Tathagata palm, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the phantom was actually Chen Feng's likeness. This was the most basic manifestation of unity of man and heaven. His understanding of martial arts techniques had transcended mere forms and appearances. Martial arts had become a part of him, completely fused together. In the next moment, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared around Chen Feng's phantom, quietly hovering around him. This was the most powerful aspect of unity of man and heaven. As long as the martial arts techniques reached the realm of unity of man and heaven, they became as natural as his own limbs. Regardless of how many techniques he had, he could use them at any time without interference. Observant Lu Weiwei was shocked to discover that Chen Feng's legs were like ink, remaining stationary, yet he had already cracked the tiles on the ground beneath him. Chapter 34. The star-absorbing technique. At this moment, Chen Feng's situation had already exceeded Lu Weiwei's martial arts knowledge. What realm was this? She couldn't understand, but she knew it was definitely not as simple as the 8th level of martial arts. Could it be the legendary unity of heaven and man? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Jin Yoshi was just foolishly feeling that her master at this moment had an overwhelming aura that made her hesitant to approach. However, these thoughts only lasted for a moment. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open from the outside, and wood chips flew everywhere. In that instant, Chen Feng also took action. He struck out with both palms, creating a gust of wind that nearly knocked his 2 disciples off their feet. Dragon tail flick. 10,000 Buddhas bowing to the ancestor. A huge phantom of a hand combined with a golden dragon forcefully sent the wood chips that hadn't even touched the ground flying back. At the same time, the walls of the hotel instantly cracked with dozens of fissures. After a loud explosion, the entire door and frame were shattered into debris. The high-level martial artist who had kicked the door open hadn't even realized what was happening before he was sent flying, crashing into the door of the adjacent room. The door cracked and came off its hinges, falling to the ground along with the high-level martial artist. The four ordinary martial artists were stunned. What was going on? Was this the power a martial student could exhibit? A single palm strike sent a high-level martial artist flying. Are you telling me this is a martial student? Could there be a top-level martial artist in the room? The four of them exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The room had surveillance. They had checked the footage when they left. Only Chen Feng and his two disciples had come back. There was definitely no one else. But who unleashed such a powerful palm technique? Just as the four were still trying to figure it out, the already cracked wall suddenly exploded. 3 realms annihilation. Chen Feng did not pause, sweeping his leg horizontally. The already damaged wall could no longer withstand the extreme attacking power of the heavenly ruin kick. As the entire wall shattered, the 4 martial artists hadn't even had a chance to confront Chen Feng before they were sent flying by the sweeping force. Crashing against the wall and losing consciousness, Chen Feng activated his energy again, with 18 golden dragons swirling around him. He charged out of the room, starting to look for enemies. However, upon reaching the hallway, he saw 4 masked individuals lying on the ground. Then, he saw no one else. Where did everyone go? Could it be that he had solved everything in just 2 moves? Chen Feng didn't expect it to be a false alarm. However, at that moment, an angry shout came from the opposite room. Damn it, the intel was inaccurate. I didn't expect you to be this strong, but you're still a bit lacking. I'll let you experience the power of the Sky Devouring Club. The Sky Devouring Club. Chen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect it to be this notorious organization. The Sky Devouring Club belonged to an underground evil organization. All members were wanted by the Martial Arts Association. This was because the techniques practiced by this organization were extremely malicious. It was said that all members had the strength to fight above their level. The person looked at Chen Feng and suddenly broke into maniacal laughter. Prepare to surrender. Ha ha. Star-absorbing technique. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chen Feng stumbled, and his whole body was drawn towards that person. Chen Feng was horrified. He didn't expect the legendary star-absorbing technique to be this formidable. The star-absorbing technique was well known in the Great Xia. It was an extremely vicious martial art. Anyone who was absorbed would lose all their internal energy if they couldn't escape, rendering their martial arts useless. All the hard work they had put into cultivating their strength would become someone else's. Once the star-absorbing technique was unleashed, very few could resist it. Chen Feng didn't care about anything else and quickly waved his palm. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being absorbed by the star-absorbing technique. However, the person was already prepared. With one hand maintaining the star-absorbing technique, he drew a sword from his waist. As the sword light flickered, all the golden dragons Chen Feng unleashed were shattered. At the same time, the hand using the star-absorbing technique reached directly for Chen Feng's forehead. Chen Feng hurriedly waved his palm to block it, clashing with the hand using the star-absorbing technique. Ha ha ha, kid, you're done for. Wait for me to drain your vital energy and turn you into a useless person. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Our leader said that we need to capture the client alive. This person was full of confidence. Once someone was caught by the star-absorbing technique, their vital energy would rapidly deplete. This was also the most terrifying aspect of the Sky Devouring Club, the ability to devour the enemy's vital energy. They could often fight one against many and even fight above their level. At this moment, Chen Feng was also startled. He didn't expect to be targeted. He just didn't know who had hired these people. What to do now? Why was the suction power of the star-absorbing technique so terrifying? Chen Feng's palm was firmly held. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull away. It felt as if his hand was fused with that of the opponent. At that moment, he and the person suddenly exchanged glances. The scene became a bit quiet. The person said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Why can't I absorb your vital energy?" Chen Feng was also puzzled, but quickly thought of a possibility. To be honest, I've never cultivated vital energy. My vital energy is all given by others. At this time, the system also provided a prompt. Reminder, system rewarded vital energy cannot be used by others. Given. Well, Chen Feng didn't expect this effect. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, he kicked out without hesitation. Heavenly Ruin Kick, 5th form, Heaven and Earth Shatter. The person hurriedly clamped his legs, but the attack power of the Heavenly Ruin Kick at the unity of heaven and man realm was simply too strong. It instantly broke through his defense. A scream echoed throughout the hotel. This kick directly caused that person to suffer a devastating blow. Chen Feng did not dare to let his guard down. striking out again with his palm, sending a golden dragon phantom directly hitting the person's dantian, completely neutralizing this threat. He then walked into the hallway and crippled the dantian of the four thugs. At this point, the fire in the hotel had been brought under control. Members of the Martial Arts Association and firefighters had gathered downstairs. Chen Feng, along with his two disciples, left the hotel and immediately reported the matter of the Sky Devouring Club to the Martial Arts Association. What? There are personnel from the Sky Devouring Club. Quickly report to headquarters. The Martial Arts Association members looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. They never expected that this kid in front of them not only escaped the clutches of the Sky Devouring Club, but even managed to kill them all in return, capturing 5 members at once. The members of the Martial Arts Association quickly warned Chen Feng not to speak out. To maintain confidentiality, they tried to keep Chen Feng from being seen, having the 3 of them sit in the car, first to leave for the Martial Arts Association. Chen Feng happily followed the members of the Martial Arts Association to take a statement. He was not happy because he had escaped danger, but because all the members of the Sky Devouring Club had bounties. After filling in his bank account number, he took his 2 disciples to catch a train. According to confidentiality regulations, the Martial Arts Association did not disclose this incident. Chapter 35, Moving House, Saint City, Ways Group. Young Master, we just received news from the Martial Arts Association that the people from the Sky Eating Club have failed. Moreover, 5 live captives have been caught. The young man, referred to as the Young Master, said unhappily, a bunch of useless trash. They can't even deal with a martial apprentice. Tell the leader of the Sky Eating Club to give me a reasonable explanation. After saying this, the young man looked at the video in his hand, his expression even more displeased. The people he sent out turned Jiang City upside down, but found nothing of value. On the other side, Jiang City Airport. A middle-aged woman with a face full of sores looked at the messages on her phone, her face showing confusion. She quickly typed and sent a message. Leader, you don't need to worry about Chen Feng's matter. Leader, I am in Jiang City, just in time to take a look myself. Elder Liu, there's no need to trouble you with such a small matter. Elder Kai, the last incident was strange. Let the subordinates investigate it. Administrator, I can send someone to resolve it again. It definitely won't go wrong this time. Senior member, my subordinate requests to go into battle and guarantees to complete the mission. Leader, you all find a way to handle the Ways group. Administrator, understood. The leader of this inconspicuous chat group is indeed the helm of the Sky Eating Club. At this moment, looking at Chen Feng's information on his phone, he fell into deep thought. How could 4 martial artists and a senior martial artist be dealt with by this martial apprentice? Could someone have helped? It's truly intriguing, huh? Suburbs of Jiang City. Chen Feng looked at the state of the small courtyard, his expression becoming somewhat grim. At this moment, the yard was no longer a yard. It was practically a plowed field. The entire ground had been turned over. Upon entering the room, the situation was even more exaggerated. Not only had all the floor tiles been ripped up, but even the wall plaster had not been spared. At that moment, Jin Yoshi ran out of the bathroom angrily. These guys are too despicable. They even took apart the toilet. Chen Feng frowned slightly, quickly guessing what these people were looking for. They must be trying to find his martial arts techniques. Since they didn't succeed this time, they might very well resort to violence against people next. Or perhaps they already have. He thought about what happened in the provincial city. The Sky Eating Club would definitely not let this matter rest. Chen Feng knew that he could no longer stay in this suburban small courtyard. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. He needed to find a safer place to live. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were too weak. It was too dangerous for them to stay in such a place. Fortunately, the loan only required a small amount of interest to be paid back first, and the rest could be paid back slowly. Right now, funds were still plentiful. The 5 members of the Sky Eating Club he had captured earlier had a bounty of 10,000 each for the 4 martial artists and 100,000 for the senior martial artist. Coupled with the bounty from the Martial Arts Association, Chen Feng didn't need to worry about money for the time being. In the end, for safety, Chen Feng chose a new home in a community next to the Martial Arts Association. He rented a 3-bedroom apartment. It was just a bit inconvenient to practice martial arts every day as the practice location was changed to a small park within the community. Because it was close to the Martial Arts Association, most of the residents in the community were people from the association. Even a vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, Yang Honghu, lived in this community. However, the community also had a downside. The people from the Martial Arts Association would practice every morning at 6 o'clock next door, with their shouts shaking the heavens, making it almost impossible for anyone to sleep in. Therefore, those who loved to sleep generally wouldn't live here. It was also for this reason that Chen Feng was able to rent a house here smoothly. On the other side, with Lu Weiwei's provincial competition going viral, all past events of a superhuman were dug up. The War God Martial Arts School was unsurprisingly caught in the crossfire. Digging corners, unloading the donkey after the grind. The War God Martial Arts School was indeed a sweat and blood school. Swapping disciples ended up with them being slapped in the face. It was truly karma. There was even a last-place elimination system. This was a rhythm that could kill people. There was someone named Sha Hemming, who reportedly knew a lot of dark secrets about the War God Martial Arts School. Lu Weiwei could be said to have escaped the sea of suffering, while Xiao Han could only be said to have jumped into the fire pit. No wonder their martial arts techniques were exposed all over the internet. Xiang Jingpeng looked at the various scandals of the War God Martial Arts School online, his face turning blue with anger. This damned guy should have been killed back then, especially when he saw Sha Hemming, who had been crippled by Chen Feng. Now, in order to gain traffic, he also began to expose various dark secrets of the War God Martial Arts School online as a victim. Among the most damaging was the War God Martial Arts School's bully contract and the perverse transactions of various instructors. For this, Xiang Jingpeng was even summoned by the Martial Arts Association. Yang Honghu looked at Xiang Jingpeng and said coldly, "The War God Martial Arts School is prohibited from recruiting students for a year. They must rectify and pass the review to continue recruiting. If they fail to meet the standards, their martial arts school qualification certificate will be revoked." To save the martial arts school, the first thing Xiang Jingpeng did was to expel Han Ming, Xiao Ruhan's mentor, because Han Ming was also one of Lu Weiwei's teachers and was one of the most criticized online apart from him. Xiang Jingpeng also took this opportunity to shift the blame onto Han Ming. Of course, to prevent Han Ming from speaking out, he took on all the blame himself and spent a large sum on hush money. However, this matter could not simply end here. Xiang Jingpeng directly pointed the finger at Chen Feng. He had the expelled Han Ming start to openly challenge Chen Feng online. The three members of the chosen martial arts school, especially Jin Yoshi, who loved to scroll through her phone, saw someone openly challenging Chen Feng online at the first moment. "Master, look, someone is cursing you." Chen Feng took the phone, frowning. He completely didn't recognize the person. "Chen Feng, you coward if you have the guts. Come challenge me one-on-one. All you do is stir up trouble online. What kind of man are you? Don't think I don't know. It's you who is plotting against me. As the head of a martial arts school, do you dare accept my challenge? I am Han Ming, the one you persecuted and made lose my job." Beside, Lu Weiwei frowned and said, "Han Ming was my mentor at the War God Martial Arts School. I didn't expect he would be expelled. I remember his cultivation level was a senior martial artist." Senior martial artist? Chen Feng truly wasn't he afraid. He just wasn't in the mood to challenge anyone. Otherwise, if everyone came to challenge him, wouldn't he be exhausted? Moreover, with the Sky Eating Club watching him, the more he exposed himself, the more dangerous it would be in the future. On the other side, Han Ming believed that Chen Feng wouldn't dare accept the challenge. In his mind, Chen Feng was just a mere martial apprentice. After all, 3 months ago, his vitality value had only just reached 100 points. With over 3 months gone by, it certainly wouldn't have increased by much. Chapter 36. Enough is enough. Han Ming's actions were entirely at the behest of Xiang Jingpeng. This was also one of the conditions tied to the 500,000 hush money payment, aimed at annoying Chen Feng and simultaneously diverting some online attention. Naturally, countless spectators eager for drama were stirring things up online, pleading for Master Chen to take action and provide a full-service response. After all, Chen Feng was just a martial apprentice, while this person was said to be a genuine high-level martial artist, who could be underestimated. If he could defeat a martial artist with one palm, perhaps he could do the same to a high-level martial artist. Exactly. How would one know without a comparison? Support for a one-on-one challenge won. While the online chatter raged on, Chen Feng chose to ignore it. He was currently spending every day training with Lu Weiwei, using his experience of unity between heaven and man to help his disciple improve the realm of the heavenly crippled leg. Additionally, he had to supervise Jin Yoshi's training. Otherwise, this disciple would be glued to her phone whenever she had free time. During this period, Chen Feng helped Jin Yoshi open up another acupoint, boosting her chi and blood value to 96 points, just a little more, and she would become a martial apprentice. This filled Jin Yoshi with increasing hope for the future. However, this calm period did not last long. Xiang Jingping's method was proving effective. Since arranging for Han Ming to challenge Chen Feng, the focus online gradually shifted. Han Ming even began to taste the benefits. His social media account's followers surged to hundreds of thousands simply because he kept shouting about challenging Chen Feng. Han Ming was also signed by a well-known agency and was inundated with low-quality advertisements. Recently, to increase his visibility, he came to the residential area where Chen Feng lived, armed with a loudspeaker, shouting at the building where Chen Feng resided. "Chen Feng, you cowardly turtle, what kind of man are you? I've worked diligently for decades, only to end up being expelled. It's all your fault for spreading rumors online, making me suffer like this." His shout immediately drew countless onlookers. A group of elderly people, unaware of the actual situation, began to discuss animatedly. It seemed that the person named Chen was not a good one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed someone to this extent. "Look at this guy, with his red lips and white teeth, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like a good young man." Being pointed at and scolded, but not daring to come out to clear his name, must mean he is in the wrong. In today's world, losing the support of the elderly's gossip was a sure sign that one was on the path to ruin. Chen Feng naturally heard this and sighed helplessly. It seemed he would have to reveal his strength. He had to beat Han Ming so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Originally, he didn't want to expose his strength, as the Swallowing Sky Club was lurking in the shadows, watching him closely. He didn't know when they would come after him again. The more he revealed now, the more dangerous it would be in the future. However, this detestable guy was getting more and more excessive. If it didn't take action now, life would become unbearable. Chen Feng opened his door and headed to the living room, intending to inform his two disciples about his plan to accept the challenge. However, he found no one there. He knocked on their doors, but there was no response. Oh no, they wouldn't have gone downstairs, would they? At that moment, the loudspeaker noise from downstairs also ceased. Chen Feng hurried to the window and indeed saw Jin Yoshi with her hands on her hips, arguing with Han Ming. Lu Weiwei stood beside her. Chen Feng couldn't afford to waste time, fearing his disciples would suffer. He rushed out and headed downstairs. At this moment, Jin Yoshi was pointing at Han Ming and scolding. "How can you be so shameless? It was the Battle God Martial Arts School that expelled you. What does that have to do with my master? If you have the ability, go shout at the Battle God Martial Arts School." Han Ming sneered. He was here to sling mud, not to reason. "So it turns out you're Chen Feng's little lover. Everyone, take a look. These two are supposedly disciples, but you all understand what that means. A man and two women living together. It's truly disgusting." Jin Yoshi's face flushed with anger. Lu Weiwei also spoke up. "Han Ming, I didn't expect your quality to be this low." Han Ming smirked, saying, "You traitor of the Battle God Martial Arts School. How dare you talk about my quality being low? Now you've even teamed up with the chosen martial arts school to take down the Battle God Martial Arts School. Have you forgotten who your mentor was? I remember you even tried to seduce me once. Luckily, I am an upright person." His words immediately drew disdain from those around. Lu Weiwei angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I've never tried to seduce you." However, no one paid attention to her. After all, the bystanders were just interested in the drama. Who was real and who was fake didn't matter. "I know they're from the 17th floor. It seems they really live with a young guy. The guy looks to be only in his 20s, not much like a master." The two young girls looked quite innocent. Who knew they were actually deceitful? These two little green teas must have been kept by that Chen Feng. At this moment, Han Ming was still live-streaming. The phone camera was aimed at Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei. "Everyone look, a 21-year-old young man has taken in two disciples of similar age. Tell me, do you believe there is nothing fishy going on between them?" Jin Yoshi, infuriated, stepped forward to snatch the phone, wanting to smash it. Han Ming thought to himself, perfect timing. Just as Jin Yoshi grabbed the phone and was about to use force, Han Ming shouted, "What do you want to do?" At the same time, he seized Jin Yoshi's wrist and forcefully threw her aside. A girl who hadn't even reached the level of a martial apprentice was almost instantly tossed several feet into the air by a high-level martial artist. "Ah!" Jin Yoshi screamed in fright. Lu Weiwei anxiously urged, "Let her go." However, Han Ming ignored her. In her desperation, Lu Weiwei immediately unleashed the Heavenly Crippled Leg and attacked Han Ming. 3 realms annihilation. Han Ming sneered, effortlessly swinging his arm to directly send Jin Yoshi flying over 10 meters. At the same time, he kicked out. Wind God Leg. His legs instantly turned into a blur. In this moment, Lu Weiwei finally experienced what it meant to have her Heavenly Crippled Leg be ineffective against a true master. In front of a high-level martial artist, she could barely manage a scratch. The opponent was a high-level martial artist, while she was just a martial apprentice, 2 whole realms apart. Her heavenly crippled leg was instantly disrupted, and then she received a heavy kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Just as she was about to crash into the wall, a pair of warm hands caught her from behind. Wei Wei, are you okay? Lu Weiwei looked up and saw a face that brought her comfort. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Meanwhile, Jin Yoshi, thrown over 10 meters, struggled to get up. Blood was oozing from her forehead and elbow, clearly having sustained serious injuries. She limped toward Chen Feng, crying as she walked, "Master, what would he as bullying us?" Chapter 37. Death Agreement. Chen Feng's forehead suddenly bulged with veins as he glared at Han Ming. For some reason, when Han Ming met his gaze, his body involuntarily shivered. Chen Feng picked up Lu Weiwei and walked in front of Jin Yoshi to check on his disciple's injuries. Lu Weiwei had fainted from the shock and suffered severe internal injuries. Jin Yoshi had a significant wound on her forehead, and it was uncertain if it would leave a scar. Her right elbow had large abrasions that looked bloody, but fortunately, they were just superficial injuries. Since being accepted as his disciple, Jin Yoshi had always accompanied him. Although she seemed mischievous and lazy at times, she was very caring and obedient. Chen Feng had long regarded her as family. Seeing Jin Yoshi injured now made his heart bleed. "Yoshi, Master will definitely avenge you." Jin Yoshi threw herself into Chen Feng's arms and cried out, "Master, it hurts so much. Am I disfigured?" At this moment, the onlookers also felt that Han Ming's actions were a bit excessive. They began to discuss among themselves. "That guy went a bit too far. Look at that girl. She might end up disfigured. That young man is really useless. 2 women got beaten, and he didn't dare to say a word. Did you see how powerful that guy was?" His kick created an afterimage. Han Ming snapped back to reality and set up his phone, ignoring the crowd's comments. He continued to provoke, "You caused me such misery, so today I'm going to collect some interest. Chen Feng, if you're a man, accept my challenge. Stop hiding behind 2 women and pretending to be tough." "Challenge?" Chen Feng replied coldly, "I was going to accept your challenge, but now you don't have the chance anymore." Han Ming scoffed, "What are you pretending for? You're just a coward, acting tough in front of me. Everyone can see that you're just a softie." His words immediately flooded the live stream with countless comments. "I was going to let you beat him up, but not anymore. He's just a martial apprentice. How dare he accept a challenge from a high-level martial artist?" With those 2 female disciples beaten so badly, how could Chen Feng hold back? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to resist. Even if I couldn't win, I'd still rush in. At that moment, Chen Feng's angry voice rang out. "You want to fight me that badly? If you have the guts, sign a death agreement with me." The mention of a death agreement instantly sparked discussions among the crowd. This is a deadly fight. This young man is really too impulsive. He could just go to the Martial Arts Association for this. There's no need for it to come to this. "Young man, you need to think this through." In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng was too young, while Han Ming dressed very youthful and stylishly. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Han Ming was at least in his 30s, just well-maintained. When Han Ming heard Chen Feng wanted to sign a death agreement, he momentarily froze, unsure of how to respond. Among the crowd, the live streaming assistant assigned to him quietly approached. "Han Ming, why are you dazed? Thousands of viewers are watching. Hurry up and agree, or your character will collapse." Han Ming hesitated, "But it's a death agreement. It could lead to someone dying." The assistant replied, "Are you kidding me? You're a high-level martial artist. He's just a martial apprentice. If someone dies, it's him. Why are you being a coward?" Han Ming suddenly had no words to retort. It made too much sense. But why was he feeling so anxious inside? He couldn't help but recall the scene of Xia Himing battling Chen Feng. At that time, everyone thought Chen Feng would definitely lose, but in the end, Xia Himing was completely incapacitated. "Han Ming, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and agree. Didn't you see how the comments exploded?" Han Ming glanced at his phone screen, and it was filled with mockery. "Damn, I was cursing so passionately before, and now it's like this. I kept calling him a turtle, and now that he's showing his head, I'm the one hiding. Not a real man, confirmed. Damn it." Han Ming cursed inwardly, feeling his face was losing dignity. He looked at Chen Feng and forced out a seemingly relaxed smile. "Chen Feng, since you seek death, I'll grant it." Before leaving, Chen Feng left a final statement. 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Jiangxing Sports Center. After saying this, he carried Lu Weiwei and took Jin Yoshi towards a clinic in the neighborhood. Watching Chen Feng leave, Han Ming shouted loudly to cover up his earlier embarrassment. "Whoever doesn't show up the day after tomorrow is a coward." After saying this, he turned to the viewers in the live stream. I'm a high-level martial artist. How could I fear a martial apprentice? I just didn't want to be too ruthless. After all, he's still young, and I don't want to see him go down the wrong path. But since he seeks death, I'll grant him that. With Han Ming's live stream, the news of the death agreement duel quickly spread across the internet. Some curious onlookers even rushed to Jiangcheng, wanting to witness this deadly fight firsthand. A death duel is far more thrilling than a formal competition. A person's anger can spill blood within 5 paces. The master of superhuman was simply too impulsive, not realizing his own strength. P.S. Avenging his disciple. How can you say that about him? A mere martial apprentice is even more arrogant than I am as a martial artist. I don't believe he can turn the tables. This time he's up against a genuine high-level martial artist. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingpeng was scrolling through his phone and smiled when he saw Chen Feng wanted to sign a death agreement with Han Ming. Truly unaware of the sky's height, he thought, I don't believe you can leap 2 levels again. I watched the battle between Chen Feng and Xia Himing more than once. I can assure you, Chen Feng used all his strength against Xia Himing. There's no way he can defeat a higher-level Han Ming this time. The difference in vitality is just too great. Xiang Jingpeng recalled that Chen Feng's vitality was barely 100 points over 3 months ago. Even if Chen Feng is a genius, he could only increase his vitality by 10 points in that time. Meanwhile, Han Ming's vitality was over 600 points, with a 6-fold difference in vitality. He didn't believe Chen Feng could turn the tide. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan's mother habitually scrolled through her phone to curse Chen Feng. Soon, she saw that Chen Feng was going to sign a death agreement with Han Ming. Ruhan, look, that Chen guy actually wants to sign a death agreement with your former mentor. P.S. Truly asking for it. Teacher Han is a high-level martial artist, not some trash like Xia Himing. Xiao Ruhan also took out her phone and quickly read through the events. She didn't expect Chen Feng would dare to say such things. If he really signed a death agreement the day after tomorrow, he would almost certainly lose. If he wanted to back out now, he would definitely be ridiculed across the internet. I want to see how you handle this. Chapter 38. Stormy winds. Xiao Ruhan has not been doing well lately. Both of her hands are currently in plaster. Fortunately, it's not too serious. The doctor said it wouldn't affect the national competition 3 months later. During this time, she has witnessed the notorious reputation of the War God Martial Arts School. Lu Weiwei has become a darling of the internet, dubbed the Leg Goddess. However, Xiao Ruhan has suffered because of this. Her past grievances with Lu Weiwei and her dark history have been dug up again, and she has been mercilessly criticized by countless people. She has decided to go see how Chen Feng embarrasses himself the day after tomorrow. The fact that someone she once abandoned is doing better than her fills Xiao Ruhan with an indescribable jealousy. The more miserable Chen Feng's situation is, the more balanced she feels. At the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, Yang Honghu was brewing tea when his private phone suddenly rang. He took a look at the number and was shocked to see a dozen identical digits. He hurriedly answered the call. President, is there something you need from me? The president replied, aren't you paying any attention to what is happening in Jiangxing? What is happening in Jiangxing? Yang Honghui asked Confuset. He quickly opened his email on his computer to check for any important messages. However, all he found were matters related to superficial projects, nothing significant. He wondered what the president was referring to. The president continued, Chen Feng and that Han Ming are about to sign a death contract. Didn't you know? Yang Honghu was puzzled. I know, but what does that have to do with us? Isn't that a matter for the notary? On the other end of the line, the president's voice turned frantic. Are you an idiot? This is a genius who has mastered 3 heavenly-level techniques and has reached the pinnacle as a martial apprentice. Are you really going to watch him fight to the death with someone? If Chen Feng dies, it would be a loss for the entire Xia dynasty. I'm telling you, even if you die, he cannot die. Yang Honghui almost kuruset. After all the hard work over the years, he was still not as good as a martial apprentice. He immediately shouted into the phone, President, I understand. Don't worry, even if I die. I want to let a single hair on Chen Feng's head be harmed. After hanging up, Yang Honghu fell into deep thought. He didn't expect the association to value Chen Feng so highly. No matter what, he had to protect Chen Feng the day after tomorrow. Yang Honghu considered whether to capture Han Ming in advance. If that were the case, the death contract incident would be a non-issue. After thinking it over, he decided against it. He would let them fight. When Chen Feng was in danger, he would step in. By then, he could also do Chen Feng a favor. As for the rules of the death contract, they wouldn't work in front of him. At the Wei group, the person responsible for capturing Chen Feng also noticed this matter immediately. A faint smile appeared on his lips. A day later, This person appeared at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Hospital. Chen Feng had first taken his disciple to a community clinic for simple treatment, stopping the bleeding and disinfecting before heading to the best hospital in Jiangxing. At that moment, Lu Weiwei was still lying in the hospital. The doctor advised her to stay for a few days for observation. As for Jin Yoshi, she was originally crying and asking if she was disfigured. Chen Feng comforted her, saying he would take her for plastic surgery if she were disfigured. However, when the bandage was changed the next day, they found that the huge scar on her forehead had completely healed. Even the scab had fallen off. There was not a trace of the scar left. Her forehead was smooth and white, as if she had never been injured. Chen Feng and the doctor were both astonished. Only Jin Yoshi cheered in front of the mirror without a care in the world. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly realized something. It seemed that ever since Jin Yoshi learned the Buddha's palm, she hadn't fallen ill again. He remembered a time when Jin Yoshi insisted on cooking for him. She ended up cutting her thumb, and there was a lot of blood. The wound was large and deep. Surprisingly, by the next morning, the wound had disappeared. The master and disciple were astonished for a long time, but didn't think much of it. Now, looking at Jin Yoshi's forehead, this matter seemed too bizarre. Chen Feng silently thought, could it be because she practiced the Buddha's palm? Now, Lu Weiwei had been confirmed to have no major issues, just that she shouldn't engage in strenuous activities for the next month and should rest well for a while, using her martial arts energy to nourish her organs. As Chen Feng was preparing to handle the discharge procedures, a young man in a suit approached him. Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Wei Su from the Wei Group. I'd like to discuss tomorrow's death duel with you. Chen Feng was puzzled. What does my death duel have to do with the Wei Group? Just say what you need to say. The man looked around, seeing that there weren't many people, and said directly, our Wei Group can guarantee that you will win tomorrow. Win? Chen Feng thought to himself that he would definitely win anyway. Did he really need their guarantee? However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The other party must have some ulterior motives. What do I have to give in return? Wei Su smiled, but didn't directly say what he wanted. Instead, he mentioned what he could offer. In addition, we are also willing to give Mr. Chen 300 million. 300 million. Chen Feng and his two disciples were shocked. However, Chen Feng quickly reacted and said, just get to the point. Wei Su Deeply, the Wei Group wants to be friends with you and purchase your 3 heavenly level techniques. Chen Feng thought to himself, as expected. He helplessly shook his head and said, not for sale. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell. He truly wanted the 300 million. It was just that the system techniques couldn't be sold. The other party wouldn't be able to learn them and would certainly not pay him. He then ignored the man and continued to handle the discharge procedures for Lu Weiwei. Wei Su spoke to Chen Feng's departing figure. Mr. Chen, if you ever want to trade, feel free to let me know. I will personally attend your death duel tomorrow. His meaning was clear. However, Chen Feng knew that the other party would definitely be disappointed tomorrow. It seemed that the Martial Arts Association's confidentiality work was quite good. His news about upgrading to a martial artist had likely not leaked yet. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so certain he would lose based on Sha Hemming's defeat. Wei Su frowned slightly as he watched Chen Feng leave. Things were not going as smoothly as he had imagined, and this made him very dissatisfied. The first attempt to hire the Devouring Heaven Club to capture Chen Feng had failed. The second search of the chosen martial arts school also ended in failure. He could not afford to fail again this time, as his family would not allow him to continue failing consecutively. Although the Wei family was incredibly powerful, claiming to be the best in the world as long as the martial saint did not appear, there was a significant drawback within the family. The core techniques of the family were strong, but had major flaws. Not everyone could cultivate them. Many family members were quite mediocre. The Wei family urgently needed other high-level techniques to cultivate their descendants. Of course, over the years, they had gradually acquired a few heavenly-level techniques. However, the more heavenly-level techniques they had, the better. Chapter 39 Immigration. Chen Feng and his 2 apprentices returned to the community. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw a foreign beauty standing at the door. With blonde hair and blue eyes, she was dressed in professional attire that seemed a bit tight, almost as if it would burst open. Before Chen Feng could say anything, the blonde beauty spoke in fluent Daxiao language. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am here to represent the Western continent and sincerely invite you to join us. As long as you are willing to join the Western continent, we can meet any reasonable conditions you have. From now on, all your expenses will be covered by us. Chen Feng was surprised. It was the first time he had heard of someone being invited to immigrate. However, he immediately refused, saying, I cannot immigrate. Please go back. The The woman seemed to have anticipated his response and continued, Mr. Chen, I must remind you that regardless of whether you participate in the life and death duel tomorrow, your situation is very dangerous. You must align yourself with a powerful force. To be frank, not only us from the Western continent, but also the powerful families of Daxia have set their sights on you. You surely understand the reason, but I can guarantee that no family combined can offer you what the Western continent can. Chen Feng shook his head again. The beauty was not discouraged and continued to persuade him. There are many people in Daxia who want to harm you. The recent Sky Eater Club was hired by the Wei Group to target you. Why not leave this place where someone is always trying to harm you? In the Western continent, we will treat you like a king. Money, power, beauty, everything you could want. The blonde beauty made various tempting promises that were hard to refuse. For the Western continent, which had a weak foundation in martial arts, high-level techniques were extremely scarce. Unfortunately, martial arts were a closely guarded secret in Daxia. Over the years, what they had managed to learn was nothing compared to what Daxia had. Currently, Chen Feng, who was facing difficulties in Daxia, was exactly the person they wanted to recruit, especially since he possessed 3 types of heavenly-level martial arts. Even Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were somewhat tempted, particularly when they learned that the Wei family, one of the 9 great families of Daxia, wanted to capture Chen Feng. They thought about hiding with their master in a safe place to avoid being targeted, slandered, and humiliated every day. Chen Feng opened the door, and before entering, he turned to look at the blonde beauty. She felt a glimmer of hope, thinking that Chen Feng had been swayed. I would rather be a ghost in Daxia than a king in betrayal. Bang! The door closed, leaving the beauty standing in place. Confused, she did not understand why. Despite the malicious treatment Chen Feng had faced recently, he was unwilling to leave. Once inside the room, Jin Yoshi couldn't help but ask, Master, why don't you want to become a king? Here, people are always trying to harm you, and many are slandering you. Isn't it better to immigrate to a more welcoming place? Chen Feng gently stroked Jin Yoshi's forehead. They don't just want me to immigrate. They want me to betray my country. There are too many ancestors in Daxia who, though I have never met, have greatly benefited me. If my ancestors never bowed their heads, how can we bend our knees? I grew up in an orphanage, living off the support of my fellow Daxia citizens and enjoying the blessings of countless ancestors. Even if I die here, I cannot let Daxia and my ancestors down. Jin Yoshi listened, somewhat understanding, while Lu Weiwei felt a stirring in her heart. At this moment, her gaze towards Chen Feng became increasingly admiring, and she momentarily lost her focus. Hey, junior sister, what are you daydreaming about? Jin Yoshi tugged at Lu Weiwei's arm when she noticed her staring at Chen Feng's back. Lu Weiwei came back to her senses, immediately blushing. Jin Yoshi covered her mouth and laughed. Junior sister, have you been charmed by Master? Lu Weiwei was flustered, as if her thoughts had been exposed. And no, don't think too much. She hurriedly ran back to her room. Meanwhile, Han Ming was at the company, reviewing Chen Feng's previous battle videos with his live-streaming assistant. Logically, as a senior martial artist, he shouldn't be so nervous about fighting a mere martial apprentice. But for some reason, he couldn't calm his heart. Do you think Chen Feng is so bold as to sign a life-and-death agreement because he has some backing? The assistant replied, strength can defeat skill. No matter what he has backing him, it doesn't change the gap between you two. You should be worrying about him, not the other way around. The assistant rolled his eyes, feeling disdain for Han Ming's nervousness. A senior martial artist being so timid against a martial apprentice? Unbelievable. Just then, the assistant's phone rang. The caller ID showed Zhou Bapai. Boss, did you call for me? The urgent voice on the other end said, hurry up and bring Han Ming over. We have an important guest waiting. The assistant recognized the urgency and didn't dare delay, quickly calling Han Ming and rushing to the boss's office. Upon entering, they saw the boss standing respectfully before a refined young man who was quietly watching them. This person was Wei Su, who had previously sought out Chen Feng. You can leave, but Han Ming stays. The boss nodded and led the assistant out. Han Ming was a bit at a loss. Someone who could make the boss so fearful must be a big shot. Wei Su spoke lightly. Tomorrow, during your life-and-death battle with Chen Feng, you must not kill him. Han Ming was taken aback, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Here it comes. Chen must have some backing after all. No wonder he dared to sign a life-and-death agreement. So he has a big shot protecting him. Damn, if I had known there was a big shot behind him, I wouldn't have provoked him. While Han Ming was pondering how to handle the situation, Wei Su continued. You don't need to be too nervous. You just can't kill him. You can still win. You can incapacitate him and then slowly torment him. Make him wish he were dead and beg for mercy from me. Han Ming was once again stunned. This seemed to imply that it wasn't about protecting Chen Feng. However, whether it was or not, he likely had no right to refuse. Since he couldn't refuse, he could only obediently comply. After years of experience, Han Ming learned a life lesson. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Pick on the easy targets and never make things difficult for yourself. After Wei Su left, the boss immediately called Han Ming over. What did Mr. Wei ask you to do? Mr. Wei. Upon hearing that surname, Han Ming immediately realized that the only family in Daxia that could make the boss so fearful and share the surname Wei was the Wei family, the one that once held the title of the #1 family in the world. It was rumored that there were martial saints residing within the family. Han Ming never expected to come into contact with such big shots. He reminded himself to perform well tomorrow and not to disappoint the big shot. Chapter 40. 300 early the next morning, countless spectators flocked to the Jiangxing Gymnasium. The notary personnel also rushed to the scene promptly. The Martial Arts Association dispatched staff to maintain order. According to the regulations of the Martial Arts Association, if both parties have irreconcilable grievances, they can resolve it through a duel by signing a death notice to avoid lethal revenge. This is a last resort, as conflicts arising from martial arts are not uncommon, and the Martial Arts Association is overwhelmed because of it. Han Ming arrived early at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. He had already started a live stream before he got there. Upon arriving at the Jiangxing Gymnasium, his first words to the live stream camera were, "I guarantee Chen Feng hasn't arrived yet. After all, he's here to die out." The live stream chat lit up with comments like, "Isn't there a possibility he has fled overnight? An advanced martial artist fighting a martial apprentice. What do you think you can gain? Don't act tough. Be careful of an upset. By the way, that Chen Feng must be regretting it now." Seeing the number of viewers in the live stream increasing, Han Ming smiled happily. New followers were joining, and he promised to show them a good time shortly. His follower count was about to exceed 500,000. After this duel, he was sure his fans would increase even more. In the future, he could just live stream while selling products and swap out a few female assistants. It would be more rewarding than being a mentor in the martial arts school. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at the Jiangxing Gymnasium with his 2 disciples. When he saw the scene, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected so many people. "Master, should we just not fight?" At this moment, Jin Yoshi was still a bit worried about Chen Feng. She had been scrolling through her phone all night, and her eyes were now dark circles. Almost everyone online was not optimistic about Chen Feng. She had also learned that Han Ming's vitality was over 600. He had been practicing the Wind God leg of the War God Martial Arts School for decades, so his level should not be low. Although she knew her master was very powerful, she still felt a bit scared. What if something happened to her master? How would she survive? Chen Feng gently rubbed Jin Yoshi's head and reassured her, "Do you have no faith in your master? Don't worry. With you around, your master wouldn't dare to die." Lu Weiwei looked at Jin Yoshi enviously, wishing she could freely hold onto Chen Feng's arm too, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. She wasn't too worried about her master's life and death battle. She had witnessed Chen Feng single-handedly incapacitate 5 thugs in the provincial capital. Although she didn't know what level her master was at now, he was definitely not just an ordinary martial apprentice. Plus, she also knew that her master was not an impulsive person. Since he was so confident, he would definitely win. In any case, Lu Weiwei chose to blindly trust her master. When Han Ming saw Chen Feng appear, he mocked, "You really dare to come. Chen Feng, you are really willing to risk your life for your pride." Chen Feng had no interest in engaging in a war of words with Han Ming. He directly walked up to the notary's table. Han Ming snorted coldly and also approached the table. The notary looked at the two and asked, "Have you made up your minds?" In fact, some matters didn't need to escalate to this point. Han Ming sneered. "Some people just don't know their limits and want to find death. I can't help it. If he kneels and apologizes to me now, I will forgive him." Chen Feng continued to ignore him. There was no point in saying more. He was not a fan of idle talk. "I made up my mind. We can start signing the death notice now." The notary shook his head, took out the death notice, and began the procedure. First, he registered their names and identification numbers. Finally, he asked, "What is your vitality value?" Han Ming looked at Chen Feng with an excited smile and reported a number, 614. He wanted to see Chen Feng's expression upon hearing this number. However, he was disappointed. The imagined shock, fear, and dread were absent. There wasn't even a hint of tension, just a calm demeanor. Then Chen Feng reported his vitality value, 300. 300. Han Ming doubted whether he had heard correctly. He instinctively glanced at the number recorded by the notary on the death notice. 300. How could it be 300? Shouldn't it be just over 100? Impossible. He must be lying. 4 months ago, he was still a martial apprentice with a vitality of 100. How could he possibly reach the mid-level of a martial artist now? Han Ming immediately questioned him. For some reason, when he saw that number, his heart skipped a beat. He could only hope that Chen Feng was deliberately trying to scare him. At this moment, an assistant beside him reminded Han Ming, manage your expression. His vitality is over 300 lower than yours. Why are you panicking? The livestream chat exploded with comments. Look at the host's face. He just got scared silly. Even if the other party has 300 vitality, you, with 600 vitality, shouldn't be so flustered. But is what Chen Feng said true? 4 months ago, he had only 100 vitality, and now he's at 300? Absolutely impossible. How could he gain 200 vitality in just 4 months? At this time, the staff also looked at Chen Feng and asked, are you really not lying? When signing the death notice, you cannot conceal your vitality value. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Association will invite you for a chat. Chen Feng was aware of this rule before he arranged for his disciples to be discharged from the hospital yesterday. He had also done a vitality test. He had anticipated that revealing his vitality today might cause trouble. If the other party questioned it, he would have to go to the hospital for a checkup, which was too much hassle. Chen Feng then took out the test report and handed it to the staff. This is my vitality test from yesterday at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Hospital. The notary took it, glanced at the red stamp on it, and made a phone call to confirm. Then he said to Han Ming, he did not lie. You can now place your fingerprints. Also, before the duel, I remind you both, have you written your wills? Han Ming completely did not hear the notary's words. His mind was still replaying the notary's remark that the vitality was real. How could it be real? Han Ming thought of the last person who dueled with Chen Feng. He had watched the video of Chen Feng's battle with Xia Heming yesterday. At that time, Xia Heming's vitality was nearly 4 times higher than Chen Feng's. The result was a complete defeat. His Dantian was also ruined. His vitality was only twice that of Chen Feng. Wasn't that very dangerous? Cold sweat was already beating on his forehead. He thought, no wonder Chen is so confident. It turns out he is no longer that little martial apprentice. At this moment, Chen Feng had already placed his fingerprints. The notary looked at the dazed Han Ming and reminded, it's your turn now. Hey, it's time for you to place your fingerprint. Why are you in a daze? Han Ming came back to his senses, looking at the ink pad handed over by the notary, and couldn't help but instinctively take a step back. Chapter 41 signing, or not, the live stream assistant couldn't help but remind him, Han Ming, what are you doing? There are so many people watching in the live stream. Even if the opponent's cultivation level is a bit higher than expected, they're just a martial artist. What are you afraid of as a senior martial artist? Afraid? Han Ming cursed in his heart. It's not you signing your life away. Of course, you bystanders aren't scared. If things go wrong, I could be putting my life on the line. The opponent is a monster who can kill beyond their level. Just then, the notary reminded him again, it's your turn to leave a fingerprint. Are you going to sign or not? The spectators waiting for the duel were getting a bit anxious. Don't get scared at the critical moment. I've already bought tickets. If he doesn't sign, my money will be wasted. Don't worry, if there's no duel, the Martial Arts Association will refund the tickets. According to regulations, duels involving life and death must be approved by the Martial Arts Association and the notary, and then held in a public sports arena. The rights to watch the duel belong to the Martial Arts Association. Even the family members of the duelists need to buy tickets to enter. After all, preparing for a life-and-death duel requires manpower and resources. In some places, they even require a deposit, and after death, one must choose the coffin and earn from the sponsors. At this moment, the boss behind Han Ming saw his cowardly demeanor and the barrage of comments on the screen. Furious, he sent a message to the live stream assistant. What are you doing? Hurry up and get him a sign. The people from Wei Group are still waiting. The live stream assistant was helpless. He didn't expect Han Ming to be so timid. The ridicule in the live stream almost covered the entire screen. This host is really cowardly. Are you going to fight or not? If not, go home and raise pigs. All you do is bark, but when it counts, you tuck your tail between your legs. It's just a shame after I spent so many gifts, and this is the result? The notary couldn't bear to watch anymore. Regardless of whether it would hurt Han Ming's dignity, he directly said, are you scared? If you regret it, there's still time now. I really don't understand what a senior martial artist like you has to be afraid of. Seeing the notary's disdainful gaze, Han Ming found it hard to decide. At a critical moment, he said to the staff, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom first. After saying that, He ran directly to the nearby restroom. Everyone on site was speechless. The staff hurriedly shouted, "Are you going to sign the life and death contract or not? Just say if you're afraid to sign. According to the rules, the audience's refund must be borne by you." Han Ming didn't care about that. He hurried into the restroom and locked the door. His face was extremely ugly. Not only the people on site, but also the online viewers. And even the boss behind him and the big shot from the Wei group were all watching. Han Ming knew that if he didn't sign today, he would never be able to hold his head high again. The previous bravado online would become a joke, and he would offend the big shot from the Wei group. The current boss would definitely abandon him, and other organizations would surely not dare to use him again. Should he take a gamble and bet that Chen Feng couldn't defeat him despite the level difference? Sign? That was a life and death contract. If he signed, he might lose his life. Just then, there was a knock on the restroom door. "Who is it? Stop knocking." Han Ming faulted irritably. "Mr. Han, I advise you to open the door," came a voice from outside. Han Ming was stunned. Wasn't that the voice of the big shot from the Wei group yesterday? Why is he here? Is he going to force me to sign the life and death contract? What should I do? Offending the Wei family is also a death sentence. Just then, with a loud bang, the restroom door was forcibly ripped off. Outside, Wei Su stood with two bodyguards, who moved the door aside and then quietly stood behind him. Han Ming, in a panic, wanted to explain, but Wei Su handed him a small porcelain bottle. "This is a qi blood pill. As long as you take it, your qi and blood will increase by 300 points. I think this way you shouldn't have any worries anymore, right?" Han Ming stared in surprise at the porcelain bottle in Wei Su's hand. Increasing by 300 points. Wouldn't that make him a top martial artist? However, he had also heard about qi blood pills. They were worth hundreds of thousands each, and there was no market for them. Although they could increase qi and blood, it was only temporary, about 10 minutes. After the effect wore off, his qi and blood would return to normal. Yet even with just 10 minutes, that single pill could turn the tide and change fate. Han Ming took the pill, and he felt a surge of confidence. Soon, he returned confidently. Without waiting for the staff to speak, he dipped his thumb in the ink pad and pressed it on the life and death contract. "Since you seek death, I will fulfill you." Chen Feng glanced at him and said, "Your personality really changes a lot." The contrast is quite big. The online viewers were also confused. What's going on with this guy? Was he holding it in just now? Is he drunk in the restroom? Was that just for show? Finally, amidst countless expectations, the life and death duel began. On the stage, Chen Feng quietly scanned the scene. He immediately spotted several familiar faces. Wei Su from the Wei group was smiling at him. Even Xiao Ruhan and her mother had come. Lastly, there was Yang Honghu, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, standing right next to the stage. People who didn't know might think he was a security guard. Jin Yoshi held on to Lu Weiwei's arm, feeling a bit nervous. That's just her personality. When she gets anxious, she wants to hold on to something. Lu Weiwei felt the strength in Jin Yoshi's grip and knew she was very nervous. She patted Jin Yoshi's hand to comfort her. "Don't worry, Master will definitely win." Jin Yoshi nodded. "Master will definitely avenge us." Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out behind them. "Win? With what are you going to win?" Han Ming's mentor is a senior martial artist. A mere martial apprentice thinks he can win against a senior martial artist? You must be dreaming. Ha ha. Better pick a coffin for your master early. Xiao Ruhan's mother seemed very pleased, as if she could already see Chen Feng dying miserably. However, Xiao Ruhan, beside her, frowned. She had just seen on her phone that someone said Chen Feng's qi and blood had reached 300, already reaching the mid-level of martial artists. Her first reaction was to think it was nonsense. But then she saw that this message actually came from the data Chen Feng provided when he signed the life and death contract, with the video as proof. Chapter 42, Relentless Pursuit. At this moment, Han Ming on the arena looked mockingly at Chen Feng. "I almost got fooled by you, kid. I was still wondering how you could increase your vitality by 200 points in 4 months. It turns out you ate a vitality pill, but the quality of your pill is not good. You only increased 200 points of vitality." Han Ming had just swallowed a vitality pill in the bathroom, suddenly increasing his vitality by 300 points, making him feel surging with energy, his whole body filled with power. At the same time, he realized that Chen Feng must have also taken a vitality pill. Otherwise, his vitality couldn't have increased so quickly. Chen Feng didn't have time to chat with Han Ming. As the vitality surged within him, a shadow of a great Buddha enveloped his body. The scene of his two disciples being ruthlessly beaten just 2 days ago was still fresh in his mind. He felt no sympathy for scum like this. "People like you. possessing martial skills are a disaster. Today, I will eliminate the harm for the people. Han Ming was also shocked by the might of Chen Feng's great Buddha. However, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, he immediately mocked. What are you pretending for? To be honest, I just took a vitality pill too. Today, I will make you wish you were dead. However, if you are willing to beg Mr. Wei Su for mercy, I can spare your life. Wei Su. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He was indeed being targeted by the Wei group. It seemed that the vitality pill Han Ming mentioned was also given by Wei Su. He had also heard of the vitality pill. It was said that this thing had been monopolized by the great families, making it hard for ordinary people to obtain. A vitality pill can increase more than 300 points of vitality, and it lasts for 10 minutes. That means Han Ming's vitality had already exceeded 900, reaching the level of a top martial artist. Chen Feng couldn't help but frown. The other party's vitality was 3 times his own, exceeding him by over 600 points. He didn't know if he could still win later. After all, things were different now. Back when he fought Sha Heming, the opponent's vitality was nearly 4 times higher than his own, but overall, it was only about 300 points higher. Now the gap was over 600 points. If it really came to it, he would reveal his realm of unity of heaven and man. The fusion of 3 sets of techniques should allow him to fight back. At worst, he wouldn't confront him head-on and would drag it out for 10 minutes, then counterattack. After all, he didn't want to die. At this moment, the netizens in a live stream were already hyped up. Here it comes, it's that great Buddha's palm technique. Last time no one could see it clearly, but this time we should be able to see it well. Where's the dragon? I want to see the dragon. Let him use the golden dragon palm. What golden dragon palm? That's called the 18 palms of the Dragon Subduing. Call it whatever you want, who cares? Han Ming's live assistant, holding the phone, looked helplessly at the barrage. After all this, the live stream was filled with Chen Feng's fans. No one was interested in seeing Han Ming's martial arts moves. Seeing the great Buddha's shadow again, Yang Honghu was still very shocked, especially just now. He received the news that Chen Feng's registered vitality was 300, which made it hard for him to believe. However, none of this mattered. He had to protect Chen Feng, especially after hearing that Han Ming had also taken a vitality pill. He was also wondering if Chen Feng had taken a vitality pill, which was why his vitality had increased so quickly. Jin Yoshi, seeing her master's technique, immediately excitedly said, "Junior sister, look, it's the Buddha's palm. This is the palm technique my master taught me." Not far away, Xiao Ruhan frowned. Right now, she wanted to see the palm technique that Chen Feng had taught her. By now, Xiao Ruhan had resigned herself. She had tried all the martial arts techniques from the War God Martial Arts School, even the yellow level techniques, and found them all difficult to practice. She knew that she could only practice the palm technique Chen Feng had taught her. She also understood that this palm technique might only be suitable for her constitution. That's why so many people online were learning it, but few succeeded. Yet Chen Feng hadn't taught her all the moves and had deceived her into thinking he had taught her everything. This Chen Feng was really despicable. Without realizing it, Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists. The only technique she could practice but hadn't learned completely had become a source of anxiety for her. On the arena, Han Ming looked at Chen Feng's martial arts realm at its peak with immense jealousy. He might never reach such a realm in his lifetime. He no longer hesitated and directly attacked Chen Feng. His legs turned into illusions in the air, creating a whirlwind on the arena. Wind God legs. With a 600-point difference in vitality, Chen Feng didn't dare to engage directly. He chose to evade the attack, testing the waters first. With a symbolic defensive move, he then created distance, stepping out of the attack range. Seeing that Chen Feng dared not take the hit and dodged away, Han Ming's last bit of unease completely vanished. "Ha ha, now you no fear, huh? Wanna run? Let us see where you can run to. Hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy." Han Ming relentlessly pursued, while Chen Feng kept on the defensive. Soon, Chen Feng relaxed. After several defensive moves, he roughly gauged the strength of Han Ming's attacks. Although he found it difficult to resist for now, his self-defense was not a big issue. The heavenly severing legs, although purely an attacking technique, had greatly enhanced Chen Feng's agility. As he twisted and turned, defending with the Buddha's palm, Han Ming truly couldn't take him down. At this moment, Han Ming was excitedly chasing after him. "Run, run. The more you run, the more excited I get. I want to see how long you can escape." What nonsense genius. What peak mastery. In front of my absolute power, they're all just trash. Seeing Chen Feng only daring to run away, Han Ming was completely certain that the other party had no ability to turn the tide. Although every time Chen Feng counterattacked, his palm techniques were surprisingly powerful. Seemingly reaching the level of a high-level martial artist, they still couldn't withstand the strength of Han Ming, a top martial artist. Han Ming was relieved. Without the vitality pill, he might have truly capsized in the gutter this time. Now he just had to wait for Chen Feng to show a flaw, and he could easily take him down. However, this wait lasted nearly 10 minutes. Everyone below the stage was sweating for Chen Feng. Yang Honghu almost couldn't resist intervening. Xiao Ruhan's mother was still occasionally clapping and cheering, drawing frowns from many around her. Chen, you still pretending? Huh? Looks like you're getting your comeuppance now. Today, I want to see how you die. At this moment, Wei Su below the stage was also smiling as he watched the battle on the arena. On the 400 square meter stage, Chen Feng was desperately fleeing, while Han Ming relentlessly pursued him like a cat chasing a mouse. Chen Feng was in a precarious state, but no one noticed that Han Ming still hadn't managed to harm Chen Feng. In a corner of the audience, an ant with a face full of sores and a somewhat deformed body looked at Chen Feng on the stage and murmured, "No wonder a high-level martial artist, along with 4 others, can't catch you. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong in a higher-level battle. The Sky Devouring Club is not losing out this time." Chapter 43. Please, host, go to your death. As the battle intensified, Han Ming, who was initially very excited, increasingly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. The Qi blood pill had a time limit. Once its effect wore off, his energy would drop back to its original level. He had been too excited just now, and he didn't know how much time had passed. However, it couldn't be far from 10 minutes. Han Ming's heart sank. He suddenly saw through Chen Feng's intentions. Damn it, you better stalling for time on purpose. Chen Feng noticed that his intentions had been seen through, but remained unfazed. After a long battle, he had roughly figured out some of the techniques of the Wind God leg. At this moment, facing the truth revealed by Han Ming, he grinned, planning to provoke him further. Your time is running out. The composure on Han Ming's face vanished, replaced by anxiety. His attacks became increasingly fierce. Unfortunately, despite using all his strength, Chen Feng did not engage him head-on. The onlookers gradually began to sense something was off. Wei Su frowned. He also noticed that something was strange. Han Ming was acting like a big fool, attacking recklessly without regard for the cost. This not only failed to harm Chen Feng, but also accelerated the pill's effect, wearing off. Yang Honghu also realized this. Chen Feng's meticulous thoughts made him admire him even more. However, Xiao Ruhan's mother was cursing loudly. That Chen guy just knows how to dodge. What a shame. Xiao Ruhan could only see that Chen Feng remained calm, while Han Ming grew increasingly anxious. Netizens watching the live stream through various platforms were also puzzled. Wasn't Han Ming dominating the fight? Why did it feel like he was starting to panic? That monster, Chen Feng, seemed too composed. It had been almost 10 minutes, and my legs were getting numb. Hurry up, I have class soon. Until a certain moment, Han Ming's face suddenly turned pale. His movements became noticeably sluggish. Chen Feng once again used the Buddha's palm for defense, instantly feeling much more relaxed. Moreover, this palm strike pushed Han Ming back several steps. It seemed the effect of the pill had worn off. Chen Feng looked at Han Ming with a smile. Han Ming, somewhat confused, asked, "Why hasn't your strength changed? Did you eat 2 Qi blood pills?" Chen Feng shook his head and chuckled. "I never ate a Qi blood pill from the beginning. All right, this match should come to an end. I hope you're mentally prepared." Han Ming shouted, "Even if the pill's effect has worn off, I am still a high-level martial artist with 600 energy points. I'll give you a chance. Let's end this here. I won't trouble you anymore. Let's coexist peacefully." Chen Feng laughed. "Don't you think that's too troublesome? I have a simpler solution. How about I just waste you today?" With that, his momentum suddenly surged. 18 golden dragons suddenly appeared around the Buddha's phantom, crashing into the somewhat shocked Han Ming. Han Ming gritted his teeth and used the Wind God leg to shatter the incoming golden dragons. Then he saw Chen Feng lightly slap his palm, and instantly, the sound of Buddhist chants filled the air. 10,000 Buddhas to the congregation. The palm of the Buddha's phantom came crashing down fiercely. Han Ming struggled to resist, feeling immense pressure and not as relaxed as before. However, he managed to block these moves. "Chen Feng, don't force me. I can perish together with you if it comes to that." Chen Feng had always been too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly unleashed 3 moves of the Celestial Destruction leg as his response. Endless suffering. Kill all beings. Annihilation of the 3 realms. He unleashed 3 kicks, each forming a substantial energy wave that produced explosive sounds. Han Ming was enraged. Previously, Chen Feng had only used palm techniques. Now that he was using leg techniques, it was clear he'd been holding back just for this moment. He furiously shouted, "Damn it! I'll fight you to the end." He immediately executed the strongest 3 moves of the Wind God leg. Wind sweeps the clouds. Furious wind roars. Thunderous wind action. Suddenly, a fierce wind kicked up, causing the security personnel by the ring to rustle in their robes. The moment Han Ming made contact with the first kick, he was horrified. How could the attack power be so strong? Even if it were a heavenly level technique, at its peak, the attack power shouldn't be this terrifying. He barely managed to withstand 1 kick. In a panic, Han Ming launched a series of attacks to barely block the second kick. However, he was directly shaken, tasting blood in his throat and spitting out a mouthful of it. There was no time to catch his breath. The third kick landed heavily on his leg, which he intended to use to counterattack. With a crack, his right leg twisted and deformed. I admit defeat. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please don't kill me. It was all Xiang Jingping's orders. I had no choice. Han Ming clutched his broken leg, pleading for mercy on the ring. Everyone watching the duel was shocked. Wei Su looked extremely grim. He no longer wanted to watch and stood up to leave the gym. Xiao Ruhan was speechless in shock, her heart with a mix of emotions, and she kept asking herself, is this still the Chen Feng I know? In the first battle, a martial apprentice defeated a martial artist. In the second battle, a martial artist defeated a high-level martial artist. And the 2 battles were only 4 months apart. How could his progress be so terrifying? I have lost such a monstrous master. Xiao Ruhan stared blankly at the man on the ring, feeling regretful, remorseful, and unwilling. Various complex emotions swirling in her heart. However, her thoughts were quickly interrupted by her mother. What the hell? Wasn't it Han Guy very arrogant before? How could he suddenly be defeated? Did that Chen Guy use trickery? Ruhan, what the hell is going on with your teacher? Xiao Ruhan was speechless, looking at the jubilant Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, feeling a deep jealousy rising in her heart. I was the first disciple of Chen Feng. Why am I doing so poorly while they can be so happy? Han Ming's live streaming assistant was also a bit dazed. He never expected things to develop this way. The most dramatic part was that he was still using Han Ming's account to stream from outside the ring. The current situation left him unsure whether he should continue streaming. He could only send a message to his boss. Assistant, boss, should we continue the live stream? Boss, if we don't stream, should we leave it for others to stream? Boss, this is his last wave of traffic. If you want to stream in the future, there won't be any chance. Han Ming still didn't know that his highest viewed live stream would become his last. The screen was filled with comments and gifs praising Han Ming's professionalism. The arrogance he once had was now matched by his panic. This host could go all out, risking his life for the viewers in the stream. Brothers, you should give some gifts. In the future, if you want to send gifts, you'll have to burn them. Without saying anything more, the host's journey ends here. On this day next year, it will be the day we forget you. Holy City Yinzu, please, host, go to your death. Chapter 44. Su Yin Chen Feng looked at Han Ming, who was struggling backward and frantically apologizing. He stepped in front of him and said mercilessly, if apologies were useful, why bother with life-and-death contracts? He could never forgive Han Ming. The tragic appearance of his 2 disciples that day was still fresh in his memory. The existence of such scum was the greatest insult to the great Xia. Chen Feng knew that in this world where martial prowess was revered, being soft-hearted would lead to no good outcome. Today, he had broken Han Ming's legs. If he let him go, there would definitely be a chance for revenge in the future. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the whole family will suffer. Chen Feng ruthlessly struck down with his palm. Han Ming let out a terrible scream. No. His cries echoed throughout the arena. The stage was left with a puddle of filth due to incontinence. Han Ming stared blankly at his dantian, which was a bloody mess. Even his entire lower body had lost all sensation. I'm ruined. My martial arts, my vitality, my lifetime of effort. I'm no longer a martial artist. Why did this happen? Han Ming cried out helplessly, unable to accept this cruel reality. Though he was not dead, he was now worse than an ordinary person. His lower body was completely paralyzed. He had no idea how to live the rest of his life. In despair, Han Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. On the surface, it looked tragic, but deep down he was actually relieved to have survived the life-and-death arena. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly said, I almost forgot. It seems we signed a life-and-death contract. Han Ming was stunned and immediately looked up at Chen Feng in terror, only to see a palm coming down towards him. No, spare my life. A 1T dare again. Chen Feng coldly snorted. Did you ever think of sparing me back then? With a single palm strike, Han Ming, filled with endless regret, bled from all 7 orifices and slowly fell to the ground. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he still regretted why he had provoked such a monster. Beside the arena, Yang Honghu, who had been eager to try, was surprised that he had not been called upon. He never expected Chen Feng to be so formidable. Even top martial artists could do nothing against him, and advanced martial artists were just there to be beaten. He couldn't help but think about the upcoming Kunlun Forbidden Land opening, and his gaze towards Chen Feng grew increasingly fervent. On various live-streaming platforms, viewers watching the event were shocked by the outcome. Chen Feng had once again performed a counterkill, truly worthy of being Lu Weiwei's master. That move was incredibly cool. Luckily, he didn't participate in a martial artist competition, otherwise I wouldn't have a chance. This guy must be invincible at the martial artist level. Although he still fell short of some of the monsters from the holy capital, they were not far behind. After this battle, all previous doubts vanished. People had to admit that Chen Feng was indeed somewhat monstrous. He was not at all inferior to the descendants of the prominent families in the holy capital. After the life-and-death duel, Chen Feng walked out of the gymnasium with his 2 jubilant disciples. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard the unpleasant voice of Xiao Ruhan's mother coming from ahead. Where did this ugly freak come from? So disgusting. Get away from me, you make me nauseous. Chen Feng saw an aunt in a gray long dress, hunched over and using a cane, limping towards the gymnasium exit. Right behind her were Xiao Ruhan and her mother, Sulan. Today, Sulan was already in a bad mood because she didn't see the Chen family member get beaten to death and was even carried away by Chen Feng. Now, this disabled aunt was blocking her path, and she couldn't help but start cursing. Sulan's scolding immediately drew the attention of those around them. The comment from the crowd made Xiao Ruhan's face look a bit unpleasant. She hurriedly pulled her mother Sulan's arm, wanted to go around and leave quickly to avoid further embarrassment. But Sulan impatiently said, "Why are you pulling me? Every day is just not going smoothly. Even walking has an old waist blocking the way." Xiao Ruhan's expression darkened as she frowned and said, "We can just go around." Sulan shook off her daughter's hand and shouted, "Go around for what? Why should we go around? Good dogs don't block the way, get out of my way." The aunt, who had difficulty moving, was unexpectedly pushed to the ground by Sulan. Some people around filmed with their phones. Some criticized Sulan, while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. But no one came forward to help the fallen aunt. Chen Feng frowned. He did not like this cold and indifferent world. This kind of world was disheartening and disappointing. This area around the gymnasium had many surveillance cameras. Chen Feng was not afraid of being accused of fraud. He quickly stepped forward and helped the aunt up. "Are you okay? If you're hurt, I can help you call the police." At this moment, Xiao Ruhan left on her own. She was already overwhelmed by Chen Feng's matters and had no extra energy to deal with her hopeless mother. Sulan had just stepped over the aunt's body and walked a few meters away when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she saw it was that Chen. "I was wondering who was playing the good guy here. Turns out it's you, Chen. What's wrong? Is this ugly freak your mother? Seems like she has some disgusting disease. Tell your mother not to run around and ruin the city's appearance." After Sulan finished speaking, she laughed mockingly. After the ridicule, she felt much better. However, the onlookers could no longer tolerate it. "Your quality is really refreshing my worldview. This is just too much. I can't stand it anymore. So malicious. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? How can I live in the same world as such a person?" Facing the humiliation from the crowd, Sulan was not willing to back down and retorted. Ultimately, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, she tossed her head back and walked away with her chin held high. The people around gradually dispersed. At this moment, Sulan was still unaware that she had just walked through the gates of hell. The aunt who had been pushed down merely glanced at Sulan. A flash of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. If it weren't for the crowd, Sulan would have already been a corpse. In the vast Jiang city, it was the first time someone had bullied her. Su Yan smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling not much anger but rather amusement. As the leader of the Sky Eating Club, she had no interest in killing someone as insignificant as Sulan. Instead, she developed a strong interest in the young man who had helped her up. This world is truly wonderful. Previously, her subordinates had even kidnapped this Chen Feng, yet now she was experiencing his kindness. Su Yan looked at Chen Feng curiously and asked, "Don't you find my appearance disgusting and ugly?" Out of politeness, Chen Feng only glanced quickly at the old aunt. It must be said that the aunt's appearance was truly frightening. Her face was covered in swollen sores, causing her features to be somewhat distorted. After standing up, she hunched over, with her bloated body unable to stand straight. The exposed skin on her hands was also covered in various horrifying sores. No wonder the people around were afraid to help her. After helping Su Yin pick up her cane, Chen Feng finally answered her question. When living, one should not be burdened by the superficiality of appearances. Vulgar and shallow aesthetics can only lead to false vanity. Otherwise, others are indeed hell. True beauty is everywhere. It's just that everyone has different standards of beauty. Chapter 45. The North mysterious skill, Chen Feng, now only wants to become stronger and has long since moved beyond low-level interests, especially regarding the beauty and ugliness of appearances. He doesn't care much. Right now, Chen Feng only wants to improve his cultivation level. Because in this world, the stronger your cultivation, the freer you are. Only then can you protect the people you care about the most. My master is right. He is not that shallow of a person. Jin Yoshi looked at him with admiration. Lu Weiwei was also stunned by her master's words. Su Yin saw the two beautiful disciples behind Chen Feng and immediately cursed in her heart. Scum! I almost believed your nonsense. She took the cane Chen Feng handed over and continued to ask, I'm curious, what are your aesthetic standards? What do you consider beautiful? Beautiful? This question made Chen Feng recall many past events. When he was young, he loved to stand by the window of the orphanage and look outside. He would see other kids happily playing with their parents. The laughter of a family was something he longed for, but could never reach. As a child, he often fantasized that if he had parents, he too could show a happy smile every day. Thinking of his bittersweet childhood, his eyes suddenly became a bit moist. Su Yin, a master-level practitioner, clearly sensed Chen Feng's emotional fluctuation. Coupled with his moist eyes, it didn't seem like he was faking it. A question about beauty actually made a prodigy who could kill enemies beyond his level and had mastered martial arts to the peak tear up. Su Yin didn't know why, but she became increasingly curious about Chen Feng's answer. Chen Feng smiled faintly, his moist eyes returning to normal. For me, the most beautiful thing in the world is nothing but the smiles of my parents. The smiles of my parents. Su Yin was stunned. Yes, unfortunately, I can no longer see them. The warm smiles of her parents suddenly flashed in her mind. But right after that came her father's lonely expression and disappointment with the world, along with her mother's despair and tears when she begged on her knees. Chen Feng's words not only reminded Su Yin of her parents, but also reminded her of her deep-seated hatred. At this moment, even Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei recalled their own parents. However, Jin Yoshi felt only loneliness, with no nostalgia. She had never seen smiles on her parents' faces, only severe reprimands. Lu Weiwei's memories of her parents had even become blurred. Su Yin looked deeply at Chen Feng. In her heart, she thought, this state of mind is completely unlike that of a 20-year-old youth. No wonder he could cultivate martial arts to such a peak level. I'm even a bit reluctant to hand him over to the Wei group. Chen Feng said to Su Yin, Auntie, take your time. We'll head back first. Jin Yoshi also warmly said, Goodbye, Auntie. Su Yin nodded and said to Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, I really envy you for having such a war master. Jin Yoshi proudly lifted her little head, and Lu Weiwei also showed a happy smile. Just as the two parties were about to bid farewell, suddenly, a voice appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Detected North Mysterious Skill Match Rate 100. Name, Su Yin. Note, successful apprenticeship will bring unexpected surprises. Chen Feng was instantly stunned. At this moment, looking at the ant in front of him, his eyes completely changed. What the hell? Am I really going to take an old ant as a disciple? How can I even say that? But seeing the name of that skill, it was impossible not to be tempted. After all, it was said to be a divine skill. It must be extraordinary. Chen Feng was very curious about what kind of effects he would have after learning the North Mysterious Skill and reaching the state of unity with heaven and man. For the dream of being invincible, what a little awkwardness. Besides, if he encounters the Sky Eating Club again, it would provide an additional means of survival. And he could tell, just by looking at this ant, that her character was good, suitable to be a disciple. Chen Feng cleared his throat and mustered his courage to say, Annie, do you want to learn martial arts? I see your bone structure is extraordinary. You are a rare talent for martial arts. As long as you take me as your master, I can teach you a set of incredible skills. Su Yin was dumbfounded. She suspected she had misheard, but there was no one else around her. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were also stunned. Their master's actions had completely exceeded their imagination. Su Yan looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. You want to take me as a disciple? Chen Feng awkwardly nodded. Just a moment ago, he thought he might have misheard, but now seeing his master nod in confirmation, Jin Yoshi's mouth dropped open in shock. Lu Weiwei's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. This time, even Su Yan was at a loss. A young man in his 20s actually wanted to take her as a disciple, although she was actually only 30 this year. The side effects of abusing the star absorption technique made her look like she was in her 40s or 50s, covered in toxic sores, and with a bloated, distorted figure that even affected her legs. This was the price of the star absorption technique. The cultivation speed was extremely fast, but the drawbacks were immense. Absorbing the vitality of others was difficult to integrate, causing conflicts. While improving her cultivation, she was also damaging her body. Otherwise, she couldn't have reached the master level at the age of 30 and established the well-known Sky Eating Club in the Great Xia. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't figure out why Chen Feng wanted to take her as a disciple. Didn't this kid only like pretty young girls? Could it be that he actually had a peculiar taste? But it didn't matter. It felt interesting anyway. Su Yan was very curious to see what this young man, who always surprised her, wanted to do. All right, and he really wants to learn martial arts. Disciple Su Yan grits master. Seeing Su Yan actually agree, Jin Yoshi's mouth opened even wider. She now had another junior sister who was decades older than herself. Well, this junior sister was even older than the master. Lu Weiwei also couldn't believe that the other party actually agreed. Should this be a joke? At this moment, Chen Feng was extremely excited inside. It worked. He heard a voice in his mind. Apprenticeship successful. Gain skill North Mysterious Skill. Note, as long as the disciple enters the North Mysterious Skill, the master's understanding of the skill will be upgraded to unity with heaven and man. Congratulations on achieving the master achievement. The fourth disciple established a well-known power organization and became its leader. Reward: 200 vitality points for the master. Chen Feng was shocked. He just took a disciple and immediately completed the master achievement, gaining 200 vitality points. Wow, there's such an operation? With 400 vitality points, one would be considered a high-level martial artist. And Chen Feng now had 500 vitality points. At this moment, if he faced Han Ming, who had over 900 vitality points, Chen Feng would dare to confront him directly. He just didn't know what kind of power organization this fourth disciple would establish. A mutual aid association? A color abstinence club? An elderly social club? Anyway, Chen Feng couldn't think of it for the time being. He was just a bit troubled about how to address Su Yan. Now that he was a master, he couldn't call his disciple Auntie, right? In the end, he could only bite the bullet and added Su Yan on WeChat, sending her his address. Su Yan, if you have time tomorrow, you can come to this place to find me. I just happen to have a skill suitable for you. You must come, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Chen Feng really wants to improve now. When he saw the introduction to the cultivation method, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Devouring others' vital energy? Isn't this the star absorption technique? Chapter 46 Surveillance. Su Yan nodded and said to the three, master, and two senior sisters, see you tomorrow. Jin Yoshi waved her hand and said, goodbye, junior sister. Su Yan laughed heartily, feeling it was truly interesting. At this moment, she felt as if she had rejuvenated by decades. Watching Chen Feng and the others leave, Su Yan couldn't help but think, what kind of martial arts is this? She could tell that Chen Feng wasn't just talking nonsense. Although it was somewhat ridiculous for a young martial artist to teach a master-level martial arts technique, Chen Feng's incredible comprehension of martial arts made it hard to dismiss. Su Yan also followed Jin Yoshi's Douyin account. From the videos where this senior sister answered fans' questions, she found the names of the martial arts techniques used by Chen Feng. There were 3 types of martial arts techniques in total. The first technique was called 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The second was called Buddha's Palm. The third was called Heavenly Severing Leg. All were techniques she had never even heard of. Moreover, with her master-level perspective, Su Yan could tell that all 3 techniques were undoubtedly top-tier, heavenly-grade martial arts. Such advanced techniques had already surpassed those of ordinary large martial arts schools. Only the 9 major families of the Great Xia and the Martial Arts Association could rival them. However, what Su Yan cared about most was not these 3 high-level techniques, but rather that Chen Feng had managed to master all 3 to their peak. This was beyond what could be described as a prodigy. It was simply terrifying. Among all the prodigies Su Yan knew, very few could master a single technique to perfection, let alone simultaneously master 3. She hadn't heard of anyone achieving that. It seemed this was the reason the Wei group wanted to capture him. But now he was mine. Su Yin smiled, opened her phone, and sent a message to the group of the Devouring Sky Club. Group leader, from now on, the task concerning prodigy Chen Feng is complete. Group leader, any tasks related to Chen Feng must be reported to me immediately. After sending the 2 messages, the deputy group leader quickly forwarded them to all groups. All members who saw it, totaling over 8,000, responded immediately. The Devouring Sky Club had nearly 100 elders, each of whom was a master-level fighter, and 9 had reached the master level. Just this force alone was comparable to that of a typical large family. They were just slightly lacking in top-tier combat power. Additionally, there were over 200 administrators responsible for various cities, each with top-tier martial artist strength. There were over 1,000 senior members, each a high-level martial artist. The number of ordinary members was countless, with the lowest being beginner martial artists. The message was not only received by the members of the Devouring Sky Club, but also by the undercover agents lurking within. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Association immediately called the Jiangcheng branch. Yang Honghu was quite frustrated. Looking at the caller ID on his phone, he secretly guessed what the issue was this time. Did someone complain to the headquarters again? When the call connected, the voice of the president came through. They had just received intelligence that the Devouring Sky Club had suddenly announced the cancellation of all actions against Chen Feng. Furthermore, the group leader of the Devouring Sky Club personally instructed to monitor all tasks related to Chen Feng. Do you know what to do? What to do? Heaven knows what I should do. Yang Honghu didn't understand the president's deeper meaning, but still replied, I understand, President, you can rest assured. Rest assured? The president was quite familiar with the unreliable Yang Honghu. Then tell me, what do you plan to do next? Yang Honghu was taken aback. He then slapped himself hard. He could only grit his teeth and tentatively said, I'll capture Chen Feng and ask the Devouring Sky Club why they are doing this. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with scolding on the other end of the line. This is your president's reassurance? This is what you call a fart's worth of reassurance. You quietly keep an eye on Chen Feng and record everyone who comes into contact with him. See if you can find any information about the group leader of the Devouring Sky Club. Yang Honghu quickly replied, Okay, President, I understand. You can rest assured. I will personally keep a close watch on him. He hadn't expected it to be related to the Devouring Sky Club, an organization that had been quite a headache for the Great Xia. The Martial Arts Association had conducted numerous large-scale crackdowns on the Devouring Sky Club, but with little effect. Members of the Devouring Sky Club popped up like mushrooms after rain, with one batch being captured after another. Moreover, due to their ability to absorb others' vitality, their members cultivated extremely quickly, making them very dangerous to capture. The main issue was that the group leader of the Devouring Sky Club had never been seen by anyone. Only a few core high-level members had met him. Many undercover agents who infiltrated the Devouring Sky Club still had no information about the group leader, which had become a thorn in the side of the Martial Arts Association. After thinking for a moment, Yang Honghu added, the Kunlun opening ceremony occurs once every 60 years, and I want Chen Feng to give it a try. The president on the other end was silent for a long time before saying, All right, I watched his duel today. I also saw the surveillance from his apartment. His mindset is quite good. The 3 suspected top-tier, heavenly-grade techniques have all reached the peak level, making him indeed suitable to guard the Dragon Vein. Be sure to make arrangements and also give him 2 bottles of second-grade vitality pills. 2 bottles of second-grade vitality pills. Yang Honghu's throat moved, unable to suppress a gulp, shocked into silence. He hadn't expected the headquarters to value Chen Feng so highly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Honghu immediately began to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the president on the other end was watching the surveillance footage of Chen Feng's residence on his computer screen. The video showed the moment when the representative from the Western continent attempted to bribe Chen Feng. The president was deeply moved by Chen Feng's 4 statements. I'd rather be a ghost in the Great Xia than betray my country to become a king. There are too many ancestors in the Great Xia. Though I haven't met them, I've deeply benefited from them. Our ancestors never bowed their heads. How can we bend our knees? Master, even if I die here, I cannot let my ancestors feel cold-hearted. The president of the Martial Arts Association was profoundly shaken by these words, feeling a sense of comfort. Chen Feng's words made him feel that his lifelong dedication to the Great Xia was not in vain. He could only sigh, wondering how many people like Chen Feng still existed in today's Great Xia. Many young people nowadays only care about drinking water, but never think about who dug the well. After layers of approvals and confirmations, Yang Honghu finally obtained the 2 bottles of second-grade vitality pills from storeroom. These were a whole tier above the vitality pills Han Ming consumed. Han Ming took first-grade vitality pills, which could only increase about 300 vitality points per pill, and lasted roughly 10 minutes depending on usage. In contrast, second-grade vitality pills could increase around 400 vitality points per pill and lasted up to 20 minutes. Of course, their price was also doubled. The market price for a single second-grade vitality pill was a staggering 500,000. There was no way around it. The medicinal materials needed to produce second-grade vitality pills were incredibly expensive, with many costing thousands per gram. Coupled with the high failure rate in production, the cost was quite high. Chapter 47. Kunlun Mountain Opening. Yang Honghu didn't expect the president to be so generous this time. 2 bottles of blood chi pills. 10 pills in each bottle, totaling a value of 10 million. However, considering Chen Feng's realm and the significance of the Kunlun Mountain opening, this 10 million was nothing. It was definitely worth more than its price. The next day, Yang Honghu brought the pills and personally went to Chen Feng's home. Just as he knocked on the door, a ghostly face appeared from the shadow at the corner of the hallway. Yang Honghui? What is he here for? Has he sensed me? Su Yin quickly dismissed this thought. She hadn't shown her face for 10 years. Even the 8 top assassins in the highest echelon hadn't seen her during this time. Her appearance had changed drastically from 10 years ago. As long as she didn't actively reveal herself, it was nearly impossible to expose her. She glanced at the corridor surveillance camera and guessed that with Chen Feng's extraordinary talent, he must have been monitored by the Martial Arts Association. If she wanted to contact Chen Feng, it was only a matter of time before she was exposed on camera. But it didn't matter. Her current identity was clean. The Martial Arts Association wouldn't be able to find anything. In the morning, just as Chen Feng was about to take his 2 disciples to the community park to practice martial arts, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see the vice president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. President Yang, what brings you here? Yang Honghui Chuklet. Let's talk inside. To be honest, I have something very important to discuss with you. Chen Feng hurriedly invited Yang Honghu into the living room. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, who were already dressed and ready to go out, had to return to the room and wait until their master finished his discussion. Yang Honghu surveyed the room and then sat down on the sofa. Chen Feng took a bottle of electrolyte drink from the fridge and handed it to Yang Honghu. He had no habit of drinking tea. Yang Honghu didn't team mind these details and got straight to the point. Chen Feng, your battle yesterday was impressive. With your current strength, ordinary high-level martial artists are probably no match for you. I came today to ask if you have heard of the Kunlun Mountain opening. The Kunlun Mountain opening. Chen Feng had certainly heard of it. The ancestral vein of the Daxia, Kunlun Mountain, was a world-renowned forbidden area. It was covered in mist year-round, and no living person could enter. Anyone who mistakenly wandered and never made it out. However, every 60 years, the mist over Kunlun Mountain would thin out significantly for a period of 81 days. This was the only time every 60 years when one could enter. But it was still extremely dangerous and had a significant restriction. The blood chi value could not exceed 1,000. If a person with a blood chi value over 1,000 entered, the excess would be extracted and permanently lost. Even if they left Kunlun Mountain, they could not recover it and would have to start from the realm of top martial artists. This deterred experts above the top martial artist level. As the higher the blood chi, the more difficult it was to cultivate. No one wanted their hard-earned blood chi to disappear. Of course, there were exceptions. Some elderly individuals nearing the end of their lives would choose to enter Kunlun Mountain at this time to be buried in the ancestral dragon vein. However, before they died, they still had a final mission to protect the Daxia dragon vein. The Kunlun Mountain opening, occurring once every 60 years, would not only include the descendants of Daxia, but also some foreign powers. The dangers of Kunlun were accompanied by immense opportunities. There were countless rare treasures inside. It was said that someone had even seen a Qilin inside, and legend spoke of people using Qilin blood to forge Qilin arms, becoming extraordinary masters. There were also legendary red fruits, thousand-year blood ginseng, mountain spirit water souls, ice silkworms, and the spring of eternal life. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, too numerous to count. Just bringing out one could achieve financial freedom. Moreover, foreigners illegally entering Kunlun not only sought the treasures inside, but also aimed to destroy the Daxia dragon vein. Therefore, every time someone entered Kunlun Mountain, anyone encountered who was not a descendant of Daxia would be killed without question. Chen Feng looked at Yang Honghu and said, President Yang wants me to enter the Kunlun ancestral vein this time, too. Yang Honghui no det. That's right. Once you enter Kunlun Mountain with your cultivation level, you will surely achieve something. Chen Feng immediately humbly replied, President Yang, you flatter me. Encountering top-level martial artists is still somewhat dangerous. Yang Honghu was speechless. You say I'm flattering you, yet you still mention it's somewhat dangerous. You're really not being modest. What's the difference between a little bit and none at all? Yang Honghu immediately took out 2 bottles of blood qi pills and placed them on the coffee table. These are 2 bottles of second-grade blood qi pills. Eating one can increase your blood qi by 400 points, lasting about 20 minutes. With these, you should have confidence now. Yang Honghu didn't know that Chen Feng's blood qi had already reached 500 points. He thought that when Chen Feng had 300 points, he could still stand undefeated against Han Ming, who had over 900 points. If Chen Feng added 400 blood qi with 700 points, and combined it with 3 top-tier martial arts techniques, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, he should have few rivals among top martial artists. Chen Feng immediately looked over with curiosity. He saw the labels on the 2 small bottles stating they were second-grade blood qi pills, and his heart instantly raced. With his current 500 blood qi, if he took these pills to increase it by 400, he would reach 900 blood qi. Under the limitation of 1,000 blood qi in Kunlun Mountain, wouldn't he be invincible? With the blood qi of a top-level martial artist, combined with the realm of unity of man and nature, which top-level martial artist could match his configuration? Yang Honghu asked, so with these, do you dare to go to Kunlun Mountain and protect the Dragon Vein of Daxia? And at that time, you only need to act at critical moments. I will arrange for a group of old masters to take care of you. If there is a real, life-threatening situation, you can escape directly from Kunlun Mountain. Old masters. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, then understood. Once the masters entered, their blood qi exceeding 1,000 would be stripped away. However, their martial arts cultivation would remain. It could be said that these old masters nearing the end of their lives would be the top combat power in Kunlun Mountain. Since the conversation had reached this point, there was no reason not to go. Moreover, Chen Feng was very interested in the extremely mysterious Kunlun Mountain. After all, one could only enter Kunlun Mountain once every 60 years. If he didn't enter this time, he would be 80 years old for the next opportunity. Chen Feng looked at Yang Honghu earnestly and said, protecting the Dragon Vein of Daxia is my responsibility. If I die fighting for the Dragon Vein of Daxia, it would be my supreme honor. Yang Honghu shouted good. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, on the day of the Kunlun Mountain opening, I will send someone to notify you. This time, at the Kunlun Mountain opening, we must eliminate more invaders for Daxia. I will send you the information about Kunlun Mountain right away. Chapter 48. Man's effort. It wasn't until Yang Honghu left that Su Yin headed towards Chen Feng's house. She saw that all 3 of her disciples had gathered. Chen Feng informed them about the upcoming expedition to Kunlun Mountain next week. The opening of Kunlun would last for a full 81 days. For the safety of the great Xia Dragon Vein, I might stay until the last day. I probably won't be able to make it to the national competition. Wei, you'll have to rely on yourself then. Rankings don't matter. You must protect yourself and avoid getting hurt. Lu Weiwei nodded seriously. Jin Yoshi expressed her worries. I heard that the Kunlun opening in Great Xia is very dangerous. Many people die every time. Although Jin Yoshi is from Korea, the Kunlun opening, which occurs every 60 years in Great Xia, is not only a grand event for Great Xia, but almost the whole world wants a piece of the action. Koreans are no exception. Every opening of Kunlun reveals countless treasures, but it also leads to thousands of people being forever buried within the Great Xia Dragon Vein. Jin Yoshi pouted and said to Chen Feng, Master, can you not go? It's too dangerous, and I'm worried. Chen Feng rubbed Jin Yoshi's head and said, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every individual. As a part of Great Xia, this is my duty. Not only must I go, but I must also do my utmost. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Yin suddenly thought of someone. It was her father, who had also once patted her head and said the same thing. Xiao Yin, the greater a person's ability, the greater their responsibility. Unfortunately, her father's abilities had borne responsibilities he should not have taken on. She didn't expect to find a shadow of her father in a young man. Jin Yoshi knew she couldn't change her master's mind, so she could only pout. Although there was still more than a week until they left, she was already reluctant to part with her master. The 4 of them arrived at the community park. Under the shade of the gazebo, many elderly people were playing cards. while a few practiced martial arts nearby. There was also a children's playground adjacent to it. Chen Feng chose a more secluded spot under the trees and began imparting knowledge to the 3 disciples. Today, with Su Yan's presence, Chen Feng let the other 2 disciples practice on their own while he taught Su Yan the Northern Underworld divine skill. Su Yan didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually teach her martial arts. Chen Feng leaned closer to Su Yan's ear and whispered, "My skill is a bit special. Once you learn it, you can't use it carelessly. If someone finds out, they might mistakenly think you are a member of the Sky Devouring Club." Sky Devouring Club? Su Yan was startled. She thought to herself, "No way. Are you really going to teach me the star-absorbing technique? I'm the ancestor of the star-absorbing technique. Is Chen Feng also a member of the Sky Devouring Club? That shouldn't be the case, right?" While Su Yan was lost in thought, Chen Feng looked around and then leaned close to her ear again, saying, "The technique I'm teaching you is specifically for absorbing the vitality of others. You mustn't use it recklessly. It's easy to be misunderstood." Upon hearing this, Su Yan was certain that what Chen Feng wanted to teach her was indeed the star-absorbing technique. Because apart from the star-absorbing technique, she had never heard of any other skill that specifically absorbed people's vitality. She teased, "You're teaching me such an evil technique. Isn't it just to deprive others of their vitality?" Chen Feng immediately corrected her. "Your thinking is wrong. I must rectify it. Techniques are neutral. It's the person who differentiates between good and evil. Justice or evil depends entirely on the user of the technique." Su Yan was stunned. Chen Feng's words were almost identical to what her father had said years ago. She had once asked her father the same question, and he had responded in the same way. In this world, only people differentiate between good and evil. Techniques themselves have no inherent morality. Amused, Su Yan wanted to experience how Chen Feng would teach her the star-absorbing technique. She couldn't help but recall the scene when her father first taught her the star-absorbing technique. Chen Feng first recited the technique's mantra and operation route. "You first slowly recite the mantra with me, and then I'll guide you through the operation route a few times." Su Yan frowned. The mantra and operation route Chen Feng had just spoken were completely different from the star-absorbing technique. How could this be? Could there be other techniques for absorbing vitality in this world? While Su Yan was pondering, she heard Chen Feng say, "I'll place my hand on your back. You can feel my vitality flow." Feeling Chen Feng's hand, Su Yan's body stiffened. If it were someone else, she might have already drained him dry. However, she didn't want to act against Chen Feng for now. She wanted to see what kind of technique Chen Feng could teach her. Soon, with Su Yan's master-level cultivation, she easily memorized the operation route and also committed the mantra to memory. Chen Feng explained again, "This technique is called the Northern Underworld divine skill. It can absorb the vitality of others for your own use. But you mustn't be greedy. You need to control the amount. Don't absorb too much at once, or it could lead to problems." She understood this well. Absorbing too much vitality from others at once could conflict with her own. At best, like herself, it could cause physical deformities and toxic sores. At worst, it could lead to madness and instant death. Su Yan felt that the Northern Underworld divine skill wasn't that impressive, although it had similarities to the star-absorbing technique. The Northern Underworld divine skill required physical contact with the other person to be used. The star-absorbing technique was different. It had a stronger absorption ability and could draw from a distance. Against someone with lower vitality, it was almost as easy as crushing an ant. But the next moment, Su Yan was hit with a revelation from Chen Feng. After you absorb it, you must quickly refine it. The method of refining is to reverse the previous technique, allowing the vitality to circulate within your body. Only then can you fully integrate the vitality of others into your own. Refining others' vitality, fully integrating it into oneself. Su Yan was stunned, her mind blank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be such a heaven-defying technique in this world? Su Yan couldn't believe it, because she knew that if what Chen Feng said was true, it would mean something monumental. She hurriedly followed the method Chen Feng taught, reversing the vitality within her body. Most of that vitality wasn't hers. While it made her stronger, it also continuously tormented her, relentlessly damaging her body. At that moment, following the Northern Underworld divine skill method and completing a full cycle, Su Yan clearly felt that the previously violent vitality, which required all her effort to maintain balance, was no longer so turbulent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she could completely refine the vitality within her body. At that moment, Su Yan's excited body trembled. As long as she refined this vitality, she could continue to absorb others' vitality and rapidly increase her own cultivation. The biggest drawback of the star-absorbing technique was that the absorbed vitality had to be used immediately. If she tried to retain it in her body and forcefully increase her cultivation, it would trigger various dangerous backlash. But all of this was perfectly resolved by the Northern Underworld divine skill. Chapter 49 Actions of All Parties. As Su Yin was operating a large Zhou Tian, a prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Disciple has mastered the Biming divine skill. Achievement of a famous master completed. Reward. Master S Biming divine skill level increased to the unity of heaven and man. Wow, impressive. She learned it all at once. Chen Feng did not expect that although Su Yin looked older and had a disability, her learning ability was so strong. She mastered in one go. Originally, Chen Feng thought he would have to teach her for a few days. Now that he had perfected the Biming divine skill, his confidence in participating in the Kunlun opening was even stronger. At this moment, Su Yin looked at Chen Feng in shock. Many things suddenly became clear to her. She finally realized how powerful her master was. No wonder he was just a martial apprentice 4 months ago, and now he had become a martial artist. Such a heaven-defying skill made it difficult not to upgrade. Seeing that his disciple had already mastered the skill, Chen Feng had to advise her. Su Yin, I impart this skill to you not for you to harm others. Of course, the skill is for your use. I just hope you will use it for the right purposes and not harm the innocent. I hope the people from whom you drain life force deserve it. Chen Feng was afraid that if Su Yin got caught, she would expose her master, and he would be treated as a member of the Sky Eater Club and taken away for a life sentence. Su Yin smiled slightly. A word popped into her mind. Saint. Master, don't worry. If I get caught, I'll just say I'm a member of the Sky Eater Club. Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. Su Yin curiously asked, Master, since you have such a heaven-defying martial skill, why is your cultivation level progressing so slowly? Chen Feng said seriously, to be honest, I haven't absorbed any life force myself. Not a single one. You're joking. Su Yin did not believe him. If he hadn't absorbed any, how could he have increased his life force by 200 points in 4 months? Hypocritical. She was unaware that just yesterday, Chen Feng had increased his life force by another 200 points. If she had known, she would have looked down on her master even more. Even the martial saints in their youth probably couldn't do this. Now that I have learned the Biming divine skill, I will go back and practice slowly, Su Yin thought. With such a heaven-defying skill, she just wanted to quickly refine the life force within her body, elevate her cultivation, and strive for the Grandmaster level or even Martial Venerable, preparing for the slaughter of the 9 major families. Chen Feng nodded. Although he had achieved the unity of heaven and man with the Biming divine skill, it was indeed not easy to teach. He couldn't just grab someone, absorb a bit, and have his disciple do the same. In the end, Chen Feng still expressed his concern. This skill is too special. I can't teach you hand in hand. Everything depends on your own practice. Take your time and don't rush. You must not go down the wrong path. Su Yin replied, Master, don't worry. I will never harm innocent people. But in her heart, she thought, who in this world is innocent? Western continent. Alliance building. In a secret conference room with only 3 people, the governor of the Western continent looked at the leaders of the Southern and Northern continents and shared his plan. The Kunlun opening, which happens once every 60 years in the Great Xia, is approaching. This time, we must find a way to sever the Great Xia's dragon vein. Only by doing this can we destroy the Great Xia's position as a world hegemon. At that time, we will attack together and divide the Great Xia. Next, let's discuss how many people you plan to send over this time. Soon, numbers were reported one by one. The final total added up to over 1 million people. Every time the Kunlun opening occurs, a large mist envelopes the entire mountain range, seeping into the territory of the Great Xia. Because the mist covers such a vast area, it provides opportunities for outsiders like them. Moreover, visibility within the mist is extremely low as long as they recognize the direction. It is easy to enter the vast mountain range. The governor of the Western continent smiled. Historically, every time the Great Xia's Kunlun opened, the number of people they sent was no more than 100,000. Through generations of accumulation, they obtained more and more of the Great Xia's martial techniques, and the number of traders they bribed increased as well. This time, they decided to destroy the Great Xia's dragon vein in one fell swoop and cut off the Great Xia's fortune. At this moment, the governor of the Southern continent said, Is that family from the Great Xia reliable for cooperation? The governor of the northern continent frowned and thought, do not trust them completely. Make decisions based on the situation. After all, when the cooperation ends, that will be the time to eliminate them. Finally, the governor of the western continent took out 3 photos. This person is a new prodigy emerging from the Great Xia, and there is detailed information about him on the back. As a martial artist, he has comprehended 3 heavenly-level techniques to their peak. This person is also one of our main targets this time. Try to capture him alive. If that is not possible, destroy him. He must not return to the Great Xia alive. At the same time, in the Great Xia's Yell family, all the clan elders gathered together. With the Kunlun opening approaching, the western route has already been contacted. As long as we assist in severing the Great Xia's dragon vein, we will be able to become the #1 family in the western continent. One elder frowned and said, must we become traitors? Is there no other way? The current clan leader sighed. I don't want to be a traitor either, but there's no other choice. Among the 9 major families, our Yell family has declined the most severely. The only martial, venerable ancestor in the clan is nearing the end of his lifespan, but there is no one to succeed him. Once the ancestor is gone, we will be at the mercy of the other 8 major families. Another elder said, as for the Kunlun opening, let's not rush to take sides. We'll act based on the situation then. Whichever side is stronger, we'll join them. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue fell silent for a moment, and in the end, everyone nodded in agreement. At the War God Martial Arts Hall, Xiang Jingpeng looked at the 5 people in front of him and said, you are all veterans of the War God Martial Arts Hall. You must have seen how miserable the situation is lately. If I hadn't spent nearly $1 million to smooth things over, our martial arts hall would have closed down. All of this is caused by Chen Feng. I've heard that this kid will also participate in this Kunlun opening. This time, he must die. The 5 senior instructors of the War God Martial Arts Hall all nodded. They hated Chen Feng to their core. It wasn't because they had such deep feelings for the War God Martial Arts Hall, but because they also had stakes in the hall. The recent misfortunes of the hall had caused each of them to suffer heavy losses. Now, not only had the hall's reputation plummeted, making it difficult to recruit students, but a group of trainees was also clamoring to withdraw from the hall. That kid only has 300 life force points. For us 5 top martial artists, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. The vast Kunlun Mountain is so expansive that no one would notice if someone were to die there. Hall Master, wait for our good news. In the holy capital, the Wei family, Wei Su had a grim expression. He had failed to deal with Chen Feng 3 times in a row, and this had caused dissatisfaction within the family. This time, you must personally lead people to participate in the Kunlun opening and bring Chen Feng back. If you fail again this time, you don't need to come back. The feminine voice made Wei Su break out in a cold sweat. Facing the young master in front of him, he didn't even dare to lift his head. Although he was also a member of the family and shared the same surname, the difference in status was immense. After leaving the young master's office, Wei Su personally selected 100 senior martial artists. Chen Feng, this time I won't believe it. I still can't catch you. There's a martial arts guild outside, keeping an eye on things, and the Wei family can't act directly. But in the vast Kunlun Mountains, they will have no scruples. Chapter 50. Goals in the blink of an eye. More than a week had passed. Inside a villa in Jiangsheng, Su Yan had not sought out Chen Feng since she learned the North mysterious divine skill that day. Instead, she chose a place to enter seclusion for more than 10 days. The chaotic qi and blood within her body had now completely calmed down. Su Yan felt an indescribable comfort throughout her body. However, a strong and pungent smell forced her to stop her training. When she opened her eyes, she saw a lot of brown, sticky liquid flowing from her body. Su Yan hurriedly stood up, wanting to wash herself in the bathroom. As soon as she stood up, she was surprised to find that her previously hunched body was now standing upright. Her bloated belly and deformed legs had also returned to normal. Su Yan was ecstatic inside. No woman doesn't love beauty. However, for the sake of revenge, she had been forcibly using the star-absorbing technique to enhance her strength. Most of the qi and blood in her body did not belong to her. These foreign qi and blood could not be integrated at all. The clash of qi and blood between different people caused tremendous harm to the bones, meridians, and internal organs, leading to swelling, toxic sores, and skeletal deformities. Now, after the foreign qi and blood were refined by the North mysterious divine skill, all the negative effects had disappeared. Su Yan rushed into the bathroom. In the floor-length mirror, she saw herself covered in dirt, yet it couldn't hide her graceful figure. She hurriedly turned on the shower, rinsing off while admiring her transformation. Looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar beauty in the mirror, Su Yin couldn't help but murmur, "Master truly gave me an unexpected surprise." After changing back into her clothes, Su Yin looked completely different from before. At this moment, she stood at 7 meters tall, with an hourglass figure. All the toxic sores had disappeared, replaced by fair skin. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy, making her look like an 18 or 19-year-old big sister. Su Yin checked the date. She would soon have to go to the holy capital. However, as soon as she opened the green bubble, she saw dozens of messages sent by Chen Feng. "Su Yin, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages? You must not take the wrong path. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to your master. If you're mistaken for a member of the Sky Devouring Club, it could mean a death sentence. I'm about to go to Kunlun Mountain. If you encounter any trouble, go find Wei Wei and Yushi. You must not take extremes. One does not have to become a martial arts master. A simple life can also be very happy." After reading all the messages Chen Feng had sent her, Su Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He really treated himself like a concerned father. Since her parents died, she hadn't truly been happy for even a second. This was the first time in many years that she felt genuine joy from the bottom of her heart. She opened the group chat of the Sky Devouring Club. "Group leader, suspend all tasks and await my next instructions." The vice group leader immediately forwarded the message. The group leader's instructions quickly caught the attention of many undercover agents. The news soon reached the Martial Arts Association. The president of the Martial Arts Association frowned. What the hell are these guys up to? The important moment for Kunlun's opening is just around the corner. If the Sky Devouring Club tries to stir up trouble at this time, it will be very troublesome. Most of the elite members of the Martial Arts Association had been sent to participate in the Kunlun opening, and they would face a serious shortage of manpower. On the other side, Chen Feng was called to the Martial Arts Association to prepare for entering Kunlun Mountain. As soon as he walked into the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association building, he saw that the entire hall was divided into two factions. One side was filled with old men, while the other was made up of middle-aged and young people. The youngest among those who had entered Kunlun Mountain last time was now over 80 years old, with most being in their 90s or over 100. This time, there were thousands of participants from Jiangcheng heading to Kunlun. As for how many people from the entire Great Xia were participating, Chen Feng found it hard to imagine. The young people were mostly advanced martial artists, while the old men were mostly masters or even grandmasters, with some being great grandmasters. These individuals were nearing the end of their lives and planned to bury themselves in the dragon vein of Great Xia during the once-in-a-century Kunlun opening, while also using their last strength to kill more foreign enemies and protect the dragon vein of Great Xia. All the old men were prepared to die. They had never thought about returning alive. However, Chen Feng noticed that the young and middle-aged people were quite nervous. They were still young and surely didn't want to lose their lives so early. Most of them went with the idea of becoming rich overnight, hoping to find 1,000-year-old blood ginseng or other treasures in Kunlun Mountain, and then leave immediately to enjoy a life of wealth and ease. Of course, there were also ambitious young people who wanted to protect the dragon vein of Great Xia while experiencing the mysteries of Kunlun. Such opportunities were rare, and most martial artists might only have this one chance in their lifetime. During this time, various media outlets were also reporting on the Kunlun opening. Some footage and materials left over from hundreds of years ago were almost all encouraging top martial artists to participate in the Kunlun opening and seize opportunities. However, everyone wasn't foolish. Every time Kunlun opened, many people died. The historical record of the most tragic incident showed that out of 1 million participants, only over 20,000 returned. Over 70,000 people had died in one go, which was shocking. That incident caused immeasurable losses to Great Xia, but it also killed over 1 million invaders. At this moment, Chen Feng was sitting in the hall of the Martial Arts Association, looking at the unique confidential materials of the association. These materials were only displayed 3 days before entering Kunlun Mountain. The content was shocking, leaving Chen Feng dry-mouthed. He even suspected that this world was not a high martial arts world, but rather a mythical world. Yang Hanhu, the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, personally took the stage to explain. You first-timers entering Kunlun Mountain must remember 3 points. First, if you encounter anyone who is not a descendant of Great Xia, you must kill them on the spot. Second, be wary of all strangers. Greed can lead to infighting. Third, and most importantly, stay away from the Kunlun legacy clans. Our main goal is to kill invaders and avoid provoking the Kunlun legacy clans. Also, do not attack the strange beasts in front of the Kunlun legacy clans, where you may die at their hands. Our primary objective is to go to Yushan Yaohua and protect the dragon vein of Great Xia. Chen Feng's eyes widened as he looked at the video materials showing people dressed in ancient attire. These so-called Kunlun legacy clans looked just like ancient people. It seemed that this world held many secrets he did not know. He hadn't learned any of this knowledge in school. Not only Chen Feng, but all the young people were also astonished. Even the old men were lost in deep memories while watching these images, recalling their memories from 60 years ago. Chapter 51. The Martial Saint family before departure. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei arrived at the airport to send him off. Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy when he noticed Su Yin hadn't come. He was really afraid that the next time he returned, Su Yin would have become an unparalleled master, making headlines and even appearing on the martial arts guild's wanted list. Master, you must come back early. Jin Yoshi held on to Chen Feng's neck tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Weiwei envied her from his side. Chen Feng felt a bit helpless, sensing the unusual gazes around them. They were already grown-ups, yet still so clingy, with so many people watching. It had only been a little over 2 months. Master would be back soon. He was now quite a popular figure in Jiangcheng, considered a famous internet celebrity. Almost every young person in Jiangcheng had seen his videos on their phones. They all knew these two beautiful women were his disciples. However, the bond between the master and disciples in front of him felt a bit too deep. It wasn't until the crew began to urge them that Jin Yoshi reluctantly let go, her eyes red and her lips pouting as she said, "Master, you must come back safely and come back early." Chen Feng waved goodbye to his two disciples. Just as he sat down in his seat, a young man next to him casually said, "Chen Feng, you really look just as young as in the videos. It's so enviable, especially with two beautiful disciples so attached to you." Chen Feng awkwardly nodded, not intending to chat with the young man. The young man noticed Chen Feng was not interested in talking, but the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. He often encountered this situation and knew how to pique the other person's interest. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Hao, from the Wang family." The Wang family. Chen Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This family was known as the #1 family in the Great Xia, a contemporary martial saint family, and the only one among the 9 great families that openly had a martial saint in their ranks. However, Chen Feng didn't expect this young man to be so unlike the other children of prominent families, lacking that sense of superiority. Seeing Chen Feng's astonished expression, Wang Hao smiled proudly. "Do you want to know what realm the current martial saint's understanding of martial arts has reached?" Chen Feng admitted to himself that he was indeed curious. He really wanted to know what realm a martial saint could achieve in martial arts. He nodded with curiosity. Not only Chen Feng, but several young people around him, even the elderly, perked up their ears in curiosity. After all, it was a martial saint, an almost invincible being. Who wouldn't be curious? Wang Hao chuckled. This trick never failed. No matter how uninterested someone was, as soon as he mentioned his martial saint grandfather, he could instantly capture their attention and then implement his real purpose. Wang Hao looked at Chen Feng and said mysteriously, "My grandfather's Tai Chi 13 forms can often reach the realm of unity of man and nature." Unity of man and nature. As soon as this statement was made, a wave of admiration erupted around them. No wonder he was a martial saint. It was unexpected that he could frequently enter the realm of unity of man and nature. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. I'm 20 years older than the martial saint, and I've only barely reached the great master level. I practiced my dragon and tiger fist for 70 years, and I've only just managed to achieve a state of great skill. Chen Feng was also quite surprised. This was the first time he learned that, besides himself, someone had also reached the realm of unity of man and nature in martial arts. Someone curiously asked, "What is this realm of unity of man and nature like?" This question voiced everyone's thoughts. Besides Chen Feng, no one in the entire cabin had ever seen the unity of man and nature, and naturally, no one had experienced it either. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "To be honest, I've seen it, but I couldn't understand it." An elder couldn't help but say, "What did you see? Describe it for us old folks." Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Slow, extremely slow. I remember once, my grandfather was practicing martial arts in the morning, and by sunset, he still hadn't finished that punch." Chen Feng was taken aback, thinking to himself, "That is indeed slow. No wonder it's Tai Chi. Does that mean the slower Tai Chi is, the more powerful it becomes?" With Wang Hao as a social butterfly, the atmosphere around them gradually became lively. No matter what questions the surrounding people wanted to ask about the martial saint, he answered generously, especially the questions from Chen Feng. He answered even more thoroughly. When it seemed like he had answered enough questions, Wang Hao felt the time was ripe and began to pose his own question to Chen Feng. Brother, I've heard that you have practiced several heavenly tier techniques to the peak of the 8th realm in martial arts. Is that true? Chen Feng didn't know how to respond and could only nod in acknowledgement. He knew that once he admitted it, countless questions would be waiting for him. But there was no way around it. When he had asked questions just now, the other party had been very forthcoming. Now that it was his turn, it would be unreasonable not to answer. Wang Hao exclaimed, "So what they say online is true. It said that you have mastered 3 heavenly tier ultimate techniques, each reaching the peak of perfection." Chen Feng nodded once more. The elderly around them were no longer calm. They accepted that their understanding of martial arts couldn't compare to a martial saint's, but now they were being overshadowed by a young man in his 20s. It was truly a blow to their pride. One by one, the elders couldn't help but say, "Young man, honestly, which martial saint did you learn from? Peak of perfection, just one step away from touching the realm of unity of man and nature. I've really lived like a dog in this lifetime. At such a young age, you can practice heavenly tier techniques to this extent. You must have had some extraordinary experiences." Wang Hao also couldn't help but lament. "I'm 28 this year. Since I can remember, I started practicing Tai Chi. Even now, I've only just reached the realm of mastery. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior." As everyone chatted, they soon arrived at Kunlun City. Chen Feng looked out the window and saw a hazy view to the west. It seemed that was Kunlun Mountain in this world. Upon reaching the foot of Kunlun Mountain, everyone set up camp. It was still not time to begin the Kunlun expedition. It was said that there were still 3 days to wait. The entire campsite was filled with closely packed tents. It was said that this was just one of the small camps, with over 100 similar camps. At dawn on the 3rd day, the thick fog covering Kunlun Mountain began to grow denser and slowly spread out. The entire Kunlun city was enveloped in thick fog, making it difficult to see even 3 meters ahead, with only vague outlines visible. Chen Feng, who had been asleep, was suddenly awakened by an announcement. "Kunlun expedition. Everyone prepare to enter." Chen Feng grabbed his supply backpack and, under the cover of night, followed the large group into the mysterious Kunlun Mountain. Within the large group, there were 2 teams of people quietly monitoring Chen Feng's movements. One team consisted of 5 top martial artists arranged by Xiang Jingpeng, and the other was led by Wei Su from the Wei family, with 100 top martial artists. Chapter 52, Robbery Before Long. The group arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Chen Feng saw a huge stone tablet standing at the base, inscribed with 14 characters, lush and verdant for billions of miles, the endless Kunlun Hills. Chen Feng joked, "Billions of miles? How could that be? The entire planet probably isn't that big." At that moment, an old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Young man, that is not necessarily the case. Once you see the dragon vein, you'll understand." Chen Feng was astonished. It seemed that the secrets of Kunlun Mountain were not simple. There was no information about what a dragon vein looked like in the materials from the Martial Arts Association. He really wanted to see it. Soon, everyone stepped into the mist. At the same time, all electronic devices lost their network and signal. However, basic functions like checking the time, playing music, and recording videos still worked fine. The only problem was battery life. The paths in the mountains were non-existent, and the vines and vegetation were extremely dense. After walking for several hours, Chen Feng finally found the view ahead gradually opening up. The mist finally dissipated, and the group had truly entered Kunlun Mountain. Finally in, my vitality has dropped to that of a high-level martial artist. So has mine. I feel like I've been drained completely. The old man, being a grandmaster, felt the drop from over 7,000 vitality to just 1,000, which was quite uncomfortable. Although they had prepared for it, the forced depletion of vitality still left these old men sighing. The young people, whose vitality was already around 1,000, didn't feel much difference. As soon as they stepped out of the misty area, everyone instinctively pulled back to maintain distance. Though it was night, the sky was filled with brilliant stars, and the moonlight was bright. Coupled with the robust physique of top martial artists, the difference from daytime was not that significant. The old men began to speed up and move forward. Chen Feng knew their goal was to reach the legendary Jade Mountain and Yao Pool as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the younger ones wanted to seek opportunities along the way to the Dragon Vein. In the following days, the group of hundreds gradually dispersed, heading forward in predetermined directions while searching for rare treasures. On the 3rd day in Kunlun, a young man excitedly dug up 1,000-year-old Hishowu. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. The young man immediately chose to return, drawing envious looks from countless others. According to the rules, those who found high-value treasures could return immediately. As they ventured deeper, the original group of 100 completely scattered, each going off to find treasures. Half a month passed. At this point, Chen Feng could no longer see anyone. He occasionally spotted huge footprints on the ground. According to the common knowledge of this world, they should belong to dinosaurs in Kunlun Mountain. However, after such a long time, not seeing a single dinosaur left Chen Feng somewhat disappointed. An old man had mentioned before leaving that the probability of seeing dinosaurs near the Dragon Vein was relatively high, since dinosaurs were also rare treasures. Their bones could sell for $5,000 per gram, and were one of the main materials for various elixirs. While Chen Feng was taking selfies with the dinosaur footprints on the ground, 5 people were quietly watching him from not far behind. There's hardly anyone left. I think we can make our move now. Don't forget to take out your phones later, and snap a picture to report back to the curator. One of them said. The 5 discussed, and, taking advantage of the night, quietly approached Chen Feng's location. Weisu was also stealthily following behind Chen Feng, and noticed that 5 people were tracking him. Unsure of their intentions, he could only wait and see. Seeing the 5 suddenly accelerate, he immediately followed with his group. On another front, the alliance, led by the Western continent, was also gradually sending people into the mist of Kunlun Mountain. They were just waiting for the Daxia side to go in first before splitting up and entering from offshore. With nearly 1 million people, their movements were too large to go unnoticed. To avoid detection by Daxia, they planned to enter in batches over time. The specific number of invaders this time was known only to a few top commanders. No one else had an idea of the approximate number. Everyone assumed it would be similar to previous incursions. Even the spies planted by Daxia were unaware that there would be 1 million invaders this time. After all, such events occurred only once every 60 years, and these spies were experiencing this for the first time. They could not gauge the situation accurately and only relayed all the information they gathered to the Martial Arts Association in Daxia. Based on the intelligence, the Martial Arts Association's Dark Department intercepted dozens of invaders attempting to enter Kunlun. They killed thousands of invaders on the spot. In such tense moments, there were no prisoners, only immediate burials. At the same time, several individuals began to emerge from Kunlun Mountain, most of whom were carrying various rare treasures. Once they exited the misty area, they were warmly welcomed by numerous buyers. A portion of them returned early due to injuries for various reasons. However, all those who came out were young. Not a single old person was seen. Reporters and self-media waiting outside Kunlun Mountain quickly uploaded various news to the internet. Chen Feng walked over 100 miles in one go, transitioning from a starry moonlit night to the bright daylight. He was constantly flipping through a catalog of rare treasures, hoping to discover a valuable herb to alleviate some of his financial pressure, as he still hadn't paid off his loan. Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air rang out behind him. Chen Feng instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. The state of unity between heaven and man instinctively manifested itself in an instant. A gigantic humanoid shadow, several tens of meters tall, appeared out of nowhere. With a wave of its hand, several golden dragon phantoms solidified and released roars, blocking the incoming attack. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng turned around and saw a dagger the size of a finger being deflected by a golden dragon. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that if he had reacted even a moment later, he might have been killed. The flying dagger shot towards his back of the head. It seemed to be aimed specifically at him. Who are you? Show yourself. One of the 5 from the War God Martial Arts School. The one who used the flying dagger exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? It can block that?" This kid's reaction ability is quite strong. What kind of martial art is he practicing to be this formidable? The others quickly chimed in. Who cares what martial art it is? He's dead for sure this time. 5 top martial artists attacking together. It doesn't matter what martial art he uses. Stop talking and surround him quickly, or he might run away. Since the 5 had been discovered, they no longer hid. They immediately spread out and surrounded Chen Feng in the middle. To be safe, they even covered their faces to avoid attracting attention during the fight and being captured on camera. When Chen Feng saw 5 big men suddenly jump out, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. What the heck? How come there are 5 of them? I thought it was just one person. This was Kunlun Mountain, and the people appearing here were mostly top martial artists. Chen Feng was confident that with his current vitality of 500, along with the state of unity between heaven and man, dealing with one top martial artist should be manageable. Moreover, no one should know yet that his vitality had already risen to 500. But at that moment, 5 of them suddenly appeared, and he no longer held any illusions. Chen Feng immediately took out a vitality pill from his pocket and stuffed one into his mouth. Seeing his actions, the 5 immediately mocked him. What good is eating a vitality pill? A mere martial artist, after taking a vitality pill, can at most reach the level of a senior martial artist. In front of 5 top martial artists, eating that vitality pill is truly a waste. Enough talk. Let's deal with him quickly to avoid any long-lasting troubles. Just as the 5 were about to make a move, they suddenly noticed a rustling sound nearby, and nearly 100 figures emerged, each covering their faces. Chen Feng was stunned. The 5 from the War God Martial Arts Hall were also stunned. What was going on? Chapter 53 Breakthrough Wei Su originally wanted to see what these 5 people were up to. To his surprise, they launched a sneak attack right away, clearly aiming for Chen Feng's life. He couldn't let this happen. The Wei family needed him alive. If Chen Feng died, his mission would fail. The 5 people, who were initially planning to attack, turned in a panic to see nearly 100 people surrounding them. Are we being played by this kid? It shouldn't be possible. How could he know we want to kill him? These people were suspicious. They shouldn't be associated with that kid. Indeed, since they were masked, they were likely hiding their identities. Wei Su whispered, "Kill these 5. Chen Feng must be captured alive." Quick and decisive. With a single command, hundreds of people surged forward. The 5 were immediately intimidated. "Friends, is there some misunderstanding? We can talk this out. There's no need for violence." However, no one paid them any attention. With Wei Su included, there were a total of 101 people. A flurry of fists, palms, blades, and swords rushed toward the 5. Several others pulled out ropes to ensnare Chen Feng. At first, Chen Feng thought they were allies. He never expected this group was also after him. Cold sweat broke out on him. He had just discovered something terrifying. The blood chi pill was ineffective for him. A system notification appeared in his mind. Notification: all blood chi values can only be obtained for the master system. No means can be used to exceed the current blood chi value limit. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Chen Feng was speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have come to Kunlun Mountain. He hadn't expected the blood chi pill, which he considered his safety net, would be useless. He couldn't hesitate in the face of over 100 top martial artists. He had to hold nothing back. The realm of unity between man and heaven was displayed vividly. A larger-than-life shadow of Chen Feng enveloped him, with 18 golden dragons swirling around him. Chen Feng's performance stunned everyone present. What realm is this? Is peak mastery like this? It feels like it transcends the simple realm of martial arts. No wonder the family wanted to secretly capture him. Chen Feng had no intention of fighting. He was aware of his own limitations against over 100 top martial artists. His eyes quickly scanned the area and immediately targeted the weakest point in the encirclement. There were 4 people. Seeing Chen Feng charging toward them, the 4 sneered. A mere martial artist thinks he can take on 4 after taking a blood chi pill? What a joke. We are genuine top martial artists. The 4 of them attacked simultaneously, aiming to take down Chen Feng in one go. The next moment, the roar of dragons shook the heavens. Chen Feng unleashed a palm strike. 18 tangible golden dragons howled out. At the same time, a profound sound erupted. Divine dragon swings its tail. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Chen Feng exerted all his strength, disregarding the consumption of blood chi. This palm strike sent the 4 of them staggering back. The 4 were horrified. How is this possible? This is not the strength of a martial artist. What kind of palm technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Damn it, block this kid quickly. The 4, shaken back by a single strike, charged again. Both jade and stone will be burned. No chance of recovery. Kill all living beings. Annihilate the 3 realms. Chen Feng kicked out 4 times, his enormous foot shadows appearing tangible. This time, the 4 were again sent staggering back. One of them even got injured, spitting out blood on the spot. As Chen Feng was about to break through the encirclement, the 4 became anxious. Meanwhile, the 5 from the War God Martial Arts Hall had yet to grasp the situation when they were beaten to death by nearly 100 people. They died without understanding why things turned out this way. Wei Su looked at Chen Feng and saw that even 4 top martial artists couldn't stop him. He was secretly impressed. No wonder the family wants him. He truly is a prodigy. However, he shouted, quickly end the fight to avoid prolonged trouble. Although everyone was masked, if they were discovered, it would be easy to expose the Wei family's identity. After all, their martial arts techniques were hard to conceal. Chen Feng heard Wei Su shout and felt the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he had no time to think about that. If he failed to break through, he might be doomed. He continued attacking without hesitation, charging at the four again. In their third clash, the profound sound accompanied the 9 styles of Buddha's palm as it struck out. Each palm was accompanied by the golden dragon shadows, formed by the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Chen Feng's legs had turned as dark as ink. He also drew a portion of his blood chi to accelerate his speed using the Heavenly Ruin Foot technique. 500 points of blood chi had already been consumed in these 3 encounters. This time, Chen Feng intentionally pushed back 3 of them. One person saw an opportunity and sneered, "Kid, just surrender." Dragon Claw Hand. He immediately clawed down onto Chen Feng's shoulder. The next moment, he saw Chen Feng grin at him. Not good. It's a trap. North Mysterious Divine Skill. Before the man could comprehend the situation, his brain ceased to function. His body trembled as if electrocuted. Simultaneously, his blood chi wildly surged toward the hand gripping Chen Feng's shoulder, all entering Chen Feng's body. Originally a burly man, his eyes bulged and his cheeks caved in. Even the black cloth wrapped around his face fell off. Chen Feng felt a wave of relief. His previously depleted blood chi was instantly restored. However, once the blood chi value reached 500, it would no longer increase. A system notification echoed in his mind. Notification: all blood chi values can only be obtained for the master system. No means can be used to exceed the current blood chi value limit. A bit regrettable. After restoring his blood chi, all the excess absorbed blood chi disappeared. Such a waste. Under the North Mysterious Divine Skill in the realm of unity between man and heaven, he almost instantly turned that man into an ordinary person. The other 3 were stunned. Seeing their companion's terrifying appearance, they were all scared stiff. If they had attacked earlier, it might have been them lying on the ground now. Chen Feng then discovered something. When he first used the North Mysterious Divine Skill, there had been no application scenario, and no one had helped him absorb. Now he realized that in the realm of unity between man and heaven, the North Mysterious Divine Skill had created a 10-meter domain. Anyone within this domain would have their blood chi absorbed. The absorption speed was much slower than direct contact, but it was sufficient. Just as the 3 were frozen in fear, Chen Feng's feet exerted force, and 2 heavenly ruined feet stomped the ground, sending a large amount of dirt flying. The pursuers behind him all reached out to shield themselves from the dirt, while Chen Feng used the recoil to break through the encirclement. As he passed by the 3, the North Mysterious Divine Skill's domain absorbed part of their blood chi. The 3 felt their blood chi suddenly decrease and were terrified, retreating in panic. Chen Feng successfully broke through the encirclement. Chapter 54. The Divine Might of Baiming Wei Su shouted angrily. For useless trash. Can't even stop a small warrior. The 3 immediately explained, Mr. Wei, that kid just now was definitely not a mere warrior. He must have consumed a blood chi pill and has already reached the level of a high-level warrior. Moreover, that kid's attack power is astonishingly strong. Not only that, he possesses a strange martial art that can absorb a person's vitality. As they spoke, the 3 pointed to the ground where their companion had already become an ordinary person. Wei Su approached and reached out to feel the man's pulse, his brows gradually knitting together. How could this be? Why can't I sense even a trace of vitality? Even his dantian is depleted. This situation was something he had only experienced with ordinary people. This subordinate now had not a trace of warrior vitality. Unlike the kind of vitality consumed in battle, it couldn't be restored by rest. It was as if his vitality had been forcibly drained, causing his martial arts cultivation to plummet. He had now become an ordinary person. Wei Su was shocked. He thought of a certain technique, the star-absorbing technique. Wei Su hurriedly raised his head and shouted at his subordinates who were chasing Chen Feng. Be careful. That kid knows the star-absorbing technique. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the drained subordinate and, along with the other 3, chased after Chen Feng. The drained man was now slumped on the ground. Watching his companions leave, he fell into despair. Awaiting him would be the beasts of Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, dozens of meters away, in a thicket, a mass of vines slowly stood up. The person was wearing clothes made of weeds and vines, resembling a fortune-telling outfit. Big news. Not bad. It should fetch some money. This person had originally entered Kunlun Mountain hoping for a stroke of luck. His own strength was not high, not reaching the level of a top-tier warrior. He hadn't found any rare treasures. Instead, he had filmed a big scoop. At first, he saw 5 people trying to kill a young man. And that young man was actually the infamous Chen Feng who had been trending online recently. Just as he opened his phone's camera, over 100 people jumped out behind him. To be honest, he was really scared at that moment. Once discovered, he would definitely be silenced on the spot. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Feng and those 5 people. No one noticed this unremarkable mass of vines. Kunlun Mountain is too dangerous. I should hurry down the mountain. The man dared not linger and decided to descend immediately. At this moment, Chen Feng was fleeing in a panic. Just as he broke through the encirclement, Wei Su's shout finally reminded him where he had heard that familiar voice before. It was Wei Su from the Wei family. Seeing the scale of the opposing force, it was clear they had planned this in advance. Being chased by 100 top-tier warriors left Chen Feng no time to pause for breath. There was no way around it. One slip-up and 100 top-tier warriors could turn him to mush with just one strike each. His only hope now was to encounter other people, preferably the elders arranged by Yang Honghu. At this time, the pursuers led by Wei Su were also in a tough spot. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? I practice leg techniques and can't even catch up to a high-level warrior. That kid must also have an extremely powerful leg technique. Of course, his speed wouldn't be too slow. He had only consumed a blood chi pill to become a high-level warrior, so he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Everyone, shut up and conserve your strength. Don't let him escape. Wei Su was furious. He never expected what should have been a simple task would turn out like this. 100 top-tier warriors surrounding a mere warrior, and yet they let him escape. Truly a bad start. Of course, it was the fault of those 5 dead top-tier warriors. He didn't even know which faction had sent them. Chen Feng was also panicking. He was continuously using the heavenly unity state of the heavenly remnant leg to maintain his speed. Soon, the vitality within him began to falter. At this moment, he thought of the blood chi pill again. Although the blood chi pill couldn't exceed his vitality limit, it would still help restore some vitality. It was just a bit wasteful. One pill costs 500,000. Chen Feng could guarantee that aside from wedding banquets, the most expensive thing he had ever consumed was the blood chi pill. The pursuers behind him saw Chen Feng flying while popping pills into his mouth, and they couldn't help but feel bitter. One of them couldn't help but shout, "Chen Feng, stop running. We're not here to kill you. We just want to buy your martial arts techniques." Chen Feng was speechless. "Do you think I believe you? 100 masked men just killed 5 top-tier warriors in front of him, and their brutal methods made Chen Feng not dare to stop for even a second." The chase continued for half a day. Wei Su's group had over 70 people left, as more than 20 had fallen behind due to exhaustion. At this point, Chen Feng also reached a critical moment, swallowing the last blood chi pill. He began to contemplate his next move. Should he take the risk and slow down a bit to absorb some vitality from the enemy to maintain his own? Wei Su was very anxious as well. He didn't have a continuous supply of blood chi pills. His own vitality consumption had also reached its limit. Damn it, Wei Su guset in Wali. He knew that continuing the chase was not a solution. But if they stopped, they might lose track of Chen Feng. If they lost his trail in Kunlun Mountain and Chen Feng chose to hide, this mission would absolutely fail. However, at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spotted dozens of figures ahead. He felt as if he had seen a lifeline and immediately dashed towards those people. Wei Su also saw the figures ahead and could no longer control his emotions, shouting in frustration, "Damn it, how did it come to this? You bunch of useless trash." 100 top-tier warriors couldn't even catch a drugged high-level warrior. The people beside him, who were being scolded, dared not speak. They only thought to themselves, "Aren't you one of us? If it weren't for your surname Wei, I would definitely take you down." In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng reached the back of those dozens of people. Wei Su had no choice but to stop the pursuit. Although he had 100 men, after a prolonged chase, their vitality was already insufficient. Recklessly engaging in battle with dozens of well-rested people would definitely not end well. Moreover, what they were doing was also not something to be proud of. Feeling the pursuit stop behind him, Chen Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The dozens of people ahead noticed someone approaching and all turned around warily. "It's a Daxiao person. We've been discovered." "No problem. It's just one person. Quickly taken down." As they spoke, everyone took their positions or pulled out weapons. Originally thinking he had found a savior, Chen Feng suddenly froze. Damn it, how unlucky. Surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, he found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 55. The invader Wei Su was contemplating what to do. If this mission failed, it would be the end for him. Is Mr. Wei Su here? I think we can talk. The matter of martial arts techniques is easy to discuss. I can teach you whatever you want to learn. Suddenly, the fleeing Chen Feng returned again. Wei Su was stunned. What is going on? The others were also a bit bewildered. After chasing for so long, it looked like the mission was about to fail, and yet the person came back voluntarily. Wei Su looked at Chen Feng, rushing towards them, and excitedly said, "Quick, catch him." However, the next moment, he saw a group of people chasing after Chen Feng. They were not just pale-faced with yellow hair and hooked noses, but also had dark skin. 4 invaders. The group of invaders from the Western continent was also stunned. Not good. The Great Xia has an ambush. This guy is bait. These treacherous Great Xia people. We must escape. These people immediately saw that in the woods ahead, there were nearly 100 men in black. On their side, there were only about 40 people. Originally, the martial arts techniques from the Western continent were weaker than those of the Great Xia. After all, they had all been stolen from the Great Xia. Their understanding of martial arts techniques was inherently slower than that of the Great Xia. These martial arts techniques were designed by the ancestors of the Great Xia, making it even more difficult for them to cultivate. In the early stages, they could rely on their physical advantages to defeat the lower-level martial apprentices or martial artists of the Great Xia. However, once they reached the level of advanced martial artists, the gap in understanding of martial arts techniques would become increasingly apparent, especially at the level of top martial artists. Even among top martial artists of the same level, due to the difference in understanding of techniques, they generally could not match the top martial artists of the Great Xia. At this moment, seeing nearly 100 Great Xia martial artists all dressed in black, it was obvious that they were not for a regular organization. The first reaction of these Western continent invaders was that they had encountered the elite troops of the Great Xia. They immediately turned around and fled. Watching the fleeing invaders, Chen Feng and Wei Su's group were a bit bewildered. Chen Feng thought that falling into the Wei family group should temporarily secure his life. After all, the other side wanted his martial arts techniques. However, falling into the hands of the invaders would likely mean death. Wei Su was still thinking that his men had not yet recovered their energy. They could not fight against so many invaders for the time being. They should escape quickly. Otherwise, they might be completely wiped out. Before the family could punish them, he might die at the hands of these invaders. But no one expected that the other side would run away, and so decisively. Run? After Chen Feng reacted, he immediately chased after the invaders. The members of the Wei family all looked at Wei Su. What should we do? Wei Su angrily shouted. What else can we do? Keep chasing. The invaders being pursued by Chen Feng were now calling out in panic. We are just a bunch of small fries. Please let us go. We will leave now and never dare to come back again. The main force is over there. Because they needed to learn the martial arts techniques of the Great Xia, the language of the Great Xia was a universal language. These invaders spoke the Great Xia language quite fluently. Chen Feng was speechless. Why are you panicking? I'm being chased by hundreds of people, and you're not this panicked. Soon, Chen Feng discovered that the last few invaders had poor agility and could not perform lightness skills. They were just physically strong. He slowly closed the distance to within 10 meters. Suddenly, the North Ming divine art in the realm of unity of heaven and man was activated. One of the fleeing invaders suddenly realized that his energy was rapidly depleting. This depletion was not the consumption that occurred when using martial arts, but was forcibly stripped away. He quietly glanced back and saw his energy actually overflowing from his body, transforming into streams of red energy that entered the body of a Great Xia person just a few meters behind. The invader was horrified. He never expected the people of the Great Xia to be so terrifying. It was almost like a vampire. Had he known, he would have participated in the mission to invade the Great Xia Kunlun Mountain for that little bounty. At this moment, Chen Feng could roughly sense that under the realm of unity of heaven and man, the speed at which he could absorb the enemy's energy within a 10-meter range was about half of what it would be upon physical contact. Soon, Chen Feng's energy was completely replenished by the invader, who, due to having his energy drained, could only turn back in despair and plead, "Please don't kill me. I will never dare to invade the Great Xia again." Chen Feng did not have time to deal with him. He grabbed the invader by the collar and forcefully threw him towards Wei Su and the others who were chasing behind. The invader screamed in terror. Behind him, panting, Wei Su and the others saw the suddenly crashing invader. With one palm each, they turned that person into a pile of mush. The screams abruptly stopped. After such a stimulus, the front invaders became even more terrified, especially those who lagged behind. They all broke into cold sweat. At this moment, they understood one thing. Whoever falls to the back will be the next to die. Just then, a young man from the Great Xia excitedly dug out a legendary 9-leaf yao grass from a crevice in the rocks. Before he could get excited, he heard a series of wind-breaking sounds from afar, accompanied by the sound of branches snapping. The young man hurriedly stuffed the yao grass into his backpack and quietly hid behind a large rock. Soon, he saw a group of invaders rushing towards him. The young man thought to himself that it was not good. He was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. The next moment, he noticed that something seemed off. These people seemed to be fleeing in panic. Then he saw dozens of invaders being chased by a young man. That young man looked very familiar. It was the prodigy Chen Feng. He had actually killed the invaders. The one who comprehended the peak realm at the martial apprentice level. Wasn't he just reported in the news as being at the martial artist level? How did he end up at Kunlun Mountain again? ISNT participation in the Kunlun Mountain expedition meant for advanced martial artists? Moreover, how could he dare to chase so many invaders alone? Seeing that this group of people was not heading directly towards him, the young man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he quietly turned on his phone to record this extraordinary scene. Especially when he saw Chen Feng killing those lagging invaders, he felt an indescribable thrill. Soon, the group passed not far from him. The young man then realized that Chen Feng was followed by over 100 men in black. After recording this scene, the young man decided not to stay at Kunlun Mountain any longer. He immediately took the treasure he had dug up and began to head back. At this moment, outside in the world, a young man who was only an advanced martial artist ran out from Kunlun Mountain. As soon as the young man stepped out of the mist, a group of people surrounded him. "Young man, do you have any good stuff? I'll buy it all a high price. The recovery price from our treasure pavilion definitely exceeds the official price. We buy with integrity, no cheating." Various dealers surged forward. One by one, the media and reporters also surrounded him, wanting to see what treasure had come out of Kunlun Mountain. To everyone's surprise, the young man pushed away the dealers in front of him and shouted to the reporters, "I filmed a big news story. Who will buy it?" Big news? A group of reporters immediately sensed the opportunity to make money. They rushed to the young man and asked, "Tell us what the news is first. We don't buy Kunlun Mountain tourism documentaries. Is it about the battle with the invaders or to the Kunlun descendants you filmed?" The young man smiled and said, "I filmed someone assassinating the prodigy, Chen Feng. There are also plots of black eating black, and the secret of the rapid growth of the Chen Feng's cultivation." Chapter 56. My master is not a bad person soon. The news about the young man was acquired by a media outlet for 200,000. When they saw the content of the news, especially the last part where Wei Su shouted star absorption technique, the reporter felt they had hit the jackpot. The video shot by the young man's phone went viral as soon as it was released. Breaking. Someone arranged for an assassination on the prodigy Chen Feng. Kunlun Mountain's black market dealings. All for that prodigy Chen Feng's star absorption technique. Shocking. Prodigy Chen Feng is actually a member of the Sky Devouring Club. One headline after another surged to the trending topics. Jin Yoshi had been closely following any news about Kunlun Mountain these days. At this moment, she immediately saw the news about her master. But upon reading the content, she panicked. Someone wanted to kill her master. What should we do? And someone accused her master of being a member of the Sky Devouring Club. How could these people be so malicious? Her master should emigrate. Jin Yoshi clutched her phone, continuously posting various comments to clear her master's name. Lu Weiwei was also very anxious, but there was nothing she could do to help. Just as the two of them were anxiously waiting at home, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lu Weiwei opened the door to find a dozen armed individuals standing there, all in the uniforms of the Martial Arts Guild. "Are you Mr. Chen Feng's disciples? Someone has reported that you are members of the Sky Devouring Club. You both need to come with us to the Martial Arts Guild for an investigation." Lu Weiwei was stunned. Jin Yoshi immediately protested. "Nonsense. We are not members of the Sky Devouring Club at all. Besides, my master even captured members of the Sky Devouring Club when he was in the provincial capital." But her rebuttal was futile. They were still taken away by the Martial Arts Guild personnel. This scene was also witnessed by others in the community, with people recording short videos of the two being taken away by the Martial Arts Guild. Various rumors immediately appeared online, sparking heated discussions among countless people. "I didn't expect that the incredible Chen Feng is actually a member of the Sky Devouring Club. I heard he increased his vitality by 200 in just 4 months. How do you join the Sky Devouring Club? I want to join too." Are those chasing Chen Feng from the martial arts guild? 100 top martial artists couldn't catch him. Impressive. In a villa in Jiangcheng, Suyin also received a call from the martial arts guild. Since the guild couldn't find her, they could only call. I heard you're also Chen Feng's disciple. Suyin, yes. We hope you can come to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Guild to cooperate with our investigation. Suyin chuckled. Sorry, I don't have time to play house with you. Beep, beep, beep. The call was directly hung up. On the other end of the line, the Martial Arts Guild staff frowned and looked at Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei. Your junior sister is very uncooperative. I hope you can persuade her. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were helpless. They didn't have Su Yan's phone number or her green bubble. They could only mention Su Yan in their loving disciple group chat. Jin Yoshi, junior sister Su Yan, Master has been wronged. You must come and help us prove that Master is innocent. Lu Weiwei, you should come quickly to avoid being misunderstood by the Martial Arts Guild. Su Yan looked at the messages in the WeChat group with a smile, feeling that these two worlds were really adorable. She had also watched the video about Chen Feng and had already identified Wei Su through the characters and voices in the footage. She even counted the number of people in the video, at least 100 top martial artists. Su Yan didn't believe Chen Feng would survive. Feeling inexplicably restless upon reaching this conclusion, she directly sent 2 messages in the group chat and then exited the group. Su Yan, the ones chasing Chen Feng are from the Wei family. Su Yan, if he dies, don't forget to take revenge for him later. System prompt. Su Yan has exited the group chat. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei stared blankly at the system prompt. The martial arts guild personnel beside them also frowned and asked, "What else do you know about your junior sister?" Another martial arts guild member immediately informed Yang Honghu of the latest news. At this time, Yang Honghu was still far at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, overseeing the boundary. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, he fell into deep thought. He had naturally seen that video, which had become the hottest news. To be honest, Yang Honghu didn't really believe that Chen Feng was a member of the Sky Devouring Club. However, the scene at the end of the video, where a middle-aged strong man was instantly drained by Chen Feng, made it hard to conceive of any technique other than the star absorption technique that could achieve such a thing. Even if it wasn't the star absorption technique, any technique that drains another's vitality would not be recognized by the Martial Arts Guild. Having been entangled with the Sky Devouring Club for so many years, the Martial Arts Guild understood the characteristics of the star absorption technique very well. Yang Honghu said to the vice president on the other end of the phone, "Test the vitality in their bodies for any rejection. If there's no problem, let them go. The National Martial Artist Competition is about to start, and that Lu Weiwei still needs to represent our province. As for that Su Yan, she's very suspicious. Being able to identify the Wei family members at a glance definitely indicates she's not an ordinary person." After hanging up the phone, Yang Honghu began to ponder the individuals chasing Chen Feng. It was clear that there were 2 groups. The first group of 5 didn't even get to act before being taken out. The second group was clearly a major family moving in, deploying 100 top martial artists at once. Only the Martial Arts Guild and those major families had such strength. Yang Honghu felt that there must be something strange about this. It was just a pity about Chen Feng's extraordinary talent. He began to regret suggesting Chen Feng participate in the Kunlun opening. However, thinking about that technique of absorbing others' vitality, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. As soon as Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei came out of the Martial Arts Guild, they were surrounded by a swarm of reporters. "Have you learned the star absorption technique? Is your master a high-ranking member of the Sky Devouring Club? How far can the star absorption technique reach? Do you know who is chasing your master?" Faced with the reporters' questions, the 2 didn't know how to answer because they also didn't know if the technique their master used at the end was the star absorption technique. Jin Yoshi only had red eyes, shouting at the reporters, "My master is not a bad person. My master must be wronged. Why do you all have to speak ill of him?" As she spoke, she began to cry. She was really very anxious now. Her master was being hunted by hundreds of top martial artists, and she didn't know whether he was alive or dead. She couldn't even bear to think about it. What if her master never returned? What should she do? If she could never see that sunny face again, feel that warm embrace, what would be the meaning of her life? Chapter 57. Master and Apprentice Grudges at the War God Martial Arts School. Xiang Jingpeng watched the video of Chen Feng being chased multiple times. He was certain that the first wave of 5 masked men surrounding Chen Feng were the 5 top martial artists from his martial arts school. He never expected those 5 shareholders to die like that. With 100 top martial artists chasing him, he didn't believe Chen Feng could escape. Even if he miraculously got out of Kunlun Mountain, just by using the star-absorbing technique, the lightest punishment he would face would be the destruction of his dantian, reducing him to an ordinary person. The worst case would be a death sentence. Thinking of this, Xiang Jingpeng couldn't help but smirk. Chen Feng, you have your day. I wonder if those two disciples were implicated. If I could recruit Lu Weiwei, the war god martial arts school would rise again. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan was also watching news about Chen Feng. She had already replayed it several times, especially the news about Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi being taken away by the Martial Arts Association. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but smile, feeling an indescribable schadenfreude. Her mother, Su Lan, was chattering in her ear. I knew it. That Chen will eventually face retribution. Just look at how many people want to kill him. And those two little bitches he took in were also taken away by the Martial Arts Association. Luckily, you betrayed your master back then. Otherwise, you would definitely have been caught too. Just as Su Lan finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. We are from the Martial Arts Association. Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation. Su Lan was stunned. Xiao Ruhan didn't expect her mother to have such a bad omen. As soon as she finished speaking, the Martial Arts Association came knocking. However, she wasn't taken away. A female staff member only checked her vital energy and then asked a few questions about Chen Feng before leaving. Not long after, Xiao Ruhan's great mother personally contacted a reporter. After negotiating a price, she took her daughter for an interview. At first, Xiao Ruhan was somewhat averse to her mother's actions. However, thinking about being on television, being seen by many people, and even being able to rebuild her image, she no longer resisted. As a qualified media outlet, they had to seize the hot topics. First, a host introduced Xiao Ruhan to the camera. This is Chen Feng's first disciple. Of course, she stopped being his disciple over 5 months ago. Now, let's explore the true nature of Chen Feng, who was once called a genius, through the words of his first disciple. Now, let us hear what Ms. Su Lan, Xiao Ruhan's mother, thinks about this matter. Su Lan took the microphone. Thinking about her relatives and neighbors watching her on TV, she couldn't help but feel excited. She cleared her throat and immediately began to denounce Chen Feng. That Chen, the pretty boy, is clearly not a good person. Looking so handsome, he must have seduced many people. If I hadn't told my daughter to leave back then, she might have been harmed by him. He also embezzled my daughter's city championship prize money and hasn't returned it until now. It's no wonder so many people want to kill him, and they should. Su Lan's outburst showed no sign of stopping. In the end, the host had no choice but to cut to an advertisement and took the microphone from Su Lan. After the advertisement, they directly let Xiao Ruhan share her views. Chen Feng is a hypocritical person, full of lies. I was deceived by him too. I never expected him to end up joining the Devouring Heaven Club. He really disappointed me too much. Having such a master is an indelible shame for me. As the interview with the mother and daughter aired, it drew countless comments from onlookers. I've seen the grudges between these master and disciples before, and there were twists every time. I didn't expect their mutual tearing apart to continue for so long. I really didn't expect that the so-called unparalleled genius Chen Feng would be so despicable, practicing the star-absorbing technique. Now, the Chen family can't clear their name. Just as netizens were heatedly discussing, a few lonely comments floated by. They are talking nonsense. My master is not like that at all. At this moment, Jin Yoshi was locked in her room, continuously sending comments on her phone. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the screen. Lu Weiwei sat blankly on the living room sofa, reminiscing about the time spent with Chen Feng. She hadn't eaten all day, but didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. In the holy capital, Wei's group, Wei Guangming sat in his office, looking extremely displeased. His elder brother Wei Guang was staring at him, speaking in a very effeminate voice. The Martial Arts Association has already sent people over to inquire about this matter. The incident with Wei Su was arranged by you. You handle it personally. During the Kunlun Mountain opening period, surrounding and killing one's own people is absolutely not allowed. Although Wei Guangming was unhappy, he didn't dare to refute and could only pick up his sword and hidden weapons and head to the rooftop helipad. He planned to personally enter Kunlun and ensure that Wei Su and all his 100 subordinates wouldn't return. Inside Kunlun Mountain, Chen Feng was still unaware that he had been sentenced to death in the outside world. At this moment, Chen Feng chased after another intruder. The North Ming divine skill was activated, causing the person to scream in shock. Oh my god, he is absorbing my vital energy. He is a devil. He is a vampire. Someone save me. The more he screamed, the faster his companions ran ahead, all afraid of becoming the next target. Under the constant absorption of the North Ming divine skill, the person soon couldn't hold on any longer. Oh, no. He let out a final desperate scream as Chen Feng grabbed him and threw him towards Wei Su and the others behind. Just like the previous few, this person was instantly torn to pieces by a group of top martial artists behind. At the same time, Chen Feng noticed that the number of people chasing him was dwindling. Now, there were only about 20 people left behind him, and each of them was panting and looking exhausted. It seemed their vital energy had been nearly depleted. Chen Feng looked at the Western continent invaders who had been fleeing ahead and decided to let them go for now. Otherwise, if he chased too far and found no one behind him, the invaders would definitely turn back and counterattack. Having thought this through, Chen Feng no longer hesitated. His figure suddenly paused, and with a burst of power from his Tianquan foot, his speed increased instantly. Like a sharp arrow, he suddenly turned back and charged towards Wei Su and the others. At the same time, a huge human-shaped phantom suddenly appeared above Chen Feng. It looked exactly like Chen Feng and was accompanied by a chorus of celestial sounds. The humanoid phantom pushed both palms forward, and 18 golden dragons appeared out of thin air, letting out a series of dragon roars as they charged towards Wei Su and the others. Chapter 58. Backlash. The sudden change left the exhausted pursuers momentarily stunned. They had been straining to chase a target that was clearly unreachable. None of them knew what kind of punishment awaited them after failing the mission. No one could have imagined that Chen Feng would suddenly counterattack. In an instant, several of the leading pursuers collided with Chen Feng's Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Caught off guard, they could only hastily use basic moves to defend themselves, resulting in all of them being sent flying backward with a single palm strike, leaving trails of blood in the air. Wei Su was also taken aback by this turn of events. He never expected Chen Feng to be so bold as to turn back and fight them. Let's take him down together. After saying this, Wei Su was horrified to realize that only 9 people were left by his side. Originally 100 strong, they had gradually fallen behind due to exhaustion. Of the 23 who had followed him, 14 were just injured by Chen Feng's previous palm strike. Wei Su couldn't fathom how things had come to this. Chen Feng's strength had surpassed his imagination. However, thinking too much was useless at this point. They had to capture Chen Feng, otherwise their family wouldn't spare him. The last 9 surged forward. At this moment, Chen Feng was completely unconcerned about his energy consumption. With a flick of his tail like a divine dragon, he unleashed the 10,000 Buddha's approach. The massive shadow of his palm, accompanied by dozens of golden dragons, crashed toward the 9. Their energy was severely depleted, and they were far from their peak condition. It took all 9 of them combined to barely block Chen Feng's attack. Before they could catch their breath, 9 illusory foot shadows attacked again. Damn, why is his speed so fast? Does this kid not need to adjust his energy flow when changing moves? Is this guy really a high-level martial artist? Even if his cultivation level is high, this is just too abnormal. Chen Feng unleashed 9 consecutive heavenly remnant kicks. His understanding of the unity of heaven and man allowed him to seamlessly connect any moves. His internal energy was being recklessly squandered, leaving him with very little. Taking advantage of the fact that the few people were struggling to fend off his kicks, Chen Feng quickly charged toward the 2 closest individuals. The heavenly remnant kick activated again, but this time he poured all his energy into the ground. The dirt and rocks beneath exploded. Chen Feng shot out like a cannonball. Seeing Chen Feng charge at them, the 2 were terrified and immediately retreated. The 9 could barely hold off Chen Feng, and the 2 did not dare to face him head-on. They could only choose to evade his wrath and wait for others to join in. However, their retreat was clearly not as fast as Chen Feng's kick-and-hand charge. The distance between them quickly closed to 10 meters, just as the 2 anxiously awaited support from the others. They were shocked to find their internal energy uncontrollably rushing out toward Chen Feng. Suck, star absorption technique. Help me. He's using the star absorption technique again. However, the already limited energy was instantly drained by Chen Feng. The 9 were down to 7 again. Just as the remaining 7 approached, they found their internal energy uncontrollably surging, as if wanting to burst forth and rush toward Chen Feng. 3 of them were so frightened that they stepped back. The remaining 4, seeing 3 retreating, immediately shouted, "What are you doing? You can't just back off without a word. What are we supposed to do?" Wei Su was furious. He was one of the 4. "Are you 3 trying to get yourselves killed?" The 4 had already approached Chen Feng, and it was too late to retreat now. They could only brace themselves and plan to clash with Chen Feng before retreating. However, even before they could make contact, their internal energy erupted, starting to pour out toward Chen Feng's body. The four were horrified. With their energy already low, this was just adding insult to injury. Before they could even engage, two more wanted to escape. There was no other choice. 9 of them together were not a match for Chen Feng. Now, for against him will be courting death. They could clearly feel how terrifying and even bizarre Chen Feng's level was. The suppression from his martial arts realm made their techniques feel like childish play in front of him, though they had the energy of top martial artists. Their techniques were mediocre in power. Meanwhile, every move Chen Feng made, despite his lower energy level, was several times more powerful. The sudden retreat of the two plunged Wei Su into despair. Chen Feng struck out with both palms, layering the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms with the Tath Gata palm. The sounds of the Buddhist chant and dragon roar intertwined. The gigantic shadow of the palm, entwined with golden dragons, violently sent the two flying. Wei Su spat out a mouthful of blood. The other was worse off, as he lacked the energy to support himself and was knocked unconscious by Chen Feng's palm strike. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, blood spraying in an arc through the air. Wei Su fell to the ground, realizing that his situation was hopeless. While everyone had been frantically chasing Chen Feng, their defeat had already been sealed. Several parties had been consuming energy, while Chen Feng had been consuming energy pills all along. Now, he could even use the star absorption technique to restore his energy. Meanwhile, the 100 top martial artists faced the dire predicament of energy exhaustion. How could they fight now? Frustration, reluctance, helplessness. Various emotions flooded Wei Su's mind. In the next moment, Chen Feng appeared before him, showing no intention of wasting words. A golden dragon's illusory shadow struck directly at Wei Su's dantian. Wei Su collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, helplessly soiling himself. He was now disabled. Even if he miraculously escaped from Kunlun Mountain, he would become a useless person who involuntarily lost control of his bodily functions. Although Chen Feng disliked killing, he was not a mindless saint. With a wave of his hand, countless palm winds transformed into golden dragon shadows, striking at those who pursued him. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the forest. The distant pursuers, who had been lagging behind, sensed the situation was dire and turned to flee. Chen Feng naturally would not let them go. He immediately reversed course to chase down these individuals, incapacitating one after another. The energy of these pursuers had long been depleted during the chase, making it nearly impossible for them to escape Chen Feng's onslaught. With every heavenly remnant kick that landed, rocks exploded. Chen Feng darted about like a cannonball, striking down fleeing figures. He drained their energy and incapacitated their dantian in one fluid motion, growing increasingly skilled in his methods. On the other side, the Western invaders, who had been fleeing, suddenly noticed that the pursuers behind them seemed to have turned on each other. Before they could understand what was happening, another batch of invaders appeared ahead of them. This group was even larger, numbering over 100. This was the fundamental difference between them and the people of Daxia. The young people of Daxia would disperse to seek treasures, almost always working alone. In contrast, the invaders preferred to band together for safety, knowing that encountering Daxia people alone was too dangerous. A lone wolf from Daxia would meet only death or despair against these invaders. The elderly of Daxia would hastily rush toward the dragon vein. Along the way, the invaders rarely encountered any elderly individuals. When the two groups of invaders met, they immediately began exchanging information. We were just chased by the people of Daxia. With you here, we have nothing to fear now. It seems they are infighting. Perhaps we can fight back. I've spotted the target. As they were talking, a curly-haired man with a big beard opened a foldable screen watch, and the screen displayed a bounty poster for Chen Feng. This was one of their small goals for this mission. If they could capture Chen Feng alive and bring him back to the Western continent, they would receive a reward of 1 billion. Alternatively, if they could kill Chen Feng on the spot and take a photo as evidence to return to the Western continent, they would get a reward of 100 million. The person who had just escaped saw Chen Feng's bounty poster and suddenly realized that the young man from the Great Xia, who had just chased them, was actually one of their targets. The two groups immediately joined forces, bringing their numbers to over 200. They turned back towards where they came from, ready to launch a counterattack. Chapter 59 New information. Chen Feng searched in the direction he came from. Along the way, he had eliminated more than 80 people. The remaining dozen or so had hidden somewhere he couldn't find. After searching for a long time without finding any trace of them, he looked at the direction of the sun and continued towards the dragon vein. While revenge was important, there were even more pressing matters in Kunlun Mountain at that moment. Just after walking less than a kilometer, he saw a large group of people coming towards him. When they were about 100 meters away, he realized they were a group of invaders. Their numbers had multiplied several times compared to the previous few dozen. Here they come again. Chen Feng was speechless, feeling like he was destined to be hunted. Without a second thought, he turned around and ran. At that moment, he heard a loud, arrogant laugh from behind. "Ha ha! Try to run. Weren't you very arrogant before? You chased us for so long and took out so many of our companions. Look at my flying legs." A bald, bearded man transformed his legs into shadows, and he seemed to step on the gas. Gradually, he began to overtake the people around him. With incredible speed, he closed the distance between himself and Chen Feng. In just a few breaths, he caught up from several dozen meters away. Chen Feng was taken aback. The bald man revealed a sinister smile and lunged for Chen Feng's shoulder. Seeing the hand reaching for his shoulder, Chen Feng instinctively asked, "Are you serious?" The bald man was momentarily stunned, not understanding what this person from the Daxiao meant. He suspected that he hadn't learned the Daxiao language well, hence the misunderstanding. Before they made contact, Chen Feng activated the North Sea divine skill of the unity of heaven and man. He became like a black hole, devouring the man's vital energy. The bald man sensed something was wrong. His internal vital energy was completely out of control, wildly spilling out of his body, turning into a red stream that rushed towards Chen Feng. Before he could comprehend the situation, his hand had already grasped Chen Feng's shoulder. The next moment, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His body lost all control, and his entire vital energy surged towards the hand gripping Chen Feng's shoulder, then flowed into Chen Feng's body. In the blink of an eye, the man was completely drained of his vital energy. His body uncontrollably collapsed. "Thank you for your vital energy," Chen Feng said to the man before continuing to flee. After the man's attack, Chen Feng successfully replenished his own vital energy. The large group of pursuing invaders, seeing the bald man's miserable state, felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. The once normal person was now skin and bones, with sunken eye sockets and skin and lips pale without a trace of color. Had he fallen victim to some witchcraft? My God, he looks like a walking corpse. The Daxiao people are truly terrifying. No wonder the bounty on this man is so high. The previous group that Chen Feng had chased immediately warned. That Daxiao person practices a martial art that can absorb others' vital energy. Everyone, do not attack individually. As long as we attack together, he won't be able to absorb it all. Over 200 invaders forced Chen Feng into another round of escape. This escape lasted for several days. Occasionally, Chen Feng would deliberately slow down, using the North Sea divine skill to absorb some vital energy to maintain his stamina. On the other side, at the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, a young man emerged from a mist. Soon, he was treated like a celebrity by various buyers, as he had managed to gather a 9-leaf yaograss. After selling the 9-leaf yaograss, the young man began to accept interviews and casually mentioned what he had seen in Kunlun Mountain. "When I harvested this herb, there was a little dangerous incident. I saw that Chen Feng seemed to be chasing after invaders. Luckily, those invaders didn't notice me. However, Chen Feng was also being hunted by others." Hearing his words, the reporter's eyes immediately lit up. Chen Feng had been quite a hot topic lately. The genius youth Chen Feng was exposed to be using the star-absorbing technique and was a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club. The heat of this news hadn't yet faded when new information emerged. A reporter eagerly asked, "Do you have a video from that time?" The young man, unaware of the video's value, immediately took out his phone, which was still charging, opened the album, and clicked on the video. The reporters took advantage of the situation. In the video, Chen Feng was being chased by Wei Su and had just encountered the invaders. He was taking down the last few stragglers among dozens of invaders. Nice! The video also captured the young man's astonished voice at that moment. At the end of the video, hundreds of people in black were chasing after Chen Feng. After the interview, the young man's family and friends lamented, "You let those reporters take advantage of you. That Chen Feng's news is worth a lot. I heard the last person sold for a hefty sum." With the second video of Chen Feng being exposed, it immediately sparked heated discussions online. Why did it seem increasingly bizarre? He was chasing dozens of invaders while being pursued by hundreds of black-clad men. The black-clad men should have dealt with the invaders first before resolving their issues with Chen Feng. Were they just playing house? This was a matter of life and death. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were among the first to see the master's video. Upon seeing that Chen Feng was safe, they initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw that the black-clad men were still chasing him, their hearts tightened again. At the War God Martial Arts Hall, Xiang Jingpeng couldn't believe that Chen Feng was still alive. But it didn't matter to him. The fact that Chen Feng could absorb vital energy was now a reality. In the video, Chen Feng had devoured the vital energy of several invaders. The chosen martial art hall was finished. The national competition was about to begin. What Xiang Jingpeng wanted to do now was to recruit Lu Weiwei back. He was already on his way to the community where Lu Weiwei lived. At the Jiangqing Martial Arts Association, Yang Honghu also saw Chen Feng's new video. Especially when he saw Chen Feng taking down one invader after another. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. However, when he saw Chen Feng's technique of absorbing others' vital energy, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Such a good young man. Why did he learn the star-absorbing technique? In a villa in Jiangcheng, Suyin also watched Chen Feng's latest video, unable to suppress a smile. This young master is truly resilient. After watching the video, Su Yin went to the garage. Before leaving Jiangqing, she wanted to see her two junior sisters, who were more than 10 years younger than her. But unfortunately, these two innocent junior sisters probably wouldn't recognize her anymore. Or rather, no one would recognize her now. Even the elders of the Swallowing Heaven Club couldn't recognize her. As soon as Su Yin arrived at the community where Chen Feng lived, she saw Xiang Jingpeng entering with 3 others. What was he doing here? Due to her recent attention to Chen Feng's matters, Su Yin gradually learned some of Chen Feng's past. The most important of which was his enmity with the War God Martial Arts Hall. Now, seeing Xiang Jingpeng appear in Chen Feng's community, Su Yin immediately realized that he might be here to cause trouble for her 2 junior sisters. So she also got out of the car and walked toward the building where Chen Feng lived, even taking the same elevator as Xiang Jingpeng. Chapter 60. A knife. Xiang Jingpeng and the 3 companions entered the elevator first. Su Yin was the last to enter. As the 4 turned around, they saw a stunning beauty come in. One by one, they couldn't help but make eye contact with Su Yan's back. Ultimately, encouraged by the 3 mentors, Xiang Jingpeng took the initiative to speak to Su Yin. Beauty, you look really familiar. Have we met somewhere? Su Yin smiled slightly in mockery. Unconcerned, she turned around and looked at Xiang Jingpeng, saying, Really? I think you look quite unfamiliar. Xiang Jingpeng felt a surge of excitement when the beauty spoke to him. Although Su Yin was wearing sunglasses, her stunning figure and exquisite face made his heart race. He immediately introduced himself proudly. You must have heard of the God of War Martial Arts Hall in Jiang City. I'm the owner of that hall. Su Yin pretended to be surprised. You're the unscrupulous owner of the God of War Martial Arts Hall? I heard your hall is very chaotic and perverted. Xiang Jingpeng was speechless. He didn't expect the God of War Martial Arts Hall to have such an impression on the public. It was all Chen Feng's fault. He awkwardly said, That's all rumors spread by that Chen Feng. Our God of War Martial Arts Hall has always been harmonious, full of love and true goodness. Su Yin almost laughed. She continued, Is that so? Xiang Jingpeng replied seriously, Of course. If you don't believe me, I can take you for a visit. If you have time, I can take you after I finish my business. Su Yin pretended to be excited. Really? You're so kind. I really want to see what the God of War Martial Arts Hall is like. I'll go with you, is that okay? Xiang Jingpeng grinned, feeling that his scheme was successful. Of course, as long as the beauty in front of me enters the God of War Martial Arts Hall, I have countless ways to make her mine. Su Yin directly followed Xiang Jingpeng, not exiting the elevator until they reached Chen Feng's door. The 3 mentors secretly gave a thumbs up to the owner. Xiang Jingpeng's vanity was greatly satisfied. One mentor took the initiative to step forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. As soon as Lu Weiwei saw Xiang Jingpeng, she frowned and asked, What are you doing here? Xiang Jingpeng chuckled and said, I'm here to give you an opportunity. Chen Feng is done for. Joining the Sky Devouring Club is a serious crime. As the owner, once he gets caught, the chosen martial arts hall will be gone. As long as you return to the God of War Martial Arts Hall, I will give you the best treatment. At this moment, Jin Yoshi came up behind Lu Weiwei. Seeing Xiang Jingpeng trying to poach again reminded her of the incident when Xiao Ruhan was taken away. She looked worriedly at Lu Weiwei, fearing that her junior sister would choose to return to the God of War Martial Arts Hall. What would Master think? Jin Yoshi unconsciously hugged Lu Weiwei's arm. Lu Weiwei sensed Jin Yoshi's emotions and hurriedly reassured her, Don't worry, I won't betray my master like Xiao Ruhan. I will always have only one master. Bang! The door slammed shut. Xiang Jingpeng frowned, feeling embarrassed in front of the beauty. He shouted at the closed door, "Don't be ungrateful. With a flick of my finger, I can make you cry and beg me." After saying that, Xiang Jingpeng turned to the people beside him and said, "Let's go. Watch how I deal with her. A mere martial apprentice really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I will make her kneel and beg me." Su Yin sneered. "The owner is really impressive." Xiang Jingpeng cleared his throat, realizing he had lost his composure in a moment of excitement. "I'm not usually like this, but in Jiang City, not many people dare to disrespect me." The three mentors beside him echoed, "Lu Weiwei is really ungrateful, forgetting the cultivation she received from the god of war martial arts hall. Now that Chen Feng's identity as a member of the Sky Devouring Club is exposed, she is still so oblivious. The owner is kind-hearted, which is why he would take her back. Otherwise, who would dare to want her?" Listening to their words, Su Yin roughly understood their concept of kindness and decided to let them experience her own version of kindness. Xiang Jingpeng personally drove, taking Su Yin to the God of War Martial Arts Hall and personally introducing the various office locations. "This is our training ground. Over there is the Martial Arts Hall." Finally, he brought Su Yin into his office. "This is my office. Feel free to sit. I'll make you a pot of tea." Su Yin smiled and said, "No need to be so troublesome. I prefer to be straightforward." "Straightforward?" Xiang Jingpeng was taken aback. Are young people so direct nowadays? But he liked it. Su Yin sat on the sofa and held her palm out towards Xiang Jingpeng, directly activating the star-absorbing technique. Xiang Jingpeng stumbled, unable to help but take several steps forward. Though he was a master-level practitioner, he quickly stabilized his body. He pointed at Su Yin, incredulous. "You know martial arts?" "What? What technique is that?" Feeling the powerful suction, a technique emerged in Xiang Jingpeng's mind. Su Yin smiled and said, "What I practice is called the star-absorbing technique. You must have heard of it." Xiang Jingpeng's eyes widened. This answer was exactly what he had thought. Before he could make any move, Su Yin unleashed her full energy to activate the star-absorbing technique. Instantly, all the chairs in the room were pulled over. Xiang Jingpeng was also uncontrollably drawn towards Su Yin. Wind Godleg. Xiang Jingpeng felt that he was no match for Su Yin, but he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. He counterattacked with a Wind Godleg. However, in the next moment, a powerful repelling force struck his Wind Godleg, slamming him against the wall. The bookshelf by the wall was immediately knocked over, with chips flying everywhere. The three mentors who had been eavesdropping outside the office suddenly heard the sound of a fight inside and immediately shouted from outside, "Owner, are you all right? What's happening in there?" Hearing the shouts outside, Xiang Jingpeng felt like he had found a lifeline. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, a powerful suction force came again. This time, Xiang Jingpeng could no longer resist and was uncontrollably pulled towards Su Yin. In a critical moment, he shouted, "Help!" He could only shout these two words before his body collided with Su Yin's palm. When absorbing power, Su Yin did not use the star-absorbing technique, but directly switched to the Northern Darkness Divine Art. Xiang Jingpeng felt as if he had been electrocuted, losing control of his body. His internal energy surged wildly towards Su Yin's palm. Hearing the owner's cry for help, the three rushed in, kicking the door open. They saw that the once somewhat plump owner had now been drained to a skeletal state, his gaze dazed, and his face devoid of color. A terrifying organization flashed through their minds. The Sky Devouring Club. They never expected that the woman the owner brought back was actually from the Sky Devouring Club. The three had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Seeing that even the master-level Xiang Jingpeng was not a match, they realized that as advanced martial artists, they would definitely be no match either. The three turned to flee, planning to call for reinforcements. But mere advanced martial artists had no chance to struggle before the master-level Su Yin. The star-absorbing technique activated again, sweeping through like autumn wind scattering leaves. The three people had no ability to resist at all and were sent flying back. Su Yin waved her hand, and the office door closed again. She looked at the few people and said with a smile, "Well, let's get on with it quickly, as I need to go to the holy capital soon. Who wants to go first? Or should we all go together? People can do that too." Chapter 61. The One-Armed Youth. At this moment, Yang Honghu was patrolling the Kunlun border with his team, searching for any intruders. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he saw it was a call from the vice president. "President, something big has happened. The master of the war God Martial Arts Hall and 3 mentors have been killed. Yang Honghui Frowenet. He was feeling quite irritated. According to recent data on capture intruders, there were particularly many people invading Kunlun Mountain this time, several times more than recorded in history. Over 10,000 had been captured, but no useful intelligence had been obtained. Receiving the phone call now, he said unhappily, "So what if they're dead? What do you want me to do?" "Hurry up and investigate." The vice president continued, "No need to investigate. It was the Swallowing Heaven Club. All 4 of them were drained of their blood. Moreover, they had visited Chen Feng's house before they were killed." The Swallowing Heaven Club. Yang Honghu was taken aback. Could it be that the Swallowing Heaven Club was helping Chen Feng take revenge? Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were once again taken to the Martial Arts Association. Upon learning of Xiang Jingping's death, both were very surprised. The staff of the Martial Arts Association asked, "Xiang Jingping was with a woman at the time. Do you have any impressions?" Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei had no recollection at all. Even after looking at the surveillance footage, they had no memory of it. The door hadn't even been fully opened at the time, and they hadn't noticed who Xiang Jingping had brought. After asking for a long time without obtaining any useful information, they had no choice but to let Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei go back first. On the other side, in Kunlun Mountain, Chen Feng was escaping while seizing the opportunity to target some of the more reckless intruders. He drained their vitality to maintain his endurance. Fighting while fleeing made the pursuing intruders feel as if they were being toyed with. It must be said that although the intruders were numerous, their martial arts levels were too low. The moves they executed were full of flaws. They had the vitality of top martial artists but struggled to display their strength. They were not even as good as the 100 people led by Wei Su. After chasing for a while, many of the intruders began to fall behind. Some also realized how difficult Chen Feng was to deal with. "Let's give up. This guy is too fast and cunning. We can't catch him at all. Plus, his martial arts are quite strange. We've already lost several people." The others agreed, and gradually more and more stopped pursuing. Ultimately, everyone gave up the chase, as they had more targets besides Chen Feng and could not waste all their time here. Watching the intruders stop their pursuit, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is exhausting. Chen Feng now had ample vitality, but his mental energy was somewhat depleted. First, he was chased by Wei Su, and then by these intruders, leaving him no time to rest. Chen Feng quickly found a towering tree and climbed up to a sturdy branch in the crown. He opened his backpack, took out an energy drink and compressed biscuits, filled his stomach, and replenished some energy. Then he fell asleep directly on the tree. He slept until the next night. Upon waking up, Chen Feng felt refreshed, his spirit fully restored. He looked at the sky. The night was cloudless, and the full moon was bright, illuminating the entire forest in a silvery hue. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly heard a faint sound coming from afar. Listening carefully for a while, it seemed to be the sound of clashes for martial arts techniques. In Kunlun Mountain, fights usually fell into 2 categories. Either someone was engaged in killing and treasure-seeking activities, or they encountered intruders. Regardless of the situation, Chen Feng decided to quietly sneak over to take a look. If it was fellow countrymen in danger, perhaps he could help. However, just as Chen Feng ran a few hundred meters, the sounds of fighting completely disappeared. After continuing for another few hundred meters, he caught a strong smell of blood. Following the scent, he saw several corpses lying on the ground. Among them, 5 were from the Great Xia, and the other 2 were from foreign invaders. The situation at the scene was clear. The Great Xia had encountered intruders, and their own people had suffered losses. Chen Feng frowned. "These damn guys." At that moment, a loud shout came from a distance. "The person is here." The voice was clearly not from the Great Xia. Chen Feng hurried over and saw a young man, wearing glasses, clutching his severed arm, looking fearfully at the 10 foreign invaders surrounding him. "This kid can really run. It's best to leave one alive to see if we can interrogate him about any martial arts techniques. Once I catch him, I will definitely torture him well." Unexpectedly, 2 teammates had already been lost. These damned Great Xia people were truly troublesome. The 10 foreign invaders began to slowly approach the young man. Chen Feng no longer hesitated. His legs activated the heavenly remnant kick, and the ground exploded. He instantly shot out. The 10 invaders were startled, all looking toward the source of the sound. The person closest to Chen Feng quickly turned his head and saw a massive shadow of a palm, entwined with several eastern golden dragons, slamming toward his head. The man was horrified and hurriedly raised his curved blade to defend. However, the next moment, because he had been too hasty in defending, he didn't wrap his blade with vitality, and it was directly shattered by Chen Feng as palm strike. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. The next moment, a profound sound erupted, and the golden dragons danced. Chen Feng unleashed 9 palms in succession, forcing the other 9 back. At the same time, he kicked toward another person nearest to him. Heavenly Remnant kick. Heaven and earth are heartless. That person thought they were all top martial artists, who was afraid of whom. He directly swung his fist to clash with Chen Feng. Meteor fist. He instantly launched dozens of fist shadows. This was also his confidence in daring to confront Chen Feng head-on. His Xian-level martial art, Meteor Fist, had already reached the 3rd realm of martial arts, achieving a small level of success. In the southern continent, there were few rivals among opponents of the same level. The next moment, facing the heavenly remnant kick of the realm of unison with heaven and man, his fist emitted a crisp sound of bone snapping. A scream. His hand and arm were completely shattered. At the same time, the other 8 people attacked again. Chen Feng hurriedly turned around, both palms extended, merging the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms with the Buddha's palm, and hard clashing with the attacks of the 8. The collision of their vitalities produced a massive explosion. The 8 retreated a step, but Chen Feng was forced back 10 steps. Finally, he couldn't help but taste blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I was still too arrogant. With the cultivation of a high-level martial artist, clashing head-on with 8 top martial artists was indeed too strenuous. At this moment, he was still unaware that the 8 people opposite him were just as shocked. How was this person so strong? We are all top martial artists. How can a gap be so big? Wasn't it said that everyone entering Kunlun Mountain has a vitality cap of 1,000? Could it be that we encountered those old guys from the Great Xia who are nearing their end? Are you blind? That person looks younger than your son. The one-armed youth beside them was also shocked by Chen Feng's strength. Moreover, he felt that Chen Feng looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 62. The Savior. Just as the one-armed young man was puzzled, Chen Feng shouted, "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and escape." Although Chen Feng was not afraid of the remaining 8 people, if he couldn't win, he could just run away. However, if he ran, the young man would not be able to escape. The young man was taken aback and quickly realized. He had just witnessed Chen Feng spitting blood and knew Chen Feng must be injured. At such a critical moment, how could he run away? But with his right arm broken and bleeding heavily, he was already too weak to fight and needed to find a place to tend to his wound immediately. Staying behind wouldn't help. It would only drag Chen Feng down. He bowed to Chen Feng and said, "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If I can't survive and leave Kunlun, I will definitely find a way to repay your life-saving grace." The young man was moved to tears and turned to run. He didn't know if his savior could survive and leave Kunlun, but as long as he could escape, he would find a way to repay his savior. If his savior died in Kunlun, he would seek out the savior's family. His glasses were smart glasses with a 100 million pixel ultra-clear camera. As long as he got out and released the video of his savior, he would surely be able to find the savior's family or friends. He would repay this kindness with his whole life. Seeing the young man escape, one of the remaining 8 invaders immediately tried to chase after him. Chen Feng naturally would not give him that opportunity. The heavenly ruin foot exerted force again, instantly propelling towards that person. The other 7 acted together again, wanting to pursue, but the one who wanted to chase had to defend himself. Chen Feng clashed with the 8 once more. This time he was forced back several steps and spat out another mouthful of blood. The 8 people were also shaken by Chen Feng's fusion palm technique, causing their blood and qi to churn, making their organs uncomfortable. However, they were not injured. Forget about that one-armed kid for now. Let's work together to kill this guy. Doesn't this person look a bit familiar? He does look a bit familiar. Suddenly, all 8 felt that Chen Feng looked very familiar. At this moment, one person took out his phone and opened an album. Inside was a photo, which was indeed Chen Feng's bounty poster. It was the Chen Feng with a bounty of 1 billion. The others immediately looked at the phone screen, all showing shocked expressions. Through their conversation, Chen Feng realized that he had actually been wanted by these invaders. The bounty was actually 1 billion. Even he was tempted. Chen Feng knew that since these 8 recognized him, they would definitely not pursue the one-armed young man anymore. So he no longer hesitated and turned to run. The 8 were startled and hurried to chase after him. 1 billion was right in front of them. They absolutely could not let him escape. Even if they killed him, they could still claim 100 million back home. Look at my shadowless foot. A thin, middle-aged man suddenly accelerated beyond the others. Chen Feng particularly liked this kind of lone wolf who acted alone. When that person was about 10 meters away, Chen Feng immediately unleashed the North Sea divine skill within the realm of unity of heaven and man. The man, who was initially delighted to have closed the distance to Chen Feng, suddenly felt his internal blood and qi uncontrollably overflow. It then transformed into a trickle, gathering towards Chen Feng. Oh my God, what's going on? He instinctively slowed down, wanting to distance himself from Chen Feng. Instead, Chen Feng turned around and grabbed him. The man raised his foot to kick at Chen Feng's grabbing hand. However, Chen Feng did not dodge and directly grab his foot. North Sea divine skill. The sensation of being electrocuted instantly appeared. The man's brain froze at that moment. Another invader who was running relatively fast did not understand why his companion and Chen Feng had stopped in place and immediately came to help. Bonne séparation technique. He grabbed Chen Feng's arm that was holding his companion's foot, then immobilized him, causing him to convulse on the spot. Chen Feng was now least afraid of such contact attacks. If the opponent used external blood and qi to unleash a gust of energy or sword energy, he might indeed have to bear it or dodge. But those who dared to reach out and grab him were essentially delivering themselves to him. By the time the other 6 arrived, the 2 fastest runners were already completely incapacitated. With 2 fewer people, Chen Feng felt he could test his upper limit of strength again and began to fight against 6. This time, with the advantage of his cultivation level and the unity of heaven and man, he barely matched the 6 in strength. But this was also because the opponent was an invading foreigner who had a relatively low comprehension of the Daxia's martial arts. If they were Daxia people, he might not have been so relaxed. During the battle, Chen Feng simultaneously unleashed the North Sea divine skills realm of unity of heaven and man. As the 6 continued to fight, they found their internal blood and qi uncontrollably overflowing outwards, eventually drilling into the enemy's body. The qi and blood of the 6 rapidly drained away, while Chen Feng's consumption was nearly zero. Soon the 6 invaders realized something was wrong. The speed of their qi and blood loss was too fast. They immediately began to have thoughts of retreating. However, looking at the 1 billion worth of Chen Feng in front of them, they couldn't help but continue attacking, fantasizing about capturing him. The result was obvious. When the first person could no longer hold on, the others only then thought of fleeing. But there was already no chance left. The one-armed young man ran for 10 kilometers. He could no longer hold on and finally found a hidden cave to tend to his arm's wound. Fortunately, with the resilience of a top-tier martial artist, this level of injury was not fatal. Ultimately, it took him half a month to leave Kunlun Mountain. As soon as he exited the Kunlun Mist, he was urgently treated. The Martial Arts Association also notified his family immediately. When a young man saw his family, the first thing he did was hand over his smart glasses to them. The glasses stored the video of his life-saving savior. You must immediately post it online to search for his family. I must repay him for saving my life. The young man recalled the scene of Chen Feng fighting 10 opponents alone and ultimately being injured by 8, and an endless sense of gratitude surged in his heart. Remembering this, he was once again moved to tears. His parents and sister followed his instructions and uploaded the video from the smart glasses online to search for Chen Feng's relatives. As soon as the video from Kunlun Mountain was released, it immediately attracted countless viewers, especially from the Martial Arts Association, wanting to see what was happening inside Kunlun Mountain. When they saw dozens of invaders harming Daxia martial artists, it immediately sparked outrage among many netizens. Watching the young man with a broken arm fleeing and hiding, ultimately being discovered, felt like watching a horror movie, making everyone's hearts tighten. When they saw the final segment, where Chen Feng suddenly appeared and fought 10 opponents, even killing 2 enemies on the spot, everyone applauded. However, before the young man escaped, it was clear that Chen Feng had been injured by the combined efforts of the 8 and had spat blood on the spot. This made countless people feel regret. Sigh. It's too much for one person to face 8. After all, they're all top-tier martial artists. It's almost impossible to win in a 1-against-8 scenario. How did so many invaders get in? What is the Martial Arts Association doing? This young man is quite strong, but it's a pity he might not come back. Does anyone think this person looks a lot like that Chen Feng? Chapter 63, The Beginning of Chaos. Soon, netizens discovered that the person in the video resembled Chen Feng. However, since the video was taken at night and the quality was poor, no one recognized him at first. After careful comparison, it was found that both the martial arts moves and clothing style were very similar to Chen Feng. Soon, A reporter took a video of Chen Feng from before and went to interview the young man with a severed arm. Upon seeing Chen Feng's previous video, the young man affirmed, "That's him. I will never forget the appearance of my savior." This statement immediately caused an uproar. Netizens quickly took sides online. Isn't Chen Feng a member of the Devouring Sky Club? Could there be good people in the Devouring Sky Club? Regardless of whether he is a good person or not, the Devouring Sky Club definitely cannot be whitewashed. Perhaps they have harmed too many people in the past and now want to accumulate some virtue. Don't say that. You haven't seen anything bad that Chen Feng has done. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei saw news about their master once again. At first, they were very excited, as it indicated that their master had not encountered any accidents. However, upon seeing that Chen Feng was injured and spitting blood, both of them became worried again. Jin Yoshi, fearing it might affect Lu Weiwei's mindset, held back her tears and advised, "Weiwei, don't worry too much. You have a competition tomorrow. You must maintain your composure. I believe our master will return safely. You have to achieve a good ranking to surprise him." Lu Weiwei nodded firmly, telling herself that no matter what, she had to achieve a good ranking. She wanted others to know how excellent her master was. At the Martial Arts Guild, Yang Honghu could not help but clench his fists upon seeing the video of Chen Feng saving someone. "Good job. I knew you weren't a bad person." Although it was already confirmed that Chen Feng practiced a technique that absorbed others' vitality, which could not be whitewashed, Yang Honghu still did not believe that Chen Feng was an irredeemable person. From the initial incident of the Zero Vitality Martial Arts School to the subsequent life and death duel and the recruitment from the Western continent, he felt that Chen Feng should not be a member of the Devouring Sky Club. The Devouring Sky Club was an extremely malicious organization. Its members cruelly deprived others of their vitality to quickly increase their cultivation, resulting in tens of thousands of victims over the past decade. This was also why the Devouring Sky Club was so infamous. Now that Su Yin had arrived in the holy capital, she couldn't help but smile upon seeing Chen Feng's latest video. This young and handsome master of hers sure knows how to make a scene. However, even if he survives, he will only be able to follow me, his disciple, from now on. In Su Yan's view, whether it was the general public or the Martial Arts Guild, they would not tolerate techniques that deprived others of their vitality. Therefore, after Chen Feng left Kunlun Mountain, the best path for him was to join the Devouring Sky Club. Su Yan was already thinking about what position to give Chen Feng. She took out her phone to check the time. It was already midnight. She opened the management group of the Devouring Sky Club and began executing her plan. Group leader, all members in the holy capital, at any cost. Destroy any industries related to the Yelu family. As soon as the message was sent, it was quickly forwarded by the deputy group leader to various groups. Undercover agents also immediately passed the message to the Martial Arts Guild. The president of the Martial Arts Guild, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up by a phone call. "Hello, what's going on?" "President, it's bad. The Devouring Sky Club has suddenly ordered an attack on the Yelu family." "When is the attack?" "Now." The president suddenly woke up. "Now." The Devouring Sky Club is acting suddenly. Our Martial Arts Guild can't react in time. However, there was nothing they could do. The group leader of the Devouring Sky Club clearly knew there were undercover agents, so he never announced orders in advance. The Martial Arts Guild also had no time to prepare and could only assemble personnel on short notice. However, the Martial Arts Guild's main forces and the Dark Division had all been dispatched to Kunlun Mountain to fight against external enemies, leaving them short-handed. At this moment, he could only lead the team personally, instructing the remaining night shift personnel to contact the day shift staff to return to their posts. Just this process took a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, the Martial Arts Guild immediately notified the Yelu family members. However, it was still too late. Battles erupted all over the holy capital. Any industry related to the Yelu family was attacked by the Devouring Sky Club. At the headquarters of the Yelu group, the senior members of the Yelu family gathered. "Can someone tell me why the Devouring Sky Club suddenly targeted us? We have cooperated with them before. They even helped us complete many unsavory tasks. Why have they suddenly turned against us? Where's the third brother?" "I'm calling him now." The call was soon connected, but it was not the voice of the third brother that came through. Instead, it was a woman's voice. "I have good news for you. You can start preparing for a banquet." Su Yin sat in the hall of a villa in the holy capital, hanging up the phone, and looked at the elderly man before her, who seemed dispirited. "Now tell me, who else was involved back then?" However, the elderly man was not in the mood to answer her question. He looked at Su Yin in disbelief and said, "Why can't my star absorption technique compete with yours?" Su Yin laughed. Maybe your master didn't teach you well. Well, I just happen to have a good master. In Kunlun Mountain, Chen Feng once again set off towards the depths of Kunlun Mountain. However, the scenes along the way made him furrow his brows. In the past half-month, he had constantly seen the bodies of the Xia people and frequently encountered large groups of foreign invaders. He even felt that there were an absurdly large number of foreign invaders. The deeper he went into Kunlun Mountain, the more foreign invaders there were. During this time, he experienced several escapes. Fortunately, ordinary people could not catch up with his Tian Can foot technique, and those who could catch up could not defeat him. At this moment, Chen Feng was heading deeper into Kunlun Mountain when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead, and the noise was rapidly approaching. He quickly climbed a large tree to hide himself. Soon, he saw dozens of bloodied youths running towards him, one of whom he recognized, Wang Hao, whom he had met on the plain. Following Wang Hao were dozens of elderly men who were fighting while retreating. Pursuing them were hundreds of foreign invaders. Chen Feng frowned, increasingly feeling that the invaders outnumbered the Xia people. Each time he encountered his own people, the number of invaders was disproportionately greater. Once or twice might be coincidence, but if it happened every time, it had to raise suspicions. Logically speaking, Kunlun Mountain belonged to the Xia, so there should naturally be more Xia people. Yet now, it was very abnormal. Chen Feng watched as Wang Hao and the dozens of youths ran past under the tree, followed by the elderly men who were retreating while fighting. Just in that brief moment, 2 elderly men fell. When these elderly men passed under the tree and the invaders appeared below, Chen Feng no longer hesitated and launched a surprise attack from the tree. Chapter 64, Protect Chen Feng, the integration of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms with the Buddha's palm. Suddenly, a multitude of enormous palm shadows descended from the sky, directly covering more than a dozen people. By the time the invaders below heard the dragons roar and the sound of Buddhists chanting above them, it was already too late. The massive palm shadows crashed down, and the invaders who were covered had no idea what was happening before they were all severely injured and fell to the ground. Chen Feng's ambush this time was quite perfect, instantly taking out 16 invaders. Eliminating so many enemies in one go genuinely shocked everyone. The invaders were frightened and began to retreat. The pressure on the dozens of elders immediately eased, finally giving them a moment to catch their breath. Wang Hao recognized the ambusher at a glance and immediately shouted excitedly, Chen Feng. He didn't expect Chen Feng to take out so many enemies at once. However, before Wang Hao could say anything more, countless invaders surged from all directions again. The faces of all the people from the Great Xia turned extremely ugly. The dense crowd of invaders, combined with those who had pursued them earlier, exceeded Chen Feng's understanding of numbers. How could there be so many? Looking around, there were at least thousands. At this moment, an elder shouted, quickly break through. We can't all die here. One person must escape to relay the information that the dragon vein is about to fall. The dragon vein is about to fall. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't know what was happening, but it was definitely related to the number of invaders. Chen Feng had no time to think. Several elders had already risked their lives to break through. The young people also shouted, charging toward the invaders. At that moment, everyone was prepared to die. Among them, a seriously injured young man, knowing he couldn't escape death, chose to take an invader down with him before losing all his fighting ability. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly yelled at Chen Feng, Chen Feng, can you run fast? Can you outrun a top-tier warrior? Chen Feng was taken aback, not understanding what Wang Hao meant, but instinctively nodded. Wang Hao immediately shouted, we will fight our way out and cover Chen Feng's escape. At this time, another young man said, isn't he just a warrior? How can he outrun a top-tier warrior? Let's cover Wang Hao instead. He's the strongest among us. Wang Hao scolded, nonsense. I'm only temporarily strong. Chen Feng is only 21 years old. He will definitely be stronger than me in the future. If the dragon vein is destroyed, the future of the Great Xia needs a genius like Chen Feng. After hearing his words, no one opposed anymore. They had all heard of Chen Feng's deeds. At such a young age, he had reached the warrior level, which was not too high, but his talent was extraordinary. He had already mastered 3 heavenly-level martial arts to the peak realm, almost unmatched, and could be said to be unprecedented and likely to be without successors. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Chen Feng, this genius, must survive for the Great Xia, and they would use their lives to ensure his survival. At this moment, several elders shouted, this side is the weakest. Everyone attack here. Chen Feng, you must escape. More than a dozen elders exchanged their lives for a blood path in an instant. This life-for-life tactic frightened the invaders into retreating. They were unwilling to sacrifice themselves so easily. They had a significant advantage and did not want to accompany the great Xia people to their deaths. In the end, several elders fought desperately in the attack. Chen Feng watched as his compatriots fell one by one. Finally understanding that the so-called Kunlun opening was a brutal war, a war between the great Xia and all the world's onlookers. At this moment, Chen Feng unleashed all his strength without reservation. The sounds of Buddhist chanting and dragon roars reverberated throughout the battlefield. With each step of the heavenly rim at foot, the ground would rumble. No invader could withstand a single blow from Chen Feng. Even when 4 people teamed up, they were all injured by a single palm strike from Chen Feng. Everyone present was shocked by Chen Feng's formidable power. Oh my god, is this really a top-tier warrior? Why is the gap between us so vast? What kind of martial arts is that? Its might is so overwhelming. Wang Hao felt more and more that protecting Chen Feng was the right choice. The other youths and elders also fully agreed that ensuring Chen Feng's escape was the most correct decision. Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Feng took the opportunity to grab an invader, wanting to restore his stamina. After all, the power of his moves was also related to the consumption of his vital energy. The North Sea divine skill was activated instantly, and the invader's vital energy lost control, surging towards Chen Feng's body. The companion behind him, not knowing what was happening to him, only saw that after he clashed palms with Chen Feng, he began to tremble uncontrollably. The two seemed to have their hands stuck together. The companion immediately rushed forward, wanting to pull him away. But as soon as he touched his companion's body, his own vital energy also lost control and began to tremble alongside him. The others, not understanding what was happening between the two, hurriedly rushed forward to pull them apart, but the more they tried, the more people got connected. In the end, more than a dozen people were linked together, convulsing as if electrocuted. The other invaders no longer dared to approach to pull them apart. Instead, they all retreated far away. Chen Feng's body was already filled with vital energy. The excess energy dissipated on its own. This bizarre situation quickly caught the attention of others. At this moment, a knowledgeable elder looked at Chen Feng in shock and said incredulously, "The star absorption technique." Hearing the elder's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The star absorption technique was the unique evil skill of the Swallowing Heaven Club, specifically designed to deprive others of their vital energy and enhance one's own cultivation. It was an extremely vicious martial arts technique. The Martial Arts Association strictly prohibited the cultivation of the star absorption technique. Everyone's gaze towards Chen Feng changed. Wang Hao, at this moment, asked incredulously, "Chen Feng, are you a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club?" Chen Feng withdrew his hand, releasing the more than 10 individuals he had turned into useless beings, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club. The technique I practice is not the star absorption technique." However, everyone did not believe him. They had witnessed Chen Feng absorb more than a dozen people into mummies on the spot. Wasn't that the star absorption technique? At this moment, Wang Hao and the others were in a dilemma. They fought while contemplating whether protecting Chen Feng's escape was the correct choice. Chen Feng also noticed the thoughts of the crowd. It couldn't be blamed on them. After all, the North Sea divine skill and the star absorption technique were indeed too similar. He couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. Even if he could clarify it, it wouldn't matter. After all, it was a technique that deprived others of their vital energy. Ordinary people would definitely not accept it. But right now, there was no time to worry about that. The matter concerned the great Xia's dragon vein, and Chen Feng had to reveal his abilities. At this time, Chen Feng still did not know that a month ago, his act of absorbing others' vital energy had already been exposed all over the internet. Chapter 65. 1 billion bounty, you don't have to worry. I never intended to use your lives to save my own. You don't need to hesitate any longer. Let me protect you as we leave. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he suddenly squatted down, channeling his energy and blood according to the technique of the heavenly remnant steps. In an instant, the ground cracked, and he shot up like a cannonball, soaring several meters high towards the direction where the old men were breaking through. In that direction, dozens of people were still holding them back. At the same time, Chen Feng thrust out both palms, transforming them into countless palm shadows. Golden dragons roared as they crashed into those people. The massive palm shadows, accompanied by a resonant sound, struck the ground. Although these attacks couldn't defeat those dozens of people, they disrupted their formation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several old men used their lives to forcibly tear open a gap. Run fast! A loud shout came. The last 5 surviving youths also rushed out of the encirclement at this moment. Wang Hao, determined, shouted, Chen Feng, no matter whether you're a member of the Sky Devouring Club or not, after you get out, you must report the situation of Kunlun Mountain to the Martial Arts Guild. We will fight to the death to hold these people off. You must go quickly. The remaining others also understood at this moment. Whether or not Chen Feng was a member of the Sky Devouring Club was no longer important. What mattered was to relay the news of the impending breach of the Dragon Vein, so that Daxia could prepare early. However, at this moment, Chen Feng had no intention of letting these people die for him. He fought while retreating, turning his back to Wang Hao and the others, and loudly said, You all escape. As many as you can. I will help draw these people away. You, Wang Hao and the others were shocked. The last elder said, Even if you are a prodigy, it's impossible for one person to resist thousands of invaders. Young man, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Chen Feng didn't have time to explain to them. After a long battle, his clothes were already soaked in blood. He thrust out both palms, forcefully shaking off the 7 or 8 people in front of him. He was also knocked back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After clearing the blood from his mouth, Chen Feng shouted at all the invaders in front of him, I am Chen Feng, the Chen Feng with a bounty of 1 billion. At first, everyone was confused, but soon someone reacted. I thought this person looked somewhat familiar. He is a target of our mission. We're going to get rich. I didn't expect to run into this kid. Damn, with so many of us. Who gets the credit for capturing him? Of course, whoever captures him gets the credit. Don't kill him. Alive he is worth 1 billion. Dead he is worthless. What do you mean worthless? Killing him can still earn 100 million. Previously, they had been fighting fiercely for their lives. For a moment, no one noticed that the young man in front of them was actually another target of their mission. The invaders' gazes towards Chen Feng instantly became fervent. 1 billion was right in front of them, almost within reach. It would just depend on whose hands were faster. Wang Hao and the others were still in a daze. What is going on? Chen Feng is worth 1 billion to the invaders? At this moment, Chen Feng shouted again, You all hurry and leave. Then he activated the heavenly remnant steps, charging with all his might towards the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Those people had no interest in the lives of Wang Hao and the others at this time, because whether they lived or died, they were worth nothing to them. But Chen Feng was a living 1 billion. Thousands of invaders roared as they chased after Chen Feng, leaving Wang Hao and the others in a daze as they fled, with no enemies behind them. Brother Hao, what on earth is happening? I don't know either. Don't worry about it. Let us get out of Kunlun as soon as possible. We need to report the situation of the Dragon Vein quickly. Wang Hao, without rest, spent half a month finally escaping from Kunlun Mountain. During this time, they encountered several waves of invaders along the way. In the end, 3 companions died. Only he and another young man managed to escape alive. The 2 immediately found people from the Martial Arts Guild. There are too many invaders. The Dragon Vein cannot be defended. After delivering this news, the young man could no longer hold on and fainted on the spot. Wang Hao also collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Even top martial artists couldn't withstand half a month without sleep. Their bodies were severely overdrawn. The Martial Arts Guild personnel were initially shocked. They quickly reported the news to their superiors and arranged for a rescue team to treat the 2. During the treatment, the Martial Arts Guild personnel discovered that the young man who escaped with Wang Hao still had a personal recorder hanging on his chest. The staff of the Martial Arts Guild immediately removed it to check for any important intelligence regarding the Dragon Vein situation. Seeing the horrific scenes in the video, the staff immediately sent the footage to the guild president. Upon receiving the news, the Martial Arts Guild president felt a headache coming on. The holy capital was already in chaos. The Yell family was under relentless attacks from the Sky Devouring Club. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. It was said that even the mysterious leader of the Sky Devouring Club had personally intervened. The Martial Arts Guild president had to personally step in to lead people to capture members of the Sky Devouring Club. Moreover, they were currently holding a national competition for martial apprentices. The competition was about to enter the final stage, and the Martial Arts Guild could not spare any personnel to maintain order, to ensure the smooth progress of the competition and to prevent any accidents. The president could only forcefully demand that major martial arts academies across the country send high-level martial artists to maintain order. Then, one bad news after another came from Kunlun Mountain. Now, they were in a state of panic. The Jade Mountain and Yao Pool of Kunlun Mountain had also reported bad news. And this trouble was even bigger concerning the Dragon Vein of Daxia. Every time Kunlun Mountain opened, a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would appear. It was these heavenly materials and earthly treasures that created generations of strong warriors, allowing Daxia to dominate the world. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain held an even deeper significance for Daxia. Throughout history, countless ancestors had passed away in Kunlun Mountain to protect the Dragon Vein. One could say that it was their ancestral tomb. Now, someone actually wanted to destroy their ancestral tomb. Who could tolerate that? Especially when seeing in the video that the outskirts of the Jade Mountain and Yao Pool had almost turned into a hell on earth, with corpses everywhere. Dense invaders had already surrounded the entire Jade Mountain and Yao Pool. People inside couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in. The video lasted for dozens of hours. By the end, it showed a continuous escape, with the young man carrying the recorder and hundreds of others fleeing. Constantly, people fell down, and in the end, only a few dozen remained. However, at the very end of the video, the president of the Martial Arts Guild couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He didn't expect to see Chen Feng appear in the footage again after such a long time. He hadn't expected this kid to still be alive. Every time he saw a video about Chen Feng, he was being chased. This time was no exception, especially when he saw Chen Feng's incredible combat power. He couldn't help but admire him. But when he saw Chen Feng devouring the energy and blood of others, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Such a unique talent. Why did he learn such a technique? Sigh. Chapter 66 News from the Master. The president of the association finished watching the video and was surprised that this time the Western continent had allied with 2 other continents and issued a bounty task for capturing Chen Feng, with the bounty as high as 1 billion. These people had good judgment, at least better than that Weixiang Honghu. The president had already decided that if Chen Feng could survive coming out of Kunlun, he would personally interrogate him. He didn't believe that Chen Feng was a member of the Sky Swallowing Club. At the very least, members of the Sky Swallowing Club would never run into Kunlun Mountain to save people. After analyzing the video, the president immediately called in his staff. He ordered them to publish the video online and have all media platforms cooperate. They would recruit martial arts experts whose lifespans were about to run out to enter Kunlun Mountain. The staff was taken aback. As of now, the opening of Kunlun Mountain had already passed the halfway mark, and there was very little time left. The last month was reserved for those who entered Kunlun Mountain to return to the outside world. In other words, Kunlun would be open for 81 days, and just the time for round trips to Yushan Yaozi would take over 50 days. At this point, if anyone went in, they would truly only be going in and not coming out. Once the 81 days were exceeded, those who had not left Kunlun Mountain would never be able to come out again. As the Martial Arts Association released the video and forced it to the top of all media platforms trending topics, the internet quickly exploded. No one expected that such a thing would happen during this opening of Kunlun. Even more unexpected was how brutal the situation was at the location of the Dragon Vein. Yushan Yaozi. The bodies of the Daxia experts piled up like mountains, and countless invaders surrounded the entire Yushan Yaozi. The disparity in numbers was enormous. Breaking through Yushan Yaozi and stepping onto the Dragon Vein was almost inevitable. It was even possible that the defense of Yushan Yaozi had already been breached. How could this be? Isn't Daxia the world's hegemon? Those damn invaders. Are they openly declaring war on Daxia? My grandfather has already applied to go to battle. He is 99 years old and will be 100 in just a week. Woo-woo. I also want to go to battle, but unfortunately, my vitality is only 600 points. I wouldn't be able to help much. The Martial Arts Association has already announced that those under 60 years old are prohibited from participating. Didn't that Chen Feng say his vitality was only 300 points? Why does he look so fierce? He must have mastered the star absorption technique, and his vitality must have reached 1,000 long ago. As the discussions continued online, TV stations and radios broadcasted and called for action nonstop. An elderly couple looked at their grandson and pregnant granddaughter-in-law and couldn't help but sigh. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm sorry. I can't hold my little great-grandson in my arms. The granddaughter-in-law broke down in tears. The grandson anxiously said, Grandpa and Grandma, can't you not go? There are too many enemies. It's too late to go now, and the Dragon Vein is definitely going to be lost. Moreover, Mom and Dad still haven't come back. If you go into Kunlun, what will happen to this family? The old man's face darkened, and he slapped his grandson on the head. You brat. No matter how many enemies there are, or whether we can protect the dragon vein. I'm going to take a few with me. My ancestors are all in Kunlun. Going into Kunlun is like going home for me. In just one day, various farewell scenes played out across Daxia. It only took 3 days for 300,000 elderly people to enter Kunlun Mountain again. Young people were completely prohibited from entering because the future of Daxia still needed these young people. At the scene of the sacred capital martial arts tournament, Lu Weiwei stood on stage competing. At this moment, she was facing the top talents from every province and city, and their strength was several levels higher than in the provincial competition. However, she could already use the Heavenly Remnant kick 10 times in a row. After 10 times, her legs would be overburdened. Fortunately, no one had been able to withstand 5 kicks yet. Under the terrifying attack of the Heavenly Remnant kick, Lu Weiwei had remained undefeated during this period and had surged into the top 16. If she won this match, she would advance to the top 8. In the audience, Jin Yoshi was originally focused on watching her junior sister compete when she suddenly heard someone behind her discussing a major incident at Kunlun Mountain. Jin Yoshi quickly took out her phone to check the news. It turned out that something significant had indeed happened. During this period, news and videos from Kunlun Mountain had been coming out daily, as almost everyone entering Kunlun Mountain would carry a recording device or use their phones to capture important scenes, documenting this extraordinary journey. Jin Yoshi also kept a close watch every day, hoping to see her master in the videos or news. This time, she wasn't too disappointed. Dozens of hours of video had been segmented by someone. The last segment of the video was about Chen Feng. She directly ignored everyone before that and dragged the progress bar to the end. Once again, she saw her master's figure. Seeing that her master was safe, Jin Yoshi was instantly overjoyed. But then she saw Chen Feng fighting bravely, surrounded by countless enemies. The initial happiness of seeing her master quickly turned into worry. Finally, she witnessed her master actively diverting the enemies to save others, and tears streamed down her face. Why is my master so foolish? You saved others, but who will save you? Jin Yoshi covered her mouth and watched the video of Chen Feng being chased, crying softly. On stage, Lu Weiwei, who was battling, inadvertently glanced at the audience and saw Jin Yoshi staring at her phone screen in tears, and her heart suddenly tightened. Could it be? Lu Weiwei lost her focus in the battle. She had already executed 3 kicks. With 7 kicks left, she directly finished them all. The opponent hadn't even figured out what was going on when they were kicked off the stage by a series of 7 Heavenly Remnant kicks and almost seriously injured. After finishing her kicks, Lu Weiwei didn't even check on her opponent as condition and hurriedly walked towards the audience. However, after taking a few steps, her legs went weak and she fell directly off the stage, causing an uproar in the audience. At this moment, Jin Yoshi finally reacted. She quickly ran over to help Lu Weiwei up. Lu Weiwei, ignoring her injured forehead, anxiously asked, "Is there news about the master?" Jin Yoshi nodded, helped Lu Weiwei to a seat, and showed her the video on her phone. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei's earlier performance had already caught the attention of several opponents who had advanced. This abnormal woman seemed to have weaknesses as well. She had never seen Lu Weiwei kick more than 5 times before. In the last match, she kicked out 10 times, and it seemed she immediately couldn't take it anymore. Perhaps that powerful leg technique had limitations. When I fight her tomorrow, I'll test it out. In the stands, Xiao Ruhan saw Lu Weiwei successfully advance to the top 8 and gritted her teeth, her fists trembling from being clenched too tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh without her realizing it. This outcome was incredibly hard for her to accept because she had also been in a match to advance to the top 8. But the result was the opposite of Lu Weiwei's. During the city-level competition, Lu Weiwei had even been defeated by her. Not only had Lu Weiwei secured first place at the provincial level, but she had also now advanced to the national top 8, while she herself hadn't even made it to the top 8. It was all that damn Chen Feng's fault. If I had learned the last move of the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, I would definitely have made it to the top 8, and I wouldn't have lost so badly in the previous provincial competition. Chapter 67 Interview with Wang Hao in Xiao Ruhan's heart. There was a deep resentment towards Chen Feng. She felt that her current failure was entirely caused by him. During this period, she practiced day and night, honing her martial arts skills. She had even reached a detailed understanding of the first 17 forms, achieving the 5th realm of martial arts. A martial artist who can comprehend a technique to such detail is undoubtedly considered a genius. Yet, she lost due to incomplete techniques. How could Xiao Ruhan accept this? especially since the disciples from the prominent families in the holy capital all had complete heavenly-level techniques, while the only technique she knew was incomplete. Xiao Ruhan felt that her loss was too suffocating, and there was no one to share her grievances with. Moreover, the recent incident at the God of War Martial Arts Hall had stripped her of her last semblance of dignity. Even though the internal affairs of the God of War Martial Arts Hall were very dirty and dark to outsiders, it was still the #1 martial arts hall in Jiangxing. As a result, the hall master and 3 instructors were brutally murdered. 5 top martial arts coaches participated in the Kunlun expedition. According to recent intelligence from Kunlun Mountain, those 5 top martial arts coaches were very likely not to return. By then, the God of War Martial Arts Hall would fall to the bottom tier of martial arts halls in Jiangxing. This made Xiao Ruhan feel like the high-profile move she made to join the God of War Martial Arts Hall was nothing but the act of a ridiculous clown. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan's mother, Su Lan, was beside her cursing into her phone. Why hasn't that Chen guy died yet? Those foreign devils are really useless. So many of them can't even stop a few people. The audience nearby, hearing Su Lan curse her own people, immediately scolded her. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for these people who killed the foreign enemies, would you even be able to watch the match? They are protecting the dragon vein of the great Xia, and you're cursing them. A group of people immediately denounced Su Lan. Xiao Ruhan frowned and remained silent. Her mother always caused her trouble. If it weren't for her mother's reckless words back then, many of the subsequent events wouldn't have turned out so ugly. Now, at such a critical moment, her mother dared to curse those participating in the Kunlun expedition. It was simply making things difficult for herself. Su Lan immediately stood up, defiantly arguing with the crowd. So what if I curse them? What can you do to me? That Chen guy is a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club. Can I say a few words about him? I see you all are just Chen's accomplices. You should all be arrested and checked to see if you're members of the Swallowing Heaven Club. Finally, some audience members, unable to contain their anger, directly called the Martial Arts Association. At that moment, the Martial Arts Association was incredibly busy, searching the entire city for members of the Swallowing Heaven Club. Upon receiving the report that someone was openly cursing those participating in the Kunlun expedition, they immediately took Su Lan to the Martial Arts Association for tea. Xiao Ruhan pretended not to see anything. She was already fed up and had no time to deal with her trouble-seeking mother. In the holy capital, Su Yin was currently undergoing inspection at the Martial Arts Association. We sincerely apologize for taking up your valuable time, esteemed Grandmaster. A staff member of the Martial Arts Association expressed regret to Su Yin. They were using blood energy detection devices to search for members of the Swallowing Heaven Club throughout the city. Any member of the Swallowing Heaven Club who had used the star absorption technique to absorb another's blood energy would have residual blood energy in their body that would be rejected by their own. Once detected, they would be arrested on the spot. However, Su Yin had the North Ming divine skill, and the blood energy she absorbed was refined for her own use. Her strength had directly leaped from the master level to the grandmaster level. The blood energy monitoring device was of no use to her. The inspectors were shocked by Su Yan's blood energy level. As a young and beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s, her blood energy level reached over 6,500, qualifying her as a grandmaster. After the inspection, Su Yin calmly went to a CAF. She opened her phone and began to read the news of the day. She quickly saw a report about Chen Feng. This master is truly noble. As his disciple, I feel ashamed. She hoped they could meet again. Soon, Su Yin saw another news segment trending. The guest on the program was the young man who had escaped with Wang Hao. After waking up, Wang Hao explained the situation on Kunlun Mountain to the Martial Arts Association in detail. He also learned from the internet that Chen Feng's use of a star absorption technique had been exposed online. Although Wang Hao and Chen Feng had only met once on the plane, he could tell that Chen Feng and the members of the Swallowing Heaven Club were definitely not on the same side. Just as he was thinking about how to clear Chen Feng's name, a production team wanted to invite him to participate in an interview program. Thus, Wang Hao brought along the young man who escaped with him to join the interview. The host asked the most popular questions compiled from across the internet. Currently, the situation inside Kunlun Mountain is very dire. Based on your feelings, how many foreign invaders are there? Wang Hao frowned and thought for a moment before replying. I don't know the exact number, but overall, it feels like there are not fewer than the people from the Great Xia. The main issue is that our people are scattered looking for treasures, while the invaders come in groups. Once both sides meet, our people will be picked off one by one. The young man added, especially when we escaped, there were almost invaders everywhere. Our isolated people suffered heavy losses. After the two finished speaking, the host nodded and continued to ask, "How much do you know about the situation inside the dragon vein?" Wang Hao and the young men shook their heads. By the time we arrived, the perimeter of Yushan Yaohai was already surrounded. We couldn't get in at all. As soon as we approached, we were met with an ambush. We only knew that the Great Xia suffered heavy losses, with corpses of the Great Xia people everywhere. The host asked the next question, which was currently the hottest topic online. "What do you think about Chen Feng from the Swallowing Heaven Club using the star absorption technique?" Wang Hao immediately responded, "First of all, I don't believe Chen Feng is a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club. Even if he used the signature technique of the Swallowing Heaven Club, the star absorption technique, it doesn't prove he is a wicked person. Think about it. Why would a bad person from the Swallowing Heaven Club risk their life to save us?" The young man added, "I feel that Chen Feng is not a member of the Swallowing Heaven Club. There must be some misunderstanding. Moreover, he has been targeted by the invaders, which may involve reasons we don't know." Both of them knew that once someone joined the Swallowing Heaven Club, it would be a grave sin. The Swallowing Heaven Club had committed too many heinous acts and absorbed too many people's blood energy. Just the families of the victims formed an extremely large group. Especially during this time, the Swallowing Heaven Club had caused chaos in the entire holy capital. Even one of the 9 major families, the Yelu family, had suffered severe damage. 80% of their family assets were destroyed, and it was said that 3 important clan elders had died. Even the family's martial ancestor had personally stepped in to protect the family assets. What shocked people the most was that the leader of the Swallowing Heaven Club reportedly had the strength to confront a martial ancestor directly. Chapter 68. Chaos. Wang Hao and the young man tried to whitewash Chen Feng's statements, but were immediately criticized online. What joke? Robbing others of their vitality to strengthen oneself, and then claiming to be a hero. Can that really wash away one's sins? You only see how many people he has saved. Have you ever considered how many he has harmed? If practicing the star absorption technique can be forgiven, I am willing to join the Devouring Heaven Club. My father was killed by the star absorption technique, and I will never cease my enmity with the Devouring Heaven Club. After watching the show, Suyan smiled. The Devouring Heaven Club was built by her, and she was completely indifferent to notions of good and evil. She only cared about her own goals and her deep-seated grievances. Su Yin admitted she was not a good person, but she could not accept that some people were packaged as good. I will show you how many people in this world practice the star absorption technique. She directly had several videos of her recent battle with the elders of the Yell family spread online by the deputy leader. The videos featured the elders of the Yell family, including the recently deceased Old 3 and Old 4, as well as another elder from outside the family. As soon as the 3 videos were released, they caused a sensation online. This time, even a martial arts association couldn't sit still. The videos not only showed the battles of the leader of the Devouring Heaven Club, but also the Yell family elders using the star absorption technique to manipulate objects from a distance. However, the face of the leader of the Devouring Heaven Club was pixelated in the videos. Isn't the star absorption technique exclusive to the Devouring Heaven Club? Why are members of the 9 great families using it too? Don't talk nonsense. This has nothing to do with other families, it's just the Yell family using it. Damn it, these guys are not clean either. We're the people from the Martial Arts Association. Come out and explain. What is going on? First, there was Chen Feng, and now there are the noble families. Has the star absorption technique become so widespread? At the Martial Arts Association headquarters, the president slammed his hand down and shattered his desk. Watching the video of the Yell family elders using the star absorption technique made him tremble with rage. During this period, he personally led efforts to crack down on the Devouring Heaven Club for using the star absorption technique. Who would have thought that the Yell family he was trying to protect also practiced it? This made the president feel like a joke. He picked up the phone and directly called the Wang family, the #1 family in Daxia. I am the president of the Martial Arts Association. For the sake of Daxia, I implore the martial saint to take action. At this time, all core members of the Yell family gathered together. The ancestor, seeing the family's secrets exposed, made a quick decision. All those who recently used the star absorption technique to enhance their strength must expel the foreign vitality from their bodies. Anyone found by the Martial Arts Association to have foreign vitality will be killed on the spot without mercy. Everyone must firmly deny knowing about those few practicing the star absorption technique. This is a matter of life and death for the family. We cannot be careless. As long as we hold out for a while, we will soon emigrate to the Western continent and then use the star absorption technique to enhance our cultivation again. The ancestors' words made the faces of everyone present turn pale. However, they dared not disobey. One by one, they could only endure the pain and forcibly expel the foreign vitality from their bodies. In an instant, the combat power of the entire core members of the Yell family was halved. Fortunately, the vitality absorbed through the star absorption technique can be partially converted into one's own vitality after years of nurturing. However, the speed is too slow. After forcibly expelling the excess foreign vitality, the entire Yell family had to face an embarrassing situation. Against the Devouring Heaven Club, they might already be powerless to resist. For this period of time, the family's fate completely relied on the Martial Arts Association. The president of the Martial Arts Association, together with the martial saint of the Wong family, personally arrived at the Yell family headquarters. Upon seeing the martial saint personally show up, the entire upper echelon of the Yell family was too scared to breathe. Even the Yell family ancestor, who was of martial respect level, could only bow and scrape before the martial saint. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Association's inspection did not find any signs of foreign vitality among the Yell family members. The president was not foolish. He guessed that the Yell family might have self-destructed their cultivation. However, seeing the Yell family members cowering, he decided not to escalate the matter too much right now. For the time being, everything would focus on Kunlun Mountain. The Yell family would have to wait until autumn to settle the score. For now, he would leverage the martial saint's prestige to quell public opinion. Kunlun Mountain. A series of fireworks shot up into the sky. Soon, dozens of figures rushed towards the direction of the fireworks. The family's senior executives had arrived. We should quickly ask what to do. We need to think about how to explain this later. Among the group brought by Wei Su, only a dozen people were still alive. There were originally a few more, but they had suffered losses during the encounter with the invaders. When they saw the young man standing under the fireworks, they were all instantly silenced. The young man was dressed in a sharp suit, with skin as white as jade and long hair pulled back. His exquisite features had an indescribable androgynous beauty. Young Master Wei Guangming, why did you come in person? No one dared to speak. They all lowered their heads, waiting for Wei Guangming to speak. After a while, Wei Guangming felt it was time and softly asked, "Where are the others?" His voice was delicate and did not sound like a man's voice at all. The crowd quickly replied. They all fell victim to that Chen Feng's treachery. Chen Feng knows the star absorption technique. Many of us have been incapacitated by him. Even Mr. Wei Su died at his hands. Wei Guangming was very dissatisfied with their answers. He glanced at them and said lightly, "Since that's the case, there's no use in keeping you." As he spoke, Wei Guangming drew the soft sword hidden at his waist. The dozen or so people were startled. Some immediately begged for mercy, some knelt down, and others turned to flee. However, those who knelt only got halfway down. Those who begged for mercy only managed to utter a few words. And those trying to escape had just turned around when the sound of the soft sword slicing through the air echoed in their ears. Wei Guangming became a blur, darting between the crowd. When he reappeared, he was already several meters away from them. He waved his hand, and the blood on the soft sword sprayed out. Then he slowly sheathed the sword into a special belt at his waist. The dozen or so people all fell to the ground, clutching their necks. Before dying, they all had one thought: how fast? Deep within Kunlun Mountain, Chen Feng had now fallen into encirclement. The more he fled, the more pursuers there were, as if there were invaders everywhere in Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, he encountered almost all dead Daxia people, not a single living soul in sight. Instead, the number of invaders he encountered kept increasing. With a bounty of 1 billion on his head, he was particularly popular no matter where he fled. At first, some invaders were puzzled as to why so many people were chasing just one person and were so persistent. Until one of the pursuers shouted, "Block him." He asked the Chen Feng with a bounty of 1 billion. Chen Feng was suddenly met with enthusiastic greetings from all the invaders. He felt that he might be caught this time. The crowd behind him was dense and uncountable. At this moment, his clothes were tattered from the fighting. Fortunately, his body healed quickly after being injured, but it couldn't keep up with the speed at which his wounds were increasing. To maintain the vitality within him, Chen Feng had to slow down from time to time, risking it to absorb the invader's vitality. Each time, he would end up with more wounds on his body. On a mountain peak not far from Chen Feng, 2 young men were using a high-powered zoom camera to capture the movements of the invading army in the distance. Chapter 69. Semifinals. One of the middle-aged men pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there. It seems like someone is chasing someone." The young man turned the camera and soon saw a young man fleeing in the distance. Unable to help himself, he exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Feng, the one who has reached the pinnacle?" The middle-aged man stepped closer to take a look. After watching, both of them couldn't help but sigh deeply. Chen Feng's speed of escape was indeed very fast. However, he was going to die. The direction he was fleeing was precisely towards Yushan Yaoqi. The young man sighed as well. At that moment, there were already over 1 million invaders gathered at Yushan Yaoqi. Once Chen Feng arrived there, he would be surrounded by a sea of people, attacked from all sides, with no way to escape. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder. "We should hurry out too. Kunlun Mountain has become increasingly dangerous." The young man put away the camera and headed towards the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain with the middle-aged man. National competition. Lu Weiwei also began her quarterfinal match. On the stage, when Lu Weiwei used her 6th heavenly severing kick, she finally realized something was off. The opponent in front of her was very strong, and he was also a member of the Wang family. His Tai Chi was quite formidable, always managing to neutralize most of the power of her heavenly severing kicks at critical moments. However, she could feel that in a direct confrontation, this person was definitely not her match. But therein lay the problem. The opponent completely avoided a direct confrontation with her, focusing mainly on defense and evasion. Lu Weiwei knew that this couldn't go on. She still had 4 kicks left. If she couldn't defeat her opponent within those 4 kicks, she would undoubtedly lose. At this moment, Jin Yoshi was watching her junior sister's battle while scrolling through her phone, typing Chen Feng into the search box. Lu Weiwei frowned in thought and decided not to delay any longer. She would unleash all 4 kicks at once to determine the outcome. If she still couldn't defeat her opponent, she would undoubtedly lose. In the stands, Wang Hao was also watching his little cousin's battle. At the same time, he secretly admired Chen Feng's disciple, who was not only beautiful, but also quite formidable in skills. Right now, he was wearing a blood-monitoring monocle, constantly observing the movements on the stage. His little cousin's combat style today was different from before, completely leaning towards defense. However, compared to Chen Feng's disciple's offensive, it was clearly lacking. As Lu Weiwei continuously kicked out 4 kicks, blocking her cousin's room to maneuver, Wang Hao knew that his cousin was about to lose. Sure enough, on the stage, facing Lu Weiwei, the young man, although he had been completely defensive against her, could now see that he had pushed Lu Weiwei to her limits. For kicks at once were indeed a bit hard to defend against. He managed to fend off most of the power of the first 3 kicks, but ultimately, he couldn't fully block the 4th kick and was kicked off the stage by Lu Weiwei. Jin Yoshi hurried to the stage to support Lu Weiwei. The young man nodded to the 2 women, expressing his admiration for Lu Weiwei. An ordinary martial arts academy student had actually made it to the top 4 in a national competition filled with geniuses. Moreover, her master was the lifesaver of his older cousin. At this moment, he kindly reminded her, "Lu Weiwei, your weakness has been exposed. We have found that you can kick a maximum of 10 times in each match. The upcoming matches will probably be very difficult for you." Lu Weiwei was taken aback, her face turning pale in an instant. At that moment, she finally understood why her opponent had always fought defensively. Jin Yoshi anxiously asked, "Weiwei, they know your weakness now. What should we do?" Lu Weiwei frowned as she and Jin Yoshi left the stage, feeling a bit flustered. These aristocratic descendants were extremely powerful. If the opponent fought head-on, she could still hold some advantage with the power of her heavenly severing kicks. But if they deliberately avoided confrontation and focused on defense, her chances of winning would significantly decrease. At this moment, Wang Hao saw his cousin come over and curiously asked, "What did you just say to Chen Feng's disciple? I saw you scared her quite a bit." The young man chuckled because her flaw of being able to use a maximum of 10 kicks has been exposed. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, not expecting this. However, he recalled Lu Weiwei's moves and suddenly remembered seeing Chen Feng use them in Kunlun Mountain. Wang Hao smiled slightly, left the stands, and approached Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi. At this time, Lu Weiwei was sitting on a chair, and Jin Yoshi was diligently massaging her legs. "How nice it would be if my master was the one massaging my legs." Lu Weiwei couldn't help but think of Chen Feng. Just then, Wang Hao spoke. "I saw your master Chen Feng fight in Kunlun Mountain with my own eyes. Your leg techniques were taught by him. I believe it's the same type of martial art. Online, it seems they refer to your technique as heavenly severing kicks. I can see that its offensive power is indeed very strong, but doesn't necessarily have to be used solely for attack. Chen Feng used heavenly severing kicks to leverage the earth, transforming it into extremely powerful lightness techniques. Wang Hao's words suddenly enlightened Lu Weiwei. Previously, she had entirely regarded the heavenly severing kicks as an offensive means and had never thought of using the techniques to increase her agility. Lu Weiwei quickly stood up to thank him. "Thank you." Jin Yoshi, though not quite understanding, also bowed in gratitude alongside her junior sister. Moreover, she remembered this person had spoken on a television interview to defend her master. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Hao." Wang Hao nodded and left. He really wanted to enter Kunlun Mountain again to participate in the battle against the invaders. However, the Martial Arts Association had strictly prohibited anyone under 60 from entering to prepare for future crises. The next day, the semifinals. Lu Weiwei was now facing the genius of the Zhang family, who was also a favorite to win the martial artist competition. It was said that at such a young age, he had already mastered the first layer of the Qian Kuan Great Shift, the family's ancestral martial art, which was rumored to be comparable to holy level techniques when practiced to the 7th layer. Lu Weiwei was quite nervous at this moment. She had seen this person's match before. His technique was quite bizarre, as he could even shift others' attacks and replicate some of his enemy's simple techniques. Lu Weiwei now knew that her greatest weakness had been exposed, and she could no longer use her previous fighting style. After hearing about her master Chen Feng's fighting style yesterday, she pondered all night and even found some videos of Chen Feng's battles online. She saw that every time Chen Feng shifted and maneuvered, the ground would crack and dirt and stones would fly. She roughly guessed her master's principle of using heavenly severing kicks. Now, she imitated her master's thinking, channeling her energy along the route of heavenly severing kicks, starting to operate it frantically. The young man opposite her was also getting ready. Although he knew Lu Weiwei could only kick a maximum of 10 times, he had personally witnessed the power of the heavenly severing kicks. Even the Yi family's indestructible Vajra technique could only withstand 5 kicks. Of course, that was also because the Yi family's young man had a low understanding of martial arts, failing to unleash the full power of the indestructible Vajra technique. It was said that he had secretly injured himself before, so he couldn't withstand even 5 kicks from Lu Weiwei. He had to admit that the heavenly severing kicks were indeed powerful. However, he was still quite confident in his Qian Kuan Great Shift. Chapter 70 Bad News. Although the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth was only trained to the 1st layer, it was already capable of replicating some simple martial arts techniques and could also deflect a portion of the enemy's attacks for counterattacks. In the young man's eyes, Lu Weiwei's heavenly severing foot was considered a simple technique. He had analyzed that the heavenly severing foot was purely an offensive type, focusing on speed, accuracy, and ferocity. The technique was straightforward and not flashy at all. He was best at replicating such simple techniques and could even achieve a faster response. As long as the opponent's martial arts route was not too complicated, his great shift of heaven and earth could replicate it. At this moment, he had already assumed his stance, wanting Lu Weiwei to witness his prowess. However, everything did not go as he expected. Heaven and earth are merciless. Lu Weiwei's first move of the heavenly severing foot was unleashed directly onto the arena. Her entire body shot out in an instant, charging toward her opponent. The speed was something that had never been displayed before. Blood flooded the mountains and rivers. With one kick, the Zhang family youth, although startled by Lu Weiwei's speed, immediately sensed the incoming attack and activated the great shift of heaven and earth, trying to feel Lu Weiwei's martial flow and quickly mimic it. He even lifted his foot to imitate Lu Weiwei's attack. But in the next moment, the young man's expression changed. He felt a surge of pain in his leg's meridians, and the martial arts simulation suddenly broke down. The pain in his leg nearly caused him to lose his balance. How could he not replicate it? Logically, as long as the opponent could execute it, he should be able to as well. After all, the meridian routes of people are the same. Even if there are differences between genders, they're still quite similar. Fortunately, he had considerable practical experience. He quickly activated the great shift of heaven and earth to deflect the incoming attack. With one kick, he sent that youth stumbling back several steps. Due to the hasty defense, he only managed to deflect a small portion of the attack and countered it back. However, that small portion of the attack posed no real threat to Lu Weiwei. After kicking out once, Lu Weiwei once again employed the same technique. Using the rebound from the heavenly severing foot and the arena, she accelerated herself. With a loud bang, her shoes could no longer bear the burden and exploded. Lu Weiwei, like an arrow, once again caught up with the young man. This time she unleashed 3 kicks in succession. The youth, having no time to catch his breath, once more activated his defense. This time, he was clever. He deflected part of the attack as a counter, defended against part of it, and dodged the rest. He decided to play it safe and exhaust the opponent's strikes first. The idea was good, and the strategy was right. However, Lu Weiwei was different from what he had seen before. After unleashing 3 kicks, she did not dare to hesitate. At this point, she had already used up 6 kicks, leaving only 4. If she could not defeat the enemy, she would be defeated. With a sudden leap, her shoes, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces. Lu Weiwei instantly appeared in front of that young man, delivering her final 3 kicks. Faster than ever before. A combat style she had never exhibited before. The youth was stunned. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. He had nowhere to evade and could only brace himself. The combat style and scene were completely different from what he had anticipated. The first kick, irreversible calamity, barely defended. The second kick, slaughter of all living beings. It was getting hard to withstand. The third kick, extermination of the 3 realms. Whoever wants to withstand, go ahead. I certainly can't take it anymore. The youth shouted. I concede. The judge of the national competition was a master-level expert. He immediately blocked Lu Weiwei's attack. The young man secretly let out a sigh of relief. Lu Weiwei's legs went weak, nearly causing her to fall. Finally, the youth sincerely said, "You are really amazing. I didn't expect you to have such a combat style. However, I must remind you in the finals, if you can't do it, don't push yourself. Your opponent is likely that pervert with the surname Duan. His 6 Meridians divine sword is extremely restraining against your close combat techniques." Lu Weiwei nodded in thanks, but felt puzzled as to why Jin Yoshi had not come to support her. When she turned around, she saw Jin Yoshi looking at her phone, covering her mouth and crying. An ominous premonition surged in her heart. She stumbled down the arena, falling several times along the way. In the end, she even rolled and crawled, coming to Jin Yoshi's side in a disheveled manner. Her pitiful state immediately drew countless gazes. What happened? Where was that little girl who always helped her? From her expression, it seemed like she was in a panic. The finals were tomorrow. Could there be any accidents? The crowd speculated with doubt. Only Wang Hao in the audience understood what was happening. At that moment, important reports about Kunlun Mountain appeared on his phone. 2 people who had just come from Kunlun Mountain had captured the latest situation there. An expert was playing a video while explaining. Jade Mountain Yao Pool had been surrounded by hundreds of thousands of invaders, and this Chen Feng was currently being chased by tens of thousands of people. With his escape route heading straight for the Jade Mountain Yao Pool. Once he came into contact with the invaders at the Jade Mountain Yao Pool, he would instantly face hundreds of thousands of enemies. At that time, he would be trapped with no way to escape. It could be said that Chen Feng had already begun a countdown to his life. As long as he reached the outskirts of the Jade Mountain Yao Pool, no matter how monstrous he was, how high his realm, or how powerful his star-absorbing technique was, he would almost certainly die. After listening to the expert's explanation, Lu Weiwei knelt on the ground, lost in thought. Jin Yoshi also knelt beside her, hugging Lu Weiwei tightly and crying out loud, "What should we do? Master is going to die. What are we going to do? Master has saved so many people. Why is no one saving him?" Lu Weiwei did not speak, but tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Originally, Chen Feng had always been in danger, always being hunted. But every time new news came, Master was always alive and well. Now, suddenly telling her that Chen Feng was about to die was something Lu Weiwei could not accept. The little bit of hope in her heart was quietly shattering. She had originally wanted to achieve a good ranking and earn a lot of prize money to spend on Master. Lu Weiwei had been practicing martial arts hard during this time, giving her all in the competition. This was all to achieve a good ranking and make Master proud. It was her greatest pursuit at the moment. But if Master did not come back, what meaning would it have even if she won the championship? The appearances of the 2 sisters attracted countless people's attention. Were they excited about winning the competition? You know nothing. They're disciples of that Chen Feng, and just received news that their master won't live long. Is that the Chen Feng who can use this star-absorbing technique? He deserves to die. The people from the Devouring Sky Club should all die. Don't say that. Chen Feng saved several people at Kunlun Mountain. What kind of nonsense theory is that? Does killing one person and saving another make one innocent? Not just the Devouring Sky Club can use the star-absorbing technique. Who knows how many people can do in secret? The audience in the stands was in heated discussions. Some were gloating, while others expressed their regret. However, It was no longer the same as the initial wave of negative comments when the star-absorbing technique was first exposed. Chapter 71 Trader in the Kunlun Mountains. Chen Feng once again took the opportunity to slow down, risking his life to use the Beiming divine skill to absorb some blood energy, enhancing his endurance. Aren't these guys tired? The pursuers behind him changed wave after wave. He had been chased for a full 10 days. 10 days without sleep would have caused an ordinary person to collapse several times by now. Although he had become a high-level martial artist, he couldn't withstand continuous mental exhaustion. Chen Feng felt dazed, wanting desperately to just fall asleep. In reality, the foreign invaders chasing him were not as relaxed as they seemed. Damn, this Da Xiao person has such enduring stamina. He has a technique that could devour others' blood energy. You all be careful. I just want to sleep and eat now. Who knows how long it will take to catch him. The bounty of 1 billion is not easy to obtain. Not only is he hard to catch, but there are many competitors as well. Ahead is the Alliance's gathering point. Soon that kid will have nowhere to escape. Soon, Chen Feng noticed something was wrong. The direction he was fleeing in began to see waves of invaders. At first, there were only 1 or 2. And using his unity of heaven and man, he forcefully crushed them while absorbing some blood energy in the process. However, the number of invaders kept increasing, and he even spotted tents in the distance. Chen Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Could he be so unlucky as to crash into their main camp? At that moment, he felt as if heaven was against him. Chen Feng dared not flee at full speed anymore and thought, even if I die, I want to take a few down with me. Not far ahead, at the entrance to the Yushan Yaodi, a fierce battle was underway. Hundreds of thousands of invaders were blocking an entrance to the mountains. The entrance was only about 10 meters wide, with towering cliffs on either side. This entrance was a good 20 meters long. It was thanks to this entrance that the Da Xiao people could barely hold off enemies that outnumbered them by dozens of times. Originally, the number of Da Xiao people entering Kunlun was not so few. The young people who came in at first acted alone, searching for rare treasures. However, they encountered groups of invaders, resulting in heavy casualties. Most of those blocked here were the elderly, with very few young people remaining. Due to prolonged exhaustion, their numbers dwindled. Their goal was to hold out until Kunlun sealed the mountains. Once the sealing started, both Da Xiao people and invaders would be drained of their blood energy. As for the final outcome, none of them had experienced it. They only knew that once Kunlun sealed the mountains, no one could escape. The invaders were extremely anxious. Alliance Commander Jones was also waiting for the right moment. With only a month left, if they did not break through Kunlun Mountain soon, there would be no opportunity left. They also needed to reserve more than 20 days to leave Kunlun Mountain. Jones knew he could no longer wait for those Da Xiao insiders to cooperate. After waiting for these days, there was still no movement. He directly ordered his subordinates to release a signal to urge them. Dozens of green signal flares shot up into the sky with a loud bang. Inside the entrance, more than 30 members of the Yelu family immediately felt a jolt in their hearts. They knew this was the foreign invaders urging them to take action quickly. However, at this moment, there were tens of thousands of Da Xiao people guarding the entrance. If there were any casualties at the entrance, someone would immediately step up to take their place. They were literally putting their lives on the line to block the entrance, hoping to drag it out until Kunlun sealed the mountains. The 30 of them feared that if they took action, they would be dead for sure. The Da Xiao people around them would definitely not spare them. The 30 people quietly gathered together and said, "Time is running out. If we keep dragging this out, Kunlun will seal the mountains. Once the foreign invaders retreat, our family's migration plan will fail. The Western continent will surely expose our past betrayal. There is still a glimmer of hope for success, but failure means certain death. We all go forward and prepare to take over the entrance passage." The 30-some people quietly approached the entrance. Once someone died, they would fight to push forward, seizing the position to guard the entrance. The 10-meter-wide entrance could barely accommodate a few people. Soon, it was completely occupied by the Yelu family members. The Da Xiao people behind them were still praising those few people in their hearts. After all, taking the lead meant an early death. However, the next moment, someone shouted, "Move." The few people at the entrance immediately gave up resisting and opened the way. Instead, they turned around and attacked the other Da Xiao people. The sudden turn of events cleared a space beside the entrance. Dozens of Da Xiao experts were suddenly ambushed by those around them. Either they fell dead on the spot or were heavily injured and collapsed. The foreign invaders took this opportunity, stepping over corpses to rush into the Yushan Yaodi. The Daxia people further away from the entrance still didn't understand what was happening. They only saw a sudden melee at the entrance, with the foreign invaders continuously pouring in, until an unwilling roar broke the silence. Everyone finally understood what was going on. There are traitors. I recognize them. They're the Yellow family's dogs. I'll tear these bastards apart. Kill them. Angry shouts erupted. At that moment, all Daxia people at the entrance were furious. They never expected that at such a critical moment, traitors would appear, especially from one of the 9 great families of Daxia, the Yellow family. Meanwhile, the Yellow family members caught in the melee were immediately besieged and killed by the Daxia people, even fiercer than when they attacked the invaders. They hurriedly gathered towards the invaders. We are from the Yellow family. We are your insiders. These ordinary invaders had no idea what insiders were. They couldn't recognize whether someone was an insider or not. All they knew was that when they saw Daxia faces, they would attack to the death. The 30-some members of the Yellow family fell into despair in an instant. Facing enemies from both sides, they were almost all killed in an instant. Chen Feng, who had been entangled with a few people behind him, suddenly heard the roars of the invading army in the distance. The entrance has been breached. All troops, attack and destroy the Daxia dragon vein. Chen Feng froze. The people in the distance were now moving towards the Yushan Yaoti. He couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly fled in that direction, wanting to see what this so-called dragon vein was before he died. At this moment, on the peak of the hundreds of meters high mountain, several figures stood tall. These people were all dressed in scholar robes, wearing caps, resembling ancient Daxia people. However, among them was a young man in sportswear, standing in front of everyone, looking out of place. The young man looked at the fighting below and said with a smile, "These stupid guys finally broke in. They will surely be surprised when the time comes." At this moment, a girl said with some reluctance, "Mr. Bowen, so many people have already died here over the years. This time there will be even more. Once they enter the 4 symbols sky moat, most of them will die inside. Are we being too cruel?" "Cruel?" The young man laughed heartily. "Learning our techniques, killing our people, stealing our rare treasures, slaughtering our sacred beasts. Do you think this is cruel? Do you think they feel it's cruel?" The girl was instantly left speechless. The traces of pity in the eyes of several middle-aged men and women around them also disappeared in an instant. Chapter 72. Angered, Chen Feng ran for a while and saw countless people pouring into a mountain passage. On both sides were towering cliffs hundreds of meters high. Each steep cliff was inscribed with 4 large characters. One side read, Jade Mountain Yao Pond. The other side was, Kunlun Ancestor Vein. In the middle was a 10-meter-wide mountain path. From a distance, it looked like a typical narrow sky. As for what the path looked like inside, Chen Feng felt he might not see it, because as he got closer, those invaders who hadn't had time to enter the mountain entrance also noticed Chen Feng's face as a person from the Great Xia. How did a person from the Great Xia show up here? How did he get here? No matter where he came from, hurry up and kill him. Don't delay us from finding treasure in the dragon vein. There were indeed many people chasing him. A group immediately blocked Chen Feng's way. At that moment, he was surrounded on all sides. Chen Feng knew he was in a desperate situation. What a pity. He was about to perish without seeing the dragon vein. The Biming divine skill was running at full power. The last battle of his life. Chen Feng wanted to fight with all his might, but secretly sighed. Unfortunately, his vitality was only 500 for now. Even if he had the realm of unity of man and heaven, the strength he could exert was limited. If his vitality were a bit higher, perhaps he could rely on the realm of unity of man and heaven and his monstrous power to force a bloody path out. At this moment, he was surrounded by layers of invaders, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In the distance, there were also some onlookers. These were people at the end of the line who couldn't enter the Jade Mountain Yao Pond for the time being. After all, the passage was only 10 meters wide, and outside, there were at least tens of thousands of people. At this moment, these bored individuals quickly surrounded Chen Feng and started shouting, "Catch him and hand him over to me for punishment. I've thought of a new torture. I want to slice off 2 pieces of thigh meat to fry and eat. If we could catch another one, that would be great. Let them fight to the death, and we can bet on the outcome. Or first cripple him and force him to reveal martial arts techniques. Don't mess around. This yellow-skinned kid is Chen Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion. A group of invaders discussed how to deal with Chen Feng. When they learned that Chen Feng was the one with a bounty of 1 billion, they immediately gasped. "Oh my god, it really is that yellow-skinned kid with a bounty of 1 billion. You mustn't kill him. He's worth 1 billion alive." How can we split that among so many of us? Step aside. I want to share too. Don't push me. I was here first. A group suddenly started shoving, all wanting to get a piece of the pie. The encirclement shrank instantly. Once within 10 meters, the Biming divine skill began to continuously absorb vitality. Chen Feng lavishly spent his vitality and began to fight back. But there were too many people around him, squeezing against each other, as if they were fighting over treasures. In such a situation, even without making a move, he could be crushed to death by these people. Chen Feng dared not delay and directly used the Celestial Residue kick to leap into the air. Although this was very dangerous, it was still better than being crushed to death. Being crushed didn't matter, but the smell of these foreigners was just too overwhelming. He was afraid that before being crushed to death, he would be suffocated first. Chen Feng leaped over 10 meters, wanting to see the situation around him. At a glance, he saw nothing but heads. Below him were hundreds of hands raised high, trying to grab him. The original landing spot had already been submerged by the crowd. Chen Feng wanted to make one last struggle. He glanced into the distance, trying to see where there were fewer people. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw in the distant woods young men and women hanging densely from the trees, all missing their limbs. Looking around, it was impossible to count. There were at least hundreds or thousands. Chen Feng even saw a lewd, red-faced, hooked-nosed man in broad daylight, committing violence against a limbless young woman from the Great Xia. Such a scene devoid of humanity instantly made Chen Feng's eyes slightly redden. These damn beasts! The 9 styles of Celestial Residue kick, combined with the realm of unity of man and heaven, were fully unleashed. Massive shadowy footprints appeared over the heads of the invaders. With the sound of air exploding, cries of agony instantly erupted from below. Dozens of arms were broken on the spot by Chen Feng's Celestial Residue kick. A few unlucky ones were struck on the top of their heads by the shockwave and died instantly. My arm is broken. Quickly bring him down. That damned yellow-skinned kid. Be careful not to kill him. Leave him alive. Don't push me. I can't even perform my techniques. Don't crowd the back. I can't set up my stance to use martial arts. After a wave of attacks, Chen Feng continued to maintain his position in the air. He saw that the hundreds of people below were all tightly packed together. They could hardly use any martial arts, and many were injured. There were even many trampling incidents. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, some surrounding invaders quickly launched their attacks. Chen Feng, with nowhere to borrow strength in the air, could only keep attacking, using the rebound force to maintain his position in the air. The Celestial Residue kick was unleashed again. At the same time, his hands were not idle. The Buddha's palm merged with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, launching entwined golden dragon palm shadows to resist the surrounding attacks. He dare not stop even for a moment. If he was careless, he could be knocked down. Fortunately, with the Biming divine skill, he continuously absorbed massive amounts of vitality from those unlucky ones crowded below. Otherwise, he really couldn't support such an unending consumption. At this moment, Chen Feng was extremely angry. He was already dissatisfied with these foreigners invading the Great Xia and intending to destroy its dragon vein. Who knew these people would commit such cruel and perverted killings against the youth of the Great Xia? In battles between enemies and allies, naturally, there would be deaths and injuries. But one could kill, but not humiliate. Such brutal acts that extinguish humanity had greatly crossed the bottom line of what Chen Feng could tolerate. As the Celestial Residue kick descended, the cries of agony below grew louder. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Feng also began to struggle to hold on. The first group of people beneath him, those who were dead or injured, all fell to the ground, being ruthlessly trampled by others. The remaining people pulled away from each other and began to counterattack Chen Feng. At the top of a distant large tree, the strikingly beautiful Wei Guangming was quietly standing on the slender branches. His lightness skill had reached a remarkable level. He wore intelligent vitality monitoring glasses over his right eye. Watching Chen Feng, who was about to be overwhelmed by the invaders, Wei Guangming's brows slightly furrowed. Especially the vitality value displayed on the glasses made Wei Guangming suspect that there was a problem with the glasses. How could the vitality value be 500? According to intelligence, Chen Feng's vitality should be 300 plus the second-tier vitality pill given to him by the Martial Arts Guild. His vitality should be 700 at this point. Wei Guangming was somewhat shocked, suspecting that Chen Feng had run out of vitality pills. Then, using the star absorption technique, he absorbed others' vitality, increasing his vitality by 200 points. But why didn't he absorb more vitality and improve his cultivation a bit more? Chapter 73 Reinforcements. The Wei family had some understanding of the star absorption technique. Although the technique was domineering, it also had its flaws. It couldn't simply absorb vitality to enhance one's cultivation. If the absorption of vitality exceeded the body's limit, it would not only fail to improve one's cultivation, but also lead to backlash. The consequences could range from damaging meridians and the body, resulting in disabilities and various ailments, to going into a frenzy and dying on the spot. However, he could see that Chen Feng's current state showed no signs of excessive use of the star absorption technique. Why hadn't he continued to absorb vitality to enhance his strength? Why did he possess the strength surpassing top martial artists with only 500 vitality? What a pity it was that someone with multiple heaven-tier techniques in such a high realm had to die here. Wei Guangming felt a deep regret. Regret that he couldn't engage Chen Feng in battle and acquire his techniques for the family. Just then, Wei Guangming suddenly turned around. He noticed a large group of people approaching from a distance. Upon recognizing them, he was slightly surprised. At a glance, the group seemed to be mostly elderly individuals over 60 years old. A smile crept onto Wei Guangming's face as he turned back. It seemed that the second wave from the Great Xia had arrived. He wondered if Chen Feng could hold on. At this moment, Chen Feng, surrounded and facing a life-and-death situation, was under relentless attack from all directions. The pressure was overwhelming. In just a short time, he had taken several hits. Chen Feng spat out blood violently, his body starting to falter. Hundreds of attacks from fists and palms came crashing down, sending him flying dozens of meters away. He had to admit that human strength could sometimes be limited, although the realm of unity of man and heaven could unleash 100 of martial arts power. When faced with enemies whose vitality outstripped his by a factor of 2, it was difficult to contend with so many foes. Be careful. Don't kill him. If he dies, he won't be worth anything. Chen Feng was unsure whether to feel fortunate that his enormous bounty of 1 billion had temporarily saved his life. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the east. Those attacking Chen Feng turned to look. They saw martial arts phantoms made of vitality swirling in the air, accompanied by screams. Simultaneously, someone shouted loudly, "The Great Xia martial artist army has arrived." Whether old or young, they were all old folks. This is trouble. These invaders feared those old-timers from Great Xia the most. Although they were older, the understanding of martial arts techniques these elders possessed was unmatched by the younger generation. Each elder could easily defeat younger opponents of the same level, while a young person might grasp only the third or fourth realm of the same technique. Each realm roughly represented the base power that could be unleashed. These old-timers, having practiced their skills for a lifetime, achieved realms that the youth couldn't compare to, starting at the 5th or 6th realm or even higher. As more and more elder veterans from Great Xia arrived, the battle gradually escalated. The attackers surrounding Chen Feng sensed the change in momentum and immediately rushed forward to capture him. "Hurry, take him away from here." "Who are you? Why do you get to take him away?" "I caught him first. Without me, could you have captured him? I want to share too. I want a part of the bounty." The one who dealt the final blow to him isn't even among this many people. "Damn it. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Hundreds of invaders began to turn on each other. 1 billion was a significant sum, but if too many people were involved in splitting it, what each would get would diminish. At this moment, they started to fight over it. Chen Feng was pinned down, his limbs immobilized. His hands and feet were swollen and weak from continuously using martial arts techniques to fend off attacks. He had no strength left. Although the northern underworld divine skill could replenish vitality, it couldn't alleviate the fatigue of the body. Now injured, he was unable to resist. Days of sleepless fighting had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Chen Feng felt darkness clouding his vision. At this moment, he just wanted to close his eyes and sleep, but he feared that if he did, he might never wake up again. Soon, the sounds of battle grew closer. In his dazed state, he heard someone nearby shout, "Fuck. If I can't get a share, neither will you. Kill him. No one will benefit." As the assailants closed in, dozens of them began to fight over him, wanting to dismember him and take parts of his body as proof of their kill for the bounty. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. "How dare you!" An elderly man with white hair, like a phantom, rushed to Chen Feng's side. He unleashed several punches, forcefully blocking the attackers. Although the elder was fast, 2 fists could not withstand hundreds of hands. In almost an instant, he was severely injured. As he fell to the ground, he collapsed on a Chen Feng. In the next moment, dozens of attacks struck his back. The elder coughed up blood continuously. Chen Feng stared blankly at the blood gushing from the elder's mouth and nose. His mind gradually cleared. At that moment, he finally realized that this old man had sacrificed his life to save him. Old man, Chen Feng used all his strength to call out. However, the elder was already weak, his gaze unfocused, his head drooping to the ground. In his last moments, he whispered, "Young man, you must live on. Great Xia still needs." Before he could finish, he breathed his last. At that moment, Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. Old man, he had been saved, but didn't he even know the name of his savior? The invaders kicked the old man's body aside. Damn it, that old bastard. The old folks from Great Xia are here. Hurry up and act. Don't fight with me over him. What are you doing? Quickly help me block them. Several whooshing sounds echoed as dozens of flying daggers came in. The invaders had no time to attack Chen Feng and instead had to defend. An elderly woman shouted, "Quick, there's a young man here. Old folks, hurry and save him." Several old men cursed. "With so many people, how can I save him? Don't I want my own life?" The elderly woman yelled, "You old codgers won't live much longer. Why are you valuing your lives at this time?" One elder roared, punching back an enemy in front of him. The other elders, disregarding their own lives, fought their way to Chen Feng. One old man grabbed Chen Feng's clothes and lifted him up. "There's still life in him. You all hold him off. I'll take him out." The other elders had no energy to talk. They faced too many enemies and were in a deadly struggle with a group of invaders. "Damn it, my bounty. Quickly kill these old folks. Get the man back. Fuck, are these old folks not afraid of death?" The elders fought for their lives, instantly injuring several invaders. However, they themselves were also severely wounded, merely wiping the blood from their mouths and continuing to fight until death. Chen Feng was carried by that old man into the Great Xia camp. He stared blankly at the several old men who had just saved him, one by one collapsing. In the end, those figures were overwhelmed by the invaders, while also taking down several of them. Chen Feng wanted to speak, but ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. He could only silently say in his heart, "Thank you." The old man brought Chen Feng to a big tree, reached into his pocket, took out a medicine bottle, and poured out a pill. He directly stuffed it into Chen Feng's mouth. "Kid, don't you dare die. Your life was exchanged by several old fellows. If you regain your strength, hurry and leave Kunlun Mountain. The future of Daxia will be up to you young people." After the old man finished speaking, he patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and turned back to fight. At that moment, Chen Feng's face was covered in blood as he watched the old man's departing figure. His spirit could no longer hold on, and he fainted. Chapter 74. The Six Meridians Divine Sword. At the same time, the martial arts competition entered its final showdown. Lu Weiwei had large dark circles under her eyes. She had secretly cried for a long time last night, and hadn't slept a wink, leaving her spirit somewhat depleted. As for the competition, she had already stopped caring about it. Jin Yoshi also had swollen eyes, having stayed up all night. Sitting in the audience, she seemed distracted. Lu Weiwei stepped onto the arena, looking at her opponent, but she couldn't muster any fighting spirit. Unexpectedly, her opponent smiled and said, "How ironic that the disciple of scum like Chen Feng actually made it to the finals." These words immediately made Lu Weiwei frown. She glared at the descendant of the Duan family and angrily asked, "Why are you insulting my master?" The young man from the Duan family snorted coldly. "A piece of trash who relies on devouring others' blood energy to grow stronger. He deserves retribution, dying at the hands of an invader. It's just a pity he sullied Kunlun Mountain. Chen Feng's corpse doesn't even deserve to be buried there. If you're unconvinced, you can use the star absorption technique that Chen Feng taught you to fight me." Seeing that the two were on the verge of a heated argument, the referee hurriedly stepped in. The match begins. The young man from the Duan family was known as the first genius of the Great Xia's younger generation, always in the spotlight of public attention. He was praised as the top of the younger generation until Chen Feng emerged. With a martial arts technique that was hard to comprehend, he gradually became the new focus of people's interest. Soon, comparisons between him and Chen Feng started to arise, and a poll was launched online, revealing that most believed Chen Feng was stronger than him. Some even claimed he might not be able to match Chen Feng's disciple. As a distinguished genius from the Duan family, he had mastered the Shangyang sword from the Six Meridians Divine Sword during his martial apprentice period. How could he tolerate such degradation? Before the battle began, the young man disdainfully said, "Be careful if you get killed by my Six Meridians divine sword. Don't blame me. As for winning the championship, don't even think about it. Chen Feng's disciple is not worthy of being champion." At that moment, Lu Weiwei, who had originally lacked fighting spirit, suddenly felt a surge of combativeness, especially due to the last statement from her opponent, which made her extremely angry. However, before she could launch an attack, the young man suddenly raised his hand and pointed at her. Lu Weiwei was startled. She had seen this person fight before. The Duan family's martial techniques were incredibly formidable. Almost all opponents were crushed when they faced this young man, as the Six Meridians divine sword could attack from a distance, with powerful strikes and incredible speed. Generally, opponents had no chance to fight back, only able to evade until they were forced out of the arena. Instinctively, Lu Weiwei dodged to the side while paying attention to her opponent's next move. However, the anticipated attack never came. Instead, the young man laughed heartily. "Ha, I was just playing with you. Look how scared you are." Lu Weiwei realized she had just been toyed with. She couldn't understand why he would mock her and insult her master Chen Feng. All she knew was that she absolutely could not lose this battle. Not for herself, not for the championship, but for her master. She could not lose to someone who insulted her master. Lu Weiwei gathered her blood energy into her legs and compressed it into her feet. To defeat her opponent, she needed to close the distance. Without hesitation, she executed the Heavenly Remnant kick. In an instant, the arena exploded with sound as Lu Weiwei charged forward, aiming to close the gap quickly. The young man smiled disdainfully and activated his family's One-Yang finger, pointing his right index finger. Shanyang sword. A streak of light shot towards Lu Weiwei like lightning, its speed astonishing. The young man had already reached an invincible state at the same level with just this finger technique. Lu Weiwei hurriedly dodged, but was still a step too slow. The fabric of her shoulder was torn, leaving a gash. If she had been even a moment slower, this attack could have pierced through her shoulder. Before Lu Weiwei could react, the young man pointed at her again. This time, Lu Weiwei did not evade. Instead, she directly used the Heavenly Remnant kick to kick apart the sword energy formed by the finger attack. The massive shadow of her foot exploded the opponent's finger strength, but she did not stop and continued charging towards the young man. However, the young man laughed and casually unleashed several finger strikes, easily neutralizing the residual force of her kick. "If I'm not mistaken, you've already used 2 kicks. You only have 8 kicks left, while I can strike more than 10 times. Let us see how long you can last. I suggest you concede early and go prepare a memorial tablet for your master." Lu Weiwei was filled with anger and helplessness. Anxious in her heart, she felt she had no good options. The opponent had directly pointed out her weakness. She had used the Heavenly Remnant kick twice, leaving her with only 8 kicks, and she hadn't closed any distance, effectively wasting 2 kicks. The young man from the Duan family launched another attack. Lu Weiwei panicked and dodged back and forth, trying to create distance. The closer she got, the harder it was to evade. Keeping a distance would give her a chance to think and buffer. Lu Weiwei dared not use the Heavenly Remnant kick easily again. While dodging, she thought of a way. She refused to lose to someone who insulted her master. Jin Yoshi, watching Lu Weiwei struggle, felt increasingly sad. Nothing seemed to be going right. If only her master were here. Regardless of winning or losing, her master would definitely make the best decision. At that moment, Wang Hao silently walked to the audience seats behind Jin Yoshi and analyzed carefully. The One-Yang finger combined with the Six Meridians divine sword from the Duan family is indeed very strong. Fast speed, high attack power, and quite flexible to use, almost hitting wherever he points. Coupled with the limited usage of Lu Weiwei's Heavenly Remnant kick, it's really hard to win. However, it's not without a solution. Jin Yoshi turned around and looked at Wang Hao. "Uncle, is there any way for my junior sister to win?" "Uncle." Wang Hao was taken aback, suddenly feeling his fragile self-esteem take a devastating blow. "I'm only 28, okay? How can you call me uncle?" After taking a deep breath to ease his internal injuries, he said, "Force a frontal assault. Close the distance while using techniques to counter techniques. If you can kick the opponent within 8 kicks, you have a chance to win. If you can't, then you lose." Jin Yoshi didn't quite understand, but she immediately ran to the edge of the arena and shouted, "Weiwei, force a frontal assault. Use techniques to counter techniques. As long as you can kick the opponent within 8 kicks, you can win." Lu Weiwei heard Jin Yoshi shout. After a moment of hesitation, she understood the reasoning behind it. She realized that only a frontal assault would work. After all, avoiding would never lead to victory. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, she unleashed a heavenly remnant kick to accelerate her charge towards the young man from the Duan family. The young man smiled disdainfully and pointed his index finger once more. Blood energy instantly transformed into a streak of sword energy. Shangyang Sword. Chapter 75, The Master's Dignity. Lu Weiwei simultaneously unleashed a kick, the heaven and earth annihilation. It shattered the sword energy on the spot. However, the young man merely flicked his fingers and easily neutralized her attack. At this moment, there was still more than 10 meters between them. The young man also noticed Lu Weiwei's intentions. He wanted to confront her head-on, forcefully close the distance, and engage in close combat. The young man smiled faintly. The pros and cons of the Six Meridians' divine sword were well known to the Duan family. He sneered, 10 steps away, I'm fast. Within 10 steps, I'm both accurate and fast. Moreover, the closer the distance, the greater the power of the Six Meridians' divine sword. Let us see how long you can hold out. As he spoke, the young man's body, which had been stationary, finally began to move. As long as he could maintain a certain distance from Lu Weiwei and endure 10 kicks, victory would be his. Lu Weiwei chased after the young man while fending off his attacks. There were still 4 kicks remaining. Each subsequent kick had to be executed with precise control. Every attack needed to be without the slightest waste. When the distance between them shrank to within 20 meters, the young man could break through Lu Weiwei's kick with just 3 fingers. In the blink of an eye, he executed 2 more kicks. Lu Weiwei had only 2 kicks left. The young man was already showing a victorious smile, although the current distance was somewhat dangerous. Lu Weiwei had only 2 kicks left and could no longer pose a threat to him. 10 meters was enough for him to exhaust Lu Weiwei's last 2 kicks. It would all end here. The prodigy Chen Feng's disciple was nothing special after all. Lu Weiwei knew she might lose. The last 2 kicks were simply insufficient to defeat her opponent. However, she was unwilling to lose to someone who had once insulted her master in front of her. If only she could use one more kick. Her master had done so much for her. She hadn't had the chance to repay him yet. She absolutely could not lose to someone who insulted her master. She wanted everyone to know that her master was the best in the world. Lu Weiwei silently made a decision in her heart. No matter what, she had to win this match. She hoped her master's spirit in heaven would be proud of her. The earth shook and the sky collapsed. The 5th style of the heaven annihilation kick heavily stomped onto the arena, producing a thunderous roar. Lu Weiwei's body instantly accelerated again, closing the distance to the young man by 5 meters. The young man, seeing the distance closing once more, felt a moment of panic. However, he quickly remembered that this acceleration came at the cost of wasting another kick. With only 1 kick left for Lu Weiwei, he felt no fear. He pointed out again, wanting to quickly exhaust Lu Weiwei's last kick and secure his victory. Lu Weiwei followed up with her 10th kick. The 3 realms annihilation, the enormous foot shadow, nearly 10 meters high, viciously kicked towards the young man. At such a close distance, the young man used his fastest speed to circulate his technique and pointed out 2 fingers again. As he prepared to neutralize Lu Weiwei's final kick, a smile finally appeared on his face. You lost. Jin Yoshi sighed helplessly from the audience. There was nothing to be done. His junior sister had done her best. Moreover, her opponent was simply too strong, with a significant advantage in technique. Wang Hao also sighed, feeling it was a pity. He noticed that Lu Weiwei was actually very close to victory. If only she hadn't used those 2 kicks at the beginning. At this moment, another person was quite excited. That was Xiao Ruhan in the stands. 10 kicks. She lost. Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists nervously. When she learned that Lu Weiwei's flaw was that she could only use 10 kicks, she counted along in her heart with each kick Lu Weiwei executed. For her, anyone could win a championship, but not Lu Weiwei. Because Lu Weiwei was too dazzling, it deeply pricked her jealousy. During the previous matches, Lu Weiwei's fatal flaw of being limited to 10 kicks had spread. At this moment, countless online viewers were also counting Lu Weiwei's number of kicks. Seeing Lu Weiwei execute her 10th kick without defeating her opponent made everyone feel regretful. She still couldn't compete with the children of those prestigious families. There was nothing to be done. After all, that was the Six Meridians' divine sword, said to be a top-tier heavenly technique. Achieving 2nd place was already impressive, especially since she had defeated several descendants of major families along the way. This was the best ranking a civilian martial arts school had achieved in recent years. Just when everyone thought Lu Weiwei was about to lose, the young man from the Duan family suddenly widened his eyes. After just defeating Lu Weiwei's last kick and waiting for victory, he was shocked to see Lu Weiwei kick again. The sixth style of the Heaven Annihilation Kick. Jade and stone burned together. The massive foot shadow reappeared, but this time, it was a blood-red foot shadow. Lu Weiwei felt as if her entire right leg was about to explode. The skin on her leg and foot, along with the veins in her flesh, all cracked inch by inch at that moment. Blood gushed out from the fissures in her skin. At the same time, the surging vital energy fused together, forming her 11th kick. Lu Weiwei knew that using this kick might cripple her right leg, but she had no regrets. No matter how many times it took, she would execute this kick. Not for rank, not for the championship, not for glory, only to uphold her masteress' dignity. Memories of the time spent with her master flooded her mind. When she was abandoned at the hospital door to wait for death, her master had been a light in her life. He appeared when she was most helpless. When she accepted becoming a cripple, it was her master who healed her leg, bearing $1 million in loans. At that time, she had even bitten her master's arm until it bled. Later, her master taught her this powerful martial arts technique, patiently guiding her every day, accompanying her to provincial competitions, and gently massaging her leg muscles to speed up recovery, allowing her to become the provincial champion. They had also experienced thrilling hotel encounters and fierce battles together. All those memories floated to the forefront of her mind. Her master had already become the most important person in her heart. Lu Weiwei absolutely would not allow herself to lose to someone who had insulted her master. The young man from the Duan family, in a state of panic, only had time to point out one finger. He was kicked off the arena by that kick. While in midair, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The referee hurriedly caught him and then turned to look at Lu Weiwei in shock. Wasn't she only supposed to use 10 kicks? After using 10 kicks, hadn't she been unable to stand? The referee had not expected Lu Weiwei to execute an 11th kick, which was why he was unable to save the young man in time. Jin Yoshi in the audience covered her mouth in shock. Wang Hao was also surprised. The young masters of the major families who had previously lost to Lu Weiwei were now somewhat dumbfounded. They hadn't expected her to be able to execute an 11th kick. They hadn't anticipated she had held back. Was the earlier performance a distraction, deliberately causing them to be careless? Something seemed off. Look at her condition. It didn't seem right. Chapter 76. 72 Paths of the Evil Repelling Sword Technique. After Lu Weiwei executed the 11th kick, she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, her entire right leg was drenched in blood. Jin Yoshi rushed over in a panic. Weiwei, what happened to you? Don't scare me. How could you use the 11th kick? Master said that before your meridians are fully healed, you must not overexert yourself with a heavenly remnant kick. Wang Hao hurried over as well. Chen Feng was his life-saving benefactor, and now it seemed that his benefactor might fall in Kunlun. Naturally, he had to help take care of the other disciple. He quickly called for medical personnel to come up to the ring to check on Lu Weiwei. After the examination, the medical staff shook their heads regretfully. The meridians in her right leg are completely severed. It's essentially ruined. Upon hearing this, Jin Yoshi immediately threw herself into Lu Weiwei's arms, crying loudly, Weiwei, why are you so foolish? Wang Hao sighed and said, is it really worth sacrificing a lifetime of prospects for a national champion at the martial apprentice level? Lu Weiwei coughed lightly, spitting out some blood foam, but a smile appeared on her face. It's worth it. Even if it costs my life, I won't lose to someone who insults my master. Wang Hao was taken aback. At that moment, he understood why this young girl was fighting so desperately. It seemed that the young man from the Duan family must have spoken disrespectfully about Chen Feng. His respect for Chen Feng grew even deeper. With such a disciple, what more could a teacher ask for? It was just a pity. Soon, Lu Weiwei was carried away. Due to both the champion and the runner-up being injured, the awards ceremony ended up having their medals received by others. The representative for the runner-up was undoubtedly from the Duan family. However, the representative for the champion was someone no one expected. Wang Hao from the Wang family came up to help collect the trophy. This drew countless questions from reporters. Mr. Wang, what is your relationship with the champion? Why are you the one helping her receive the trophy? Wang Hao ignored the other gossip questions from the reporters and only answered this one. He looked into the camera, abandoning his usual nonchalant demeanor, and solemnly said, her master is my life-saving benefactor. After speaking, he left directly. This statement also sent out a signal. Chen Feng's two disciples are under the protection of the Wang family. Kunlun Mountain. A few minutes earlier, Chen Feng woke up groggily. He didn't know how long he had been asleep. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a young man in a suit standing in front of him. Realizing that Chen Feng was awake, Wei Guangming turned around and looked down at Chen Feng, who was sitting on the ground, leaning against a large tree. "You finally woke up," he said with a slight smile that even carried a hint of charm. Chen Feng shook his heavy head, feeling that his consciousness was not entirely clear. Although the person in front of him was clearly a young man, he heard a girl's voice. "Who are you?" Wei Guangming said indifferently. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you will obediently hand over your martial arts to the Wei family, or will I have to cripple you and take you back to the family for questioning." The Wei family. Chen Feng did not expect that the Wei family still had a backup plan. They were truly relentless. At this moment, Chen Feng confirmed that he had not misheard. The pretty boy in front of him spoke in a somewhat eerie manner. However, the confidence of the young man in front of him was astonishing. He didn't even attempt to sneak attack while Chen Feng was asleep. With a limit of only 1,000 chi at Kunlun Mountain, he had never feared anyone in a one-on-one fight at his realm of unity of heaven and man. Chen Feng leaned against the tree and slowly stood up, looking at Wei Guangming with no courtesy. "Your Wei family has repeatedly targeted me. If you want my martial arts, come and take it by force." He did not expect that the Wei family would send a pretty boy to capture him. After Chen Feng finished speaking, a massive illusion enveloped him, resembling him exactly. A golden dragon gradually materialized, coiling around the illusion. Wei Guangming's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly drew a soft sword from his waist. "You will be held accountable for your words." The Wei family is most averse to others mocking their physiological shortcomings. Chen Feng's words had already provoked his anger. Since a fight was inevitable, Chen Feng hesitated not for a moment. He activated the heavenly remnant kick, and his entire body shot out like a bullet. At the same time, both palms struck out, with dragon roars and the sound of Buddha's chant resounding. However, in the next moment, the young man in front of him transformed into a series of afterimages, effortlessly evading his attack. So fast. Chen Feng was astonished. He never expected the opponent to be so quick. In the next moment, Wei Guangming's soft sword lunged toward him. Chen Feng immediately countered with a palm strike. Just as he blocked one strike, the next came in succession. The speed was so fast that Chen Feng barely had time to blink. How could it be this fast? In all his battles until now, it was the first time he had been suppressed in technique, facing the young man's bizarre sword technique. Even with his realm of unity of heaven and man, he could only defend for the time being. In an instant, Wei Guangming had already delivered 72 sword strikes. "Your realm is indeed very high. Among the same level, there are few who can withstand my 72 paths of the evil repelling sword technique." 72 paths of the evil repelling sword technique. Chen Feng was slightly startled. He had heard some rumors about the Wei family, one of the most powerful among the 9 great families. He knew that this family was extremely mysterious and that there might be hidden martial saints within it. The martial arts they practiced were rumored to be legendary sacred level techniques. Only the most gifted core members were qualified to learn, and they typically did not showcase them publicly. The person in front of him seemed to be a core member of the family, even more central than Wei Su. Just as Chen Feng was shocked in his heart, Wei Guangming continued, "I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to kneel before me now." Chen Feng frowned and said displeasedly, "You little pretty boy, you talk too much. Even if I die, I will never surrender to a pretty boy." Chen Feng's repeated taunts had completely enraged Wei Guangming. The soft sword trembled lightly, emitting a piercing sword cry, and like a phantom, it lunged toward Chen Feng once more. Although Chen Feng could only defend, he was clearly more composed than the first time. The combination of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and the Tathagata Palm created a powerful defense, causing enough residual force to make Wei Guangming retreat. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. On a distant mountaintop, several members of the Kunlun legacy observed the battle between the two below with curiosity. A woman expressed her confusion. "What martial arts is that bloodied person using? I've never seen it before." Not only had she never seen the martial arts, but his realm was also very high. It was the first time she had seen a young person with such a high realm besides their Kunlun legacy. Another person commented, "The one using it must be the evil repelling sword technique from the Sunflower Scripture. If he fully learns the Sunflower Scripture, the other young man should not be his match." As soon as he finished speaking, the two combatants once again separated. Wei Guangming did not expect that the often invincible evil repelling sword technique would fail to subdue his opponent this time. You are indeed strong and have the capital to be arrogant. But in front of me, it is still not enough. While speaking, Wei Guangming flicked his sleeve, and countless tiny embroidered needles shot out from the cuff of his suit, each connected by a thread. As the threads grew longer, the cuff of the suit gradually began to unravel. Chapter 77. The Sunflower Manual. Chen Feng was astonished. He didn't expect Wei Guangming to have a backup plan. Dealing with the strange Bixia sword technique had already been quite taxing for him. If the opponent had any other peculiar martial arts, he might truly be defeated. The wisest choice at this moment was to run. After all, he couldn't win a fight. Chen Feng didn't want to waste time with the opponent. His current physical condition wasn't great. He just wanted to find some food and water. Otherwise, he would surely be worn down by the other party. Suddenly, the Tian foot exerted force. Chen Feng's figure retreated violently, then turned to flee. Want to escape? How laughable! Wei Guangming left a shadow in place, his figure resembling a ghost, quickly closing the distance between him and Chen Feng. With his right hand, he infused blood energy into the silk thread, pinching his fingers in a flower gesture and pointed at Chen Feng from a distance. Thousands of silver needles instantly shot out, aiming directly at Chen Feng's back. At the same time, his suit was rapidly disassembled from the right arm, transforming into strands of silk. As Chen Feng was frantically fleeing, he felt a strong wind rushing toward his back. He silently cursed in his heart. So fast, he was caught up in the blink of an eye. How could he escape now? Chen Feng joined his hands together, using the Buddha's light illuminating technique to attempt to resist the attack from behind. However, as soon as they made contact, he heard the sound of thousands of metal clashing. The Buddha's light in the realm of heaven and man was instantly pierced through. What the hell? The strange sound sent a chill down Chen Feng's spine. He hurriedly turned around, only to see thousands of tiny embroidery needles rushing at him again. This sight made his scalp tingle. If he were to be backstabbed by so many embroidery needles, the result was unimaginable. Chen Feng hurriedly tried to defend himself, but soon he discovered something terrifying. Once these embroidery needles spread out to attack, it was as if he was facing several opponents at once. He was utterly powerless to resist. Wei Guangming stood proudly in place, his left hand grasping the end of the silk thread, while his right hand plucked like playing a piano. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he looked mockingly at Chen Feng. You can still kneel and beg for mercy. Being pierced by 1,000 needles is not a pleasant experience. At this moment, Chen Feng had already entered a mode of frantic resistance, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. However, he discovered that his Beiming divine skill could draw away the blood energy attached to the silk thread. Unfortunately, the amount of blood energy was pitifully low and hardly quenched his thirst. Wei Guangming had long been prepared, always on guard against the star-absorbing technique. He was just curious. Chen Feng's suction power seemed a bit off. In the brief moments Chen Feng was defending himself, he launched a few powerful counterattacks. As he knocked away the embroidery needles, the remaining force rushed toward Wei Guangming, trying to disrupt the opponent's technique. But Wei Guangming remained unmoved. A circle of the most yin and soft qi protected his body, easily deflecting Chen Feng's dissipating attacks. Several members of the Kunlun descendants watching from the mountaintop saw Wei Guangming using the complete version of the Sunflower Manual and had already concluded that Chen Feng would lose. A middle-aged man exclaimed, as expected of a holy level technique. Whether it's cultivation speed, lightness skill, protective qi, or martial techniques, it has reached the extreme. It's a pity that the requirements for cultivating this technique are too extreme. When I saw this technique back then, I almost couldn't resist. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Feng began to feel cornered, his tricks exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sigh. He encountered a master. This time, he was truly in trouble. What to do? Was he really going to fall here today? After a struggle within, Chen Feng finally made up his mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. A real man can bend and stretch. Today's humiliation and burden are for future revenge. After some struggle, Chen Feng finally convinced himself that temporarily compromising was better than dying. Wait, I admit defeat. Wei Guangming sneered. Admitting defeat now? It's too late. Kneel down and beg me, and I might give you a chance. Chen Feng replied angrily. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Even if I have to take my own life, I will not kneel to anyone. If I die, Your Wei family won't gain anything. Wei Guangming squinted, his brow furrowing slightly. He had to admit that Chen Feng was right. If he forced the other party to death, all his efforts would be in vain. He snorted coldly and said, "Very well. I like your kind of tough bones." While saying this, he stopped his assault. Tens of thousands of embroidery needles were retracted. With his superb skills and masterful control, the retracted silk thread once again wove the sleeves of his suit back together along his shoulder. The control technique left Chen Feng dumbfounded. Such a formidable control technique made his defeat seem justified. Seeing Chen Feng's shocked expression, Wei Guangming sneered. This kind of control over hidden weapons was the result of countless days and nights of practice, leading to his current achievements. This was also his source of pride. Throughout the Great Xia, he dared to claim that no one of the same level was his opponent. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his chest heaving violently. That brief moment had really exhausted him. He felt a bit drained. As soon as he stopped, he immediately felt a gnawing hunger and unbearable thirst. Looking around, he saw corpses everywhere. Chen Feng sighed softly and walked over to the corpse of an old man. He took the small bag from the man's waist and pulled out some supplies. Upon opening the bag, he saw an old stainless steel thermos. "Old man, I'm sorry. Once I get out, I'll definitely burn more paper money for you. Consider these things my purchase from you." After saying this, Chen Feng eagerly opened the thermos and started drinking. Inside was cool boiled water. He finished it in a few gulps. Then he rummaged through the bag and found a plastic bag containing a few dry pancakes. Chen Feng's heart sank. The old man must have been in a hurry when he came in, as the supplies were quite casual. Looking at the countless corpses around, a sense of unspeakable sorrow filled his heart. As he ate the pancakes, Chen Feng silently vowed, "I'll remember this grudge, and when the opportunity arises, I will definitely avenge the elders." Wei Guangming just stood by watching. He didn't care at all about Chen Feng's actions, merely urging, "Hurry up, and don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to cripple you and then take you back." In Wei Guangming's view, as long as he exerted his full strength using the sunflower manual, the opponent wouldn't last even 10 minutes. In the face of absolute strength, any trick would be a joke. Just then, while eating the pancake, Chen Feng suddenly froze. A long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations on achieving the Master Teacher achievement. 3 disciples won first place in the National Martial Arts Competition. Reward: Master S blood energy value increased by 300 points. His blood energy value limit immediately reached 800. His martial arts cultivation level finally entered the ranks of top martial artists. Chen Feng was overjoyed. At this moment, he felt like hugging Lu Weiwei and giving her a passionate kiss. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, his disciple would give him a boost. The increase in blood energy limit also meant a significant enhancement in the attack power limit of his martial techniques. Chen Feng slowly stood up. At this moment, he felt he was back in action. However, looking at Wei Guangming in front of him, he awkwardly said, how about we have another match? I promise this time I won't be able to defeat you, and I will obediently surrender and go home with you," handing over the techniques. Chapter 78. I'm really sorry. Chen Feng felt really awkward. He had just admitted defeat and surrendered, but now that he had finished eating and drinking, he immediately went back on his word. This was indeed not very good. However, his vitality had surged from 500 to 800. His strength was naturally not on the same level anymore. He had originally only been able to barely resist Wei Guangming's attacks. At this moment, Chen Feng felt that he should have the strength to fight back. After all, the gap in vitality between the two had narrowed significantly. His state of unity with heaven and man would allow him to unleash greater power. It would be too regrettable to just give up now. One shouldn't be too rigid in life. A real man knows when to bend and when to stretch. It was time to stretch a bit. Wasn't the earlier humiliation and burden just for this moment? Chen Feng once again convinced himself. Wei Guangming looked at Chen Feng with an unfriendly expression. Are you playing me? This is the first time I've been fooled in my life. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? You have already lost your chance to surrender. This time, I will directly cripple your Dantian. Wei Guangming was thoroughly enraged this time. He felt that he had been played by Chen Feng. He made his move, swinging both hands vigorously. The cuffs of his suit immediately came undone. As the threads flew, the embroidery needles pierced through the air, producing a shrill, vibrating sound. For Wei Guangming, at this moment, only Chen Feng's wails could calm the anger in his heart. The onlookers from the Kunlun remnants on the mountaintop were somewhat confused. Several people started to speculate. What does this mean? Tired from fighting, eating before continuing? Is there such a rule in the outside world? The young man, called Zhang Bowen, dressed in loose sportswear, looked out of place compared to the ancient robes of those around him. Zhang Bowen smiled and said, "There shouldn't be such a rule in Daxia. I haven't been out of Kunlun for a long time. Perhaps a bizarre behavior has become popular outside. Once they finish fighting, I'll go down and ask." Below, Chen Feng observed Wei Guangming launching an even more powerful attack. Not daring to be negligent, he activated the domain of the Biming divine skill. He used both palms simultaneously to execute the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and the Buddha's palm. This was also his strongest attack at the moment. By forcibly merging the two techniques through his comprehension of the unity of heaven and man, he could unleash double the original attacking power. With both palms out, dozens of massive palm shadows accompanied by illusory golden dragons produced a resounding Buddhist chant and dragon roar. The incoming embroidery needles were all knocked away. Wei Guangming's martial skills were shattered by this blow. Even his own soft and gentle protective chi quivered. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this be? Why do I feel he is so much stronger than before? Did this kid hide his strength earlier? Wei Guangming controlled the threads with one hand and drew a soft sword from his waist with the other, launching another attack. From the previous collision, Chen Feng had a rough idea of what level his strength had reached. Originally at 500 vitality, he could already fight above his level thanks to the unity of heaven and man in his martial arts realm. However, facing a master like Wei Guangming, he could only barely defend. Now, the gap in vitality had changed from a difference of double to just 200. The difference was almost negligible. Under the same level of cultivation, his higher comprehension of the realm meant his attacking power was definitely stronger. The only disadvantage was in speed. However, one powerful attack could overcome 10 weaker ones. Even with the ability of the Biming divine skill to absorb vitality, just defending could exhaust Wei Guangming. Chen Feng had gained confidence in defeating Wei Guangming. Although he was still injured, he felt that if he faced the previous invaders, he could take on 10 of them. In their next confrontation, Chen Feng's palm technique was no longer on the same level. He could easily defend against all of Wei Guangming's attacks. Moreover, the formidable residual force of his palm technique almost pierced through Wei Guangming's protective chi several times. The advantage Wei Guangming had previously was now completely gone. He looked at Chen Feng in shock, finding it hard to believe. How did he suddenly become so strong? He could easily defeat me before. Could it be that he was too hungry and weak earlier, and now after eating and drinking, he has become stronger? Wei Guangming couldn't figure out. He even felt that Chen Feng's vitality seemed to be thicker than before. If it weren't for the fact that they were in battle, he would have wanted to pull out a vitality monitoring device to check Chen Feng's vitality value. However, Wei Guangming did not believe he would lose. In terms of vitality cultivation at the same level, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to defeat him. After all, he practiced the Wei family's sacred level martial arts, the Sunflower Manual. It was the strongest martial art in Daxia at present. Wei Guangming began to unleash a frenzied attack. Half an hour later, he was horrified to discover an unbearable fact. He could not defeat Chen Feng at that moment. Furthermore, the power of Chen Feng's techniques was too strong. Every time he attacked, he had to expend a large amount of vitality to maintain his protective chi. At this rate, the battle would become a war of attrition, depending on whose vitality would run out first. Wei Guangming also felt that with each of his attacks, a portion of his vitality was being devoured by Chen Feng. This led him to an unacceptable thought. He might not be able to outlast Chen Feng. This meant he would lose. Losing was absolutely unacceptable for Wei Guangming. He crazily infused vitality into his soft sword and embroidery needles. However, no matter how he attacked, all were blocked by Chen Feng. As the gap between 800 vitality and 1,000 vitality narrowed, the advantage of Chen Feng's unity with heaven and man became even more apparent. Another half hour later, after a fierce assault, Wei Guangming began to feel the strain. His frenzied attacks also meant that his vitality consumption rate increased. Although Chen Feng could absorb some vitality with the Biming divine skill, he was also sweating profusely. After all, his old injuries had not completely healed. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Wei Guangming long ago. Wei Guangming's attacks were extremely sharp, and coupled with his astonishing speed, Chen Feng did not dare to let his guard down for even a moment. He was using his merge palm techniques to withstand all of Wei Guangming's attacks. As for counterattacking, it was too risky and could easily expose flaws. After holding on for another hour, Wei Guangming's shirt was already soaked with sweat. It was the first time in his life that he had been so embarrassed. However, he absolutely refused to admit defeat. Chen Feng was also panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He had to admit that this opponent was incredibly tenacious. He could maintain such high-intensity and high-frequency attacks for so long. At this moment, the people from the Kunlun remnants on the mountaintop were also somewhat puzzled. Why has the Sunflower Manual suddenly failed to deal with that kid? What kind of martial arts has that kid cultivated to withstand the Sunflower Manual? It's about time. I'll go and capture that kid back. The ones who had entered the Four Symbols Abyss should have reached the Qinglong tomb by now. As a few people spoke, Zhang Bowen directly leaped down the 100-meter-high cliff. While Chen Feng was in combat, he suddenly felt a gust of wind swirling around him. Wei Guangming also realized something was off and quickly retreated from his fierce assault. At that moment, a voice came from behind Chen Feng. Not bad. When I was your age, I was still just a little advanced martial artist. My martial arts realm was several levels below yours. Chapter 79. The Grief of Great Xia. Wei Guangming looked shocked at the person behind Chen Feng. This person's speed is incredible. His movement technique is definitely on par with mine. Chen Feng turned around quickly in response to the voice and saw a young man in sportswear standing behind him. Judging by his appearance and height, he seemed to be several years younger than Chen Feng. However, his words sounded somewhat strange and overly mature. Wei Guangming did not expect that his battle with Chen Feng would be witnessed by someone else, and that this person was from Great Xia. He did not want outsiders to know about his fight with Chen Feng. Since this young man had seen it, he could only eliminate him. In the next moment, Wei Guangming transformed into an afterimage, his soft sword flashing as he directly thrust it toward the short young man. Swoosh! A short, sharp sound of friction followed. Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw that Wei Guangming's sword was firmly pinched between the young man's index and middle fingers. A master. This person is definitely a master. Wei Guangming's soft sword. He had personally defended against it before. There was no way he could hold it with just 2 fingers. Since they were on Kunlun Mountain, it indicated that the opponent's vital energy was within 1,000, under equal cultivation levels. The fact that the opponent could easily pinch Wei Guangming's soft sword showed that his strength was absolutely not inferior to Wei Guangming's. Chen Feng had previously felt that he could fight beyond his level, believing he had no rivals among his peers. Now he realized that he had been too arrogant. First, there was a core member of the Wei family, and now a mysterious young man had appeared. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Wei Guangming also looked at this scene in disbelief. He tried to pull back his soft sword with force, but the sword remained completely still. Zhang Bowen looked at Wei Guangming with a smile and said, as expected of his Sunflower Manual, your movement speed and attack speed are indeed fast. Wei Guangming had already been shocked enough today. First, he couldn't take down Chen Feng, and now he was being held by a suddenly appearing young man with empty hands. He noticed that the young man's fingers were glowing faintly with golden light. Great strength diamond finger. Who are you? Wei Guangming asked in confusion. In his memory, he had never heard of such a young master, let alone one who could use the great strength diamond finger. Zhang Bowen smiled slightly. Don't be afraid when I tell you. You must have heard of my name. I am Zhang Bowen. Zhang Bowen. Wei Guangming's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Feng felt that this name sounded somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. The next moment, Wei Guangming's figure suddenly retreated, and thousands of embroidered needles shot toward the young man named Zhang Bowen. However, after a series of clashing sounds, Zhang Bowen remained unmoved. His skin had turned golden and even emitted a faint golden light. Indestructible diamant technique. Isn't this the technique that the Yi family never spreads? How could this person with the surname Zhang know it? Chen Feng was puzzled. The Yi family's indestructible diamond technique was quite famous in Great Xia. Almost all Great Xia people had seen it on television. The martial arts competitions at various levels across the country had the Yi family shadow. Their indestructible diamond technique was known as the best defense in the world. Before Chen Feng could think more, he saw Wei Guangming turn and run after his attack. His speed was astonishing, and he seemed a bit flustered. This little coward was so arrogant just now. Why is he suddenly acting so timid? Chen Feng thought to himself. The next moment, a gust of wind swept past him, causing Chen Feng to stumble and almost lose his balance. Where did such a strong wind come from? He felt that the situation was somewhat strange. At this moment, he noticed that Zhang Bowen had disappeared. At the same time, Wei Guangming, who had reached 100 meters away, suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind. Without looking back, he directly swung his sword back to stab. Bang! The sound of metal breaking echoed. A flash of light directly shattered his soft sword. Wei Guangming was horrified. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Bowen smiling and curling his pinky. The technique he used was the Six Meridian Sword, Shao Chong Sword. The current movement technique was the complete version of the Wind God Leg, coupled with the earlier indestructible Diamond Technique and Great Strength Diamond Finger. Wei Guangming had already confirmed that the young man before him was the grief of Great Xia, Zhang Bowen, the immortal with a bounty of 10 billion. His bounty was 5 times higher than that of the leader of the Swallowing Sky Club. Wei Guangming dared not hesitate for a moment. His vital energy surged out wildly. With a loud bang, thousands of embroidered needles made a sharp sound as they shot toward the close Zhang Bowen. Due to the incredible speed, the embroidered needles instantly turned red. Before reaching their target, they exploded. Wei Guangming used this opportunity to double his movement speed and instantly escape. Although the attack did not harm Zhang Bowen, it caused him to stagger back a few steps temporarily. He runs really fast. As expected of the core member chosen by the Wei family, his actions are decisive. The Sunflower Manual, a self-harming technique to enhance power, is used just like that. I really admire it. Zhang Bowen, seeing that Wei Guangming had disappeared, did not waste effort to chase him down. At this moment, Wei Guangming's vital energy cultivation had dropped to a high-level martial artist. His meridians were in a state of severe injury. His maximum vital energy had fallen to around 400. Just now, he had used the explosive blood technique from the Sunflower Manual. This technique allowed him to unleash double his strength instantly. Generally, it wouldn't be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary or in a life-and-death situation because its side effects were enormous. It cost his own vital energy cultivation as a price. Each time it was used, his cultivation would be halved, and his energy would be severely depleted. Even if he used precious herbs to recover, the lost vital energy would need to be cultivated again. In the distance, Chen Feng also saw Wei Guangming fleeing desperately and was secretly shocked. Even from a distance, he could feel the residual power from the explosive vital energy. It was evident how intense their earlier confrontation had been. Thinking of Wei Guangming's fear, Chen Feng finally remembered who Zhang Bowen was. The person with the highest bounty in Great Xia, the immortal Zhang Bowen, a monster who had lived for several hundred years. His strength had reached the saint level, and he possessed dozens of top martial arts techniques. It was said that the loss of over 70,000 people in Great Xia on Kunlun Mountain was attributed to this person. Moreover, Zhang Bowen was the champion of the first martial arts competition 200 years ago. Damn! Chen Feng couldn't understand how he encountered such a terrifying character on Kunlun Mountain. Wasn't it said that Kunlun Mountain restricted vital energy to 1,000? How could a proper saint come to Kunlun Mountain without regard for their cultivation? Without thinking much further, Chen Feng turned and ran. He did not want to confront this old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Since Wei Guangming was only running away, he certainly wouldn't fare any better. Just after running 200 meters, Chen Feng heard a voice beside him. Your technique is quite unique. I have observed the Kunlun technique Steel Forest, but I have never seen the technique you used. Can you tell me where you learned these techniques? Chen Feng's hair stood on end. He turned to the left and saw Zhang Bowen curiously looking at his legs. At this moment, Chen Feng was using the Heavenly Remnant foot to accelerate. His speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist, but in front of Zhang Bowen's Wind God Leg, it was completely insignificant. Zhang Bowen commented, "Your technique seems more focused on attack rather than movement." Chen Feng did not respond, but instead used the Buddha's palm combined with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms as a reply. Zhang Bowen, unhurried, also unleashed a palm. Cloud Dispelling Palm, overturning mountains and seas. Chapter 80. Heavenly Frost Fist. The two men's palm powers clashed, causing them to both step back several paces. Zhang Bowen was astonished. Although he currently had only 1,000 chi in blood, with his peak-level Cloud Dispelling Palm, combined with the foundations of the Nine-Yang Divine Art and the Nine-Yin Manual, he surprisingly ended up in a draw with his opponent. This truly surprised him. Feeling the residual force of Chen Feng's palm, he curiously asked, "What kind of palm technique is this? Its power is incredibly formidable. However, I can clearly sense that your chi and blood seem to be below 1,000. At this moment, Chen Feng also wanted to ask what kind of palm technique his opponent was using that could match his own. What he was using was the fusion palm technique at the level of unity of heaven and man. The fusion of the Buddha's palm and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms had at least doubled its power. Coupled with the unity of heaven and man, he could unleash its full potential, yet he still couldn't defeat the opponent's palm. Even against Wei Guangming earlier, he could easily withstand several of his attacks with just one palm strike. Zhang Bowen continued calmly, "I have something to attend to now. We can discuss this slowly later." Saying this, he prepared to attack again. Chen Feng hurriedly struck out with both palms. The dragon roared and the sound of the celestial chant reverberated. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Divine dragon swings its tail. Zhang Bowen smiled and raised his palm to counter. However, his expression changed to one of shock as a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on his body, clearly indicating he was using the indestructible Vajra skill. Nevertheless, he was still forced back several steps. Zhang Bowen was once again astonished. "I didn't expect that my 7th level of the universe shifting technique, which activates the body's maximum potential to reach a level where one law connects to all laws, could not simulate your palm technique. It could only shift your attack. If it weren't for my indestructible Vajra skill and 9 Yang divine art protecting me, I would have been injured by now. You truly amaze me." Chen Feng, however, was sent flying backward by the redirected attack, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. He couldn't help but admire. "The power of my palm technique is truly immense. Even I can't withstand it." Before Chen Feng could rise, Zhang Bowen approached him and delivered a heavy punch. Heavenly Frost Fist. Chen Feng hurriedly raised his palm to defend. He saw the cold air emanating from Zhang Bowen's golden-skinned fist as he relentlessly hammered down, relying on the indestructible Vajra skill to forcibly endure Chen Feng's attacks. With each punch he delivered, a layer of frost formed on Chen Feng and the surrounding area. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and continued to strike out in defense, but it became increasingly difficult, especially as his body grew colder, gradually stiffening his movements. In desperation, Chen Feng had to find another way. If this continued, he would surely be beaten to death. North Mist Divine Art. Chen Feng frowned. Zhang Bowen was too close. The North Mist Divine Art could only absorb a minimal amount of qi and blood. Chen Feng pretended to attack with his palm and took the opportunity to suddenly grasp Zhang Bowen's fist. His entire arm was instantly frozen. However, fortunately, he made contact with Zhang Bowen's body. Yet, in the next moment, he was stunned. The usually effective North Mist Divine Art seemed unable to draw in much at this moment. It could only devour a tiny bit of qi and blood, which was pitifully little. Zhang Bowen sensed the abnormality in his qi and blood and smiled slightly. "Surprised, aren't you? The star-absorbing technique doesn't work so well now, does it? The indestructible Vajra skill is the perfect counter for your technique." Chen Feng looked at the incoming fist again, knowing he was truly done for. With one final punch, Chen Feng was completely frozen. At this moment, several members of the Kunlun legacy approached. Zhang Bowen said to them, "This guy's technique is quite interesting. It isn't even recorded in the Steel Forest. Let's capture him and take him back for confinement. We'll first go check the 4 Symbols Abyss." Outside Kunlun Mountain, the president of the Martial Arts Association had personally arrived. This time, the Kunlun opening had exceeded everyone's expectations. The branch leaders from various regions came to report on the situation. Since the top martial artists had mostly entered Kunlun Mountain, there was temporarily insufficient combat power. The martial artists guarding the Kunlun Mountain boundary were mostly high-level and ordinary martial artists. Furthermore, the mist coverage was too large, and dozens of patrol teams had already gone missing. At the same time, 3 martial arts masters had sacrificed their lives, along with 21 martial arts grandmasters. Listening to these bad news, the president's expression grew increasingly grim. Based on the intelligence, he had roughly deduced that this time it was spearheaded by the Western continent, along with some small countries from the southern, northern, and eastern continents. It could be said that this Kunlun opening was a situation where Great Xia was single-handedly resisting the entire world. Damn, this is a blatant invasion. Do they want to unite and go to war with Great Xia? The president's fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. The others dared not even breathe. Just then, the president's phone rang. It was a branch leader who had stayed in the holy capital. "President, after learning you went to Kunlun, the Sky Devouring Club has resumed their large-scale attacks on the Yelu family." The president's face darkened. Currently, Great Xiao's dragon vein was in jeopardy. Once the dragon vein encountered problems, who knew what would happen to Kunlun Mountain? At this time, he had no mood to worry about the Yelu family, especially since this family dared to meddle with the star-absorbing technique. Forget about their lives. Let them devour each other's chi and blood with the Sky Devouring Club. I want to see who can absorb whom. Just maintain public order and don't let it affect ordinary people. At this moment, the Yellow family was in chaos. All family members had gathered at the group headquarters. In the family meeting hall, the current heir spoke anxiously. Ancestor, it's bad. The Martial Arts Association has replied. They said they are temporarily shorthanded and want us to find a way to solve it ourselves. The Yellow family ancestor sighed. He had long anticipated that this might be the outcome. However, hearing it firsthand still left him with some reluctance. The Martial Arts Association is still suspicious of us. Great Xia no longer has a place for the Yellow family. I'm afraid once Kunlun seals the mountain, the Martial Arts Association will come to settle accounts with us immediately. At this moment, a direct descendant of the family said unwillingly, they have no evidence. Why should they settle accounts with us? The Wang family martial saint was also present that day. Our chi and blood were all fine. An elder sneered at this. Evidence? That's for restraining ordinary people. If everything had to rely on evidence, Great Xia would have long since perished. Once suspicion arises, everything is already predetermined. Another young woman said, then let us emigrate quickly. Now everyone is afraid to go out, and even at home, it's not safe. If this continues, our family members will be completely consumed by the Sky Devouring Club. Emigrate. At the mention of emigration, some of the young people in the family immediately perked up, discussing excitedly. Yes, as long as we emigrate to the Western continent, our Yellow family can rise again. The situation in Kunlun Mountain is already set. The dragon vein will definitely be lost. Ancestor, we should hurry up and leave. Once the dragon vein is severed, Great Xia will gradually weaken and eventually perish. Moreover, the whole world is against Great Xia now. We should join another camp as soon as possible. Chapter 81: The Decline of a Noble Family. Listening to the discussions of the younger members of the family, the ancestor and the last 3 elders of the family let out deep sighs. Finally, one elder couldn't help but scold, "You fools. If we could leave, we would have left long ago. The family aircraft has been controlled. It's even more impossible to travel by land. Moreover, the elite of the Martial Arts Guild are all to the west. But that's not the biggest problem. Our greatest predicament now is that we're being watched by the people of the Sky Eating Club. Wherever we go, it will trigger a big battle and attract the attention of the Martial Arts Guild. Unless we can fly, we simply cannot reach the Western continent." The young people looked at the elder, who spoke with despair. Is there really no other way? Why don't we escape separately? There are simply too many people from the Sky Eating Club. The ancestor of the Yell family looked at the younger generation below and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Deep down, he had a vague realization. The Yell family was finished. Among all the younger members, there was no one of great use. Even if they immigrated and received preferential treatment in the Western continent, they could not avoid the outcome of decline. At that moment, the door of the conference hall at the Yell family headquarters was suddenly pushed open. A cold and clear voice echoed in the hall. "Since you all know you can't escape, then stay here." One elder of the Yell family immediately stood up, casting a cold gaze at Su Yin. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Su Yin slightly curled her lips, revealing a sneer. "Of course I walked in. As for who I am, you wouldn't recognize me even if I told you. But you must know my father. His name is Su Yuanshan. Su Yuansan." This name immediately triggered memories among the elders of the Yell family. 20 years ago, the man who shocked the entire Great Xia, Su Yuanshan, the underground emperor of Donghai City, was revered as the unrecognized justice. He almost controlled the Order of the Night in Donghai City, a legendary figure who had killed dozens of the young masters of the 9 great families. He had his own set of rules for living. Even the faces of the 9 great families meant nothing to him. With his powerful, star-absorbing technique, he confronted 3 martial, sovereign-level experts and became famous overnight. It was said that as long as the martial saint did not appear, he was the #1 in the world. The Yell family had immediately recognized Su Yuanshan's technique, a technique that could devour the vitality of others and rapidly strengthen oneself. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, they did not dare to confront Su Yuanshan directly. So, they came up with a clever plan. While collaborating with Su Yuanshan, they kidnapped his wife and daughter, forcing him to surrender the star-absorbing technique and then killed him. They remembered that Su Yuanshan's wife and daughter were also eliminated afterward. So who was this enchanting woman before them? The elder of the Yell family stared hard at Su Yin and asked again, "Su Yuanshan's daughter is already dead. Who are you really?" Su Yin smiled. "I survived thanks to your family's great intelligence. 1 million sold me to my uncle. The ancestor glared at the three elders. The elders all looked towards a middle-aged man in the corner of the conference room. What's going on? The middle-aged man trembled and lowered his head, not daring to meet everyone's gaze. He stammered, "She must be an imposter. I sold Su Yuanshan's daughter to an organ trafficker. They said they wanted the girl's kidney." At this moment, the ancestor of the Yell family wished he could kill this idiot on the spot. One elder couldn't help but curse. "What the hell is wrong with you? 1 million for a kidney. Don't you think the price is a bit high?" The middle-aged man bowed his head and didn't dare to speak. He knew that he had been blinded by money. However, he was still justifying himself in his heart. "It's not my fault. I didn't know the buyer was her uncle. I'm talented, but not valued in the family. I had to figure out a way to prepare cultivation resources. It was a temptation of a full million. Who could resist? My annual pocket money in the family is less than 1 million. To secure my future in martial arts, I had to earn money to accumulate capital. Although most of the money ended up being spent in the club, it was also to make my thoughts more accessible." The ancestor of the Yell family never expected that the family would ultimately be ruined by a useless person. However, he looked at Su Yin and said, "Are you the leader of the Sky Eating Club? The high-ranking members of the Sky Eating Club are all former subordinates of Su Yuanshan, right? Even so, do you think you can destroy my Yell family's century-old foundation?" Su Yin mocked, "It's not me who will destroy the Yell family's century-old foundation, but you yourselves. A family that was once a martial saint family has ultimately declined to coveting the martial arts techniques of others. From that day on, your Yell family was doomed to perish." An elder slammed the conference table angrily and shouted, "Arrogant. Today, you will not return. Kill her." With a single command, everyone in the vast conference room rushed towards Su Yin. Facing the small fry, Su Yin smiled slightly and activated the star-absorbing technique. Dozens of members of the Yell family simultaneously used the star-absorbing technique to counter her. Su Yin pretended to be at a disadvantage and was captured by everyone using the star-absorbing technique. At the same time, she unleashed the Beiming divine art. Before those people could rejoice, they found that not only could they not absorb Su Yan's vitality, but their own vitality also suddenly went out of control, surging toward the hand that was grabbing Su Yin. One person immediately screamed in terror. "How could this happen?" Su Yan mocked. "A bunch of guys who only want to reap without sowing. Does your Yell family only remember the star-absorbing technique? Has no one in the Yell family practiced the clan's ancestral technique?" Su Yan's words made the ancestor of the Yell family tremble with shock. He suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Since the emergence of the star-absorbing technique, almost no one in the family had diligently studied the original family techniques. Everyone was addicted to the pleasure of easily improving their cultivation with the star-absorbing technique. However, the flaws of the star-absorbing technique were too obvious. Initially, the improvement in strength was rapid, but after absorbing too much vitality, it was very easy to go astray. Once reaching a bottleneck, one could only stop and slowly digest the vitality in their body. This process was extremely long. In contrast, truly improving one's cultivation was still faster with proper martial arts techniques. The star-absorbing technique could only serve as an auxiliary technique and should not be the main one. However, after experiencing the star-absorbing technique, no one was willing to invest time and effort into practicing the family techniques. The ancestor of the Yell family sighed heavily. At that moment, he finally understood when the family had truly begun to decline. Chapter 82, Exceeding the Limit. As soon as Su Yin made her move, she incapacitated several members of the Yell family. Her current strength had already reached the late stage of Grandmaster. There was still some distance to reach Martial Sovereign. However, Su Yin was not afraid of the ancestor of the Yell family. Although he was a genuine Martial Sovereign, he was simply too old, already 120 years old. It could be confirmed that he didn't have many years left to live. Su Yin was worried that he might die of old age, which is why she took action in advance. Outside the conference room, elderly men walked in one after another. Each one of them possessed the strength of grandmasters. They looked at the Yell family members as if they were looking at corpses. One elder, with tears in his eyes, said, "Brother Sean, I'm here to avenge you." The other elders followed suit, entering in a line and carrying out a one-sided massacre against the Yell family. At this moment, only the last 3 elders of the Yell family remained, all of whom were grandmasters. The only one capable of fighting was the family ancestor. But this martial sovereign was truly too old. Watching over a dozen grandmasters from the Swallowing Heaven Club, he felt utterly powerless. He knew that the Yell family was finished. He never expected such an ending. At this time, the Yell family headquarters had been completely slaughtered by the members of the Swallowing Heaven Club. The final battle in the conference room was nearing its end. Members of the Yell family lost their lives in fear. Their immigration plans, their beautiful lives, their dreams of family revival, all turned to ashes in that moment. In the end, only the ancestor remained in the entire Yell family. Su Yan had not attacked this ancestor, nor did he take the initiative to strike. For him, the timing of his attack no longer mattered. The demise of the Yell family was already inevitable. Seeing that all family members had perished, the ancestor slowly stood up, preparing to face his final battle in life. However, Su Yan smiled at him and said, "We want to kill you. After all, someone has to send them off." After saying this, the members of the Swallowing Heaven Club left one after another. The elder of the Yell family stared blankly at the devastated family conference room. At this moment, in the corridor outside the conference room, Su Yan's last words echoed before leaving. Upload the video of the Yell family's use of the star-absorbing technique to the internet. Su Yan's cold command lingered in the ears of the Yell family ancestor for a long time. This 121-year-old martial sovereign slowly sat back in his seat, closing his eyes in loneliness. He never opened them again. Minutes later, major media outlets across the Great Xia network broke the shocking news, causing an uproar online. The news even temporarily overshadowed the events at Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Kunlun remnants, a system prompt woke the unconscious Chen Feng. Congratulations on achieving the Master Teacher achievement. Fourth disciple destroys a top family. Reward: Master S blood value 300 points. Chen Feng groggily opened his eyes. What happened? He was momentarily confused, looking at the system prompt in his mind and struggling to grasp the situation. The fourth disciple destroyed a top family? He suddenly recalled Su Yan's hunched figure. Aunt Su Yan destroyed a top family? What the hell? Did the system make a mistake? Did the Senior Citizen Association take down the square dance annies? However, none of that mattered. Chen Feng discovered something astonishing because the system provided another prompt. Reminder: the blood value rewarded by the system cannot be used for other purposes. Looking at his own panel, martial arts level, top martial artist, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Realm: Unity of Heaven and Man. Realized Divine Palm. Realm: Unity of Heaven and Man. Heavenly Crippled Foot. Realm: Unity of Heaven and Man. North Ming Divine Skill. Realm: Unity of Heaven and Man. Blood value: 1100. Originally 800 blood value. It had now turned into 1100, exceeding the upper limit of Kunlun Mountain S blood value by 100 points. Chen Feng was shocked. He never expected that even the rules of Kunlun Mountain could not strip him of his blood value. Did this mean that during the next opening of Kunlun, he could deliver a dimensional strike to everyone entering Kunlun Mountain? Before he could rejoice, Chen Feng realized that something was off. Where is this? Looking down, he discovered that his hands and feet were shackled. The shackles were connected by a thick chain to the stone wall behind him. Chen Feng recalled the last scene before losing consciousness. He had been struck repeatedly by Zhang Bowen and finally sealed away mercilessly. Thinking of Zhang Bowen, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel horrified. Even now that his blood value had exceeded the limit of Kunlun Mountain, he lacked the confidence to defeat Zhang Bowen. That person was simply too strong, terrifyingly strong. Not only did he master numerous top-tier techniques, but his understanding of the realms was also very high. During their battle, Chen Feng could clearly sense that every technique used by Zhang Bowen had reached the 8th realm, a pinnacle of mastery. Most importantly, the number of techniques his opponent possessed was simply overwhelming. Whether it was speed, defense, or attack, everything was perfectly coordinated. No wonder he was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 billion in Great Xia. It was said that he had lived for over 300 years. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, wondering what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had consumed, or what techniques he had cultivated. At this moment, regaining his composure, he began to carefully observe his surroundings. This was a huge stone room. Inside, aside from the iron chains that bound him, there was nothing else. On the right side of the front stone wall, there was a stone door, but from his angle, he couldn't see outside. Chen Feng circulated his internal blood and suddenly pulled hard. Bang! The iron chain tightened suddenly, producing a loud noise. His hands and feet were painfully constricted by this sudden pull. Checking the iron chain, he found it showed no signs of damage. Well, he was still too naive. It seemed Zhang Bowen wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. His commotion seemed to have attracted someone from outside. A series of footsteps approached, and a skinny little girl walked in. "You're awake. Are you hungry? Would you like some water?" Chen Feng looked up and saw a girl in ancient costume with long hair down her waist, smiling at him. The girl had fair skin and a somewhat slender figure. With a pretty face and delicate features, he noticed that her peach blossom eyes, which looked beautiful when she smiled, seemed devoid of any spirit, almost as if she were blind. Listening to the girl's crisp voice, Chen Feng felt that it was quite different from what he had imagined. This was the Kunlun remnants? Weren't these people supposed to be very dangerous and exclusionary? Why were they treating prisoners so well? She was concerned about whether he was hungry right away. Before Chen Feng could think much further, a system prompt rang in his mind. Detected 7 absolute Qin match rate 100. Name, Gu Qianqian. Chapter 83. The Secrets of Kunlun. At this moment, Chen Feng was truly at a loss. I am now a prisoner beneath someone else's feet. Is it really appropriate to suddenly say I want to take them as my apprentice? But never mind that for now. I'm thirsty and hungry. Even if I die, I want to die with a full stomach. Can you give me some food and water first? Gu Qianqian nodded. Okay, wait a moment. I'll get it for you. Watching her leave, Chen Feng felt that she didn't seem like a blind person. It was just that her eyes were very strange. Soon, the girl returned with a bowl and a plate. She walked directly in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the items in her hands and asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid I would attack you by walking directly in front of me?" Gu Qianqian smiled and said, "I know you are a pure-hearted good person. If you were a bad person, I would have come in." This good person card caught Chen Feng off guard. He took the plate of rough pastries and a bowl of clear water that Gu Qianqian handed him. The plate and bowl were both made of coarse porcelain. The plate had cracks, and the bowl had a chip. They looked quite old. As he ate, Chen Feng curiously asked, "How do you know I am a good person?" Gu Qianqian pointed to her eyes and said, "I can see. My eyes were burned blind by Qilin blood. I can't see worldly objects, only good and evil." Qilin blood. Chen Feng was secretly astonished. Qilin blood is a legendary treasure that is hard to come by. He didn't expect the girl to have obtained Qilin blood, but ended up burning her eyes. However, the special effect of Qilin blood allowed her to see good and evil. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "What does good and evil look like to you?" Gu Qianqian was very talkative, as if she was very familiar with Chen Feng, making people inexplicably want to get close to her. Goodness is white, the same color as the Qilin. Evil is black, the same color as the snake from the Qinglong tomb. Most people are gray, with varying shades of color. People is pure, as you are very rare. Chen Feng was shocked by the girl's words. He accidentally choked on the pastry in his hand. He hurriedly picked up the bowl and took a sip of water. Qilin, the snake, the Qinglong tomb. The amount of information was overwhelming. Chen Feng was curious, but didn't know where to start asking. Before Chen Feng could speak, the girl took the initiative to ask, "Is the pastry I made delicious?" Chen Feng instinctively nodded. "It's fragrant and very tasty." The pastry was coarse, but the flavor of the roasted grains was very rich. It didn't have the artificial fragrance. There was no sugar added. The outer layer was just ordinary whole wheat flour, and the filling was sweet potato. It was better than the overly sweet pastries outside. At least it wasn't too greasy after eating. There were a total of 5 pastries, each the size of an egg. Chen Feng quickly finished eating them and drank all the water in the bowl. He admired Gu Qianqian. "Thank you very much. It's impressive that you can make pastries even without sight." Hearing Chen Feng's thanks, Gu Qianqian smiled and said, "Can you tell me what the outside world is like? I heard that you have cars, planes, and tall buildings." Having eaten and drunk enough, and with nothing else to do, Chen Feng sat on the ground and started chatting with Gu Qianqian. The girl was very talkative and spoke very directly, with a simple mind. This reminded Chen Feng of his 2 apprentices. Yoshi and Wei Wei were also such innocent children. He wondered how they were doing. Thinking of Wei Wei winning the championship with a prize of 10 million, he didn't have to worry about his apprentices' living expenses. Chen Feng first talked about some things outside Kunlun Mountain. Gu Qianqian was very curious and kept asking questions. They chatted for a long time until it was soon evening. As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Feng curiously asked, "Are you the only one here?" Gu Qianqian nodded and said, "I can't see, and my skills are poor, so I stay to guard you. My clan elders have all gone to the 4 Symbols Abyss. Mr. Zhang Bowen doesn't want the matter of the 4 Symbols Abyss to leak out. All of you outsiders might die this time." Chen Feng was taken aback. He asked in confusion, "What is the 4 Symbols Abyss?" Gu Qianqian spoke without any concealment. "The false dragon vein you're guarding is the Four Symbols Abyss. False Dragon Vein. Chen Feng was shocked. What does this mean? Is the dragon vein that the great Xia has guarded for hundreds of years a false dragon vein? Gu Qianqian said apologetically, the real dragon vein is not there. The true dragon vein is right here. Chen Feng was shocked again. He never expected that the place he was currently in was the actual location of the dragon vein. He continued to ask, what exactly is the Four Symbols Abyss? Gu Qianqian replied, the Four Symbols Abyss is a very dangerous place. It is said that 360 years ago, outsiders attacked my clan's location when Kunlun was being opened, stealing many martial arts techniques and discovering the secrets of the dragon vein. Later, Mr. Zhang Bowen went to the Four Symbols Abyss and carved a few words on the mountain wall. You all foolishly thought the Four Symbols Abyss was the dragon vein and protected it according to the legend of luck, not allowing any outsiders to enter. Chen Feng stared blankly, recalling the 8 big characters he saw at Yushan Yaozi. Yushan Yaozi, Kunlun Ancestral Vein. He didn't expect this to be a lie. The dragon vein that had been protected for hundreds of years was merely words engraved by Zhang Bowen. He couldn't help but think of those who died at Yushan Yaozi, those blood-soaked youths, and those old men who faced death without fear. So many corpses, all because of those 8 characters. For over 300 years, who knows how many people died? Chen Feng felt a surge of anger within. He thought of those old men who saved him with their lives, those ancestors who protected the dragon vein. What was the purpose of Kunlun being opened once every 60 years? He looked at Gu Qianqian and asked, why did Zhang Bowen do this? How could he live for so long? Gu Qianqian had no intention of hiding anything. I don't know the specifics. Zhang Bowen has half of our ancient clan's bloodline and practiced the ancient clan's secret method, the ageless immortality technique. It is said that his father was an outsider. Zhang Bowen is the only one from our ancient clan who can step out of Kunlun Mountain. He told us that outsiders are very greedy. But I don't believe him. He is a pure black-hearted villain. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Chen Feng knew that this matter was probably not that simple. Gu Qianqian's knowledge was also limited. He just didn't expect that Zhang Bowen was a mixed blood of the great Xia and the Kunlun descendants. Unfortunately, he was now trapped here and unable to inform the outside world about the false dragon vein, unable to stop the bloodbath that happens once every 60 years. As the sky darkened, Gu Qianqian apologetically said to Chen Feng, you are a good person. After Mr. Zhang Bowen returns, you will definitely die. Unfortunately, I don't have the key and cannot let you leave. Chapter 84. The 7 Absolute Strings. Chen Feng was moved by Gu Qianqian's sincerity. It's not your fault. Why are you willing to let me go? Aren't you afraid I will reveal your secrets? Gu Qianqian replied, I'm not afraid. If you can spread the news about the true dragon vein, perhaps you can stop that serpentine dragon from transforming at the Qinglong tomb. Serpentine dragon. Chen Feng was almost stunned into numbness. Earlier, Gu Qianqian mentioned that the serpentine dragon represented evil. It seemed she didn't want that serpentine dragon to transform. The current dragon vein was the key to its transformation. Step back a few steps. Let me see if I can break the iron chain. Chen Feng reluctantly struck the iron chain several times. The Buddha's palm and the 18 palms of the dragon merged, creating sparks as they struck the chain and the rocky ground. However, there were no signs of it breaking. Gu Qianqian reminded him, the iron chain is made of 1,000-year cold iron. No one has ever broken it. Chen Feng sighed, helplessly facing reality. The night was deep, but Gu Qianqian had no intention of sleeping. Curiously, Chen Feng asked, aren't you tired? Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian suddenly realized, is it dark? I'm sorry, I can't see. So I didn't know. I haven't spoken to anyone for so long that I forgot these things as soon as someone talked to me. Gu Qianqian stood up and bowed apologetically to Chen Feng. The next morning, Gu Qianqian brought a bowl of porridge in a rough ceramic bowl. She was very talkative, seemingly having endless questions and things to say, chatting tirelessly with Chen Feng for almost the entire day. From Gu Qianqian, Chen Feng learned many secrets about Kunlun Mountain, including the secrets of the Kunlun descendants. Qianqian, how did your eyes get burned blind by the blood of the Qilin? Gu Qianqian replied, the Qilin was bitten by the serpentine dragon from the Qinglong tomb. When I went to play with the Qilin, the blood from its wound splashed into my eyes. Playing with the Qilin? All right. No wonder you, the Kunlun descendants, play so differently from us outsiders. However, there are also rumors about the Qilin in the outside world. I've heard it's an extremely kind creature. Legend has it that, even when walking, the Qilin is very cautious, afraid of hurting insects or trampling flowers. After chatting for a while, Chen Feng suddenly thought of something important. Qianqian, do you want to learn to play the piano? Gu Qianqian raised her eyebrows, surprised. You outsiders can play the piano too? That's great. Wait for me. I'll go get a piano for you. All right. It felt like the progress of taking her as a disciple was going smoothly. Even though he was a prisoner now, it would be nice to have a disciple before Zhang Bowen killed him. Soon, Gu Qianqian returned with an ancient 7-string guqin. I often play the piano for the Qilin. But during this time, because there are outsiders, the Qilin is now guarding Xuanwu Mountain, and I haven't seen it for a long time. What songs do you outsiders play? All right. Chen Feng didn't know any songs. He told Gu Qianqian, you have to acknowledge me as your master first. Then I can teach you the songs from the outside world. Acknowledge you as my master? Gu Qianqian hesitated, but I don't have any master acknowledgement gifts. Chen Feng chuckled. No need for any gifts. Just be willing to be my disciple. Gu Qianqian nodded eagerly. I am willing. Immediately, a prompt echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Disciple accepted successfully. Gain skill 7 absolute strings. Note, as long as the disciple masters the basics of the 7 absolute strings, the master's understanding of the skill will elevate to a state of unity with heaven and man. Playing the piano isn't that difficult. Chen Feng smiled slightly. At the moment he acquired the 7 absolute string skill, he learned the basic techniques of playing the piano: plucking, striking, hooking, and so on. He had been wondering how to teach a blind person to play the piano, but since Gu Qianqian could already play, it became much simpler. He only needed to teach her the route of the technique. Although he knew how to play, Chen Feng had never learned any songs. He could only tell Gu Qianqian, what I want to teach you is a martial arts technique based on sound waves. Sound wave technique? Gu Qianqian immediately said, I've also learned a sound wave technique called Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds. Chen Feng didn't expect this seemingly harmless Gu Qianqian to also know martial arts techniques. Curiously, he asked, how old are you this year? And what level is your qi and blood cultivation? Gu Qianqian replied, I'm 18 this year and have just reached the level of an advanced warrior. Chen Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected her to be an advanced warrior. Reaching that level at 18 could definitely be called genius. It seemed the mysterious Kunlun descendants were indeed extraordinary. Chen Feng said, the sound wave technique I want to teach you is called 7 absolute strings. You will play the piano here while feeling the route of the technique. Gu Qianqian followed Chen Feng's instructions, chanting the mental method as she operated the technique. After running it several times, she finally memorized the route of the 7 absolute strings. Chen Feng reminded her, the 7 absolute strings emphasizes a calm mind and the elimination of distracting thoughts. The fewer distracting thoughts you have in your heart, the more powerful the technique will be. Now try it. While operating the technique, infuse your qi and blood into the sound of the piano. Gu Qianqian immediately followed suit. Gradually, the melodious sound of the piano echoed in the stone house. She operated her qi and blood according to the technique taught by Chen Feng, gathering it toward her hands, ears, heart aperture, and spirit point. When the first sound wave infused with her qi and blood was played, Gu Qianqian suddenly froze. She stood there in shock. After the sound wave, which contained her qi and blood, was emitted, all the things it touched were reflected back into her mind. In an instant, it was as if she could see every corner of the stone house, whether up, down, left, or right, even behind her. She could clearly see even the back of her head. However, everything was only an outline without color. 10 years. This was the first time she had seen anything since she became blind at the age of 8. Seeing Gu Qianqian suddenly dazed, Chen Feng asked in confusion, Qianqian, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the technique? Gu Qianqian suddenly burst into tears, excitedly saying, I can see again. Huh? You can see? Chen Feng was first puzzled, then realized that the 7 absolute strings would use sound wave feedback to perceive enemies and the environment. It must have been the sound of the 7 absolute strings that, after touching objects, provided feedback to Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian excitedly wiped her tears and played the Tianma Qin in front of her again. This was the piano passed down from her grandmother. She had learned to play since childhood. The Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds taught by her grandmother was purely a sound wave technique that focused solely on strong sound wave attacks. All sound waves were like flying knives or arrows that would not return. In contrast, the 7 absolute strings that Chen Feng taught her emphasized artistic conception. The emitted sound waves would also return feedback, allowing her to feel everything the sound waves attacked. As Gu Qianqian played the piano again, her expression gradually became intoxicated. Chen Feng smiled, but he suddenly noticed something unusual about Gu Qianqian's hands. He had never deliberately looked at her hands before, but upon closer inspection, he found that each of her hands had 6 fingers. It could only be said that she was indeed certified by the system as 100. Truly a gifted individual. Chapter 85. Jade Mountain in Yao Pool. After Gu Qianqian finished playing a complete piece on the 7 Absolute Qin and practiced all its techniques, Chen Feng finally recalled a notification in his mind. Disciple has mastered the 7 Absolute Qin, achieving the title of a master. Reward. Master S realm of 7 Absolute Qin has been elevated to the unity of heaven and man. Once his understanding of the 7 Absolute Qin reached the realm of unity of heaven and man, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the introduction of the technique. The 7 Absolute Qin counters all protective qi. With this alone, Chen Feng was confident that he could defeat Wei Guangming if they met again. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. He looked at the shackles on his hands and feet. Qianqian, stand back. Let me see if I can break these chains. Gu Qianqian was still immersed in the joy of being able to see again. Hearing Chen Feng's words, she immediately hid by the stone door. Chen Feng's hands grasped the air to the left and slowly pulled to the right. 7 strings formed from his vital energy appeared in the air, each string a vivid red like blood. This was the effect of the 7 Absolute Qin at the unity of heaven and man, in a realm without a qin. The next moment, a massive shadow that resembled Chen Feng enveloped his body. The sound of celestial music instantly resonated throughout the stone room. Curiously, Gu Qianqian listened to the strange sound. The giant shadow's fingers plucked the strings before it, causing the strings to tremble and shoot out golden dragons. In an instant, countless dragons surged forth, roaring wildly. Under Chen Feng's control, these sound waves and the golden dragons formed from his palm strength crashed into the iron chains on his feet. Stone chips flew, and sparks flew everywhere. The sound wave golden dragons continuously struck the iron chains on the ground. Chen Feng attacked frantically, not caring at all about the consumption of his vital energy. The Buddha's palm merged with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, plucking the 7 Absolute Qin strings and launching powerful sound wave attacks. With the fusion of 3 techniques at the unity of heaven and man, the iron chains finally could no longer withstand the assault. After a flurry of sparks, the chain on his left foot was finally severed, creating a gap. Chen Feng was overjoyed and continued to unleash attacks without pause. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. However, he finally heard a loud crack. The iron chain broke. Finally, it's broken. I am exhausted. Chen Feng sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for air. He had to admit that with the realm of unity of heaven and man, and the fusion of 3 techniques, the power had increased significantly. However, correspondingly, the burden on his body was also greater. In such a short time, Chen Feng felt that his vital energy was nearly depleted. Instinctively, he wanted to find someone to use the North Ming divine skill to absorb some energy. However, since his escape was not yet successful, he still needed to work hard. With only 1 chain broken, 3 more remained. Hearing that Chen Feng had severed 1 chain, Gu Qianqian eagerly said, "Great, quickly cut the other chains. If no one comes back, I can help you escape." Hearing her words, Chen Feng felt a wave of emotion. By rights, as an outsider, he was an enemy of their Kunlun legacy. If the roles were reversed, could he be like Gu Qianqian? Chen Feng shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. After regaining some strength, he began to attack the chains again. He spent an entire day finally cutting through all the chains. Gu Qianqian happily said, "Great, Master, hurry and follow me. If someone comes back, you won't be able to leave." Although Chen Feng had used sound waves to cut the chains, the shackles on his hands and feet still remained. It was somewhat inconvenient to walk, but he couldn't care less. He had to escape and bring the news of the false dragon vein out to stop this meaningless war from repeating endlessly. Following Gu Qianqian, Chen Feng arrived outside the stone house, only to discover that it was not a stone house at all, but a massive cave carved into numerous stone chambers. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng noticed that both the stone walls and the ground were actually made of mutton fat jade. He had not realized it before. The roughness of the chamber floor, combined with its vastness, had led him to think it was white granite or calcite. It was only after exiting the stone house and seeing the surface of the natural cave that he realized he was actually inside a block of mutton fat jade. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chen Feng's mind, and he asked the guiding Gu Qianqian, could this be the legendary Jade Mountain? Although Gu Qianqian couldn't see, she was clearly very familiar with the area. While continuously leading the way, she replied, Yes, this is Jade Mountain. Beyond the cave lies the dragon vein, Yao Pool. Chen Feng was astonished. He had always thought of Jade Mountain as just a mountain name, never expecting it to be a literal giant jade mountain. Following this little disciple, he kept circling around, entering one cave after another. He felt as if he had been walking for over an hour and still hadn't exited the cave. It dawned on him that this was not just a simple cave, but a massive natural maze. After another hour, Chen Feng began to doubt whether Gu Qianqian was lost. Finally, he saw a light ahead. Upon exiting the cave, Chen Feng was stunned by the scene before him. Outside the cave was a valley, and he was currently at a height of 100 meters above the valley floor, giving him a perfect view of the entire valley. In the center of the valley was a huge water pool, shaped unmistakably like the Taiji Yin-Yang symbol, though only half of it was visible. At the large end, there was a dark spot. From a distance, the entire water pool radiated a shimmering white light, and many white cranes danced around its edge. Without needing Gu Qianqian to introduce it, Chen Feng immediately thought of a name: Yao Pool. Master, don't be afraid, just jump down from here. It's the fastest way to leave. Huh? Chen Feng leaned over to look down the mountain wall and felt dizzy. He wasn't afraid of heights. He just felt a bit apprehensive. Chen Feng wanted to say that this was too quick for leaving. He wanted to leave Kunlun, not the mortal realm. Jumping from such a height, he feared he would die of fright before even hitting the ground. Is there a slower way? Gu Qianqian nodded seriously, yes. But the clan elders are there. They definitely won't let you leave. Are you afraid of heights? Chen Feng awkwardly replied, I'm not afraid. I just feel this is a bit dangerous. Gu Qianqian giggled and said, Master, don't be afraid. Below is the wind cave of the 9 orifices of Jade Mountain. You won't fall to the ground. I'll pull you down together. Huh? Before Chen Feng could understand what the 9 orifices of Jade Mountain, or the wind cave, was, Gu Qianqian had already grabbed him and jumped off the sheer cliff. Instinctively, he resisted a bit, his body involuntarily shrinking back. Gu Qianqian comforted him, Master, don't be afraid. You really won't die. Chen Feng panicked. I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid at all. As he was pulled off the cliff, with Gu Qianqian holding his left hand, he clamped his right hand tightly over his mouth. Of course, he wasn't just covering his mouth. He was preserving the dignity of being a teacher. He felt very brave, his heart racing in his throat. He managed to hold back a scream, but the pressure from covering his mouth was making him feel a bit breathless. Chapter 86. The soul of the mountain and the spirit of water. After falling for about 3 seconds, a sudden gust of wind struck. The two people holding hands were blown into the air, tumbling around. Chen Feng squinted his eyes against the wind, and while his body was flipping, he saw a large black hole in the mountain behind him. This gust of wind was blowing from that very spot. The howling wind in his ears drowned out all other sounds, but he could see Gu Qianqian grinning widely, her rows of small white teeth sparkling in the sunlight. The two were continuously blown towards a huge water pool in the distance. Once they were far from the wind hole, Chen Feng finally managed to hear a bit of Gu Qianqian's voice, despite the still strong wind. He heard her shout loudly, Master, we're about to go down. At this moment, their figures had already been blown above the water pool. The wind lessened, and their bodies began to descend. Looking down at the water pool, Chen Feng faced a huge problem. His dignity as a master was being seriously tested. But in the face of life and death, Chen Feng suddenly realized that he was not someone who cared much about face. He shouted to Gu Qianqian, I can't swim. Gu Qianqian replied, Don't be afraid, master. I can't swim either. Hearing his disciples say not to be afraid, Chen Feng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed a little. However, he almost lost his composure upon hearing the next sentence. You can't swim either? And you're saying not to be afraid? Is the water shallow? Wouldn't that mean we directly fall to our deaths? Just before falling into the water pool, Chen Feng saw a huge turtle on the shore, looking up at him. The turtle shell did not have the normal turtle patterns. From above, the patterns actually formed a bagua diagram. Next to the turtle stood a bird covered in colorful feathers that looked very much like a red-crowned crane, also watching them. Behind the turtle and crane was a large tree, heavy with fruit. Each fruit was the size of a ping-pong ball, bright red, and emitted a faint golden light. Zhugua. Chen Feng was shocked. Such heavenly treasures he had only seen in textbooks and on television. He never expected to see so many zhugua at once. This tree must have at least tens of thousands of zhugua. Zhugua is extremely precious to the outside world, growing in remote mountains and marshes. They are most abundant in Kunlun Mountain, with other mountain ranges having fewer. Each time Kunlun is opened, a batch of zhugua appears. It is said that this thing can grow on various plants, sometimes taking different shapes. But they all share a common characteristic. The fruit is fire red with a golden glow on the surface. According to records from those who have harvested zhugua in history, it is said that even the most fruitful tree has only 9 zhugua. The scene before him clearly exceeded Chen Feng's understanding. No wonder it is a dragon vein. There are treasures everywhere. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, not having time to think more, and covered his mouth and nose before falling into the water. Splash! 2 enormous splashes appeared in the Auntie. Chen Feng now had one thought. It was all over. The cultivation of a top martial artist prevented him from fainting on the spot, but even top martial artists need to breathe. He struggled to open his eyes, wanted to see how Gu Qianqian was doing. He thought of the method of exchanging breaths from a television. In an urgent situation, he couldn't care about much else. Preserving his life was the priority. He paddled through the water, trying to reach Gu Qianqian for a breath exchange, only to realize that something seemed off. At this moment, he and Gu Qianqian were still sinking. They soon reached the bottom of the water. He saw Gu Qianqian standing steadily at the bottom, saying to Chen Feng, "Master, wait a moment. The soul of the mountain and the spirit of water will send us out." The soul of the mountain and the spirit of water? No way. Water can talk. Can it hear sounds? Chen Feng was astonished. At this point, he was also standing at the bottom of the water. He felt that this water was a bit strange. It faintly emitted a glow. The surrounding plants did not look like aquatic plants at all. They resembled land plants instead. Chen Feng even saw a ginseng plant, its fiery red top very conspicuous. However, now was not the time to worry about ginseng. Chen Feng slowly released his grip and tentatively said, "This water can talk?" After saying this, the answer became clear. "Master, this is not water. This is the Changchun Spring in the Yaoqi." Changchun Spring? Chen Feng had never heard of this, but just from a name, he knew it was not simple. Moreover, he discovered he could breathe. However, what he was inhaling did not resemble normal air. With each breath, he felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body, as if all his fatigue had been swept away, and he felt increasingly energized. Gu Qianqian seemed to be calm and was quietly waiting for something. Soon, a milky white koi, larger than a bus, swam towards them. Wow, the legendary soul of the mountain and the spirit of water is actually a big carp. It won't try to swallow us, will it? Just as Chen Feng prepared to attack, the giant koi suddenly stopped beside Gu Qianqian and nudged her with its head. "Master, let's go. The soul of the mountain and the spirit of water is not just a big carp. It can transform into anything. This is the soul of the dragon vein, possessing innate spirituality and the ability to see through people's thoughts." The koi opened its mouth wide, and Gu Qianqian walked right in. Chen Feng was truly astonished. His current experience felt overly surreal. He felt like he was dreaming. He followed her in. Once inside the koi's mouth, Chen Feng could still see the outside scene. The entire Yaoqi was glowing. The bottom of the water was not dark at all. He saw the koi swimming quickly. Suddenly, a massive black pillar appeared ahead, as dark as ink. The glow from the bottom of the water could not illuminate even a tiny bit of it. The koi spat the 2 of them into the black pillar. Chen Feng was instantly enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. He then heard Gu Qianqian say, "We are about to leave the dragon vein." The next moment, Chen Feng felt himself rapidly rising. The sound of splashing water echoed. He saw himself floating in a black water pool. Then he saw Gu Qianqian slowly getting up and standing. "Isn't this water? How can we stand?" Chen Feng also tried to stand up. He felt the dark water surface was soft and somewhat unstable, but he could indeed stand without sinking. Chen Feng thought of something, asphalt, but he knew this definitely wasn't asphalt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to float up from it. He would have died inside. Chen Feng discovered they were still in a valley. However, this valley, compared to the previous Yushan Yaoqi, was simply worlds apart. The entire valley was desolate and cold, devoid of any plants. Around the black water pool, there were countless bones. But looking at the massive skeletons, they were all dinosaur bones. Chen Feng picked one up and found that the bone had severely decayed and lost its medicinal value. What a pity. This was a treasure worth 5,000 yuan per gram. There were also many huge stone tablets by the water pool, each 7 to 8 meters high, inscribed with various martial arts techniques. However, Chen Feng did not linger. He couldn't learn them, so looking at them would be pointless. He directly followed Gu Qianqian out of the water pool. Chapter 87. Farewell. At this moment, Gu Qianqian untied the guqin from her back and held it in her arms. She gently plucked the strings, and the sound of the 7 absolute qin echoed in the valley. The entire scene of the valley appeared in Gu Qianqian's mind. It had been a long time since she had been out. It was still so desolate here. Chen Feng asked, "What place is this?" Gu Qianqian replied, "This is also the Jade Mountain Yao Pond, but it is the extreme east side. Outside this valley is your normal world." Chen Feng was stunned for a long time before suddenly realizing. Looking around the valley again, he found that it was almost identical to the layout of the Jade Mountain Yao Pond from before. In the middle of the valley was still a pool of water, but there were no plants or animals. Looking towards the direction of the Jade Mountain in the distance, he saw several large caves on the mountain, which must be the 9 orifices of the Jade Mountain. However, the Jade Mountain before him looked somewhat gray and desolate. Recalling the Jade Mountain Yao Pond on the other side of the pool, Chen Feng's mind suddenly recalled the phrase he saw when he first entered Kunlun Mountain. Lush and green for millions of miles, the Kunlun Hills stretch endlessly. At that time, he felt this phrase was exaggerated. Now he understood that the Jade Mountain Yao Pond contained a universe. Curiously, Chen Feng asked, "If the outside of this valley is our normal world, then what is outside the other valley?" Gu Qianqian shook her head. "I don't know either. According to clan rules, no one is allowed to step out of the other side of the valley. It is said that someone once went out but never returned." After leaving the pool, Gu Qianqian led Chen Feng towards this side of the Jade Mountain. The walls of the Jade Mountain here were covered in large cracks. The two of them squeezed through the crevice, and Gu Qianqian said, "The method to exit the Jade Mountain crevice is very simple. Count from left to right, and when you reach the first fork, go through the cave corresponding to that number." Chen Feng didn't expect there to be such a trick. No wonder Gu Qianqian was so skilled. After another 2 hours of walking, they finally exited the Jade Mountain. Gu Qianqian reluctantly said, "This outside world is the Kunlun Mountain you came from. Master, I can only take you this far. I don't know the way beyond this. Thank you for teaching me the 7 absolute qin, allowing me to see things once again." As Chen Feng looked at Gu Qianqian, he suddenly realized a problem. Even if he could break the iron chains without anyone to lead the way, he would not be able to escape the Jade Mountain Yao Pond. Once he appeared in the outside world, the descendants of Kunlun would surely guess it was Gu Qianqian who let him out. "Qianqian, are you not afraid your clan will punish you for letting me go?" Gu Qianqian smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. At most, they will make me reflect in silence, but I want to be able to see anyway." Chen Feng was unsure if it was as easy as Gu Qianqian said, but he knew there would definitely be punishment. "Thank you, Qianqian. I will definitely come back to see you when I have the chance." Gu Qianqian smiled. She didn't doubt Chen Feng, but it would be another 60 years before Kunlun opened the mountains again. By then, she would already be over 70 years old. Before parting, Gu Qianqian reminded him one last time, "Master, you must not enter the false dragon vein or venture deep into Kunlun Mountain. Those places are too dangerous." Before Kunlun opened the mountains, the Qilin made all birds and beasts enter the 4 symbols abyss, especially after the 4 symbols abyss. There are also 8 forbidden areas and 64 ghost cemeteries. Each place is extremely dangerous. Chen Feng didn't expect this either. It seemed that Kunlun Mountain held many secrets he was unaware of. He finally understood why he had seen almost no animals since entering Kunlun Mountain. They had all been taken by the Qilin. Chen Feng said to his disciple, "All right, Master has taken note. Qianqian, goodbye." Gu Qianqian waved her hand. "Goodbye, Master. You must tell everyone about the false dragon vein." Then she sat cross-legged on the spot, placing the Gu Qin on her knees. A tune of high mountains and flowing water instantly echoed through the mountains. The sound waves of the 7 absolute qin turned into ripples, reflecting Chen Feng's departing figure in her mind. Listening to the music and thinking of this disciple she had only spent a few days with, Chen Feng showed a faint smile. Meeting such a pure-hearted disciple was truly a beautiful memory. He now needed to go to the entrance of the false dragon vein to see if there were any people from the Great Xia. He couldn't just watch so many compatriots sacrifice themselves for nothing. Until Chen Feng walked far away, a colorful feathered crane landed next to Gu Qianqian. It was the same one from by the dragon vein pool. Then it surprisingly spoke, clearly a spirit beast that had undergone transformation. "As long as you eat a zhu fruit, you will be able to see your master clearly." Gu Qianqian shook her head. "I can see now, although it's not very clear, but it's enough." The zhu fruit could heal her eyes, but Gu Qianqian didn't want to be healed. Compared to the darkness, she feared more not being able to distinguish between good and evil. Moreover, the The formation of the Zhu fruit made her very resistant, because the Xian turtle had told her that the more beings died in Kunlun Mountain, the more Zhu fruits would form. It could be said that Zhu fruits were exchanged for lives. At the Holy Capital Martial Arts Hospital, in the ward, Lu Weiwei's right leg was in a brace, hanging high in the air. The diagnosis had come out. The meridians in her right leg were completely severed, and the muscle fascia was severely damaged. It was basically equivalent to being disabled. In the future, even ordinary walking would be very difficult. Jin Yoshi looked at the diagnosis report, her eyes red. Is there really no other way? The attending physician sighed. He also felt sorry for Lu Weiwei. She was so young and was the national champion of martial artists. The leaders above were also very concerned about this matter. However, the expert consultation in the hospital had found no solution. Sigh, we have already done our best. Conventional medical methods cannot repair the severed meridians. Unless it's the legendary heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there's no other way. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Jin Yoshi hurriedly asked, what heavenly materials and earthly treasures? We can go by them. My junior sister's championship prize is 10 million. Is that enough? The attending physician couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had just casually mentioned it, not expecting this little girl to take it seriously. Only the legendary Zhu fruit can heal her injuries. This is no longer a matter of money. No one in the market is willing to sell it. Even if there are, it would be something that 10 million could buy. Zhu fruit. Jin Yoshi suddenly froze. Of course, she had heard of Zhu fruit. It was said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Of course, this claim might be a bit exaggerated. However, it had been confirmed that Zhu fruit could regenerate severed limbs and could heal even if the Dantian was destroyed. It was said that the Great Siam Martial Art Association once used a Zhu fruit to heal a martial saint's Dantian injury. And the Jin family she belonged to had once bought 3 Zhu fruits for 30 million each. Jin Yoshi silently took out her phone. She saw that there were hundreds of unread messages from family notifications on her phone. She hadn't replied to the messages and didn't want to return to that cold family. But right now, the best way to get a Zhu fruit was to obtain it from her family. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other way. Opening all the family notification messages, there were almost only 2 things. The first was that the family was choosing an heir and all family members must participate. The second was urging her to return home to accept the arranged marriage set by the family. Chapter 88. Opening the meridians, Jin Yoshi opened the album on her phone. Looking at the photos with her master, tears silently streaming down her face. As usual, she opened the green chat bubble and sent a message to Chen Feng. This had become a habit since Chen Feng left. She would send him messages almost every day, hoping that one day her master would suddenly reply. Unknowingly, she had sent thousands of messages to Chen Feng. Master, I'm going home. I will find a way to get the Zhu fruit. Even if I have to steal it, I will heal Weiwei's leg. With you gone, as the senior sister, I will protect my junior sister. Master, I really miss you. I want to see you again. After sending the message, Jin Yoshi wiped her tears and waited for the family member sent to pick her up. Currently, the Great Xia was under martial law, but the western area was heavily monitored while the eastern land routes were relatively more lenient. Jin Yoshi could only return to her family along the land route with her family members. She had already hired a caregiver for Lu Weiwei and paid off all the loans her master had owed. Weiwei now had a prize of 10 million, so even without her, she could live well. Every day, Jin Yoshi would refresh her phone hundreds of times to check the latest news from Kunlun Mountain. During this time, news from Kunlun Mountain had become increasingly scarce. Fewer and fewer people were coming out of Kunlun Mountain, and almost everyone who returned brought bad news, casting a shadow over the entire Great Xia. The greatest shadow for Jin Yoshi was from the last video, where Chen Feng was about to face countless invaders, surrounded on all sides. After that, there was no more news about Chen Feng. Almost everyone following the matter had concluded that Chen Feng must have sacrificed himself in Kunlun Mountain, with tens of thousands chasing behind him and hundreds of thousands of enemies in front. No one believed Chen Feng could survive in such a situation. At first, Jin Yoshi held onto a glimmer of hope. But as time passed, and there was still no news from her master, her heart gradually fell into despair. Now, she only wished that her master in heaven could bless her to successfully obtain the Zhu fruit for her family and heal her junior sister, Lu Weiwei's leg. For Jin Yoshi, no matter what, her master's legacy could not be broken. Her master had taken in 4 disciples in total. The eldest disciple, Xiao Ruhan, had betrayed the master. She, the second disciple, had only recently barely become a martial apprentice and didn't know any martial skills. The third disciple, Lu Weiwei, was the most accomplished, a national champion, but unfortunately, one of her legs was crippled. As for the fourth disciple, she was the worst, completely unreachable. Jin Yoshi decided that for the sake of her master's teachings, she must find a way to heal her most accomplished junior sister. Soon, Jin Yoshi was met by 3 bodyguards sent by her family. After 2 days of travel, Jin Yoshi finally returned to her country. The strength of the Jin family immediately became evident. 2 helicopters landed in front of Jin Yoshi. But the person who came to greet her was someone she didn't expect, her cousin Jin Yojin, with whom she had a very poor relationship. As soon as Jin Yojin got off the plane, she looked at her cousin with a smile, then unreservedly told her subordinates, "Kill those 3 bodyguards. I'll take care of this little bitch myself." Jin Yoshi and the 3 bodyguards were startled. "Second miss, run," one bodyguard shouted. However, the other 2 bodyguards fled first. But it was all in vain. These bodyguards only had the strength of advanced martial artists, while Jin Yojin had brought a martial arts master with her. The 3 martial artists had no chance to escape in front of the martial arts master. Jin Yoshi looked at her cousin in panic. Although their relationship had been poor, it had never reached the point of wanting to kill each other. "Jin Yojin, why are you doing this?" Jin Yojin smiled coldly. "Why am I doing this? I isn't it because of you, for trying to steal my man." Jin Yoshi was confused and did not understand what her cousin meant. "When did I steal your man?" Jin Yojin snorted coldly. "Originally, I was supposed to marry the second young master of the Park family to represent a family alliance. But they wanted to change the betrothal to you. What do you have that I don't? Why were you chosen instead of me?" As Jin Yojin spoke with anger, her face gradually twisted. After excessive plastic surgery, her face looked quite terrifying. Jin Yoshi also angrily retorted, "I'm not a waste. My master said that I am a once-in-a-million martial arts genius." Hearing Jin Yoshi's words, Jin Yojin's angry expression immediately turned into laughter. Even her bodyguards began to laugh. They were all her trusted subordinates and knew about Jin Yoshi's situation. Years ago, it was determined that her root bones were extremely poor and unsuitable for martial arts. Jin Yoshi couldn't accept this cruel fact and went to the most prosperous martial arts place, Great Xia, to pursue her dream of martial arts. Jin Yojin laughed loudly, pointing at Jin Yoshi mockingly, "A once-in-a-million martial arts genius. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? I see you as a once-in-a-million fool. You ran all the way to Great Xia and ended up finding a fraud as your master." Jin Yoshi hated it when others insulted her master and immediately retorted, "My master is not a fraud. My master said that as long as I open the run and do meridians, I can become a peerless master." "Peerless master?" Jin Yojin laughed again. She felt like she would laugh herself to death because of her cousin. The martial arts master beside her also mocked, "With your poor root bones, you still dream of opening the run and do meridians. I practiced for so many years and still haven't fully opened them. The Ren and do meridians have a total of 52 major acupoints, and not everyone can open them. Once there's a mistake, it can lead to serious injuries or even death." Hearing the master's words, a malicious idea began to form in Jin Yojin's mind. "Today, I'll help you open the run and do meridians and see if you can become a master." "Grab her." With a command, the bodyguards beside Jin Yojin stepped forward and firmly restrained Jin Yoshi. As an advanced martial artist, Jin Yojin naturally understood the knowledge of acupoints in the body and was well aware of the dangers of opening the meridian acupoints. She grinned at Jin Yoshi. "Before you die, I'll let you see the truth and know how foolish you are for going to Great Xia to find a fraud as your master." Jin Yoshi struggled desperately, but her strength as a mere martial apprentice was completely insufficient. She could only fight back, "My master is not." However, before she could finish her sentence, Jin Yojin struck her abdomen with a palm. Jin Yoshi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her acupoints, Tsiugu, Zhongji Guanyuan, and Sherman, were pierced through by Jin Yojin's palm. "Cousin, no need to thank me." Jin Yojin laughed maniacally, her whole being excited and frenzied. She tried to control the force of each palm, afraid of killing her with one blow, wanting Jin Yoshi to endure the pain a little longer. However, when she pierced through the Shanzhong acupoint, Jin Yoshi coughed up blood and completely lost consciousness. Yet, Jin Yojin still refused to stop. It was only after the last palm pierced through Jin Yoshi's by Wei acupoint, destroying all the acupoints of the run and do meridians, that she finally stopped, satisfied. In the end, she even patted Jin Yoshi's blood-soaked little face and asked, "Martial arts genius, I've helped you open your meridians. Let me see your peerless martial arts. Don't be so stingy." Ha ha. Such a brutal scene makes even the bodyguards feel a bit reluctant to watch. Chapter 89. Iron Sand Palm. Hospital Jin Yojin was crying while speaking to her family beside her. "It's all my fault. I came a bit late." Now the Great Xia is investigating too strictly, and Yoshi was accidentally discovered by the Great Xia Martial Arts Association. By the time I arrived, Yoshi was already beaten to this state by the people from Great Xia. Jin Yoshi's grandfather had a dark expression and remained silent, looking at his granddaughter on the hospital bed. His fists were clenched tightly. Jin Yoshi had disobeyed him back then and secretly went to Great Xia, which had made him very angry for a long time. Moreover, this girl had been gone for several years. He had planned to scold her well when she returned, but he didn't expect this would be the outcome. Jin Yoshi had grown up under the old man's watch. He only had 2 granddaughters, and now seeing his youngest granddaughter in this condition brought him an indescribable heartache. Jin Yoshi's brother said, "Grandpa, don't be sad. Your health is more important. Yoshi didn't listen to you back then and insisted on going to Great Xia, not coming home for years. Now she returns and has made you this upset." The old man immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up." The young man dared not continue speaking. Jin Yoshi's parents also wore worried expressions. Originally, their daughter was supposed to marry into the Park family. If the marriage was successful, their status in the family would rise. Yet now this incident had occurred. A doctor beside them cautiously reminded, "Mr. Jin, all the acupoints in the run and do meridians of the injured have been penetrated and cannot be treated anymore. This kind of injury is fatal. It's already a miracle that the patient has survived this long. Please be prepared mentally at any time." The old man remained silent. His assistant gave the doctor a look, and the doctor quietly left. After walking far away, the doctor finally dared to take a deep breath. The pressure from a martial arts supreme was just too great. If the other party became unhappy, he could be killed on the spot, and it would be a wasted life. At the same time, the doctor felt unlucky to have been assigned to such a patient. The patient should have died long ago, yet she had stubbornly held on and was delivered to him. In the ward, there were sounds of crying, persuasion, and quiet discussions, which made the old man feel extremely annoyed. He coldly said, "You all get out. I want to be alone with Yoshi." No one dared to defy his words, and everyone obediently retreated. However, after everyone left, the old man's assistant whispered, "Boss, the second young lady's injuries seem to be caused by the iron sand palm." After saying this, the assistant also left. Old man Jin stood there in a daze. Iron sand palm. There are few people in this world who understand iron sand palm better than him, because iron sand palm is the ancestral martial art of the Jin family, which he had personally learned by sneaking into Great Xia years ago. He had relied on this iron sand palm to establish a significant family. Now he had become a martial arts master, and his understanding of iron sand palm had reached a transcendent level. He had just been consumed by sadness. But after the assistant's reminder, he realized that the injuries on his granddaughter indeed resembled those caused by iron sand palm. He hurriedly checked and saw that his granddaughter's skull had been fractured, leaving behind half a palm print. The old man was stunned. It really is iron sand palm. With his understanding of iron sand palm, combined with his transcendent mastery, he instantly confirmed that this was an injury caused by iron sand palm. An uncontrollable rage surged within him. The person who attacked his granddaughter used iron sand palm. Although iron sand palm is not exclusively practiced by the Jin family, many in Great Xia also know it. It can't be ruled out that the martial artist from the Martial Arts Association who attacked his granddaughter happened to use iron sand palm. However, the people from the Martial Arts Association had no need to deliberately penetrate all the acupoints of the Ren and Du meridians. Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill her with one palm or take her back? Why go to such great lengths? Another possibility is that it was done by a family member. This possibility is quite large. The old man had witnessed his eldest and second sons fighting openly and secretly over the years. He heard them reporting each other daily. What were they after? The old man certainly knew very well. They just wanted to divide up more of his inheritance. He felt very helpless about this. He had nothing when he was young. Worked hard to learn the Great Xia dialect, smuggled into Great Xia to learn martial arts. After a rocky journey, he finally achieved what he had today. Yet his 2 sons, who lived in luxury, were each more useless than the other. His eldest son was only a high-level martial artist now, barely practicing martial arts twice a year. It was said that he was good at playing cards. His second son was cunning, but unfortunately lacked talent, and had just become a high-level martial artist. He spent all day thinking about fighting for the family fortune. He had always turned a blind eye to their antics, and it was pointless to manage them. Who would have thought that they would become increasingly outrageous, even starting to turn against their own family? However, the old man soon noticed a strange phenomenon. Jin Yoshi's internal energy was actually circulating slowly, and the way it circulated resembled a certain martial art. It was precisely this slowly circulating martial art that allowed his granddaughter to hang on to life without dying immediately. But he didn't know how long this state could last. The old man secretly made up his mind and went outside the ward. He looked at Jin Yojin and sternly asked, "Yoshi's injuries were caused by iron sandpalm. Yojin, explain to me how this happened." Jin Yojin's face immediately turned pale. She never expected that her grandfather could recognize the martial art that caused the injuries just by looking at them. Isn't it all the same when someone gets injured? How could it be recognized? At this moment, a master bodyguard beside her immediately stood up and said, at that time, one of the members of the Great Xiao Martial Arts Association seemed to be using iron sandpalm. The master was very astute. He knew that once this matter was exposed, whether Jin Yojin would live or die was uncertain, but he would definitely die. After hearing what his subordinate said, Jin Yojin immediately nodded and said, yes, there are people using iron sandpalm in Great Xia. Old man Jin narrowed his eyes. He could see that Jin Yojin was somewhat overly anxious. However, such matters naturally required a wake-up call. Jin Yojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she insisted it was someone from Great Xia who did it, her grandfather wouldn't be able to find out anything. After all, there were no witnesses to contradict her. Old man Jin said to his assistant, "You go notify the vault personnel and have him bring me the last Ju fruit." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Jin Yojin was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. The martial arts master was also sweating profusely at this moment, regretting secretly that he shouldn't have been infatuated with Jin Yojin's body and waded into this muddy water. The eldest son immediately advised, "Dad, we only have the last Ju fruit left. How can we use it casually?" The old man frowned. What does casually mean? This is to save Yoshi's life, and to find out who exactly injured her. Chapter 90. The sound of heartbeats. Jin Yojin was in a state of panic. It was said that the Zhugua had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. If Jin Yoshi woke up, it would be the end for her. At that moment, Jin Yoshi's father also advised, "Dad, I know you care about Yoshi, but the Zhugua is too important for the family. This time, Kunlun has opened the mountain, and the whole world is at odds with Daxia. Daxia will definitely no longer publicly auction the Zhugua. In the future, the Zhugua will become increasingly precious." Old Master Jin was furious. It was one thing for his eldest son to advise him, but even his second son, as Yoshi's father, was advising him. Did he think that a Zhugua was more important than his daughter's life? At that moment, he was utterly disappointed with his second son. Just then, his little grandson, also Yoshi's brother, spoke up. "Grandpa, the Zhugua is becoming more and more valuable. I heard it has now risen to 50 million each, and it's hard to come by." He continued, "Yoshi is useless. She doesn't deserve to use the Zhugua." Useless. Old Master Jin could no longer contain himself. He slapped Jin Yoshi's brother away. "Who says Yoshi is useless? I think you're the useless ones. Yoshi may have poor roots, but at least she dared to learn from me and went to Daxia to study. And what about you? Each of you claims to have good roots, living the good life, yet your cultivation is worse than that of a small security guard in the family. When I smuggled to Daxia without money, I picked up leftover food from trash bins and sold garbage to pay for tuition, and I still managed to become a martial sovereign. Just look at yourselves. How dare you say others are useless?" Seeing the old man get angry, everyone dared not say more. They could only feel an indescribable discomfort in their hearts at the thought of the Zhugua being used up. Jin Yojin quietly turned to leave. At that moment, Old Master Jin's voice rang out again. "If you dare to move a step, I will break your legs. And you all, not one of you is allowed to leave. Keep an eye on them." With a command, dozens of bodyguards surrounded Jin Yojin and her subordinates. Jin Yojin and her people were completely panicked. "Grandpa, this really has nothing to do with me." Old Master Jin didn't even glance at her and turned to walk back into the ward, waiting for the safe to deliver the Zhugua. He knew very well how important the Zhugua was now. Years ago, he had bought 3 pieces for 30 million each. One to heal his own hidden injuries. One as a gift to pave the way for his family, and the last one he had kept until today for emergencies. Now that Kunlun has opened a mountain, The whole world wanted to destroy Daxia's dragon vein. The Koreans naturally participated in this. It would be almost impossible to buy Zhu Guo from Daxiao in the future. At this moment, his Zhu Guo became even more precious. Back in the ward, old Master Jean was taken aback. His granddaughter, who was originally on the verge of death, was now showing signs of breathing. He was shocked and stepped forward to check. Confirming that he wasn't mistaken, his granddaughter indeed had a breath, albeit very weak. But it couldn't escape the eyes of a martial sovereign. As time slowly passed, Jean Yoshi's breathing became more apparent. Even her heartbeat began to pulse slightly. Old Master Jean couldn't understand why this was happening. How could a person whose run and do meridians were destroyed possibly recover on their own, especially when some acupoints were dead points? Having lived for a lifetime, old Master Jean had never seen such an abnormal phenomenon, nor had he even heard of it. Gradually, Jean Yoshi's breathing became longer and the heartbeat became stronger. The rise and fall of her chest was already visible to the naked eye. Old Master Jean stood by her side in a daze. As a martial sovereign, he could feel that Jean Yoshi's vital energy was running faster and following a peculiar route. He was sure that his granddaughter's changes were definitely related to some peculiar martial arts technique she had learned. Next, a shocking scene unfolded. He witnessed his granddaughter's injuries slowly healing. The sound of her heartbeat grew stronger as her injuries recovered. Thump, thump. The powerful sound of her heartbeat left old Master Jean dumbfounded. Soon, the Zhu Guo was delivered by an assistant. Old Master Jean wasted no time and wanted to feed the Zhu Guo to his granddaughter. However, Jean Yoshi's mouth couldn't open at this moment. Moreover, the old man also noticed that his granddaughter was shedding skin. The skin on her face and hands had a layer of dried dead skin. He initially wanted to forcibly open his granddaughter's mouth, crush the Zhu Guo, and put it in her mouth, but seeing the current situation, old Master Jean hesitated. He could feel that his granddaughter was at a critical moment. It was best not to act rashly. If her injuries worsened, he would immediately feed her the Zhu Guo. Thus, old Master Jean waited for a full day. The people outside the ward had also gone a whole day without food. Old Master Jean had strictly forbidden anyone from entering, fearing they would disturb his granddaughter. At this moment, Jean Yoshi could no longer be seen clearly. Her face was covered with a thick layer of dead skin, making her look like a cocoon. The sound of her heartbeat was like a drum. Those standing outside the ward could hear it clearly. Jean Yoshi's brother whispered, "What is that sound? It sounds like a heartbeat." Their father immediately scolded, "Nonsense. Whose heartbeat could be that loud?" Jin's eldest son scoffed, "A bunch of ignorant fools. You don't understand. This is the effect of the Zhu Guo. As long as a person eats the Zhu Guo, they will be like this." Soon it was deep into the night. The people outside the ward could no longer bear it. Jin's eldest and second sons fell asleep in the reclining chairs. They originally wanted to have a bed brought in, but feared it would be too exaggerated and would earn them scolding from the old man. At this moment, the most anxious were Jean Yojin and her subordinates. Listening to the increasingly abnormal heartbeat, they were all in a state of panic. That martial arts master was already contemplating whether to find an opportunity to break out and escape. Inside the ward, old Master Jean kept waiting for his granddaughter. He was already baffled by Jean Yoshi's changes. At this moment, he discovered something strange. He actually felt his granddaughter's vital energy increasing. The old man hurriedly went outside. "Give me the vital energy monitoring glasses." The assistant immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Soon, someone delivered a brand new pair of vital energy monitoring glasses. Old Master Jean put on the glasses and was astonished to find that his granddaughter's vital energy was now at 56 points. This could only be classified as within the range of an ordinary person, nothing to be surprised about. However, before long, the values on the smart glasses began to change. The maximum vital energy value and the current remaining vital energy value both changed to 57 points. Old Master Jean was shocked. The vital energy value was actually increasing. As time passed, he didn't know how long it had been. The values on the smart glasses had risen to 99 points. In the next moment, old Master Jean witnessed his granddaughter breaking through the martial disciple realm, lying on a hospital bed, motionless, and achieving the breakthrough. It wasn't over. The vital energy value continued to slowly increase. Chapter 91. Accumulated strength bursting forth the next morning, old Master Jean was still wide awake, having not slept a wink. At this moment, Jean Yoshi's vitality value had already risen to 492 points, reaching the ranks of advanced martial artists. Old Master Jean had his subordinates buy new vitality monitoring glasses, suspecting that the previous ones were faulty. However, the new glasses displayed the same value. His granddaughter had been lying on the hospital bed for a day and night and had directly become an advanced martial artist, and she hadn't even reached her limit yet. This value was still continuously increasing. What shocked the old master the most was that as Jin Yoshi's internal vitality flowed faster, a series of Buddhist chants began to sound. The sound was not loud, but could be clearly heard. My goodness, what kind of divine skill did she learn in Daxia? Old Master Jin never expected that after his granddaughter went to Daxia, she would have such an encounter. His respect for Daxia grew even stronger. At this moment, Jin Yoshi was happily practicing the Buddha's palm with Chen Feng in her dream. Master, this move is so difficult. Can you show me from behind, holding my arms? Chen Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. I'm really impressed by you. I've taught you this move so many times. He then walked behind Jin Yoshi, holding her hands to demonstrate the Buddha's palm techniques. Stop messing around. Stop twisting. Hey, don't rub against me. Chen Feng helplessly reprimanded his disobedient disciple. Jin Yoshi blushed and playfully said, I won't. He. She had practiced every move of the Buddha's palm countless times. Although she could only practice the moves in the air, she had never stopped. Her favorite thing was practicing martial arts with her master. She could recite the mantras of the Buddha's palm fluently. Every time she practiced, she would recite the mantras while practicing. Sometimes she would deliberately get it wrong to see if her master could catch it, and every time, her master could hear it. In the familiar courtyard, with the warm sunshine, Jin Yoshi practiced the Buddha's palm techniques in front of her master as usual. Distracted, she struck out a palm towards the sky, suddenly bursting forth with golden light. A huge golden palm print crossed the heavens. The Buddhist chants roared like thunder, shaking the universe. A large swastika lingered in the air for a long time. Jin Yoshi was stunned, her mouth agape. She turned to look at Chen Feng. Master, did you just see that? Chen Feng revealed a radiant smile. Yoshi, you've finally mastered the Buddha's palm. Jin Yoshi exclaimed in surprise. Really? Chen Feng nodded. Immediately, Jin Yoshi jumped up in excitement, bouncing around. That's great. I've finally mastered the Buddha's palm. I'm finally going to become a peerless master. Finally. She hung excitedly around Chen Feng like a koala. Then Jin Yoshi suddenly became puzzled. She completely couldn't remember what the palm she had just struck was called. It seemed like her master had never taught her that move, so she asked, Master, what was that move I just did? I can't remember. Chen Feng chuckled and said, That move is the 10th move of the Buddha's palm. Nirvana of the Buddha. In the hospital room, Jin Yoshi suddenly opened her eyes. The dead skin that had enveloped her suddenly cracked open. Master. Jin Yoshi stared blankly at the ceiling, realizing that her master was gone. And that little courtyard was also gone. Was it a dream? Or was she dead? By the afternoon, the value on Old Master Jin's glasses suddenly stopped at 749 points for a long time without any further increase. The next moment, there was a sudden crackling sound. At the same time, he heard his granddaughter calling for her master. Old Master Jin jumped up and hurriedly ran to his granddaughter. He saw that the layer of dead skin covering her had cracked open. Yoshi, you're awake. Jin Yoshi looked at the old man in front of her, first stunned for a moment. Her last memory lingered on being struck by Jin Yoshin's palm, which had hurt her so much that she couldn't breathe. Am I dead? Recognizing the old man as her grandfather, she suddenly sat up and threw herself into his arms, crying loudly, Grandpa, are you dead too? Cousin Yoshin wants to kill me. The bodyguards held my arms, and I couldn't escape. She damaged my meridians, and I can't practice the Buddha's palm anymore. Woo-woo. Old Master Jin hurriedly patted his granddaughter's back to comfort her, as if he had returned to many years ago, soothing that playful and crying little girl. Grandpa is not dead, and Yoshi is not dead either. Don't cry. Grandpa will go help you deal with Yoshin, okay? Old Master Jin finally found a feeling of family affection again in this rebellious and disobedient granddaughter. Years ago, when Jin Yoshi secretly ran to Daxia, it had really angered him. He even threatened to cut off her allowance. In the end, he merely halved her pocket money and let it go. He didn't dare to truly cut off his granddaughter's living expenses. After crying for a while, Jin Yoshi realized that she seemed to really not be dead. How could there be tears if she were dead? Grandpa, I'm really not dead. Old Master Jin smiled and said, Of course you're not dead. Hearing the commotion in the hospital room, Jin Yoshin, who was outside in the corridor, looked pale and sat on the ground in fear. The martial arts master beside her suddenly pushed aside 2 bodyguards and quickly rushed towards the window of the corridor. However, Old Master Jin's assistant sneered, moved swiftly, and arrived behind the master. With a palm as hard as iron, he struck the man's back. With a crack, the man's spine was broken on the spot. A miserable scream erupted as the master spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Feeling his lower body lose all sensation, he immediately screamed in despair. I'm paralyzed. My spine is broken. Jin Yojin, it's all your fault. You wretched woman. It's all because of you seducing me. That's why I worked for you. Before he could finish his words, the eldest son of the Jin family stepped forward and struck the top of his head with a palm. Seeking death. How dare you slander my daughter? The second son of the Jin family watched the scene, feeling that this time his elder brother would definitely stumble. Old Master Jin also walked out of the hospital room, step by step, towards Jin Yojin. At this moment, Jin Yoshi in the hospital room realized that there was a layer of dead skin on her body and felt that she had lost a lot of weight. She tore off the dead skin on her face and hands, planning to clean the dead skin on her body when she got home. As soon as she came out of the hospital room, she saw her grandfather standing in front of Jin Yojin. Jin Yojin looked panicked at her grandfather, while the bodyguards who had accompanied her to attack were now kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. But old Master Jin didn't even glance at them, coldly telling his assistant, "Get rid of these small fish." Suddenly, the corridor was filled with the sounds of wailing and howling. Chapter 92. The mastery of divine skills. The few bodyguards who had captured Jin Yoshi were dragged away like dead dogs. The outcome was self-evident. When Jin Yojin saw Jin Yoshi walk out of the hospital room, her intended defense immediately turned into a plea for mercy. "Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please forgive me." Jin Yojin, due to excessive plastic surgery and heavy makeup, burst into tears, making her face look like a car accident scene. Old Master Jin looked coldly at his granddaughter and asked a question he couldn't understand. "Why did you treat your cousin so ruthlessly?" "Yin Yusen stammered. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to marry into the Park family. I wanted to form an alliance for the family. I was thinking of the family." Hearing this, Old Master Jin was utterly disappointed in this granddaughter. "Considering you are my granddaughter, I won't kill you." Jin Yojin immediately became agitated. "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you." But the next sentence made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. "I will only cripple your martial arts, so you won't harm others again. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Jin family." Jin Yojin, kneeling on the ground, quickly shrank back. "Grandpa, no, please spare me." Old Master Jin waved his hand lightly. A palm force struck Jin Yojin's abdomen. She let out a painful scream and fainted from the pain in her belly. At that moment, Jin Yoshi's father jumped out, filled with righteous indignation. "Brother, this is the good daughter you raised?" She even turned on her own family. Old Master Jin's face darkened. Seeing his second brother seizing the opportunity to attack, he gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he said, "I have already severed the father-daughter relationship with Xiojin. I never regarded her as my daughter." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud slap, and Old Master Jin sent his eldest son flying. The second son instinctively smirked, revealing a proud smile. But then, another slap sent him crashing against the wall. "You two useless fools who can only fight among yourselves. How did I give birth to such trash?" After saying this, he took Jin Yoshi away. As they walked, Old Master Jin curiously asked, "Yoshi, what martial arts did you learn in Daxia?" The nearly miraculous martial arts that Jin Yoshi had learned made him unable to forget. He had never heard of such a peculiar skill. He had heard about the martial arts of the 9 great families of Daxia, but none of them had the capability of his granddaughter. Severely injured, she not only survived but almost broke through to the peak martial artist level. It was simply astonishing. Jin Yoshi, feeling lost, said, "I learned the Buddha's palm, a very powerful skill. As long as I open the run and do meridians, I can become a master. Unfortunately, my run and do meridians were damaged, and I can never become a master again." Old Master Jin was secretly shocked. The Buddha's palm, a martial art he had never heard of. No wonder Daxia was known as the holy land of martial arts. Various miraculous skills were indeed endless. Seeing his granddaughter's dejected expression, Old Master Jin cheerfully reminded her, "Your Ren and Do Meridians are not damaged. They have already been opened. If you don't believe me, you can try." "Opened?" Jin Yoshi said in disbelief. "How is that possible? I had only opened 6 acupoints before, and they were all destroyed." Halfway through her sentence, Jin Yoshi was astonished to discover that her body was filled with an incredibly abundant power. That powerful feeling was something she had never experienced before. She instinctively raised her hand and pushed out a palm. Suddenly, Her palm glowed with golden light. A golden phantom shot forward. With a loud boom, the courtyard wall in front of Jin Yoshi collapsed, leaving a palm print over 5 meters wide. At that moment, the grandfather and granddaughter had just arrived at the parking area of the hospital. The commotion from her palm strike startled the hospital security, who rushed over. Upon seeing Old Master Jin, the security guard immediately displayed his professionalism and left the scene as if he hadn't seen anything. Jin Yoshi stared in shock at her delicate white hand, incredulously saying, "What my master said in my dream is true. I really learned the Buddha's palm." Saying this, she unleashed a few more palm strikes. The hospital wall was in for a bad time. Boom, boom, boom. A whole section of the wall collapsed, leaving 5 or 6 huge palm-shaped gaps, one of which even had a peace sign gesture. Old Master Jin was shocked. His granddaughter could unleash such tremendous power with such a casual wave of her hand. The level of this palm technique was absolutely not inferior to Iron Sand Palm. Moreover, he noticed something. When his granddaughter struck, it seemed she didn't need to deliberately run her martial arts. "Yoshi, when you use martial arts, do you not need to run the martial arts techniques?" Jin Yoshi, bewildered, shook her head. "It just happens when I wave my hand." As she waved her hand, a nearby car was suddenly flattened with a bang. Old Master Jin hurriedly stopped her. "Don't wave your hands anymore. Let's go home and try." Jin Yoshi excitedly nodded. Old Master Jin was shocked. To be able to use martial arts techniques without deliberately running the techniques, what kind of realm was this? He himself was a martial sovereign, having perfected the Iron Sand Palm to an extraordinary level, yet he couldn't do it casually without actively running his skills. Could it be that his granddaughter's realm was even higher than his? Had she reached the pinnacle of martial arts? But he had never heard that reaching the pinnacle meant one didn't need to actively run their chi and blood. Could it be a state of unity with heaven and man? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Master Jin dismissed this exaggerated and unrealistic thought. Jin Yoshi borrowed a mobile phone from Old Master Jin's assistant and logged on her green bubble. She immediately shared this good news with Lu Weiwei. "Weiwei, I learned the Buddha's palm. Look at what I did." She took photos of her masterpiece. Lu Weiwei quickly replied, "Yoshi, what happened? Did you encounter danger and fight someone?" Jin Yoshi awkwardly replied, "I lost control and accidentally broke something." Lu Weiwei was speechless. Then Jin Yoshi sent this good news to her master. But as she was sending it, she suddenly started crying. Old Master Jin didn't understand what was going on. She had been fine just a moment ago. So why was she crying again? "Yoshi, what's wrong? If you have any grievances, tell Grandpa." Jin Yoshi looked at Chen Feng's profile picture and sobbed. "I finally learned the Buddha's palm, but my master can't see it anymore." Old Master Jin looked at Jin Yoshi's phone. He was quite familiar with Dashia's characters, Yoshi's exclusive little treasure. However, seeing the nickname she had for Chen Feng felt a bit strange. Is it popular in Dashia to call masters like this? When he saw Jin Yoshi's affectionate nickname for her master, Old Master Jin was even more speechless. Masters carrying little warm treasure. This master-student relationship is truly deep. After the grandfather and granddaughter got into the car, others followed them downstairs. Jin Yojin was arranged to stay in the hospital, and her life was effectively ruined. After several members of the Jin family went downstairs and saw the situation in the parking lot, they thought a battle had just taken place here. Jin Yoshi's brother arrived at his car and was instantly dumbfounded. He immediately roared, "Damn it! Who did this? Who dares to touch the Jin family's car in Shoqing? Do you want to die? You lousy security. Come here. Tell me who did this. I will skin him alive today." The security guard quickly ran over. Upon seeing this guy claiming to be from the Jin family, he quietly reminded him, "This car seems to have been flattened by Old Master Jin." Jin Yoshi's brother was immediately silenced. Chapter 93. One man holds the pass, Kunlun Mountain. The sun was just rising, and Chen Feng felt increasingly heavy-hearted. The deeper he went, the more corpses he encountered along the way. Dead bodies were everywhere, making the scene overwhelmingly oppressive. Following the direction of the sun, he headed east and soon saw the false dragon vein again. At that moment, seeing those 8 characters again, Chen Feng felt a deep sorrow. Jade Mountain Yao Pool, Kunlun Ancestral Vein. Zhang Bowen used just 8 characters to make people from all over the world come like fools to their deaths. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses. The thick smell of blood made Chen Feng feel nauseous. Perhaps it was because Kunlun Mountain was too special. These corpses showed no signs of decay. At that moment, a roar interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. The roar came from within the false dragon vein. According to Gu Qianqian, the real name of this place was called the Four Symbols Abyss, a very dangerous place. Further in, there were 8 forbidden areas and 64 ghost tombs. Just hearing the names made Chen Feng aware of the danger. It was said that a flood dragon resided in the Qinglong tomb within the Four Symbols Abyss. He quickly ran towards the entrance of the Four Symbols Abyss. At this point, the corpses at the entrance had piled up like a mountain, passing through a 10-meter-wide passage. Looking inside, Chen Feng was completely stunned. Under the same sky, the sun shone brightly on all sides, but only above a distant peak that shot straight into the clouds. Dark clouds gathered, with thunder and lightning. Even from several kilometers away, Chen Feng could clearly see a massive serpentine creature coiling around the entire peak, exhaling green mist downward. A flood dragon. These 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. When Chen Feng first heard Gu Qianqian mention the flood dragon, he thought it was just a bigger snake or a 4-legged lizard with claws. Now that he truly saw the flood dragon, he realized he had overcomplicated things, or perhaps underestimated them. The flood dragon was simply a snake, without claws but seeming to have a pair of horns, and it was unimaginably large. The enormous snake body could wrap around the peak, looking like a giant snake hanging from a branch. It was impossible to fathom how large its true form was. Seeing that the flood dragon remained coiled on the peak and showed no intention of pursuing, he felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Chen Feng also saw a large group of people running back towards him from a distance. Even from far away, he could hear the sounds of fighting. In front were a group of compatriots from the Great Xia fleeing, while behind them were countless invaders in pursuit. Upon seeing the invaders, Chen Feng recalled the old predecessors who had died saving him. The bloody scenes and the tragic figures were still vivid in his mind. Chen Feng clasped his hands together. A huge shadow that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared, towering over 10 meters tall. The shadow entwined 2 golden dragons with its arms, its right hand grasping in front of it, then suddenly pulling to the left. 7 blood-red strings appeared out of thin air. The young people from the Great Xia, who were frantically fleeing, soon saw Chen Feng at the exit. Look, what is that? It looks like a martial arts illusion. Is it friend or foe? It should be one of us. Foreigners at the level of top martial artists shouldn't have such a high realm. In a matter of hundreds of meters, in front of a group of advanced martial artists, it was just a matter of seconds. When they clearly saw Chen Feng's face, they immediately confirmed he was one of their own. From a distance, they began to shout loudly. Run? What are you doing standing there? Hurry up. Don't be foolish. There are too many invaders. We can't fight. Hearing the shouts of his compatriots, Chen Feng smiled slightly. In the wild mountains and deep Kunlun, it felt so good to see living compatriots. But seeing living enemies felt terrible. He remembered how, at the beginning, with 500 vital energy, he was chased by these guys like a stray dog. Now his vital energy had broken through Kunlun's limit, reaching 1001. Plus he had acquired a more advanced integration technique. The stray dog had now become a lion. It was time to reclaim his previous honor. His biggest disadvantage before was the vast difference in vital energy, which forced him to rely on the martial arts realm of integration to make up for the gap. Now, Chen Feng was certain that as long as he didn't encounter a freak like Zhang Bowen, no one present could be his opponent, even without using the integration technique. Relying solely on the Tianqian foot of the integration realm, he could strike whenever he wanted and leave whenever he wished. Even if Wei Guangming came, he would have to suffer defeat on the spot. Soon, Chen Feng made contact with the Great Xia compatriots. As the Great Xia compatriots passed by him, the voices urging him to leave echoed in his ears again. Hurry up. They still have at least 100,000. Don't worry about the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein doesn't need our protection. Big brother, hurry and escape. The Dragon Vein is safe. Don't worry about it anymore. No one can harm the Dragon Vein. You're still young. Don't be impulsive. At this moment, they all thought Chen Feng was blinded by rage, wanting to avenge his fallen relatives or continue to protect the Dragon Vein. Listening to these urgings, Chen Feng circulated his vital energy and responded loudly. Today, I am invincible. No invader will leave here alive. The immense martial arts illusion suddenly swung its right arm, fiercely dragging across the strings. The sound of the zither roared like continuous thunder, echoing for miles. The sound waves transformed into 5-clawed golden dragons, piercing through the air and creating sonic booms. In an instant, they collided with the invading army dozens of meters away. The fusion of 3 integration realm techniques, combined with vital energy surpassing Kunlun's limit, directly showcased a dimensional crushing power. The invaders at the front, relying on their numbers, retaliated all at once. However, their counterattack was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With each explosion, the front group erupted in clouds of blood mist. The ground was instantly shattered by the sound waves, raising huge clouds of dust. With just this one strike, several dozen invaders at the front were instantly killed. Such might shock everyone present. The invaders behind all stopped in fear. After the strike, the scene fell silent. As the dust and blood mist settled, dozens of bodies with blood flowing from their 7 orifices lay on the ground. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Oh my God! Is this the power a top martial artist can exert? Impossible. We are all top martial artists. How could he be so much stronger? Is it possible that the martial saint of Great Xia lowered his vital energy cultivation to eliminate us in Kunlun Mountain? He can't be the martial saint. The martial saint can't be this young. With just this one strike, all the invaders were made to hesitate to take another step forward, and some even began to retreat. At this moment, even a fool knew that whoever was in front would certainly die. This strike also left those fleeing from Great Xia stunned, turning back in shock and slowly coming to a halt. At this moment, Chen Feng's silhouette, under the backdrop of the martial arts illusion, appeared extraordinarily grand. It left an indelible mark in the hearts of the surviving Great Xia people. At the same time, a phrase quietly emerged in everyone's minds. One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. Such might swallowed the mountains and rivers. Chapter 94. Worship so strong, so terrifying. Who is this person? What kind of martial arts is this? So young. Which family has such a prodigy? Indeed, in our Great Xia, geniuses emerge one after another. Why does he have shackles on his hands and feet? Do you feel he looks a lot like that internet celebrity, Chen Feng? The crowd was first shocked, then gradually noticed something unusual about Chen Feng. He was wearing shackles on his hands and feet, connected by chains. Yet he was so powerful. He also looked like that internet prodigy Chen Feng. At this moment, several severely injured individuals sat on the ground, beginning to recuperate and bandage their wounds. In fact, they could barely move anymore. They were just holding on by sheer will. Now that their energy had been spent, they could no longer run. They began to treat their injuries not far behind Chen Feng. For some reason, they felt a strong sense of security behind him, especially seeing that tens of thousands of invaders were being frightened into retreat by one person. Chen Feng showed no mercy. The martial arts phantom frantically plucked the strings of the zither. Waves of sound transformed into golden dragons, mercilessly reaping the lives of the enemies. The invaders were thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Those at the back didn't even have the chance to scream. In just a few seconds, hundreds more bodies lay shattered, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Chen Feng looked at these corpses and thought of the old predecessors who had risked their lives to save him earlier. Silently, he said in his heart, "Old gentlemen, I have avenged you. I will make all the invaders pay with their lives. May your souls rest in peace." It wasn't until all the invaders retreated beyond 100 meters that Chen Feng stopped his attack. He turned to the few young people who were healing on the ground and asked, "What happened inside? Where are the others?" The young people said sadly, "The old predecessors are all dead. Everyone is dead. The dragon vein was too dangerous. We didn't need to protect it at all." "What dragon vein?" "That was a snake's den. We thought it was a mountain, but halfway up we realized we were climbing a giant snake. There was also a shallow cold pool. Once people walked in, they turned into ice sculptures. Our people either died in the dragon vein or were surrounded and killed by the invaders. Now only a few thousand of us are left." At this moment, as they thought about the situation inside, they felt a chill. That giant snake's tail could wipe out thousands of people in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to return from the shallow cold pool and managed to escape were filled with extreme terror. Originally, they saw invaders coming in, and their old predecessors rushed up without regard for their lives to protect the dragon vein, fearing that the opponents would destroy it. But after escaping the giant snake's attack range, they saw a pool filled with various ice sculptures. The water was shallow, so everyone didn't pay much attention, just feeling that the water was a bit cold. The first batch of people rushed in without hesitation. Most had taken a few steps before their feet were frozen. They fell into the water and turned into ice sculptures. Only a few martial artists with good lightness skills managed to escape the 100-meter radius of the shallow cold pool. Those who got past it, just as they were about to rejoice, let out screams and disappeared from view. No one knew exactly what happened. The remaining people only knew that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. The only way to survive was to retreat. However, on the way back, they would encounter that giant snake again. Back and forth, 90% of those who went and died. Now only a few thousand were left in Great Xia, relying on their higher understanding of martial arts compared to the invaders, managing to escape in time. At the mountain entrance, a narrow sky. On the peak, Zhang Bowen stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the distant flood dragon. If the flood dragon swallowed the mountain's soul and water spirit of the dragon vein, it might transform into a true dragon. Unfortunately, the Xian turtle and the spirit crane guarded the mountain's soul and water spirit, making it difficult for the flood dragon to transform. Sigh, when will I be able to obtain the dragon essence? Zhang Bowen sighed softly. At this moment, a young man leaped onto the peak. His lightness skill had reached an astonishing level enough to fly. The young man bowed to Zhang Bowen and said, Mr. Bowen, with the protection of our ancient clan, no one can set foot on Xuanwu Mountain. Moreover, most people died in the Qinglong tomb. A few entered the Zhuke pool, and only a few thousand-strong ones survived. Later, these thousand-strong ones all died in the White Tiger Abyss. Zhang Bowen smiled and said, the White Tiger Abyss is bottomless. Even immortals are like ants there. Those people died without injustice. Your cloud ladder technique seems to have reached the transformation realm, not far from a peak. The young man nodded proudly. Zhang Bowen continued, the closure of Kunlun Mountain is imminent. Let the clan members return. I will handle the remaining matters. I will ensure these people remain in Kunlun forever, and they cannot be allowed to leak information about the false dragon vein. The young man turned and leapt away, soaring into the distance. Soon after, Zhang Bowen heard the thunderous sound of the zither. Sound wave technique? Zhang Bowen looked down the cliff in surprise. I originally thought the Celestial Dragon 8 sounds was the #1 sound wave technique in the world. I didn't expect there to be an even stronger sound wave technique. Who is using this sound wave technique? How can it be so powerful? Zhang Bowen approached the cliff's edge and leaped down, wanting to see who was using such a sound wave technique. As he fell to within dozens of meters from the ground, he looked down at the two fighting parties and immediately recognized a familiar figure. Chen Feng. He was surprised to see the shackles still on Chen Feng's hands and feet, still connected by half a chain. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to break the iron chain forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron. It seems he has hidden his strength. He still possesses such a formidable sound wave technique. However, Chen Feng's presence here definitely means someone helped him escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the dragon vein. Zhang Bowen didn't need to think to know. It must be that girl Qian, who detests him the most, who showed Chen Feng the way. In the entire ancient clan, perhaps only this little blind girl would show sympathy to outsiders. Those eyes stained with Qilin blood really gave him a headache. Every time she saw him, she would call him a big bad guy. Zhang Bowen used the indestructible Vajra technique to prevent himself from dying from a fall. Once he landed, he blocked the great Xia youths who had just arrived and were trying to leave. Zhang Bowen pointed out with his finger, and streams of blood energy condensed in his sword qi shot out instantly. Xiaoshang's sword, Shangyang's sword, Zhongchong's sword, Guanchong's sword, Xiaochong's sword, Xiao's sword. The great Xia youths, originally preparing to flee, Henti figured out whether the suddenly descending youth was friend or foe, were shot through on the spot. 6 Meridian's divine sword. You are from the Duan family. Why are you attacking us? Are you also a traitor like the Yell family? Chapter 95. Fusion Martial Arts. Confronting the indestructible Vajra divine, skilled Zhang Bowen smiled as he answered the questions of the crowd. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm not a traitor. My name is Zhang Bowen. Some of you should know me. As he spoke, ruthless sword energy harvested the lives of these young people. Zhang Bowen. Someone quickly reacted. He is the #1 wanted criminal of the Great Xia, the 100 billion bounty for the immortal Zhang Bowen. At this moment, these youths were already exhausted, with only enough strength left to flee. Their martial arts realm was simply insufficient to block Zhang Bowen's attacks. Zhang Bowen's 6 Meridian's divine sword had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Although they were all top-tier martial artists, their understanding of martial arts was not enough. The power of the martial arts they could wield was simply not enough to resist the 6 Meridian's divine sword at the peak level. Even if they barely blocked one sword, a second and a third would soon follow. Those who originally wanted to escape the 4 Symbols Abyss had no choice but to quickly retreat. Chen Feng was currently inquiring about matters in the Four Symbols Abyss with a few people when he suddenly noticed that those who had fled were returning. What is going on? Is there an invading army outside? Soon, these young people gathered around Chen Feng and dared not escape again, for behind them was the invading army. It was truly a case of being caught between a fierce tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind. Fortunately, in between, there was the expert Chen Feng. Those who had stayed behind to recuperate looked at the returning crowd and asked, "Why are you back? Is there still an enemy outside the Dragon Vein?" The ones who had returned in despair said, "It's the immortal Zhang Bowen. That nightmare of the Great Xia, the former terror of the Great Xia. He blocked the exit and killed many of us. We had no power to resist, and he only used the Duan family's 6 Meridians divine sword." At this, everyone was shocked, including Chen Feng. He never expected Zhang Bowen to appear at such a critical moment. Even Chen Feng, who had just repelled tens of thousands of invaders, felt a headache. But now that Zhang Bowen had blocked the mountain road, they had to face this great enemy. There were still more than 20 days until Kunlun would seal the mountain. Once Kunlun sealed the mountain, those who had not left would reportedly have their blood and energy instantly drained, and no one had ever heard of anyone surviving to escape. Chen Feng was not afraid. Throughout his life, aside from when his blood was cleared by the awakening system, no one had been able to drain even a bit of his energy. However, he feared that all his fellow compatriots from the Great Xia would perish here, which he did not want to see. "Let's go. I will take you out. Later, I will fight Zhang Bowen while you take the opportunity to escape." Chen Feng's words immediately restored the confidence of these young people. They had witnessed the power of Chen Feng's sonic wave technique firsthand. Now, Chen Feng walked at the forefront, heading towards the exit, with thousands of Great Xia youths following behind him, looking to him for guidance. At the exit of the mountain path, several corpses were piled together, and Zhang Bowen sat quietly there, waiting for everyone to return. The Four Symbols Abyss had only this one escape route. If they wanted to leave alive, they had to pass through here. So, he only needed to wait here, and everyone would automatically come to him. Because once Kunlun sealed the mountain, all non-Kunlun ancient clan members would be drained of their blood and energy to death. Seeing the leader Chen Feng, Zhang Bowen smiled and said, "You truly are surprising. Not only did you escape the Dragon Vein, but you also wield such a powerful sonic wave technique. Being recognized by Qian means you must be a great person." At this moment, Chen Feng had already unleashed his martial arts domain, ready to launch an attack at any moment. He was deeply aware of how terrifying Zhang Bowen was. Although he had improved in blood and martial skills, he still did not dare to be careless. The blood-colored strings of energy formed in the air, and the martial arts shadow unhesitatingly plucked the strings. Chen Feng asked Zhang Bowen, "What do you want?" Zhang Bowen radiated golden light, smiling as he replied, "I just want to kill you or be killed by you." He had already activated the indestructible Vajra divine skill. At this moment, he watched Chen Feng's martial arts with curious, wide-open eyes. With his experience of having seen all the martial arts in Kunlun, he still could not recognize what technique Chen Feng was using. What concerned Zhang Bowen the most was Chen Feng's realm. He had always thought that Chen Feng's realm should be the same as his, having reached the pinnacle of perfection. But now, upon closer inspection, he felt that it was subtly much deeper than the pinnacle. Could it be the unity of heaven and man? Zhang Bowen could not believe it. How could such a young person achieve the unity of heaven and man? Unless the other party had also practiced the immortal longevity technique like him and lived for hundreds of years, it might be possible to reach that level. Zhang Bowen was well aware of the difficulty of achieving the unity of heaven and man. He had lived for over 300 years, learned many top-tier techniques, and comprehended each technique to the pinnacle level, yet not a single one had allowed him to achieve the unity of heaven and man. To his knowledge, the fastest person in the Great Xia to comprehend martial arts to the unity of heaven and man was the martial saint of the Wang family. That martial fanatic only practiced one martial art, dedicating his entire life to it, and in just 60 years, he had brought Tai Chi to the unity of heaven and man, reaching the level of martial saint. He was the youngest martial saint in the Great Xia and the most talented person in 100 years. However, Zhang Bowen now felt that the title of the most monstrous person in the Great Xia might need to be passed on. The Chen Feng before him had exceeded his understanding. In the next moment, the sound of the 7 absolute zither echoed out, like 1,000 troops charging toward Zhang Bowen. Chen Feng did not stop, launching a frenzied attack. wanting to give Zhang Bowen no time to breathe. The sonic waves cut through the air with a sharp friction sound, and some waves transformed into heavy hammers, striking Zhang Bowen heavily. In an instant, Chen Feng's sonic wave attack collided with Zhang Bowen. The sound waves exploded continuously. Dust rose at the scene. The power of Chen Feng's attack made everyone present feel their throats dry. They believed they could not withstand such an attack. It was simply not on the same level. Yet, as the dust settled, Zhang Bowen stared blankly at the wounds on his body. His upper garments had turned to tatters, and an ancient long sword fell to the ground. His golden skin oozed traces of blood. Not bad, not bad. You actually managed to break my indestructible Vajra, divine skill. After over 300 years, the times I've been injured can be counted on one hand. The last time I was injured was in the Great Xia's capital, when 3 martial saints joined forces to cut off one of my arms. Kid, you have reason to be proud. Chen Feng was shocked. His strongest attack could only cause light injuries to the opponent. However, at least this time, he had managed to injure him, which was much better than the last time, when he had no ability to fight back. Chapter 96. Breaking the Qi. Defeating all martial arts, Zhang Bowi's figure flickered as he quickly charged towards Chen Feng. His fingers unleashed the 6 Meridians' divine sword, sending waves of sword qi flying. At the same time, a layer of innate qi appeared on the surface of his body. Waves of sound energy sliced towards Zhang Bowi. But the innate qi he used was almost instantly shattered. Interesting, it actually has the effect of restraining innate qi. I wonder if this move is effective. With his innate qi broken, Zhang Bowi showed no signs of panic. He suddenly let out a loud roar, a tremendous sound that was deafening, like a lion roaring right beside him. The sound of the 7 absolute guqin, fused with the lion's roar technique, collided head-on. Both sides were instantly thrown back. The few people next to Chen Feng had blood streaming from their ears and fainted on the spot. Those who were slightly further away were caught off guard and felt their heads spinning with sharp pain in their ears. Chen Feng quickly covered his ears with his hands, his head ringing incessantly, blood flowing from his nostrils, clearly injured by the shock. However, Zhang Bowi was not in a much better state. At this moment, he had 2 more scars on his shoulder and face, with blood continuously flowing out. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. His left shoulder blade was already fractured, and his internal organs were in turmoil from the shock. The power of the 7 absolute guqin was truly too strong. Even with the indestructible Vajra technique, he could not withstand it for long. Your sound wave technique is surprisingly powerful. My Pinnacle Lion's roar technique has actually been defeated by you. This indicates that your technique level is higher than mine, or your realm is higher. However, Zhang Bowi was more inclined to believe it was the former. He still did not think Chen Feng had achieved the realm of unity of heaven and man. Chen Feng's head was spinning, and he could not hear what Zhang Bowi was saying. But he knew that the only way forward was to fight to the death, with no other options. The martial arts domain unfolded once again. The Qi and blood-string sword, once more integrating the Buddha's palm with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Plucking the Qi and blood strings. Zhang Bowi laughed heartily. Now you've really made me invest heavily. I finally stole this from Qian, and now I have to use it. He pulled out a crimson fruit that emitted a faint golden light and swallowed it whole. The Zhu fruit. Chen Feng was speechless. After so much effort to injure Zhang Bowi, he didn't expect that at a critical moment, his opponent would eat a Zhu fruit. This was simply against the rules. How could they fight now? Not only Chen Feng, but the young elites of the Great Xia behind him also fell into despair upon seeing Zhang Bowi eat a Zhu fruit. Zhang Bowi was simply too strong, with various techniques emerging one after another, making it impossible to defend against. Most importantly, they could not contribute at all, although they were all top-tier martial artists. Their low-level techniques were completely insignificant in front of Zhang Bowi, who had mastered a dozen techniques to their peak. Hundreds of meters away, the invaders noticed something unusual at the exit. It seemed they had started fighting among themselves. Let us take the opportunity to escape. Kunlun Mountain is about to close, and there are only 20 days left. We are 3,000 kilometers away from the safest northwest. It will take a long time to get there. The nearest southeast is over 2,000 kilometers away, but that is a city of the Great Xia. Going there is seeking death. We must hurry out, otherwise we will all be trapped in Kunlun Mountain. A group of invaders slowly gathered. At this moment, Chen Feng was tense all over, not daring to relax for a moment. The senior martial artists of the Great Xia behind him had also learned their lesson, retreating dozens of meters away, not daring to get close. At this moment, Zhang Bowie picked up the sword that had fallen on the ground and grasped the bronze sword hilt. It had been a long time since he had used the Qishao sword. It was all because the Six Meridians divine sword was too easy to use. He had become lazy about drawing his sword. He drew the treasured sword, discarding the sheath, revealing a dark red blade with a blue-gray edge of a bronze sword. Zhang Bowie wrapped the treasured sword in his qi and blood, looking at Chen Feng with a smile. All martial arts in the world are invulnerable. Only speed is unbreakable. Zhang Bowie activated the Wind God leg, instantly becoming a blur as he charged towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately launched an attack, sending waves of sound energy towards Zhang Bowie. Breaking the qi technique, Zhang Bowie slashed out waves of sword qi to block Chen Feng's sound wave attacks. At this moment, a young man shouted from a distance, "Be careful, he is using the Dugan 9 swords." It is said to be able to break all martial arts in the world. Dugan 9 swords? Isn't that the sword technique of the Dugu family from the 9 major families? Chen Feng was now in a flurry. Zhang Bowie's speed was simply too fast. He could only keep attacking left and right to prevent his opponent from getting close. Zhang Bowie constantly shifted positions, slashing out waves of sword qi. His defense is impressive. His moves are powerful. Such talent is truly enviable. If only I had your level of talent. There would be no humans left beyond Kunlun. This remark made Chen Feng's hair stand on end. He felt that Zhang Bowie might indeed have that capability. Such a person, once he grew, would be truly terrifying, even aiming to destroy the world. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to kill Zhang Bowie. Chen Feng dared not compete with him in speed and could only passively defend while seizing opportunities to launch counterattacks to wear down his opponent. Zhang Bowie, unable to break through, suddenly changed his tactic. Star absorbing technique. Instantly, a powerful suction force caused Chen Feng to stumble. Zhang Bowie seized the opportunity to slash out a sword qi. As Chen Feng attempted to defend, Zhang Bowie quickly closed the distance, reaching out to grab Chen Feng. Seeing Zhang Bowie's hand reaching out, Chen Feng immediately understood his intention: to use the star-absorbing technique to draw my qi and blood. Then let me show you the power of the Baiming Divine skill. The last time he used the Baiming Divine skill against Zhang Bowie, his qi and blood value was only 800 points, almost unable to affect Zhang Bowie's indestructible Vajra technique, only managing to absorb a tiny bit of qi and blood. This time, with a qi and blood value of 1100 points, Chen Feng was confident he could absorb it. He plucked the strings with his left hand and struck out with his right palm, colliding with Zhang Bowie's hand. Let's see whose star-absorbing technique is stronger. Zhang Bowie chuckled, golden light appearing on his surface. He planned to use the indestructible Vajra technique to resist the star-absorbing technique while fully absorbing Chen Feng's qi and blood. However, he quickly noticed something strange. Despite exerting all his strength, he found he couldn't absorb anything at all. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was using the Baiming Divine skill at the realm of unity of heaven and man, which caused Zhang Bowie to feel a blockage in his internal qi and blood, all of it converging towards Chen Feng's palm, drilling into his body. Chen Feng clearly felt that he had absorbed some of Zhang Bowie's qi and blood, and his heart was filled with joy. But the next moment the absorption stopped. Zhang Bowie was once again astonished. Not only could he not absorb Chen Feng's qi and blood, but even using the perfected Qian Coin de Nua, he still couldn't transfer Chen Feng's qi and blood, and could only stop his own qi and blood from being absorbed. Chapter 97. Breaking Through in Crisis. I feel like I can do it again. Seeing that Chen Feng's North Ming divine skill was ineffective, he immediately executed a Tian Can kick. Zhang Bowen scoffed. "You're quite devious." He raised his leg to block, and simultaneously used the Qingquan Great Transfer, redirecting the attack's power to his palm, instantly causing Chen Feng to be knocked back. At that moment, it was as if Chen Feng had kicked himself, and the blow landed on Zhang Bowen's palm. His entire right hand trembled in pain. Fortunately, the redirected attack's power was somewhat diminished. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Even so, Chen Feng was still shaken, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs roiling with energy and blood. Seeing Chen Feng injured, the young people from the Great Xia immediately became tense. Chen Feng was their only lifeline. Whether they could escape Kunlun depended on him. If Chen Feng fell, they would face Zhang Bowen's one-sided slaughter. Zhang Bowen laughed. "How does it feel? Your kick is quite heavy, isn't it?" Chen Feng did not reply. He noticed the invaders quietly approaching from a distance, and suddenly had an idea. He executed the Tian can kick again while simultaneously using the sound wave attack of the 7 absolute Qin, moving toward the direction of the invaders. Zhang Bowen realized Chen Feng wanted to reach the invaders, so he drew his sword and pursued, but did not stop him. As Zhang Bowen moved away from the exit, Chen Feng shouted, "Take this opportunity to flee. You must tell the people outside that the dragon vein is fake." At that moment, the youths finally reacted and rushed towards the exit. Zhang Bowen frowned at first, but then relaxed. As for whether the news of the fake dragon vein would leak, it was not very important to him. As long as he stepped out of Kunlun Mountain, there were many ways to slowly kill those people outside. Right now, he wanted to capture Chen Feng to study his martial arts techniques. The remaining thousands of great Xia people quickly rushed out of the passage of the Line of Heaven, heading outside Kunlun Mountain without daring to pause for a moment. A few sentimental young men, before leaving, shouted, "I will never forget my brother's life-saving grace. Big brother, if you can't get out, I will definitely burn more paper money for you. I'll find you beautiful women. Tell me which star you like, and just let me know in a dream." Chen Feng was speechless, almost breaking his composure on the spot. "If you don't want to leave, you can stay here with me." Zhang Bowen's wind god leg transformed into a phantom, launching another attack on Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng found it even more difficult. His right arm was injured, and even standing up was painful. Moreover, the internal organ injuries diminished the power of his attacks. Finally, Zhang Bowen charged up and slashed down with his sword. Chen Feng's strings were cut by the sword Qi, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Bowen looked at the new bloodstains on his body and the broken ribs, praising, "In the same realm, apart from me, absolutely no one is your opponent." Among those escaping, the last few youths turned pale upon seeing Chen Feng defeated. A young man who had lost and I couldn't help but turn and rush toward Zhang Bowen, shouting, "I'll hold him off. Chen Feng, you run." Chen Feng was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over." But it was too late. Zhang Bowen laughed and swung his sword back. Ultimate move. The powerful sword Qi tore through that person's attack and directly cleaved him in half. The few hot-blooded youths who were eager to try suddenly calmed down. They realized once again that their gap with Zhang Bowen was too great. They were simply no match for him. Damn! Chen Feng felt a surge of emotion. But more was anger. A good young man who valued loyalty just died like that. The remaining people no longer hesitated and all fled. The invaders in the distance finally understood what was happening. Nice! That terrifying guy was defeated. Who was that swordsman? Didn't you see him just kill a great Xiao person? He must be our ally. He should be one of the Koreans or the Japanese. I didn't expect we would have such a powerful ally. Saying this, a group of people gathered around. "Hey, sir, you are amazing. Hurry up and kill him. Kunlun Mountain is going to seal off. We didn't expect to have such a powerful ally. Are you an ally of the Koreans or the Japanese?" Zhang Bowen was confused by these people. He didn't know when he had become their ally, but it didn't matter. It was a time of urgent blood energy. He directly reached out his hand toward the nearest invader. Star absorption technique. The man didn't understand what was happening before Zhang Bowen grabbed his neck. He couldn't even let out a scream, only struggling uselessly. In the end, he was drained of blood energy and died. The invaders who had wanted to approach were stunned in place. "Oh my God, what are you doing? Hey, buddy, aren't you our ally? Damn it. Could it be that Great Xia sent another freak?" Great Xia has a saying, "The enemy's enemy is a friend. We are enemies with him, and we are allies with you." Zhang Bowen smiled and said, "Now that I've stepped out of Kunlun, I am your ally. But unfortunately, you cannot leave. The prosperity of Kunlun Mountain requires your lives as sacrifices. My future allies, are you ready for selfless dedication?" All the invaders were stunned. They couldn't understand what Zhang Bowen meant. What does it mean to be allies outside, but not in Kunlun? Soon, Zhang Bowen would provide them the answer. Waves of sword Qi from the 6 meridians, divine sword instantly claimed the lives of several people. The group of invaders finally recognized the reality. The yellow-skinned little man in front of them was not the ally they had imagined. Everyone retreated again. After driving away these small fish, Zhang Bowen looked back at Chen Feng. "It seems this time I need to sever your limbs to prevent you from running around." Saying this, he raised the Qishao sword. Chen Feng sighed, forcing himself to stand up. He barely activated his martial arts, intending to make one last desperate fight. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on achieving the master achievement. Second disciple reaches the state of unity with the Tathagata palm. awakening the 10th style of Tathagata Nirvana. Reward: Master S Blood Energy Value, 500 points. Reward: Master S Tathagata Palm 10th Style, Unity State. For a moment, Chen Feng was confused, doubting whether he was hearing things. The Tathagata Palm reached the state of unity? The Tathagata Palm even reached the 10th style? It had one more move than his own as a master. Most importantly, his blood energy had increased by 500 points. Chen Feng looked at his panel, and he couldn't help but swallow. Martial Arts Level, Martial Arts Master. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, Realm, Unity. Tathagata Palm, Realm, Unity. Tian Can Kick, Realm, Unity. North Ming Divine Skill, Realm, Unity. 7 Absolute Qin, Realm, Unity. Blood Energy Value, 1,600. Is this what it means to be a master? A familiar feeling once again emerged in Chen Feng's heart. I feel like I can do it again. Chapter 98. Slashing Zhang Bowen. Seizing Qishao Zhang Bowen was contemplating how to sever Chen Feng's limbs and capture him to bring back to the ancient clan for research on the techniques he had learned. However, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. At the same time, he noticed that Chen Feng's presence had changed dramatically. Behind the original massive martial arts phantom, a swastika suddenly appeared. Just the addition of this one symbol amplified the overall oppressive aura several times. Why was this happening? Zhang Bowen was puzzled. With over 300 years of combat experience, and having faced life-and-death battles multiple times, his current instincts about danger were infallible. It felt just like the first time he faced that old monster from the Wei family years ago. At this moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping board. In that instant, Chen Feng directly utilized the nirvana of Tathagata, merging it with the divine dragon's tail and the 7 absolute qins. In the realm of unity between man and nature, he unleashed his full power. Coupled with a blood value of 1,600, Chen Feng was confident that he could defeat Zhang Bowen. With his index finger like a dragon, Chen Feng violently grasped the strings of the qin, suddenly pulling and releasing. Sound waves transformed into golden swastikas, rapidly spinning and slashing towards Zhang Bowen. Unbeatable. This was Zhang Bowen's first impression. Yet he could understand why Chen Feng, who had just moments ago seemed no match for him, had suddenly become so strong. Could it be a sudden enlightenment? Zhang Bowen, skeptical, continuously executed the Dugan 9 swords, unleashing dozens of sword energies to clash with Chen Feng. The Dugan 9 swords countered the sound wave attacks, while the indestructible Vajra skill provided defense, and the Wind God leg was used for evasive maneuvers, relying on the Qiankuan Great Shift. He activated both the 9 Yang Divine Skill and the 9 Yin Manual simultaneously to achieve a balance of Yin and Yang, enhancing his martial techniques several times over. Even so, he found it difficult to withstand Chen Feng's relentless assault. How could this be possible? Zhang Bowen was truly incredulous. He was being suppressed, completely suppressed. Whether it was the richness of his blood output or the power of his techniques, he simply couldn't compete with Chen Feng. Why was this happening? What could be the reason? Chen Feng's 10 fingers flicked, giving Zhang Bowen no chance to catch his breath. The sound wave attack was relentless, forcing Zhang Bowen to fight while retreating. However, Chen Feng was steadily closing the distance. This was serious trouble. Zhang Bowen revealed an excited smile, never expecting that one day he would stumble in Kunlun Mountain. Unfortunately, his blood value was suppressed too low by Kunlun Mountain, preventing him from using the 3 points of returning energy. His right hand wielded the sword, using the Dugu 9 swords break sword style to struggle against Chen Feng's sound wave attacks. His feet rapidly evaded using the Wind God leg, but the Wind God leg had no speed advantage against the sound waves. His left hand unleashed the 6 Meridians divine sword, continuously firing sword energies. Yet in the next moment, a spark suddenly burst on his cheek. A sound wave transformed into a character, flying past his face. His left cheek was instantly mangled, and his left ear vanished. At this point, the indestructible Vajra skill could no longer defend against Chen Feng's attacks, even with the 9 Yang divine skill protecting him. Very good. It seems that the Great Xia truly has a wealth of talent. Each generation has its prodigies. Zhang Bowen no longer wished to linger in battle and turned to flee. However, Chen Feng would not let him go so easily. The heavenly severing foot activated, striking the ground with force. With a blood value of 1,600, the power of the heavenly severing foot increased several levels. The ground was instantly crushed, leaving 2 massive footprints. Chen Feng shot forward like a cannonball, his attacks unceasing. He aimed to take the opportunity to kill Zhang Bowen and eliminate a demon from Great Xia. At a critical moment, Zhang Bowen threw the Qi Shao sword in his hand, piercing directly towards Chen Feng's forehead. Chen Feng had no choice but to evade the sharp edge. However, the powerful sound wave skill still severed Zhang Bowen's arm that had thrown the sword. Zhang Bowen's entire right arm was cut off at the middle, the wound smooth and neat, with blood gushing out instantly. However, he seized this opportunity to escape from the battle, concentrating all his energy into the wind god leg and instantly fleeing over 100 meters away. Looking back at his severed arm on the ground, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a 300-year-old monster, he was truly difficult to kill. He picked up the treasured sword and saw two ancient characters engraved on the dark red blade, Qi Shao. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. He never expected it to be one of the top 10 famous swords of Great Xia, the Qi Shao sword. This was indeed a great treasure. He also found the scabbard that Zhang Bowen had discarded earlier and sheathed the sword back inside. Chen Feng glanced at the invaders who had been observing from a distance, then walked to the exit and found a large stone to sit on. He intended to leave all the invaders in the Four Symbols Heavenly Abyss forever, as companions to the deceased compatriots. The few people who had been stunned by Zhang Bowen's lion roar technique had also regained consciousness by now. A total of more than 10 people stood up, cultivating to heal for a long time before gradually regaining some hearing. A few others who had been knocked out clearly would not wake up again. However, it was no longer the time to concern themselves with these matters. They quickly rushed to Chen Feng's side and asked, "Where's the immortal Zhang Bowen?" Chen Feng replied, "He escaped. Kunlun is about to seal the mountain. You should hurry and flee." A young man looked at his mechanical watch and immediately said, "There's not much time left. We should hurry on our way. If we delay, we might be stuck in Kunlun forever." The other young people immediately prepared to leave. But soon, one of them turned back, looking at Chen Feng, who was still sitting on the stone at the exit, and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Chen Feng smiled slightly and pointed to the distant invaders. "I want to leave these people in Kunlun forever. I want to ensure that foreign enemies will never dare to enter Kunlun Mountain again. After you go out, report the information about the false dragon vein to the Martial Arts Guild." "False dragon vein?" Someone quickly retorted. "How could it be a false dragon vein? This must be a true dragon vein. This dragon vein has been discovered for over 300 years. It has been guarded for several generations. How can it not be a dragon vein? I just saw a tree near that giant snake with zhu fruit on it. I also saw 9-leaf yao grass and several invaders digging up 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. This is definitely a dragon vein. Otherwise, how could there be so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures? If this isn't a